Chapter 1. A public confession before the entire class. In the city of Jiangdu, at Jiangdu University, within the confines of classroom, let us denote the radius of the larger circle as R1 and that of the smaller circle as R2. By applying the intersecting chord theorem, we can derive the following equation: at the podium. Teacher Jiang was engrossed in explaining a geometric problem. The chalk in his hand danced across the blackboard, inscribing a series of obscure formulas and symbols that resembled cryptic runes. Below the podium, students languidly drifted into dreams, with the exception of Su Jiang's deskmate, Wang Zeng, who was thoroughly lost in slumber. His head rested gently on the desk, his eyes shut tight, and a faint smile of contentment graced his lips. A soft snore escaped Wang Ziyang's nose. Su Jiang, exasperated, wished he could silence his deskmate. While it was understandable to doze off during Teacher Zhang's rather tedious lectures, Wang Zhang's snoring seemed excessively disruptive, particularly since it hindered Su Jiang's own attempts at rest. Indeed, Su Jiang was among those who sought the solace of sleep. Teacher Jiang was known for his strict demeanor. Few dared to doze off in his class, for being caught meant a deduction of points. However, he scarcely paid attention to Wang Ziyang's slumber, as Su Jiang's academic performance was stellar. Having entered Jiangdu University as the top student of the city, he was far ahead of his peers in the foundational courses. His scores in the preliminary examinations were overwhelmingly the best in the entire school. Teacher Jiang was more inclined to indulge him, considering a brief nap a minor issue. After all, the young man was still growing, and a lack of sleep was hardly ideal. As Su Jiang pressed his ears shut, preparing to force himself into slumber, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the system and activated a novice task. Please wait. The task is being selected. Su Jiang abruptly lifted his head. The drowsiness that had enveloped him vanished in an instant, replaced by bright, expectant eyes. A system? His heart soared with joy. Was this not the fabled golden finger often depicted in web novels? Having read numerous tales, he understood what the emergence of a system signified: cultivation, the ability to transcend limits, the rise of a young hero. Such scenarios, once relegated to the realm of fantasy, were now unfolding in his own life. At last, my turn has come, as Yu Jiang murmured softly, filled with anticipation for the extraordinary journey that lay ahead, despite his uncertainty regarding the nature of the task to come. After a brief wait, the system's voice resounded once more in Su Jiang's mind. The novice task selection is complete. Please confess your feelings to a member of the opposite sex within 30 seconds. Successful completion of the task will yield a novice reward. Special reminder: failure to complete the novice task will result in immediate death. Countdown begins. 30, 29, 28. Su Jiang. What's going on? Is this novice task for real? No, wait. Do I even have time to ponder the legitimacy of this system? The voice in his mind echoed like a countdown to doom, and by the time Su Jiang grasped the situation, more than half of the 30 seconds had already elapsed. Bang! Su Jiang stood up, scanning the room for a target, which immediately drew the attention of the entire class. Wang Ziyang, groggy and confused, blinked awake. Hey Lao Su, what are you doing? Teacher Jiang, mildly irritated at the interruption of his lecture, softened his demeanor upon noticing it was Su Jiang who had risen. Internally admonishing himself, this is the top student, be tolerant, be kind, he donned a self-assuredly gentle smile. Su Jiang, is something wrong with your health? Before he could finish, Su Jiang strode to the front row, facing a girl with a serious expression. 9876. An Rou, I like you. Would you be my girlfriend? As his words fell, the air in the classroom froze. Teacher Jiang. The entire class. Congratulations, host, for completing the novice task. You have received a novice reward. Please activate it at your discretion. At that moment, the voice of the system rang in Su Jiang's mind, but he had no time to dwell on it, as all eyes in the classroom were now fixed on him, and in the silence that ensued, only An Rou seemed slightly taken aback before she asked, "What do you like about me?" Su Jiang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had merely aimed to fulfill the task, and was not at all prepared to answer this question. He forced himself to glance downward and stammered, I like your legs. They're very fair." How was he to articulate what he truly liked about her? Su Jiang only knew that An Rou was the least likely person in class to accept his confession, which was precisely why he had chosen her. After all, Su Jiang was quite popular at school, admired for both his academic prowess and handsome appearance, making him a desirable figure in many girls' eyes. He feared that if he confessed to any random girl, she might accept, leading to complications he wished to avoid. An Rou, though recognized as the class beauty with a decent social circle, had a reputation for being disinterested in boys, thus a rejection would spare him future awkwardness. He could always find an opportunity to apologize later. And besides, An Rou's legs were indeed quite fair every time she wore a skirt or shorts. Even Su Jiang found himself stealing glances. The moment Su Jiang's words escaped his lips, the class descended into shocked silence, followed by a flurry of whispers. Su Ge is incredible. Whoa, Su Jiang actually likes An Rou, no wonder he usually ignores the other girls. Confessing in front of the entire class? I'm impressed by Su Jiang. Stop talking. Look at Teacher Zhang. His face is as dark as a storm cloud. As expected, Teacher Zhang's expression was grim. His brows were tightly knitted, as if he wished to devour Su Jiang whole, and he bellowed, Su Jiang, get out of my class. His thunderous shout silenced the room. Su Jiang, startled by the sudden outburst, stood frozen for a few seconds before lowering his head and scurrying out of the classroom, meekly like a little chick. Just as he exited, he heard Teacher Zhang's parting words. You all study on your own. Bang! The classroom door was slammed shut, evidently indicating Teacher Zhang's intent to have a private conversation with Su Jiang. Without the teacher, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter, students buzzing with excitement over Su Jiang's shocking move. As Yu Jiang really went for it this time, confessing in front of the entire class. That's bold. Indeed, this will surely become the talk of Jiangdu ITLL spread throughout the school. Will An Rou accept? I feel like she might have some interest in Su Jiang. It's hard to say. An Rou seems pretty aloof and might not be interested in him. An Rou sat at her desk, seemingly detached from the surrounding clamor. She slightly turned her head toward the window, sunlight streaming onto her face, illuminating her exquisite features, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Fair legs? She murmured to herself, her tone laced with amusement. Hee hee, tonight you'll discover that my legs are not only fair, but they can also kick. Chapter 2. Given the circumstances, perhaps it and amp. Oppos. It's best to sleep. A resounding clap echoed through the silent office. Su Jiang, have you lost your mind? Do you think that good grades grant you the liberty to act as you please? In the office, old Jiang trembled with anger, pointing at Su Jiang with an expression of disappointment akin to that of a mentor watching a wayward student. Previously, Su Jiang would merely doze off occasionally in class, and old Jiang would often turn a blind eye. However, today, and Oppo's behavior was of an entirely different nature. At its core, it was a blatant disrespect towards the teacher. At its worst, it was a flagrant disregard for school rules and a promotion of inappropriate conduct. If this incident reached the ears of the administration, it would be difficult to explain, and he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Su Jiang hung his head, appearing as meek as a little chick standing before old Jiang. Please allow me to explain. What did you just call me? Ahem. Teacher Jiang. Su Jiang silently chastised himself for his slip. He had grown accustomed to calling him by his first name. There was a reason for his actions, however. The reason is... Su Jiang's mind raced, and he was at a loss for an excuse that could salvage the situation. He couldn't possibly reveal the truth about the system, could he? Unable to conjure a clever excuse, he decided to take a bold step. The reason is that I want to pursue a romantic relationship. Huh? Old Jiang was taken aback, incredulity evident on his face. After all this time, that's what you've come up with? You declared your feelings in front of the entire class. Do you think I wouldn't know you wanted a date? Old Jiang pressed a hand to his chest, taking a labored breath to steady his tumultuous emotions. He reminded himself not to lose his temper. It was not worth damaging his health over a mere student misstep. He had the responsibility to guide Su Jiang back to the right path. Su Jiang cautiously observed old Jiang as he took a deep breath, filled with trepidation and uncertainty, and tentatively asked, "You don't believe me?" Puffed. Old Jiang's previously steady breath was instantly disrupted as he widened his eyes. "You think I don't believe you? I simply can't believe this." Sigh. Su Jiang, I understand that boys your age often experience the stirrings of youth. However, do you think you can disregard my authority and the school's regulations by confessing in front of so many people? He paused, continuing, moreover, you are currently in your first year, and your academic performance is crucial for your future employment. Old Jiang resumed his customary pressure tactic, one he often employed with freshmen. Teacher, I assure you my grades are fine. And An Rou, she ranked second in the entire school during the mock exams. Su Jiang replied calmly. Old Jiang was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by this revelation. Damn it, how come both of you have such excellent grades? Su Jiang's academic prowess stemmed from countless hours of diligent study. He had completed all first-year coursework ahead of time to enjoy a more leisurely university life. Given their current standings, both he and An Rou had a good chance of securing the highest scholarships at the end of the term. Moreover, Su Jiang possessed a natural talent for mathematics, and many teachers hoped to mentor him for competitions. Regardless, you must apologize to An Rou and write me a 3,000-word reflection, Old Jiang declared sternly. Additionally, I will call your parents regarding this matter. Upon hearing this punishment, Su Jiang nodded in agreement, as it aligned with his expectations. As he had anticipated, the school would not impose a severe penalty on him. After all, he was admitted to Jiang University as the top scorer in the college entrance examination. As long as he did not commit a fundamental error, the administration usually turned a blind eye. Get out! Get out! Old Jiang waved his hand, eager to dismiss Su Jiang. He needed some time alone to regain his composure. Su Jiang obediently exited the office and returned to the classroom, pushing the door open and ignoring the curious gazes of his peers. He promptly approached An Rou and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, An Rou. I was reckless just now. Please pretend that incident never occurred. An Rou blinked her beautiful, captivating eyes and offered a faint smile. It's all right, Su Jiang. After all, you're doomed tonight. With An Rou's forgiveness, Su Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the troubles brought about by the novice task from the system had dissipated. All that remained was the daunting task of writing a 3,000-word reflection. As for Old Jiang and Oppos, as threat to call his parents, Su Jiang felt no fear. Given the jovial nature of his parents, they would likely inquire more about whether the girl had reciprocated his feelings. At that moment, Old Jiang re-entered, seemingly having regained his composure, ready to resume the lesson. With 10 minutes remaining, I will finish explaining this problem, though I may run a few minutes over. I ask for your understanding. Upon hearing about the extended class, a chorus of groans erupted from the students. Having endured this in high school, they were dismayed to find it happening in university as well. As Su Jiang returned to his seat, he noticed Wang Xiang giving him a thumbs up. Turning to meet his admiring gaze, he heard, Old Su, you're amazing, confessing to An Rou in front of everyone. What a bold move. The group chat is going wild right now. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, discreetly pulling out his phone to check the class group chat. Indeed, several classmates who had been inattentive in class were bustling in conversation. Do you know what nickname they've given you? They're calling you Leg Brother. When you mentioned An Rou and Amp, Oppos, as fair legs, the entire chat exploded. You're practically a role model for us. Wang Xiang continued to ramble on, but Su Jiang was no longer interested. He covered his forehead and let out a gentle sigh. His reputation had taken a hit. He could only hope that the system's rewards would offer him some solace. System, activate the novice reward. Novice reward activated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the advanced skill, mastery of firearms. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge concerning firearms flooded Su Jiang and Oppos' mind, causing him to frown. After some time, he finally absorbed the information. He now possessed an intricate understanding of various firearms and ammunition, able to handle them with proficiency. However, what use do I have for this skill? Where is my foundational elixir? Where is my one sword to open the heavens? In this harmonious society, in the peaceful and serene Jiangdu City, what purpose does this mastery of firearms serve? Su Jiang was exasperated. Could the system not provide something truly useful? System, can we exchange this skill for something else? No. Then do you have any skills akin to one sword to open the heavens? None. Then may I ask how I can cease being this host? Host death results in automatic system termination. Damn it, Su Jiang cursed inwardly, his frustration palpable, yet the system remained unresponsive. He was required to risk his life for such a trivial skill. He vividly remembered the terror of failing to complete a task within 30 seconds, which would lead to his obliteration. That had nearly terrified him into submission. Yet, he was rewarded with this useless mastery of firearms. What a waste. Seeing that the system offered no further response, and old Jiang continued lecturing at the front of the classroom, Su Jiang's anger grew. He simply placed his hands down and rested his head on them. Given the circumstances, perhaps it was best to sleep. Chapter 3. The abduction at 7:50 in the evening. There were still 10 minutes left before the freshman students at Jiangdu University finished their evening self-study session. Indeed, you heard correctly. Freshmen still have evening classes, which is a distinctive feature of Jiang University. Su Jiang effortlessly completed the advanced mathematics assignment assigned by the teacher earlier that day. With a flourish, he tossed the completed work to Wang Jiang, who was pleading as usual. "Thank you, leg brother. You're so heroic." After expressing his gratitude, Wang Jiang immediately began to copy the work with great enthusiasm. Hearing the nickname leg brother, Su Jiang couldn't help but twitch his lips. In just a few hours, that title had spread like wildfire. Most people were already aware that a certain freshman from the mathematics department had publicly confessed his feelings for a girl in class that afternoon. This incident even attracted a crowd of curious onlookers, with rumors swirling about his relationship with An Rou. Su Jiang and An Rou were a match made in heaven, having long agreed to work hard together and meet at the pinnacle of success. The top student and the second-best student dating. How sweet. Rumor had it that Su Jiang had lost a bet, which led him to make such a bold move. Regardless, there were all sorts of absurd speculations flying around, and Su Jiang had long grown accustomed to the gossip that circulated within the school. School rumors were akin to leaves blown in the wind. The accuracy was secondary to the spread of information. However, when he considered the potential distress and impact this incident might have on An Rou, he felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps he should invite her out for a meal to apologize. Yet, he had something far more pressing to attend to, an issue that concerned his very livelihood. He pulled out his phone, opened an online shopping app, searched for vendors, filtered prices, and contacted customer service. "How much do you charge for a 3,000-word reflection paper?" "Dear, may I ask what the reflection is regarding?" "About confessing to a girl in our class in front of the teacher." "Dear, and amp." "Amp, Oppos, as 50 yuan, and it will be delivered within a day in Jiangdu City." Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and turned to Wang Jiang. "I'll give you 10 yuan to help me write a 3,000-word reflection." "10 yuan? Are you trying to insult me?" Wang Jiang replied without looking up, continuing to copy the test paper. "At least 30. 15. 20. Deal." Su Jiang immediately transferred 20 yuan to Wang Jiang. "Dear, are you there? If everything is all right, you can place your order." "Sorry, I was just inquiring about the price. My apologies for bothering you." "Are you out of your mind?" Su Jiang closed the shopping app, and the clock struck 8. "Class is over. Everyone can go home now." As the bell, signaling the end of evening self-study rang, the supervising teacher commanded the students to pack their belongings and prepare to leave. Su Jiang quickly stood up, slung his backpack over one shoulder, and was the first to exit the classroom. He did not reside on campus, but rented a place off campus alone. His parents lived back in their hometown. While they were not wealthy, they led a comfortable life, and he was content. What Su Jiang did not know was that, as he stepped outside, An Rou gazed at his retreating figure, grinding her small silver teeth, her eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation. "Ugh, I'm so sleepy." Yawning, Su Jiang ambled down the street, his gait languid, and his demeanor that of someone who had not yet fully awakened. His sleep quality during the day had indeed been poor. In truth, even if he had slept well, he would still appear as though he hadn't tea. This was simply his habitual state. He pondered why the system had suddenly gone silent. No matter how he called out, the system remained unresponsive. It seemed that he could only wait for the system to issue a task. He had no means of initiating communication. Of course, it was possible that earlier, after a barrage of expletives aimed at it, the system became reticent. However, even so, had the system itself not erred? To be frank, if it weren't in Oppos, for the lingering knowledge of firearms, Su Jiang might have doubted whether he was merely dreaming. While lost in thought, darkness suddenly enveloped him. An unfamiliar object swiftly obscured his head. Panic surged within him, and before he could react, He felt several strong hands tightly restraining him. These hands skillfully bound him, and then he was lifted by a tremendous force. In an instant, Su Jiang realized he was being abducted. What do you want? This is a warm and harmonious Jiangdu City, a society governed by law. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? In oppos, it's not too late to back off. I can pretend I never saw you. Smack! A sharp slap landed on his backside, causing Su Jiang to cry out in pain. Damn it, this kid talks too much. Enough chatter. Hurry and take him to the young lady. Outside of Su Jiang and Oppo's view, two burly men in black suits hoisted him into a car, and with a press of the accelerator, they sped away. Su Jiang felt utterly despondent, immobilized by their grip. This was it. He feared for his very life. His kidneys might be at risk, and perhaps even his corneas would be lost. Can we negotiate? Can you spare one kidney? Also, can we use anesthesia? I and Oppos am afraid of pain. The man in black exchanged incredulous looks. Does this kid misunderstand something? Does he think we're here to sell his kidneys? This is ridiculous. Who in their right mind would negotiate with kidnappers? Forget it. Let us see how the young lady decides his fate. We've arrived. Su Jiang felt the car come to a halt, and he was subsequently carried out, disoriented as he was led through a maze of turns. Thud! He was unceremoniously dropped onto the ground, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. He sensed someone approaching, a faint, sweet fragrance wafting toward him. Moments latte. The blindfold was swiftly removed from his eyes. Su Jiang shook his head, striving to clear his vision. When he finally opened his eyes, he was met with a familiar and strikingly beautiful face, one that had left a deep impression on him that day. An Rou? At that moment, An Rou stood before him, a smile gracing her features. Yet to Su Jiang, her smile elicited a sense of unease. Flanking her on either side were imposing men in black suits, their expressions stoic, exuding an air of dominance. They were undoubtedly figures from the underworld. Recalling their earlier mention of the young lady, a sense of foreboding washed over Su Jiang. With a smile, An Rou lifted his chin with her hand, leaning in closer, exhaling a gentle fragrance. Su Jiang, Aran and Amp, Oppos, to you curious as to why you find yourself here? Her voice shattered the silence, laced with a hint of amusement. Allow me to introduce myself. I am An Rou, a member of the In family, a notorious underworld clan in Jiangdu City. Gulp. Su Jiang struggled to swallow, wishing he could slap himself across the face. Su Jiang, you truly have a knack for choosing your targets for confession. Haven to you? You went straight for a nuclear-level situation. An underworld family, the young lady. Who could have known? If I had realized your true identity, I would never have dared to like you. That is a misunderstanding. It and Oppos. That's all a misunderstanding. Su Jiang forced a smile that was more pain than pleasant, acutely aware that his life was in jeopardy. If he failed to appease this lady, he feared his existence might come to an abrupt end. Chapter 4. I truly adore your leg's misunderstanding. I hardly consider it a misunderstanding. Due to you, my reputation has begun to tarnish. They and Oppos. V even spread rumors that we were childhood sweethearts. How absurd. And Rou huffed coldly, her voice tinged with a hint of frost, gnashing her small white teeth. And Su Jiang found her demeanor unexpectedly endearing. Wherein and Oppos, to you quite brave this afternoon? And Rou pressed, leaning closer to Su Jiang. He smiled awkwardly, attempting to clarify. Well, I was indeed a bit impulsive this afternoon, but that was because, aren't you bold enough? And Rou interrupted, continuing her inquiry. I just. You dare to express admiration for my legs. And Rou suddenly raised her voice, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her eyes. Now, if I were to ask if my legs are fair, would you still dare to speak? Ding. Host has triggered a task. Please answer the question sincerely or face punishment. Ding, what a nuisance. Could you refrain from disrupting me at this moment? Su Jiang and Amp, Oppos. S mind was spiraling with frustration at the inept system. Idon and Oppos. To require your assistance in times of need, but could you at least avoid making matters worse? After grappling with his inner turmoil for quite some time, fearing the potential punishment or even erasure by the system, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and resolved to follow his heart. Why the silence? Did you not say? And Rou, Your legs are indeed fair and beautiful. I genuinely adore your legs." Upon uttering these words, Su Jiang felt his face ignite with an intense heat. Never had he experienced such profound shame and embarrassment. Even with his usual bravado, he felt utterly unworthy of facing anyone. Death would be preferable. The light in Su Jiang's eyes faded completely. There are countless ways to depart from this life, and yet he chose the path of social demise. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have been awarded a random reward. Random reward selection in progress. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the intermediate skill, martial arts mastery. In an instant, a plethora of combat techniques and strategies flooded Su Jiang and Appo's mind, clear and detailed as if he had practiced them innumerable times. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could effortlessly untie the ropes binding him. Just as he prepared to act, he suddenly looked up to see An Rou, her face flushed, gazing at him with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. The two bodyguards beside her were equally taken aback by his words, even discreetly giving him a thumbs up. "Sufyan, why are you giving me a thumbs up? Is your criminal organization so abstract?" Unbeknownst to him, although An Rou was a pampered young lady within her family, she was also a quirky little troublemaker. No one in the family dared to provoke her. Anyone who crossed her path would face a long stretch of her whimsical reprisals, leaving them defenseless. Even the family head and the young master found An Rou to be quite a handful, which was, of course, a testament to their affection for her. Now, with Su Jiang and Appo's declaration, the bodyguards could only think, "Young man, may your journey be smooth." Initially, An Rou had merely intended to frighten Su Jiang a little, making him understand the fear he should feel. However, now that he had spoken, the situation had escalated. The young lady would certainly not let this boy off easily. He was doomed. "You, shameless, scoundrel, fool, cretin." An Rou and Appo's face turned crimson, her voice trembling as she angrily pointed at Su Jiang. For the first time in her life, someone had so bluntly spoken about her legs, filling her with an overwhelming sense of humiliation and rage. While Su Jiang felt embarrassed, she felt even more so. Thankfully, no one else was around. Had he made such a declaration in the classroom during the day, she would have wished for the ground to swallow her whole. "Go to hell, you scoundrel!" An Rou shouted in fury, lifting her foot to kick Su Jiang, as if attempting to unleash all her pent-up frustration in that one strike. However, at that moment, Su Jiang had already freed himself from his restraints and skillfully dodged her attack. An Rou had not anticipated that Su Jiang could move freely. Her kick, fueled by resentment, expended all her strength. After kicking into thin air, her balance wavered, and she found herself on the brink of falling. "Help! Young lady, be careful!" The two bodyguards had initially thought Su Jiang remained bound and immobile, thus they had not paid close attention to him. But upon witnessing him deftly untie himself and evade An Rou and Appo's kick, they were left in shock, momentarily stunned. By the time they attempted to rush in to protect An Rou, it was too late. What made matters worse was that the spot where An Rou was about to fall was littered with shards of glass. Should she truly land there, the consequences will be dire. An Rou, now realizing the imminent danger, was filled with panic, yet she could no longer control her body's movements. Helplessly watching as she drew closer to the ground, the glass shards magnifying in her vision, despair filled her heart as she resignedly closed her eyes. Smack! In the next moment, the pain she had imagined did not arrive. Instead, she found herself enveloped in a soft, warm embrace. A faint scent of smoke mingled with that of laundry detergent wafted around her, prompting her to involuntarily twitch her nose and inhale deeply. Slowly lifting her gaze, she met Su Jiang's somewhat helpless eyes. "Are you all right?" Su Jiang's voice was filled with concern, his large hand securely cradling An Rou's waist to prevent her from falling. An Rou blinked, somewhat dazed as she looked at Su Jiang, and then a blush crept across her cheeks as she quietly murmured, Thank you. What incredible agility. I didn't to even see his movements. His reflexes are extraordinary." Seeing An Rou standing unharmed, the two bodyguards breathed a sigh of relief, their faces reflecting a sense of reprieve. However, their astonishment only deepened intensified by the shock of what they had just witnessed. Recalling Su Jiang and Appo's actions, swiftly untying himself with precision, nimbly dodging An Rou's flying kick, and then rapidly positioning himself to catch her before she fell, was a feat accomplished in less than 2.5 seconds. As bodyguards of the An family, they considered themselves battle-hardened, yet they believed they could not match Su Jiang and Appo's reflexes. In fact, they couldn't and Appo's to even untie the ropes. Others may not know, but they were acutely aware that the knots they had tied were intricate. A single misstep in untying them would render the knot impossible to loosen. Therefore, even if they were to attempt it themselves, it would require considerable effort, certainly not achieving the speed Su Jiang had displayed. Unconsciously, both men entertained the same thought. This young man is remarkable. As for Su Jiang, he was oblivious to their musings, his heart racing as he focused entirely on the delicate figure in his arms. He gently embraced An Rou, savoring the fragrant warmth that emanated from her. Captivated by her enchanting eyes, Su Jiang swallowed hard. At this point in his life, he had never even held a girl in Appo's hand. This sudden closeness left him somewhat flustered yet exhilarated. So this is what an embrace feels like. No wonder that fellow Wang Jiang is always chasing after girls. This exhilarating rush of adrenaline is indeed quite enchanting. The pair maintained their gaze, unaware of how many seconds passed. "Ahem, miss, are you all right?" One of the bodyguards, unable to bear the escalating tension, stepped in, sensing the atmosphere had shifted. The young lady was at a delicate age. If things continued in this manner, it could lead to significant complications. "Huh? Oh, I and Appo's. Am fine." An Rou quickly regained her composure, pushing Su Jiang away and stepping back a few paces, feeling a twinge of reluctance. "Well, considering you just saved me, I shall let you off this time. Hurry and leave." Her eyes darted around, deliberately avoiding Su Jiang's gaze. Su Jiang blinked, remaining motionless. "Kid, Don and Appo's. Be ungrateful. If I let you go, you should take your leave promptly. Do you truly wish for a toad to covet a swan and Appo's flesh?" The bodyguard was clearly displeased. "What, you Don and Appo's? Do you want to leave?" And Rou and Appo's face flushed deeper. Could it be that he wished to linger a while longer? "No, I'm not refusing to leave." Su Jiang sighed in exasperation, saying, "You bound me here. How would I know where this is? I have no idea where to go or how to escape. You should return me instead." An Rou and the bodyguard suddenly realized, momentarily forgetting this detail. Chapter 5. Settling down. Meanwhile, in the depths of a luxurious club in Jiangdu City, the atmosphere was thick with tension, illuminated by dim, enigmatic lights. The sharp clicks of a lighter echoed unsettlingly in the silence. Seated on a plush sofa was a strikingly handsome man clad in a sleek black coat, its luxurious sheen accentuating his piercing gaze, which was both captivating and unnerving. Behind him stood a row of well-dressed bodyguards in tailored suits and sunglasses, their expressions impassive, standing at attention. Before the man knelt a middle-aged individual, his garments stained crimson with blood, his face bearing the marks of a recent beating. Trembling, he pleaded with a quavering voice, "Young master, I implore you, spare me." It was a moment of negligence that led to the leak of our plans. I had no inkling that the Lin family would seize this opportunity to strike against us. The man in Appo's speech was fragmented, his fear palpable, as though young master were a monstrous figure before him. The lighter clicked again as An Mingjie nonchalantly toyed with it, his demeanor cold as he regarded the man before him. "Old Chun, you have served the An family for years. In light of this incident, I wish to place my trust in you. However, can we overlook the fact that we lost over 20 brothers? What shall I tell their families? If it weren't and Appo's, for Li Kai and Appo's, as timely intervention, I might have fallen into the Lin family and Appo's, as trapped myself. Explain to me how we are to resolve this matter." And Mingjie and Appo's voice, neither loud nor soft, pierced through the air like a sharpened blade, relentlessly driving into Old Chun and Appo's conscience. Each syllable struck him like a hammer, rendering him unable to escape or resist. A sharp clatter interrupted the tense atmosphere as a glinting dagger was tossed at Old Chun and Appo's feet. And Mingjie and Amp, Oppo's, eyes were as frigid as ice, devoid of warmth as he silently scrutinized Old Chun. Old Chun fixated on the dagger, inhaled deeply, and after a long pause, resignedly closed his eyes. Young Masterin, for the sake of my years of diligence towards the infamily, please grant my family mercy. I am willing to atone with my life for my transgressions against the infamily. With trembling hands, he picked up the dagger and prepared to draw it across his throat. Yet, at that critical moment, a figure swiftly appeared at his side, gripping his hand tightly. Li Kai, Brother Kai. Old Chun recognized him as the infamily's foremost enforcer, renowned for his exceptional combat skills and knowledge of traditional martial arts, holding immense significance within the infamily. The infamily's current influence owes much to Li Kai's contributions. But why was he preventing my suicide? Enough, Old Chun, and Mingjie said as he rose, a smile gracing his lips. I merely wish to ascertain whether you had truly betrayed the infamily. I have investigated the leak. Indeed, the Lin family and Oppo's methods were sophisticated and insidious. However, we must test your loyalty. It appears you remain one of us, and thus, we have no justification to condemn you to death. The infamily never turns against its own. At these words, Old Chin's eyes brimmed with tears. The infamily was still the familiar and family he cherished. Among the three great families in Jiangdu City, only the infamily genuinely upheld the values of loyalty and duty. Once you joined the infamily, you became part of the family. The infamily would never direct its weapons against its own. Old Chun, go to the hospital for treatment. I apologize for the severity of the punishment, and Mingjie said, kneeling beside him to help him up. Old Chin's eyes shimmered with gratitude as he choked on his words. It's all right, young master. I fully understand. This was my mistake, and it has brought trouble to the infamily. Leaks of information, regardless of the family, always result in a total loss for all involved. But in the infamily, I can survive. After Old Chun departed, Mingjie turned and swiftly organized the remaining individuals to begin restoring order. Bloodstains on the floor and scattered belongings were meticulously gathered and cleaned until the area regained its pristine state. Li Kai Quieli Aprotek An Mingdi, lighting a cigarette as the faint smoke curled around them. The two moved to the window, gazing into the night as they began to converse in hushed tones. What are we to do about the Lin family? Li Kai Inqui, that scoundrel Lin Hui has betrayed me, and we must retaliate. But if we engage the Lin family, one and Oppo's, we risk the Feng family capitalizing on our conflict? And Mingjie frowned at the thought. The three major families in Jiangdu City, and Lin and Feng, were now merely peripheral families. Only the An and Feng families held genuine prospects for ascending to the leading family status. The Lin family and Oppo's foundation is lacking. It would not be worth our while to engage them directly, and Mingjie mused, his hand lightly tapping the window ledge as he contemplated. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Let us wait until a month from now, when the three families compete for the opportunity to ascend. At that time, we shall exact our revenge. For now, we shall remain low-key. I will consult my father on his thoughts. In the meantime, you should clear our territory of any pests from the Lin and Feng families. Li Kai nodded, accustomed to such cleanup tasks, finding them second nature. Just then, a phone rang, prompting in Mingjie to frown. Who will be calling my personal number at this hour? Upon checking, his expression shifted, and he quickly answered. Hello, Teacher Jiang? Yes, I am An Rou's brother, and Mingjie. Has something happened to my sister at school? What? And Mingjie and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief at the revelation that his sister had been confessed to in front of her entire class. Which reckless fool dares to do such a thing? A murderous glint ignited in his gaze. Understood, Teacher Jiang. I will handle this matter. Rest assured. Thank you for your diligence in caring for An Rou at school. Upon hanging up, and Mingjie's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. Old Li, set aside the cleanup for now. I need you to locate someone. Who? Find Su Jiang, An Rou and Oppo's classmate. Alive or dead. Leave him breathing. Bring him before me. Understood. Li Kai agreed, considering the task trivial. Chapter 6. I could never like him. Why must you bring me to this desolate place for a mere kidnapping? And the hood you placed over my head. When was the last time it was washed? It reeks. Su Jiang continued to complain from the back seat. An Rou, seated beside him, helplessly covered her ears. The two bodyguards in the front, who were supposed to maintain a serious demeanor, now bore expressions of exasperation. I truly wish I could silence this brat, one thought to himself. But fine, I and amp, oppose, endure it. The young lady has forbidden us from taking action. Surely, she wouldn't really have feelings for this fool. Shut your filthy mouth. Is this something we can discuss? With that, he cautiously glanced at the rearview mirror, anxious that An Rou might overhear their conversation. Seeing her still pouting and oblivious to their words, he breathed a sigh of relief. If she caught wind of this, they'd surely have to reckon with her later, and life at the An household would become quite unbearable for them. Let us not rush. Don't speed or run any red lights. By the way, could we stop near Central Street? I want to buy some grilled cold noodles. I always thought it was too far to go, but now that you're driving me. Shut up, An Rou shouted, unable to bear it any longer. How could someone be so incessantly chatty? Just moments ago, she had felt a flicker of affection for him. Now, only frustration remained. I'm sitting right next to you, a beautiful girl, no less, and you don't spare me a glance, only thinking about food? Do you believe I could roast you instead? Little did she know, Jiang wasn't ignoring her. He simply didn't dare to look at her. The rather ambiguous moment they had just shared lingered in his mind, his heart still racing. To quell his inner turmoil, Jiang resorted to his incessant chatter. From now on, you're not allowed to speak, to command the driver, or even think about eating grilled cold noodles. An Rou seethed, her teeth gritted, as if prepared to bite him if he dared to object. Startled by her outburst, Jiang shrank back, silenced. Mississippi, are we stopping at Central Street? One of the bodyguards inquired, his simplicity evident. Stop? Absolutely not. No stopping. An Rou was on the verge of exploding. Why were the bodyguards so dim-witted? Thus, Jiang sat in the car, watching helplessly as the grilled cold noodles faded into the distance. Ah, forget it, my dear grilled cold noodles. It seems fate has dealt us a cruel hand. He sighed inwardly, filled with disappointment. After a brief drive, they gradually approached Jiang and Appo's neighborhood. Xiaoge, where exactly is your home? Xiaoge? The bodyguard turned, puzzled by the lack of response. Jiang blinked innocently, glancing towards An Rou. An Rou paused, then realized she had just commanded him to remain silent. That question is permissible, she declared, and in her irritation, she stomped on Jiang's foot. She was truly at the end of her tether. How could someone be so dull? Not only was he a rogue, but he was also foolish and naive. It was ridiculous that she had felt her heart race for him just moments ago. Ouch! Jiang gasped as An Rou stepped on his foot, her strength surprising him. Big brother, you can drop me off here, in Appo's. That's just a short walk to my house. He added, as he prepared to exit, thank you for bringing me back. Missin', I'll treat you to a meal someday. With that, he swiftly closed the car door and made his escape. An Rou crossed her arms, staring at his retreating figure, lost in thought. He was rather tall, and his appearance aligned with her taste. What am I thinking? She murmured, shaking her head. There's no way I could possibly develop feelings for this shameless rogue. Lost in her musings, she hardly noticed the passage of time until she arrived home. Upon stepping into the living room, a warm and tranquil atmosphere enveloped her. She glanced around and spotted her brother, and Mingjie, clad in comfortable loungewear, busily preparing dinner in the kitchen. Hearing her footsteps, he turned and greeted her with a gentle smile. You're back. Dinner will be ready shortly. Nodding, An Rou dashed upstairs to her room, leaping onto her soft bed. For some inexplicable reason, Jiang and Appo's helpless face filled her mind, becoming increasingly vivid and infuriating. Damn him! Scoundrel! Shameless! Rogue! Grabbing a cute rabbit-shaped pillow, she began to pummel it as if it were Jiang. Downstairs, and Mingjie had lost his prior warmth, listening to the two bodyguards report as he stirred the vegetables. And we followed the young lady's instructions to return Xiaoge safely. The bodyguard spoke cautiously, glancing at Mingjie, who was now the undisputed leader of the An family, despite the formal authority resting with their father, in Xinjiang. Are you telling me that a mere student not only managed to free himself from your bindings, but also displayed reflexes and capabilities that put you to shame? The bodyguards nodded, somewhat embarrassed, though reluctant to admit the truth. Interesting. If that's the case, It seems he harbors no ill intentions towards Rou. Yet, one can never be too sure. It could be the doing of the Feng or Lin families. However, that seems unlikely, as you've described him as an unremarkable student, merely slightly above average academically. Hearing your assessment has piqued my interest in him, and Mingjie mused, continuing his work while deep in thought. Initially, he intended for Li Kai to handle the student, but now it appeared that such an approach would be unwise. Su Jiang's extraordinary display was one concern. Another was his sister's apparent infatuation with him. This predicament troubled him. He wasn't the type to keep his sister tethered to him for life. Yet he did wish for her to find a suitable partner. Throughout their upbringing, and Mingjie had shielded An Rou from the family's affairs, ensuring she never encountered any unsavory characters. He had always kept her at a distance from the darker aspects of their underworld family. Rou, it's time for dinner. Before long, An Rou descended the stairs in a pink pajama set, taking her seat at the dining table, awaiting her brother to serve the meal. Have you two eaten? Why not join us? And Mingjie inquired, glancing at the bodyguards. They hastily declined, opting to return and rest instead. And Mingjie noticed their reluctance, but did not press them. He understood that he could not force them to eat with him if they felt uncomfortable. Chapter 7. Su Jiang and Appo's life creed at the long dining table. An Rou and Mingjie sat facing each other. Brother, did you perhaps add too much sugar to the chicken soup today? An Rou took a sip of the soup and found it a tad too sweet. Too much. And Mingjie quickly scooped a spoonful to taste. It tastes just like usual. We're in amp. Appo's the sweetness. Noticing that his little sister seemed distracted, he couldn't and amp. Appo's help but feel a bit helpless. Rou, did someone confess to you today? He broached the topic directly while eating. Who? An Rou, still dazed, nodded slowly before quickly realizing. It an amp. Appo's nothing, brother. I and amp. Appo's. He already dealt with it. I had the bodyguards give him a good lesson. She raised her small fist and waved it a few times, trying to look fierce. Seeing that An Rou was not being truthful, and Mingjie felt a chill in his heart. You taught him a lesson? How did you do that? Did you leave him red-faced and embarrassed? If it weren't and Appo's, for the bodyguards and Appo's report, he might have believed her. With a sigh, and Mingjie suggested, why don't you bring him home this weekend for a visit? He had already concluded that his sister likely had feelings for the young man. As her brother, he felt it necessary to assess the situation personally. If that young man named Su Jiang truly had a clean background and was a decent person, he could rest a little easier. After all, at An Rou and Appo's age, she was bound to fall in love. He couldn't and Appo's, and shouldn't and Appo's, tried to stop her. The An family valued open-mindedness and promoted the idea of free love, avoiding family-arranged marriages. What do you mean, bring him home to see? An Rou paused mid-sip of her porridge, bewildered and not understanding her brother's sudden whim. That young man named Su Jiang. If you truly like him, brother will support you. And Mingjie stated, what, no? I refuse. And Rou snapped back, her face flushing with embarrassment as she stood up, trembling finger pointed at Mingjie. Who? Who likes him? Brother, I warn you at An Appo's. It's fine to eat whatever you want, but don't say whatever comes to your mind. How could I possibly like that jerk? Should I have Li Kai take care of him? You dare. In a moment of panic, An Rou realized she had misspoken, and coupled with Mingjie's teasing gaze, she felt a surge of embarrassment and indignation. I meant, it's not like I want him dead. I can handle it myself. I'm not talking to you anymore, humph. Setting her bowl down, she turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something and stomped her delicate foot angrily beside Mingjie. Ouch! And Mingjie gasped as An Rou's foot came down harder on his than it had on Su Jiang. With a scowl, she stormed upstairs. Finish your meal, and Mingjie exclaimed, bemused as he covered his foot. His sister always behaved so recklessly, spoiled by the family. With a deep sigh, he poured the remaining rice from her bowl into his and devoured it. In An Rou's room, she fumed. That jerk in Mingjie, that stinky in Mingjie. Who likes the jerk anyway? She pounded her fists against her rabbit-shaped pillow, her face flushed, perplexed by the emotional turmoil she was experiencing in just one day. She had never been like this before. After lying on her bed for a while, and Mingjie knocked on her door. I'll put the food in the fridge. Heat it up yourself if you and Appo's. Hungry. I have things to do, heading out now. Remember, bring him over this weekend. This is non-negotiable. An Rou covered her ears, exasperated with her brother. I know, you're so annoying. Hearing An Rou's impatient voice, and Mingjia shook his head helplessly. After changing his clothes downstairs, he stepped out of the house, his previously gentle demeanor replaced by an air of solemnity. One of the family members approached him and whispered, "Young master, and the leader just sent word for you to visit a few of the family's branches tonight to meet some people." Understood. And Mingjia lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Father, despite being in good health, insists on making me take over so soon. He quietly grumbled, lamenting that he had been managing most family affairs for the past 2 years. He was exhausted and envied his father's carefree attitude, discarding the cigarette, but Mingjia got into his car, followed by several black sedans that slowly drove out of the estate. At 6 in the morning, the alarm rang, but only for a brief second. Jiang swiftly reached out from under the covers to silence the alarm. 5 more minutes, he murmured to himself. Half an hour later. Damn it, I ain't oppos, ain't gonna be late. Jiang hurriedly dressed and washed up, cursing himself for oversleeping. It an oppos, that's already my freshman year, and I still have an 8 a.m. class. Who said university life is easy? Pure nonsense. While brushing his teeth, he suddenly froze. Is that me? Jiang gazed at his reflection in the mirror, noticing slight changes in his face, but more significantly, his physique had become more toned, enhancing his overall charm. Is this the benefit of mastering combat? He realized that not only had he improved his fighting skills, but it seemed he had also gained some muscle. Wait, there's no time to admire myself. I'm gonna be late. Normally, Jiang wouldn't fret about being tardy, as old Jiang typically let it slide. However, having annoyed old Jiang the previous day, he would surely face the consequences if he were late again. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Jiang dashed off, utilizing his combat skills to minimize effort while maximizing speed and distance to reach the bus stop in record time. Phew. Thankfully, I have combat skills. Looks like I can sleep 10 more minutes in the future. Once on the bus, Jiang let out a sigh of relief, given the timing. He was unlikely to be late. In fact, he might even beat that brat Wang Xiang. After dozing off for a bit on the bus, Jiang arrived at his stop. Don't ask why he slept on the bus. Anyone who has studied knows. Boss, 2 3-flavor buns, please. Having bought breakfast, Jiang strolled leisurely toward the university. As he passed an alley, a few figures caught his attention. A group of young men with yellow hair, dressed in tattered, graffiti-covered clothing, looked like thugs surrounding a frail student, apparently collecting protection money. TSK, 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 the world is going downhill. In my warm and harmonious Jiangdu City, such heart-wrenching events occur. Jiang sighed softly, shook his head, and took a bite of his bun, silently condemning the thug's behavior. Then, pretending not to notice, he continued on his way. I absolutely refuse to meddle in other people's affairs. That is my life creed. Ding. The host has triggered a mission. Please save this student and give those thugs a stern lesson. Completing the mission will yield rewards. Failure will result in punishment. Jiang paused, his steps slowly retreating. With unwavering determination, he headed into the alley. Standing up for justice is also a part of my life creed. Chapter 8. Do you lot have no limits as thugs? Hurry up, stop dragging your feet. Your dawdling is truly infuriating. The leader, a young man with yellow hair, wore a mocking smirk as he tilted his head, gripping the collar of the bespectacled man tightly, his eyes filled with menace. Why is it taking so long to collect the protection fee? Didn't you pay up rather willingly a couple of days ago? What are you trying to renege today? His voice dripped with disdain. I really can't produce the money. The bespectacled man's lips trembled, his voice barely audible, his eyes brimming with fear. I've given you all my living expenses for the month. Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired youth scoffed dismissively. That's your problem. I only care about the money. With that, he released the collar and stepped back. Several of his henchmen understood the cue and immediately closed in, ready to teach him a lesson. Seeing the fists and feet aimed at him, the bespectacled man closed his eyes in despair. Just then, a languid, indifferent voice interrupted, drawing the attention of a few and halting their movements. The yellow-haired leader frowned and turned toward the sound. spotting a rather handsome young man casually walking over while munching on a bun. As Su Jiang ate, he remarked, "If you hit him, it will cause me quite a bit of trouble. If they landed a punch and the system judged that he hadn't saved the man, it would be disastrous. Kid, are you trying to play the hero?" The yellow-haired youth grinned, revealing a cruel smile. "I do enjoy your self-righteousness. It's particularly satisfying to bully someone like you." Unfazed, Su Jiang nodded, finished his bun, and glanced around for a trash can. Finding none, he tossed the plastic bag aside carelessly. "Hurry up. I'm going to be late for class." With that, he raised his middle finger at the yellow-haired thug. This gesture utterly enraged him. Today, he had to eliminate this young man. Go for it. Instantly, several thugs lunged at Su Jiang, fists and feet flying. However, to Su Jiang, their movements appeared as if time had slowed. Every flaw was evident, and each attack seemed clumsy and feeble. So crude. Su Jiang scoffed lightly, his voice laced with contempt. Possessing mastery in combat, he effortlessly countered the rough tactics of these street thugs. He swiftly assumed a standard boxing stance, swaying gracefully, agile and fierce in his strikes, each punch landing with precision. My waist. Don't hit my face." Before Chapter 9, exhausted, let destruction come as anticipated, Su Jiang was late once again. "You go stand at the back." Naturally, the first class was Old Jiang and Oppos, Advanced Mathematics. Su Jiang rubbed his nose and reluctantly made his way to the last row. During this brief journey, he exchanged a glance with An Rou, who sat in the front row, and they both instinctively averted their eyes. Standing at the back with his book, drowsiness washed over Su Jiang once more. Finding a comfortable position, he used the book to shield his face and gently closed his eyes. In the past, he could never have mastered the art of sleeping while standing, but now he possessed that skill. Praise be to his expertise in combat. Old Jiang, oblivious to Su Jiang and Oppos' ability to doze off while standing, continued his lecture. It wasn't Oppos' until class ended that anyone realized Su Jiang had fallen asleep. "Su Jiang, come to my office." He was roused from his slumber, feeling somewhat resigned. It seemed he had been summoned for a private conversation every day lately. Returning to his seat, he extended his hand towards Wang Zhang, who promptly retrieved the well-prepared self-reflection he had written. Su Jiang glanced at it, finding it adequately composed, without any self-sabotage. Feeling dejected, he followed Old Jiang into the familiar office, obediently handing over the self-reflection. Old Jiang took it, placed it on the side table, and did not even glance at it. "Su Jiang, with the competition approaching, you cannot continue to squander your time like this." He was referring to the advanced mathematics competition in Jiangdu City, for which he had long urged Su Jiang to register as his protégé. Su Jiang nodded. "Rest assured, Teacher Jiang, I promise to participate and not to be absent." Upon hearing this, Old Jiang and Oppos' lips twitched. "If you don and Oppos, participate. Who will? I want results, I want medals. Do you need me to guarantee your registration? If you don and Oppos, show up, I and Oppos, break your legs." "Su Jiang, don't feign ignorance. You must secure the gold medal this year." Old Jiang and Oppos' tone was exceedingly grave. His chance for fame hinged on Su Jiang's potential victory. Su Jiang felt helpless. He truly did not care about winning the gold medal as long as he could place. What more could he ask for? Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts to Old Jiang. "Rest assured, Teacher Jiang, I will give my utmost effort and strive for the gold medal. The first position is mine to claim." Su Jiang spoke with a serious demeanor and utmost sincerity. Hearing this, Old Jiang felt somewhat reassured, delivered a few more admonishments, and allowed Su Jiang to leave. The next class was University Physics, again in the same classroom. Returning to his familiar seat, Su Jiang immediately fell asleep. It was a gold medal. He had no idea, nor did he recognize its significance. Hey, Lao Su. Don't sleep yet." Wang Zhang nudged Su Jiang awake. "Tomorrow is Saturday, and I've booked a 5-seat slot at the Internet CAF. Don't let me down. I and Oppos counting on your Yasuo to carry us." Upon hearing this, Su Jiang nodded lightly and flashed an OK gesture before returning to his slumber. Just as he was about to drift into dreamland, he suddenly felt a poke in his arm. Expecting it to be Wang Zhang again, He groaned and lifted his head. Wang Jiang, if you have something to say, please say it all at once. His words were abruptly cut off. Wang Jiang sat beside him, looking at him with an innocent expression. On the other side, An Rou was gently poking his hand with a finger. An Rou, do you need something? An Rou withdrew her hand, avoiding Su Jiang's gaze, tilting her head slightly as she spoke softly. So, are you free tomorrow? Su Jiang, upon hearing this, turned to look at Wang Jiang, paused for a moment, then turned back to An Rou. I and Oppos, am free. I have no plans for tomorrow. Wang Jiang exclaimed. You and Oppos, you're not going to ditch me? Opening his mouth, he wanted to say something, but the words just wooden into Oppos. T come out. Forget it. My brother's lifelong happiness is the priority. He turned away and quietly canceled the 5-seat reservation at the Internet CAF. An Rou, hearing his response, nodded gently, her cheeks flushed. Then you can come home with me tomorrow. What? Su Jiang had yet to respond when Wang Jiang, who was drinking water, spat it all over the floor in shock. He then turned to Su Jiang with a look of disbelief. Now, bro mates, you guys are moving a bit fast, Arin and Oppos. You just confessed yesterday, and tomorrow you're meeting the parents? Silently giving Su Jiang a thumbs up, he was relieved it was still class time, and their classmates had stepped out for fresh air. Otherwise, this news would have been a bombshell. Seeing Wang Jiang's thumbs up, Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Brother, you only see that she wants me to go home with her. You have no idea what her family is like. A criminal family, brother. Su Jiang instantly regretted his words. Well, I just remembered that I might have made plans with Wang Jiang for tomorrow, right, Wang Jiang? Help me out here. An Rou looked at Wang Jiang with a hint of inquiry in her beautiful eyes. Wang Jiang decisively shook his head. Lao Su, I have my own matters to attend to tomorrow. Let an Oppos reschedule. Curse you, Wang Jiang. At that moment, Su Jiang wished he could strangle this fool. That an Oppos, good. Wait for my message tomorrow. I'll come and pick you up. And Rou smiled at Su Jiang before returning to her seat. She didn't and Oppos particularly want to bring Su Jiang home, but her older brother had messaged her earlier with a stern tone, insisting she bring Su Jiang before him. And Rou was not afraid of her brother. She just feared disappointing him and causing him sorrow. Wang Jiang exclaimed, I am Oppos, I'm going to kill you. Why? I'm helping you. Brother, what a fantastic opportunity. Opportunity? You have no idea how dangerous this is. Not that exaggerated. It's just meeting the parents. And Rou is truly wonderful. You two make a great match. Su Jiang buried his head in despair, feeling utterly defeated. Being friends with Wang Jiang was the greatest misfortune of his life. Forget it. I'll find a way to back out of this tomorrow. A criminal family? He truly dare not go, even with his combat skills. Facing a powerful family was akin to courting death. Yes, that's it. Tomorrow I'll tell An Rou I have an urgent matter and escape. Su Jiang began to contemplate what excuse he could use to evade An Rou. Beep. Mission triggered. Please adhere to your agreement with An Rou and fulfill your promise. Completing the mission will yield rewards. Failing will result in punishment. Su Jiang, exhausted, let destruction come. Whoever wants this garbage system can have it. He suspected that this system existed solely to bring about the demise of its host. Chapter 10. The incident with grilled cold noodles after a tiring afternoon of classes. Su Jiang was the first to exit the classroom, grateful that Jiang University had mercifully canceled evening study sessions for the day. Despite sitting in the back row, he made his way out promptly. Su Jiang, wait up. Hearing the voice, Su Jiang turned to see An Rou hurrying towards him, her petite legs moving swiftly. If you dare to stand me up tomorrow, you will be in serious trouble, she threatened fiercely as they walked side by side. Many curious glances were cast their way, as the rumors of Su Jiang and Oppos' confession from the previous day continued to spread fervently. The pair, now at the center of gossip, drew considerable attention as they strolled across campus. Su Jiang, aware of the commotion, let out a helpless sigh. Rest assured, my lady, standing you up would be tantamount to courting disaster. Just make sure you remember that. An Rou replied, her lips curling into a smug smile, eliciting a chuckle from Su Jiang. He found it hard to understand why An Rou was previously labeled as aloof. She was clearly a Tsundere princess. What exactly do you want me to do at your house? I and Oppos. I'm not sure, but my brother wants to meet you. Your brother? Does he enjoy grilled cold noodles? Why do you ask that? It and amp, oppos. That's not ideal to show up empty-handed for a first visit. If he enjoys grilled cold noodles, I and amp, oppos. I'll bring him some tomorrow. Absolutely not. An Rou was baffled by Su Jiang's thought process. Who brings grilled cold noodles as a gift for a first meeting? Fine, then I won't get him any. You can't eat any either. Huh? Su Jiang turned to An Rou, perplexed. Are you really going to dictate whether I can have a portion of grilled cold noodles? An Rou was nearly exasperated. Ever since yesterday, the mere mention of grilled cold noodles irritated her. Am I not more important than grilled cold noodles in your eyes? Oomph. Unbeknownst to them, they had approached an intersection where a black sedan awaited, a suited man standing beside it. Young Miss, Su Xiaoge. Recognizing him as one of the two bodyguards from yesterday, Su Jiang felt a mix of unease and recognition. Would you mind giving me a ride for a bit? An Rou paused as she opened the car door. My home is in the opposite direction. It's hardly convenient, since school ended early today. I'm heading to Zhongjie to grab some grilled cold noodles. Taking a deep breath, An Rou walked up to Su Jiang, lifted her chin, and smiled sweetly. Then, she stomped her foot down hard. Ouch! Su Jiang gasped, a large question mark forming in his mind. Why was she so fond of stepping on people? And why did she feel entitled to do so? If she didn't want to give him a ride, why the unnecessary aggression? Drive, go home. Yes, young Mississippi fuming. An Rou entered the car and slammed the door shut, cutting off any chance for Su Jiang to respond. Grilled cold noodles, grilled cold noodles. All you ever think about is grilled cold noodles. The bodyguard, seated in the front, lowered his head, not daring to speak. Ever since Su Jiang had entered the picture, An Rou and Oppo's temperament had become increasingly volatile. However, this also served as a welcome distraction for her. Previously, whenever An Rou had idle time, she sought entertainment from the members of the An family, leaving many in distress. Now, all her attention, frustration, and dissatisfaction found an outlet in Su Jiang. In a swift motion, the car sped off, leaving Su Jiang nursing his sore foot and watching as An Rou disappeared around the corner. Once she was out of sight, he raised a middle finger in her direction. Without a vehicle, Su Jiang opted for a walk, which would take roughly 10 minutes. As he strolled, his phone rang. He pulled it from his pocket and noted the caller ID. His father. Hey, son, you're done with school, right? What an Oppos, S up. You've got some nerve. Your teacher called me yesterday, and I could hardly believe it. Confessing in front of the whole class, what a bold move. Sufyan Said, incredulous that old Jiang had actually contacted his parents. So, did she agree? Dad, that was a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding or not, did she say yes? Probably not. Su Jiang recalled that An Rou hadn't provided a clear response, but it felt more like a rejection. What do you mean, probably? It's either yes or no. Why can't you handle things decisively? Dad, do you have anything else to discuss? Nothing, just thought I might get some juicy gossip from you. You've got none of my old flair. Bye. With the call ended, Su Jiang took a deep breath, considering himself quite unique among his peers. Yet, he realized that despite his efforts, he was still overshadowed. But for now, it was time to eat. Boss, one order of supreme grilled cold noodles. Coming right up. Su Jiang remained expressionless, scrolling through his phone as he waited for his order. Boss, I'll have the same. A man appeared beside him, placing an identical order. Su Jiang glanced at him, but paid no mind. In the next moment, the man leaned closer, an edge of his clothing pressing against Su Jiang's back as he whispered, Don and Oppos, move, they're an Oppos, a gun against you. Any sudden actions could lead to an accident. Su Jiang furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply to steady himself. With his knowledge of firearms, he sensed the man was indeed telling the truth. Who are you? From the An family? Or the Lin family? You guessed correctly. My name is Li Kai, affiliated with the An family. I am Oppos. Am curious, why did you mention the Lin family? I had a run-in with someone from the Lin family this morning. That makes sense. As they conversed, the noodle vendor remained oblivious to the tension, still preparing their meals. There are too many witnesses here. Do you dare use that gun? Try me. Su Jiang promptly fell silent, unwilling to test the waters. Your grilled cold noodles are ready. Give them to him. He'll pay, Li Kai said with a smile, gesturing for the vendor to hand both portions to Su Jiang. Damn. Su Jiang grumbled internally as he paid, cursing under his breath. You underworld families can't even afford your own grilled cold noodles? Li Kai, I'll remember this debt, he muttered. Chapter 11. You dare not kill me. There's a bar around the corner. Take a right and head straight up to the second floor. I know you possess impressive skills, but I hope you believe that my abilities are equally commendable. Furthermore, the gun is loaded, and I assure you, there are indeed bullets within. This is a certainty you need not doubt. Su Jiang carried 2 servings of grilled cold noodles as he walked ahead, while Li Kai closely adhered to his back, issuing commands. However, their pace was unusually slow, drawing curious glances from passersby. Yes, this is the place. Step inside. Following Li Kai's instructions, Su Jiang glanced up. Xiao Mian Yi, the name of the bar, greeted him. Upon pushing open the door, a server approached. Apologies, sir. We are not yet open for business. Oh, Li Ge. The server, clearly a member of the An family, recognized Li Kai immediately. Never mind. Carry on with your duties. I will take him upstairs, Li Kai replied. Understood, Li Ge. Under Li Kai's coercion, Su Jiang ascended the staircase step by step. The second room on the left, enter. Su Jiang complied, opening the door to find a simple room furnished with a table and 2 sofas. Take a seat, Li Kai said, giving Su Jiang a gentle push before settling onto the sofa himself, drawing his handgun nonchalantly and aiming it at Su Jiang without restraint. Su Jiang placed the grilled cold noodles on the table, moved to the sofa opposite Li Kai, and sat down with an impassive expression, gazing at the dark muzzle of the gun. At this moment, he began to scrutinize Li Kai earnestly. With a chiseled visage and slightly tanned skin, likely due to prolonged sun exposure, he sported a neat short haircut and eyes that sparkled with intensity. Su Jiang and Oppo's first instinct was that Li Kai must have served in the military, and for quite some time. Are you not even a bit afraid? Li Kai, curious about Su Jiang's scrutiny, inquired. Under such circumstances, a normal person would be trembling in fear, not to mention that Su Jiang was merely a student. Yet, throughout the encounter, Su Jiang remained exceptionally calm, piquing Li Kai and Oppo's interest. Why should I be afraid? You want to pull the trigger, Su Jiang replied, leisurely picking up the grilled cold noodles and eating at a measured pace. Oh, how can you be so certain that I want an Oppo's shoot? Because you have no reason to kill me, and if you truly intended to do so, you would not have brought me here. It would be unnecessary. What if I simply intended to bring you here and silently eliminate you? In that case, I must say you are out of your mind, Su Jiang retorted without hesitation, harboring considerable resentment toward Li Kai. Hearing Su Jiang and Oppo's insult, Li Kai not only remained unfazed but broke into laughter. Why? Firstly, I am the top student in my school, a contender for competition gold medals. If I were to die under mysterious circumstances, the school would undoubtedly investigate. Secondly, I bear no grudge against your own family. You must have sought me out due to yesterday's incident involving An Rou. You should know that I saved your family's young lady and Oppo's life yesterday, and furthermore, An Rou and Oppo's brother is scheduled to meet me tomorrow. Thus, even if you were granted 100-fold courage, you would not dare to kill me. Thirdly, although you have threatened me on the way here, it may not be visually evident that I have been coerced, yet the route is under surveillance. If anything were to happen to me, you would be the prime suspect. Having finished his remarks, Su Jiang paused his eating, lifted his gaze, and regarded Li Kai with a playful expression. Based on the 3 points I mentioned, your aim at me with a gun is entirely unnecessary. Dare you pull the trigger? I would even wager that your gun is devoid of bullets. For if I were to suddenly retaliate on the street, under the condition that you dare not kill me, and if it were discovered that you possessed a loaded firearm, not only would you face consequences, but your family would also be subjected to scrutiny. At this, Li Kai leaned forward, his eyes fixed intently on Su Jiang. Suddenly, he aimed the gun at Su Jiang and Oppo's head and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Su Jiang did not flinch, maintaining a smile as he stared down the barrel of the gun. Click! Just as Su Jiang had asserted, the gun was indeed devoid of bullets. Ha 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 ha! Li Kai erupted into laughter, tossing the gun aside before pulling out a mobile phone, the screen indicating an active call. You heard that? This kid is too clever. I could only test him to this extent. Yes, good job. A voice on the other end belonged to An Mingjie, who promptly hung up. Li Kai returned the phone to his pocket and looked at Su Jiang, his expression shifting from one of cold detachment to one of appreciation. Initially, according to An Mingjia, the plan had been to bring this boy back in a severely beaten state, but due to the report from An Rou's bodyguard, An Mingjia had changed his mind. He instructed Li Kai to come and assess Su Jiang to determine if this young man was indeed as exceptional as the bodyguard had claimed. Not bad, young man. At such a tender age, your mind is already so sharp. No wonder you can handle An Rou and Oppo's tempestuous nature. Su Jiang responded with a professional smile, finishing the last bite of his meal and casually wiping his mouth with a nearby tissue. So, can I leave now? Not so fast. It's rare to have this opportunity. Let us chat. An Rou has been like a sister to me, and I consider myself half her brother. Sigh. I assure you, my relationship with An Rou is entirely innocent. Su Jiang was left speechless. Why did everyone think he was involved with An Rou? Had he known that so many complications would arise, he would have refrained from expressing his feelings. Perhaps it would be better to erase himself from existence altogether. Damn system. All of this is your fault. Li Kai, however, did not believe him. He had heard from An Mingjia that An Rou had embraced this boy, and yet he claimed innocence? What? You wish to evade responsibility? Li Kai's gaze turned dangerously sharp, and he had no qualms about teaching this audacious boy a lesson. He acknowledged Su Jiang and Oppo's intelligence, yet mere cleverness was insufficient to survive in Jiangdu City. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang immediately began to defend himself. What do you mean by evading responsibility? I merely hugged her once. Before he could finish, Su Jiang felt a chill run down his spine as he saw Li Kai suddenly launch himself at him like a leopard. Chapter 12. Online learning in the face of Li Kai's sudden assault. Su Jiang had no time to hesitate. Drawing upon the instinctive reflexes granted by his mastery of martial arts, he forcefully pushed off the ground and executed a backflip to evade Li Kai and Oppo's attack. How swift! This was Li Kai and Oppo's initial thought, as Su Jiang and Oppo's movements clearly indicated he was a trained fighter. Before Li Kai could mount his offensive, Su Jiang, with astonishing speed, used the sofa as leverage to leap up and delivered a flying kick aimed at Li Kai and Oppo's head. He had endured Li Kai for far too long, ever since being coerced into paying for cold noodles. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Yet, considering that Li Kai was a member of the family and half-brother to An Rou, Su Jiang initially decided to let it go. However, Li Kai and Oppo's abrupt aggression ignited the fury within him. Just because I remain calm, do you think I am an unremarkable student? The impact was thunderous. Li Kai's response was equally rapid. He instinctively raised his arm to shield his head, just as Su Jiang's kick approached with the force of a thunderclap. Nonetheless, Su Jiang's maneuver exceeded Li Kai's expectations. At the moment of contact, Su Jiang deftly used Li Kai's blocking arm as a pivot, elegantly rotating his body 180 degrees in midair. In the next instant, his other foot shot out like lightning, striking Li Kai squarely in the chest. A resounding thud echoed through the air as Li Kai was propelled backward, tumbling before he barely managed to regain his balance. He sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. As the family and Oppo's top enforcer, he had not faced defeat in hand-to-hand combat for quite some time. Yet this seemingly unmuscular youth had displayed such remarkable martial prowess in an instant, leaving him incredulous. Who taught you those skills? I learned online. Online learning. You must think I am a fool. However, the fact that Su Jiang, at his age, possessed such abilities indicated a significant innate talent for combat. Sufyan felt helpless. He couldn't and Oppo's very well say it was a system that provided him with these skills, for that would sound even more implausible than self-study. Your technique is commendable, but regrettably, your strength is lacking, Li Kai remarked, rubbing the spot where Su Jiang had kicked him, feeling no pain. Moreover, your physical condition does not match your combat skills, which somewhat limits your potential. No matter how proficient your technique is, without sufficient strength and endurance to support it, it remains but a fragile oddball destined to collapse. There was a hint of regret in Li Kai and Oppo's tone, as if he beheld an unrefined gem yet to be sculpted. All right, Consider that kick a release of your pent-up frustration. You may go now. Li Kai clapped his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He had heard from Mingjie that Su Jiang was quite skilled, and now, having witnessed it firsthand, he was not disappointed. Sufyan, aware of his own physical limitations, continuing to fight would likely lead to his own punishment, so he decided to leave while the going was good. He picked up Li Kai and Appo's cold noodles from the table and headed for the door. Hey, those are my cold noodles. I paid for them. Without looking back, Su Jiang replied, Your cold noodles? You must be dreaming. I paid for them, so if you get a single bite, I shall no longer bear the surname Su. Li Kai, hearing this, chuckled without anger. For some reason, Su Jiang's personality and temperament suited him quite well. As Su Jiang pushed open the door, he noticed a flustered waitress rushing towards him. Brother Li, it's bad. The people from the Lin family are here, and Appo's Lin Hui. What? Why would Lin Hui come here? Li Kai furrowed his brow, abandoning Su Jiang as he hurried downstairs. Su Jiang smacked his lips, contemplating how arduous a life in the underworld could be. Nevertheless, this was of no concern to him. He was merely an unremarkable student. On the first floor, a young man sat leisurely on a small round stool at the bar. Clad in a tailored dark suit, he gently swirled the cocktail in his glass, its vibrant colors and distinct layers suggesting it had just been expertly mixed. As Li Kai descended the stairs, the sound of his footsteps echoed, and his gaze immediately fixed upon the young man at the bar. He recognized him instantly, Lin Hui, the current head of the Lin family and the sole heir to the Lin legacy. Beside Lin Hui stood a stern-faced man bearing a prominent scar, known as Scarface, who served as Lin Hui's personal bodyguard and was notorious within the Lin family. Li Kai quickly scanned the surroundings. Aside from Lin Hui and Scarface, he saw no other members of the Lin family. Just the two of them? Although surprised, it was somewhat expected. Lin Hui was known for his audacity and unpredictable nature. Upon noticing Li Kai, Lin Hui turned, revealing a smile as he spoke in a low voice. I quite enjoy the drinks here. The name is delightful, Little Sleepy Night. It suits my taste. With that, Lin Hui took a sip, an expression of indulgence crossing his face. Li Kai, already accustomed to Lin Hui and Appo's demeanor, felt displeased. Why are you here? Oh, nothing much. Just passing by. Heard you were here, so I thought I'd drop in. And you're not afraid I might kill you here? Do you dare? Lin Hui scoffed. If you were to kill me, the Lin family and the An family would undoubtedly go to war, vying for supremacy as the leading family in a month's time. In such a sensitive period, would you risk taking my life? Li Kai frowned. Lin Hui spoke the truth. No matter how much he disliked Lin Hui, he could not act against him at this moment. Don't be so tense, always wearing that grim expression. I came here to disclose a confidential piece of information. Your information? I can end Appo's. Trust it, even if it concerns. The gray area? The gray area? Upon hearing those words, Li Kai and Appo's pupils constricted. In Huahua, various cities harbored underworld families, but there existed a unique territory. These entities straddled the line between legal and illegal, engaging in deep exchanges with both sides. Most importantly, they wielded immense power. Each family from the gray area possessed strength rivaling that of the top underworld families. Li Kai's expression pleased Lin Hui, prompting him to continue. Indeed, tomorrow night, the Feng family will meet with a leading family from the gray area at the Fengting restaurant. Li Kai's expression turned grave. He understood Lin Hui well enough to know that such significant information was unlikely to be false. The Feng family was a primary competitor of the An family, and both were nearly equal in resources and strength. If the Feng family secured the support of the gray area, the An family would be in peril. You divulged such critical information so casually? Yes, I'm just a kind-hearted person, you see. It's beyond my control. La Rismiled, as if genuinely concerned for the An family. Li Kai certainly did not believe this pretext, but regardless of Lin Hui and Appo's motives, it was imperative to inform An Mingjie about this situation at once. Chapter 13. Born into the underworld. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed through the stairwell, capturing the attention of several individuals. Lin Hui felt a flicker of curiosity. Was there anyone else on the second floor besides Li Kai? Meanwhile, Li Kai and Appo's heart sank in alarm. Oh no, He had completely forgotten that Su Jiang was still there. Exposing Su Jiang to Lin Hui now, dragging him into the family conflicts, was far from ideal. Furthermore, someone like Lin Hui, upon seeing Su Jiang, would undoubtedly launch an investigation. When the connection between An Rou and Su Jiang was unearthed, Lin Hui would stop at nothing to exploit that link and strike at the family. Li Kai contemplated sending Su Jiang back upstairs, but it was already too late. Before he could even arrive, Su Jiang and Oppo's voice rang out. I must say, why is the restroom in your bar so difficult to find? It and Oppo's designed like a maze, and I had quite the time searching for it. Also, the faucet at the sink is broken. Do remember to have someone fix it later. As Su Jiang descended the last step, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The noise abruptly ceased. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon him. Li Kai rubbed his forehead, a mask of helplessness and despair etched on his face. Scarface merely cast a casual glance, seemingly unfazed and indifferent. Lin Hui scrutinized Sufyan, his eyes brimming with intrigue, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Jiang University uniform? A student? What brings you here at this hour? Are you a member of the An family? I haven an Oppo's. T heard of any young ones from the An clan like you. Are you perhaps the illegitimate son of your family head? Lin Hui bombarded Su Jiang with questions, his gaze never wavering. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Jiang shot a reproachful look at Li Kai. I lingered upstairs a bit longer on purpose, and you still haven an Oppo's. T managed to get rid of them? Well, I was just passing by. You all carry on, Su Jiang said, offering a bashful smile as he prepared to leave. As he passed Lin Hui, the latter remained motionless, merely calling out softly, Scarface. Click. Stop. A bullet was chambered, and the ominous muzzle of a gun suddenly loomed before Su Jiang. This was no toy gun like the one Li Kai had earlier. It was a genuine firearm. Lin Hui, what do you intend to do? Li Kai bellowed, genuinely fearful that Scarface would pull the trigger without hesitation. He had no personal stakes in the matter, but would be difficult to explain to An Rou and An Mingjie. Moreover, committing murder in the An family and Oppo's bar in front of Li Kai would be an affront to the family and Oppo's dignity. Seeing Li Kai and Oppo's distress only heightened Lin Hui and Oppo's excitement. He was increasingly convinced of Su Jiang and Oppo's uniqueness. Ding! The host has triggered a mission. Please rely on your strength and courage to escape this perilous situation. Completing the mission will yield rewards, while failure will result in punishment. The voice of the system echoed in Su Jiang's mind, but he remained impassive. Even without the system's intervention, he had no intention of retreating in disgrace. Being repeatedly threatened with a gun was a sensation he found intolerable. As for Li Kai, he posed no real threat given the unloaded gun and their existing connection through An Rou. Who are you, Scarface, to point a gun at me, Su Jiang? Let him go. He is not from the An family, merely a student, Li Kai insisted, his expression grave. He dare not gamble on whether Lin Hui would go so far as to kill Su Jiang. Lin Hui and Oppo's every move was notoriously unpredictable, often astonishing those around him. This unpredictability was a significant reason for the Lin family's swift descent. Disregarding Li Kai's warning, Lin Hui turned to Su Jiang's retreating figure and said, "Classmate, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Shall we have a chat?" His tone suggested negotiation, yet Su Jiang discerned no hint of compromise. Ignoring Lin Hui, Su Jiang lifted his head slightly, standing nearly as tall as Scarface, his gaze devoid of emotion as it locked onto him. I detest being threatened with a gun. Su Jiang and Oppo's voice was low and steady. Scarface smirked with derision, his eyes glinting with mockery. Oh, and what do you intend to do? Resist? He dismissed Su Jiang as little more than an ordinary youth. Taking a deep breath, as if to steady himself, Su Jiang gradually turned around while responding to Lin Hui's inquiry. Sha, what do you wish to discuss? As Su Jiang's body turned halfway, his muscles tensed as if he were a predator poised to strike. Suddenly, he dropped into a crouch, his movement as swift as lightning, causing the gun aimed at him to lose its target. Scarface was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Jiang would dare to resist. which provided Su Jiang the opportunity he needed. Scarface quickly regained his composure and attempted to realign his aim at Su Jiang, but suddenly, he felt an excruciating pain in his wrist, as though it were caught in a vice. The next moment, Su Jiang violently twisted his wrist, disarming him as the gun fell to the ground. Without hesitation, Su Jiang's expression hardened with resolve as he aimed the gun at Scarface's thigh and pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot reverberated through the air. Scarface screamed in agony, the pain of his broken wrist compounded by the bullet that struck his thigh. No matter how stoic he was, he could only collapse to the ground, wailing in distress. Yet, Su Jiang did not relent. He pivoted to face the astonished Lin Hui, aiming the gun at him with a calm, emotionless demeanor. "Now, do you still wish to chat?" The room fell into silence, the bar staff utterly horrified by the scene unfolding before them. Lin Hui appeared dazed, struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation, as if caught in a dream. Li Kai swallowed hard, utterly shocked by Su Jiang's actions. It was evident that this was Su Jiang's first time firing a weapon, as his hand still trembled slightly, indicating the psychological impact. What left him astounded was Su Jiang and Oppo's ruthlessness and decisiveness. Without a trace of hesitation, he had fired the weapon, and now he dared to threaten Lin Hui directly. Li Kai observed Su Jiang's imposing figure and the overwhelming aura he projected, evoking memories of the family head and Xing Chong. From years past, the same cruelty, the same dominance. He struggled to believe such a commanding presence could reside within a mere youth. A sudden thought struck Li Kai, his gaze fixed intently on Su Jiang. This young man might just be a born figure of the underworld. Chapter 14. The madman Su Jiang stood expressionless, his eyes resembling a profound lake, undisturbed by the tumult around him. The muzzle of the gun in his hand was unwaveringly aimed at Lin Hui, his grip slightly trembling. It was his inaugural experience of firing at a person, which unsettled his heart momentarily. However, this tremor was soon supplanted by an inner tranquility. Thanks to his advanced proficiency in firearms, Su Jiang not only understood the intricacies of handling a pistol, but also possessed remarkable shooting accuracy. Once he grasped the gun's handle, it felt as if he had become one with the weapon, each movement appearing fluid and instinctive. At that moment, Lin Hui had regained his composure from his initial shock. Exhaling slowly, a hint of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth, as if he were utterly unfazed by Su Jiang's threat. He casually remarked, "You wouldn't shoot. If I die, a war between the Lin and families will inevitably ensue." Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, a sharp gunshot shattered the silence of the room. Bang! The bullet sliced through the air like lightning, narrowly grazing Lin Hui's ear before striking the wine bottle behind him. The bottle exploded instantaneously, shards scattering and clattering on the floor. Although the shot missed Lin Hui, it rendered his face pale. He never anticipated that Su Jiang would truly pull the trigger, let alone with such precision. Su Jiang retorted, "The conflict between the Lin and families is of no concern to me." Lin Hui, taken aback, stammered, "Are we not friends? Are you serious?" The calm demeanor he once maintained evaporated, replaced by confusion and disbelief as he turned mechanically to Li Kai, his eyes filled with uncertainty. What was happening? Why'd he dare to shoot? Wasn't he supposed to be one of your family? Li Kai deciphered the confusion in Lin Hui's gaze and nodded, his complexion pale. Clearly shaken by Su Jiang's earlier shot, Lin Hui could not afford to perish here. Damn! 1,000 thoughts raced through Lin Hui's mind. He still felt the phantom pain from the bullet and Oppo's near miss, reinforcing his realization that he had indeed danced on the precipice of death. "Classmate, oh no, brother." Lin Hui nervously corrected himself, striving to bridge the gap between him and Su Jiang. "Put down the gun. Let us talk this over calmly." He abandoned his previous arrogance, now appearing utterly disheveled. There was no choice. Under the threat of a firearm, one must capitulate. "Yes, Su Jiang, please calm down. Do not fire again." Li Kai hastily interjected, regret coursing through him. Had he known Su Jiang would exhibit such madness, he would never have allowed their meeting. In his eyes, Su Jiang appeared more like an unpredictable madman, whose wrath would be unleashed if his boundaries were crossed. Sweat beaded on Li Kai and Oppo's forehead as he anxiously scrutinized Su Jiang and Appo's reaction, fearing another pull of the trigger. Su Jiang and Appo's gaze remained as frigid as ice, the gun still unwaveringly aimed at Lin Hui. The latter's complexion gradually drained of color. He had never envisioned himself ensnared in such a dire predicament. A man of great repute in the underworld was now at the mercy of a student wielding a cold gun barrel, utterly powerless. After a prolonged silence, Su Jiang inhaled deeply and slowly lowered his gun. Weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately decided to spare Lin Hui. Firstly, he had no desire to take a life, even if his adversary belonged to the underworld. Secondly, he wished to avoid entanglements with the Lin family and Appo's retribution. With a swift motion, akin to a magician, Su Jiang expertly detached the magazine from the pistol and tossed the unloaded weapon at Lin Hui. The gun arced gracefully through the air, landing precisely at Lin Hui's feet with a resounding metallic thud. I mentioned earlier that my presence here is merely coincidental, and I have no intention of involving myself in the affairs between your underworld families. Su Jiang paused before continuing. Consider these 2 bullets a reminder. Do not provoke me, and I shall refrain from instigating trouble with you. He gently shook the magazine in his hand, bullets cascading to the ground, each producing a sharp sound. Ultimately, only a solitary bullet remained, quietly nestled in the magazine. Su Jiang extended 2 fingers, securely pinching the bullet, and slowly raised it before Lin Hui's eyes. If you contemplate seeking vengeance afterward, this bullet will allow you to witness your own brain matter. The onlookers were astounded, unable to fathom that such words could emanate from a mere student. The atmosphere grew tense and oppressive, as if the very air had solidified. This had transcended mere warning. It was unequivocally a threat. Su Jiang was threatening Lin Hui, an affront to the Lin family of the Jiangdu underworld. This lad is indeed a madman. Li Kai muttered to himself, at a loss for any term other than madman to encapsulate Su Jiang and Appo's demeanor at that moment. In the ensuing silence, Su Jiang pocketed the bullet and exited without a backward glance, the attendants parting for him, their eyes betraying fear. They all understood that this seemingly ordinary youth was, without a doubt, a formidable individual. Once Su Jiang departed, laughter erupted in the once silent bar, akin to a beast lurking in the shadows. Ha ha! Lin Hui's laughter crescendoed as he bent down to retrieve the gun Su Jiang had just tossed, his fingers lightly caressing its cold surface. A twisted and eerie smile blossoming on his face. He lifted his gaze to Li Kai, a mocking tone lacing his words. That fellow just now. He ISN and Appo's T1 year in family, is he? Li Kai hesitated before replying, not exactly. That an Appo's, good. Lin Hui spat through clenched teeth, his eyes radiating an insatiable ferocity and madness. He gazed toward the bar and Appo's entrance, now devoid of life, yet in his mind and Appo's eye, he could pierce through time and space. Envisioning Su Jiang's retreating figure, Lin Hui murmured, "You want me to witness my own brain matter? How utterly fascinating." Turning to Li Kai, he queried, "Do you think you will regret not killing me today?" Li Kai fell silent, offering no answer. Yet Lin Hui seemed unconcerned with his response, continuing on, "I wager he will. He will undoubtedly regret not killing me today." With that, Lin Hui strode away, casting but a fleeting glance at the unconscious Scar on the floor. With a broken wrist and a gunshot wound to the leg, even if Scar were to recover, he would never regain his former prowess. A man of no value holds no place in the Lin family. You lot, take Scar away and clean this place up. We won't be operating today. As Li Kai orchestrated the arrangements, he cast a glance at Lin Hui and Appo's receding figure, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Everything that transpired today must be conveyed to An Mingjia post-haste to discern whether to protect Su Jiang. In his view, everything Su Jiang had demonstrated today warranted the family's utmost efforts to cultivate an alliance. Even if it proved unattainable, they could not afford to become adversaries. Chapter 15. Advanced Skills, Extraordinary Body. As Su Jiang walked home, the night had completely enveloped the sky, and he felt a sense of weariness. Ever since the system emerged, his life had been anything but tranquil, with troubles arising one after another. Deep down, Jiang sensed that no matter how he tried to evade them, he would remain entangled in these issues. Was it fate, or was he simply overthinking? Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving a random reward. Random reward is being drawn. The system's voice echoed, but Jiang had grown numb to it. However, as seconds ticked by without a sound from the system, he furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt rising within him. Why was the reward taking so long to finalize? Just as he pondered this, the system notification rang out. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a special reward. A blank skill scroll. The blank skill scroll is exceedingly rare. Upon use, it can provide the host with the most needed skill at the moment. Would you like to use the blank skill scroll? Jiang was taken aback and promptly responded in his mind, yes. Successfully used the blank skill scroll. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the advanced skill, Extraordinary Body. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of power erupted from within Jiang. He could feel every cell in his body brimming with vitality, making his steps incredibly light. Although his muscles had not undergone any significant change, each contraction and relaxation was infused with immense energy. With a casual punch thrown into the air, a gust of wind followed. Now, Jiang felt as if he had undergone a metamorphosis. If Li Kai from just a few hours ago were to confront the current Jiang, even a mere kick could result in grievous injury. His spirits lifted. The extraordinary body was precisely the vital ability he needed to compensate for his physical shortcomings, coupled with the mastery of combat skills he had previously acquired. Jiang was now fearless in any melee involving cold weapons. By the time he returned home, it was already 8:30 in the evening. Tomorrow was a rare weekend, and although he was unsure when An Rou would come to pick him up, he planned to sleep until he naturally awoke. After a warm shower, Jiang collapsed onto his bed, ready to drift into slumber. Suddenly recalling something, he got out of bed, walked to the living room, and took an unused glass cup, gently hanging it on the doorknob. This way, if anyone attempted to quietly enter the house, the cup would fall and make a sound due to the movement of the doorknob. This precaution was to guard against retaliation from the Lin family. Although Jiang was uncertain whether these underworld families engaged in midnight assassinations, it was better to be safe than sorry. After ensuring the door was securely locked, Jiang finally felt at ease and fell asleep. Meanwhile, in the household within An Mingjie's study, An Mingjie sat on the sofa, his left leg casually crossed, the tip of his right hand holding a cigarette that was slowly burning. Amidst the swirling smoke, his features appeared particularly profound, lost in contemplation. Opposite him sat Li Kai, wearing a serious expression. The situation is as such. Lin Hui will likely not let it go easily. Should we offer protection to Jiang? Li Kai leaned towards defending Jiang, believing that if Jiang were to join the An family, it would significantly bolster their strength. And Mingjie remained silent, lost in thought, for the developments described by Li Kai were simply too extraordinary. Were it not for their long-standing relationship, and Mingjie would have thought Li Kai was jesting. After a long pause, and Mingjie tapped the table and spoke. From your perspective, is it possible that Jiang is connected to the Feng family? Li Kai was momentarily stunned, then replied, that should be impossible. He seems to have no contact with any of the three major families. We have investigated, and his background appears to be quite clean. Clean background? Are you referring to his identity as a student? And Mingjie chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Moreover, he continued, a student who can best you in unarmed combat? A student who can decisively handle Scar and even intimidate Lin Hui with a gun? A student who is so proficient with firearms, exhibiting both terrifying accuracy and the ability to disassemble a handgun right before your eyes? As Li Kai listened to An Mingjie's words, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He realized he had not thought deeply enough. He had only noticed Jiang and Oppos as peculiarities without considering how a mere student could possess such capabilities. Could it be that he is not just a student? No, he is indeed a student. And Mingjie rose and walked to the window, gazing into the night. However, we cannot treat him merely as a student. Just like Lin Hui, if we continue to regard him as such, today's Scar could very well become tomorrow's An family. Li Kai nodded in agreement, recognizing that Scar and Lin Hui's actions today stem from their initial underestimation of Su Jiang. There is no need to rush regarding Su Jiang. I will discuss it with him tomorrow. What's urgent now is the meeting between the Feng family and the families from the gray area. And Mingjia walked through the soft light of the study and approached an ancient wooden table. Upon the table lay a chessboard, and he casually picked up a black piece, holding it delicately in his hand. Indeed, tomorrow night they are to meet with the leading family of the gray area. How shall we proceed? Li Kai's face displayed evident anxiety. He was acutely aware of the significance of this meeting for the An family, where even a slight misstep could jeopardize the entire clan's fate. Relax, don't be so tense. And Mingjia's voice was soothing, like a gentle spring breeze, devoid of any panic. The leading family from the gray area would never ally with the Feng family. Why not? Li Kai inquit pulled out. And Mingjia smiled faintly, lightly placing the black piece on the chessboard, producing a crisp sound. He lifted his gaze, his eyes deep as he looked at Li Kai, because the Feng family lacks the capability. Throughout history, any alliance has been driven by mutual interests. Although the Feng family possesses certain resources in the short term, their decline is inevitable in the long run. Among the younger generations of the three major underworld families in Jiangdu City, the An family boasts me, and Mingjia. The Lin family has Lin Hui. But what of the Feng family? The younger generation of the Feng family lacks individuals capable of bearing great responsibilities. To this day, the old patriarch Feng Qingye remains at the helm. Any family from the gray area with a modicum of intelligence would refrain from investing in a family that is destined to decline. Upon hearing An Mingjia's analysis, Li Kai's doubts dissipated significantly, yet he remained perplexed. If the leading family from the gray area would not ally with the Feng family, why then arrange a meeting with them? Haha. And Mingjia chuckled lightly. They are not meeting the Feng family, but rather the three major families of Jiangdu City. They deliberately leaked news of this meeting to unsettle us and the Lin family. Once we learn of it, we will undoubtedly seek to visit Fengting Restaurant, allowing them to meet the leaders of all three families at once and achieve their true objective. Presumably, Lin Hui perceived this as well, which is why he informed you. Li Kai nodded, realization dawning as he looked at An Mingjia with admiration, feeling a wave of relief. Thank goodness the An family has a figure like An Mingjia. Without him, the An family could not have maintained its upper hand over the Lin family all these years. At that moment, An Mingjia paused in manipulating the chess pieces, as if struck by a thought. A faint smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes as he murmured, "It seems that tomorrow presents a perfect opportunity." Chapter 16. Entering the An family in matching outfits the following day, sunlight streamed through the window. Su Jiang slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion lingering in his gaze. He reached for his phone, the screen illuminating the time as precisely 7:00 and amp. Oppo's clock, an hour decidedly too early for a student. Initially, he intended to succumb once more to the embrace of slumber. For according to his biological clock, this hour should still be nestled in the depths of sleep. However, no matter how much Su Jiang tossed and turned, sleep eluded him. This sudden clarity of consciousness was exceedingly rare for him, bordering on the absurd. Logically, he should not awaken before noon. After all, who among university students naturally rises at 7 in the morning? Could it be an extraordinary physique? Pondering the matter, Su Jiang concluded that this peculiar state could only be attributed to that very possibility. An extraordinary physique, a high-tier skill, bestowed upon him not merely enhanced physical strength, but also a comprehensive upgrade of his body. It invigorated his cellular activity, accelerated his metabolism, and thereby significantly diminished his need for sleep. In essence, while an average person requires a solid 8 hours of rest, Su Jiang thrived on merely 6 hours, or even less, to maintain his vigor and clarity of mind. TSK, a rather insipid skill, depriving me of the joy of sleeping in. After silently lamenting this fact, Su Jiang reluctantly rose, washed up, and made his way downstairs to procure breakfast. "Boss, the usual, a portion of soup dumplings and a bowl of soy milk." "Sure thing. Have a seat and wait a moment." The proprietor responded warmly, deftly commencing the preparation. Finding a spot by the window, Jiang settled in, and before long, the boss brought over a steaming basket of dumplings, followed closely by a bowl of hot soy milk placed upon his table. "Thank you." As he savored the dumplings, he scrolled through his phone, noticing that old Jiang had seemingly posted a message in the class group last night, which he had overlooked. An outing activity? When did Jiang University commence such endeavors? Upon reading further, Jiang discerned that old Jiang's message conveyed that in an effort to alleviate the academic pressures on freshmen, the school would organize an outing next week. To that end, the institution had even gone so far as to reserve the largest amusement park in Jiangdu City. Could the school genuinely be so benevolent? Jiang was rife with skepticism, but soon deduced that it was likely due to pressure from the education department, perhaps in pursuit of some most beautiful campus accolade, prompting such frivolous initiatives. Interestingly, old Jiang indicated in the group that attendance for this event was entirely voluntary. Those wishing to join needed to register in the chat and sign a liability waiver, absolving the school of any responsibility in the event of mishaps. Jiang nonchalantly skimmed the group chat records, his lips curling into a slight grimace. Not a single person had signed up. What are they all waiting for? Not one to overthink. Jiang decided to seize the rare opportunity afforded by the school, opting to register in the group chat. Almost instantaneously after sending his message, several others followed suit. Jiang noted that Wang Zhang and Oppo's registration appeared just a mere second later, as if waiting for a cue. These fellows were merely biding their time for a brave soul to step forward. Amused and exasperated, Jiang paid little mind to it and finished his breakfast in a matter of moments before heading home to study. Indeed, you read that correctly, study. Although Jiang's grades were already commendable, he still dedicated time each day to tackle a couple of past competition problems in preparation for upcoming contests. At 11 o'clock, An Rou called. "Rascal Jiang, are you awake?" Her melodious and ethereal voice echoed from the other end, causing Jiang to pause momentarily. "Awake. Could we perhaps change how we address each other?" "Not a chance. In 10 minutes, wait for me at the entrance of the community. If you can end Oppo's TB scene, you and Oppo's LL be in big trouble." Without waiting for Jiang and Oppo's response, An Rou hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang set down his phone, shaking his head in resigned amusement. The young lady's temperament was truly incorrigible. He approached his wardrobe, casually selecting a crisp white short-sleeved shirt, layering it with a beige jacket, and gently patting it down to ensure it was wrinkle-free. After checking his reflection in the mirror, he deemed himself presentable. Subsequently, he strolled leisurely out of his apartment and made his way toward the community entrance at a relaxed pace. A few minutes later, a familiar black sedan glided into view, its doors swinging open as An Rou gracefully emerged. Coincidentally, An Rou had also opted for a beige outerwear today, paired with an exquisite white blouse and a black skirt. Her long legs elegantly encased in black stockings. Standing side by side, their beige jackets and white tops complemented each other, creating an illusion of a couple in Oppo's coordinated outfits, and their striking appearances captured the attention of several passers-by. An Rou slightly furrowed her delicate brows, scrutinizing Jiang from head to toe. "You're wearing that to meet my brother? What's wrong with it?" "Too youthful, rather immature. But I'm just a student." Sufyan shrugged helplessly. "Shall I go change?" An Rou shot him an exasperated glance. "No time for that. Weekend in Oppo's. Tiki my brother waiting." With that, she seized Jiang and Oppo's wrist and led him toward the car, where the two familiar bodyguards occupied the front seats. Having encountered them on multiple occasions, Jiang found himself wishing to inquire about their names. However, An Rou was incessantly chattering beside him, offering a slew of instructions. "Once you meet my brother, please be serious. If he pulls a gun to intimidate you, don't be afraid. He won't actually shoot. While we are from a criminal family, we don't indiscriminately harm the innocent or oppress the common people. In any unusual situation, just follow my lead based on my expression. And if he invites you to stay for dinner, you must absolutely decline." An Rou spoke earnestly, occasionally frowning, her beautiful eyes darting around as though she were meticulously recalling any additional details she might have overlooked. "All right, missin, look at you. Why does it feel like I'm the one meeting your brother, and you and Oppos, re the one who is anxious? Su Jiang chuckled, finding her tense visage rather endearing. Involuntarily, he reached out and gently tousled her soft hair. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Your brother wanted Oppos, to eat me, will he? And Rose shot him an annoyed glare, muttering, "Oof. I'm just worried that if you end up scared and something goes awry, I'd have to take responsibility." Mid-sentence, and Rose suddenly realized that Su Jiang had just ruffled her hair. She froze for a moment, her eyes widening in indignation as she glared at him. Rascal Su Jiang, how dare you mess with my hair? Her fury erupted instantaneously as she swung her small fists, the confined space of the car rendering her punches harmless. Su Jiang, however, chose to endure a few blows, allowing her to vent her frustration. Meanwhile, he kept his gaze fixed outside the window, memorizing the route from his home to the inn residence. Approximately 20 minutes later, the black sedan arrived at the inn family estate. Chapter 17, New Skills. Dirty Bludgeons, Su Jiang alighted from the vehicle and surveyed his surroundings. It was evident that this was a place belonging to a formidable underworld family, with an expansive courtyard featuring a flower bed and a fountain, and several members of the inn family clad in black suits observing him with curious eyes. Who is that? He looks rather youthful, perhaps a student? Wait, why is Miss An Rou beside him? What's his background? Hold on, did you notice the most important detail? They seem to be wearing matching outfits. Oh my goodness, little sorceress An Rou has a significant other now? The atmosphere among the inn family members starkly contrasted with that of other underworld clans. There was no rigid hierarchy here. Rather, it resembled a harmonious family gathering, allowing for open and candid discussions. Moreover, An Rou was adored by everyone in the inn family, having been watched grow up by many members, which heightened their curiosity about Su Jiang's identity, leading to a cacophony of chatter. Unbeknownst to them, these whispers drifted into An Rou's ears. She furrowed her brows slightly, blinking her bright eyes as her gaze inadvertently swept over her and Su Jiang's attire. It indeed bore a resemblance to a couple's outfit, stirring a ripple of emotion within her. Enough noise, An Rou suddenly exclaimed with a playful pout, her voice ringing clear yet tinged with a hint of embarrassment. You all need to clean your eyes. How could this possibly look like a couple's outfit? Her tone bore a touch of playful reproach, though it scarcely masked a flicker of unease within her. The members of the inn family chuckled at her reaction, accustomed to her temperament, having often endured her playful scoldings, well aware that she was not genuinely upset. Stop talking, Miss An Rou is angry. Heh, Miss An Rou isn't angry. Perhaps she is just shy. I'm recording this, brother. I'll be sure to report your words to Miss An Rou later. Your days are about to get tough. No, buddy, don't do this to me, damn. An Rou's cheeks flushed crimson as she stamped her foot in frustration, turning to look for Su Jiang, only to find him missing. She paused, bewildered. Where could such a large person have vanished so quickly after getting out of the car? Ahem, miss. Su Xiaoge is over there, a bodyguard said, somewhat exasperated, gesturing in a certain direction. Following the direction of the gesture, An Rou's eyes landed on a sight that nearly sent her into a rage. There stood Su Jiang, leisurely leaning against a wall, one hand casually tucked in his pocket, a cigarette perched between his fingers, exuding a nonchalant demeanor as he engaged in animated conversation with a member of the inn family. You wouldn't believe it. Miss An Rou used to be quite fierce, really? She was like that? Su Jiang listened with rapt attention, his expression brimming with excitement, seemingly intrigued by An Rou's fierce past. Also, the inn family member began, his face alight with enthusiasm, but abruptly stopped as he caught sight of An Rou approaching. Oh, I just remembered I have something the leader asked me to do. I must attend to it now. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, he hastily made an excuse, turning away before Su Jiang could respond. Su Jiang, taken aback, wondered why the conversation had suddenly halted. He had wanted to inquire further about the inn family. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, as if an icy breeze had pierced through him. He turned sharply to see An Rou standing silently behind him, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Yet that smile sent shivers down his spine. Do you believe he insisted on chatting with me? Su Jiang gulped nervously, attempting to defend himself. And what do you think? An Rou's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of warmth. Without warning, a sharp crack echoed as her foot forcefully stomped down on Su Jiang's foot, her frustration still unquenched. She had initially worried that Su Jiang might feel nervous. However, it appeared that he bore no trace of anxiety whatsoever. With her slender fingers, she pinched a small tuft of flesh at Su Jiang's waist and twisted it with vigor. "You're quite capable, aren't you? You just got out of the car and couldn't wait to pry into my childhood." "Ouch. It wasn't me," he insisted on chatting. Su Jiang protested. "He handed me the cigarette. I couldn't very well refuse." "Oof." An Rou snorted, casting a glance around to discover that several members of the An family were secretly observing them, their faces adorned with gossiping smiles. To them, An Rou and Su Jiang resembled a pair of flirtatious lovers. "Consider this a warning. Come on, let us go." An Rou shot him a glare, denying him the chance to explain himself as she took his hand and strode purposefully through the An family's entrance. Inside the living room, An Mingjie sat quietly on the sofa, his arms relaxed across his chest as he listened to reports from his subordinates. Upon hearing footsteps, he lifted his gaze just in time to catch sight of An Rou leading Su Jiang into the room, pausing momentarily to observe their clasped hands. He then raised a hand gracefully, signaling for his subordinate to pause the report. Slowly, An Mingjie rose, a warm smile illuminating his face as if a gentle spring breeze had graced the room, evoking a sense of goodwill. "Welcome back, Rou. This must be Su Jiang?" An Mingjie approached, extending his hand towards Su Jiang. Su Jiang hesitated for a moment before extending his hand in return, shaking An Mingjie as firmly. "Hello, young masterin." The jovial demeanor on Su Jiang's face faded, replaced by a solemn expression. Although An Mingjie appeared affable and approachable, exuding no hint of aggression, Su Jiang knew that such individuals often concealed a latent ferocity beneath their gentle facade. At that moment, a system notification sounded. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and fulfilling your agreement with An Rou. You have received a random reward. Random reward in progress. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a low-tier skill, Dirty Bludgeon." Su Jiang was momentarily at a loss for words, baffled by the absurdity of the skill's name. What use could this possibly serve? Host can strike with blunt weapons from behind, guaranteeing a 100 chance of incapacitating the target, with effectiveness linked to the force of the attack. Damn! Su Jiang could only lament that this truly was a low-tier skill. While it wasn't entirely useless, it certainly felt lacking in elegance. With his current abilities, he could easily incapacitate someone without needing this skill. Moreover, as a model student, how could he resort to such underhanded tactics? The system seemed intent on leading him down a dark path. Chapter 18. Su Jiang's feelings for An Rou addressing him as young master and felt too formal. "If you don't mind, just call me brother-in." As An Mingjie spoke, he guided Su Jiang to sit on the sofa, with An Rou following suit beside him. "All right, I won't be polite then, brother-in," Su Jiang replied. An Mingjie smiled and nodded. "Would you prefer tea or coffee?" "Tea, please." "Old Su, could you prepare 2 cups of tea for Su Jiang and me, and a latte with sugar for Rou?" It was evident that An Mingjie was well aware of An Rou's preferences. Old Su, who had just been reporting to An Mingjie, acknowledged and turned to prepare the beverages. "Don and Oppos, be nervous. The main reason for your invitation today is that Rou often speaks of you, and I wanted to meet you." Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and turned to An Rou. "You often mention me?" "Brother, what nonsense are you spouting?" An Rou responded, bewildered. She hardly ever talked about Su Jiang. An Mingjie shot her a glance, and although she opened her mouth to retort, she faltered under his gaze. Since childhood, only An Mingjie could keep her in check. Soon, An Mingjie and Su Jiang resumed their conversation. "I heard you live alone in a rented apartment. Your family ISN and Oppos, in Jiangdu?" "Yes, my parents are back in our hometown, and the dormitories at Jiangda are quite poor, so I decided to live off campus." "That and Oppos. That's good. With your excellent grades, I hope you can help Rou with her studies." "Brother, you jest, and Rou's grades hardly require my assistance." The two engaged in light banter, discussing various topics, and An Rou began to tire of the conversation. At that moment, Old Su returned with 3 cups, placing the tea and coffee on the table before departing. And Mingjie smiled. Su Jiang, I heard you enjoy playing chess. I happen to have a chessboard in my study. Shall we play a few rounds? A question mark appeared above An Rou and Amp. Oppos. S head. Did Su Jiang really enjoy chess? Understanding and Mingjie and Amp. Oppos. S intention. Su Jiang nodded in agreement and rose to follow him to the study. An Rou took a small sip of her coffee and, seeing them about to enter the study, hurriedly got up to follow, only to hear An Mingjie call out, "What are you doing coming in? Sit on the sofa and enjoy your coffee. I'll play a few games with Su Jiang." With a wave of his hand, he shooed her away and closed the door behind them. "Wait, brother." And Rou and Amp. Oppos. S eyes widened in disbelief as she found herself unceremoniously left outside. She contemplated knocking on the door to demand access, but hesitated as her hand rose. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and retreated to the sofa, sipping her coffee while muttering grievances about An Mingjie. Inside the study, Su Jiang and An Mingjie sat opposite each other at the chessboard, which remained barren of pieces. An Mingjie placed a black piece on the board and remarked, "Some matters are not suitable for discussion in front of Rou. Su Jiang responded promptly by placing a white piece down, nodding in understanding. "I see." As they continued to play, Su Jiang demonstrated considerable skill, making the game a close contest and amidst the ebb and flow of the pieces. The conversation shifted to more serious topics. Li Kai informed me about the incident at the bar yesterday. Given Lin Hui and Amp, Oppos, S temperament, he will undoubtedly seek revenge on you. I've made it clear. If he retaliates, I will ensure he witnesses the consequences. Setting aside your capabilities, I am curious about your combat skills and familiarity with firearms. Where did they originate? I learned it online by myself, Su Jiang replied. If you prefer not to elaborate, that's fine. It's not crucial. I only wish to ask you one question. What is it? Do you genuinely have feelings for Rou? The moment the question was posed, Su Jiang and Amp. Oppos. S hand paused, surprise evident in his expression as he regarded An Mingjie. An Mingjie met his gaze and continued. Rou holds a special place in your heart. Everyone in the family can see it. Perhaps she is unaware, but I can assure you, your position in her life is unique. Therefore, I wish to understand your feelings toward her. He paused and added, take your time to consider your answer. I am quite adept at discerning sincerity. Su Jiang fell into deep contemplation, grappling with the complex emotions swirling within him. What exactly did he feel for An Rou? The room fell silent as An Mingjie patiently toyed with the chess pieces, awaiting Su Jiang's response. After a considerable pause, Su Jiang placed a piece down and spoke. I'm not quite sure what I feel for An Rou. Since that unexpected confession, it seems I've formed an unbreakable bond with her. I find her anger endearing. My heart races when I embrace her, and if she feels wronged, my fury could surpass even that of yesterday at the bar. I often think of her face, and when I wake up from dozing in class, I unconsciously glance at her seat. Even when I've made plans with friends to play games, her voice effortlessly sways me to abandon them. This was the first time he articulated his innermost thoughts aloud. Su Jiang raised his gaze to An Mingjie. I have never been in a relationship, so I cannot ascertain if this counts as affection. If this situation is indeed what we call liking someone, then I suppose I like An Rou. An Mingjie listened intently, a faint smile gracing his lips. He could discern that Su Jiang and Amp, Oppos, S words were genuine. Have you shared this with Rou? No. An Mingjie nodded. Indeed, if he did, his naive sister might well fall for him. With that, An Mingjie chose not to pursue the topic further, having gleaned the information he sought. The two sank back into silence, while the chessboard reflected Su Jiang's waning position. What are your impressions of the family? An Mingjie placed another piece and inquired. Su Jiang pondered briefly before responding, very unique. It differs significantly from my preconceived notions of a mafia family. Oh, and what did you envision a mafia family to be like? An Mingjie asked, intrigued. Cold-blooded and ruthless, with a strict hierarchy, engaging in cruel acts, oppressing the weak. Su Jiang enumerated before adding, yet I haven't observed any of this within the family. In fact, it seems you don't quite fit the mafia mold. An Mingjie chuckled at this observation. You are not mistaken. Outsiders often share the same sentiment about our family. We identify as a mafia family, yet we hardly engage in any of the typical mafia activities. This can be traced back to my father and An Rou's founding of the An family. Years ago, my father offended a certain family and found himself in peril. He had no choice but to gradually build his power for self-preservation. However, as he attracted more enemies, he was compelled to adopt more aggressive measures in retaliation. And over time, the An family acquired the label of a mafia family. Jiang nodded, realizing that the An family and An Rou's reputation as a mafia was forged through its struggles against other criminal families. Chapter 19. The trust of An as the situation on the chessboard gradually became clearer and the pieces densely populated, a bittersweet smile emerged on Su Jiang's face. Defeat was now inevitable. Although Su Jiang and An Rou's chess skills were commendable, they paled in comparison to those of An. Furthermore, he sensed that An was not exerting his full strength. Otherwise, this match would not have endured for so long. He yearned for the system to grant him a skill in chess mastery, so he could decisively thwart An. As the game reached a pause, An fixed his gaze upon Su Jiang and inquired directly, "What are your plans for the future?" Su Jiang shook his head slightly, replying, "I don't oppose. Tino, I suppose I and An Rou's take it one step at a time. I would like to live a stable life, much like before." And chuckled softly, his eyes deep with understanding. "But you realize that is now a luxury. Regardless of the reasons behind your concealed strength, the moment Lin Hui took notice of you, your life was destined to be anything but tranquil. Even if you were to eliminate Lin Hui, this fact would remain unchanged." Su Jiang nodded in silence, not unaware of this reality, but reluctant to confront it. The suddenness of these changes was overwhelming for him. From the advent of the system to the indescribable feelings towards An Rou and the animosity with Lin Hui, all of it stemmed from that confession. At times, Su Jiang pondered whether, had he confessed to someone other than An Rou, he might have evaded such troubles. Yet, every time he encountered An Rou, a wave of inexplicable gratitude surged within him. Had it been anyone else, he might have regretted it. This complex and contradictory emotion left Su Jiang both amused and bewildered. And perceptively discerned the turmoil within Su Jiang's heart and made a straightforward proposal. "Su Jiang, would you be willing to join the An family?" Su Jiang's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. And continued, "As long as you can assure me of your unwavering devotion to An Rou, you may join the An family. I and can guarantee that in Jiangdu City, no one will disturb your lives together. Not even those entrenched in the gray areas of power. Let it be known, those who dare to touch you will meet their demise." And eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as he fixed his stare on Su Jiang, his tone imbued with audacity and confidence. Su Jiang understood that the person before him was the true An, the genuine ruler of the An family. He remained silent, while An patiently awaited his response. After careful consideration, Su Jiang eventually shook his head slowly. Noticing this, An rose with a furrowed brow, his voice turning serious. "Are you rejecting me? Do you not fear that the An family may become your adversary?" Su Jiang stood as well, meeting An and An Rou's gaze earnestly. "I will not join any family, and accepting your protection would feel like a shackle to me. The An family is different. We do not impose obligations upon you. I understand that, but how shall I put it?" Su Jiang paused before continuing. "I cherish my freedom above all else. I desire to have control over my own destiny, unshackled by any external influence. My refusal to join the An family does not equate to enmity. I simply wish not to join, and that is my rationale. As for An Rou, I will let things unfold naturally. I wish to care for her and be concerned for her, not because of the An family's resources, but simply because she is An Rou." Upon hearing Su Jiang's words, An gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, and the atmosphere around them grew tense. However, after a prolonged silence, An erupted into a hearty laugh. He stepped forward, clapping Su Jiang on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. "It seems that An Rou's judgment was indeed astute. You have not disappointed me," An remarked with a smile. He paused momentarily before adding, "Had you truly accepted my proposal earlier, I would have been quite disheartened and would have unceremoniously dismissed you. ensuring An Rou never crossed paths with you again. A true warrior never submits to another, and if you genuinely have An Rou and Appo's best interests at heart, you would never accept my assistance. As he spoke, An Mingjie nodded frequently, clearly pleased with Su Jiang's response. Su Jiang, I seldom place my trust in others, nor do I readily acknowledge them. To be candid, I harbored many doubts about you before your arrival. Yet now I am willing to set those doubts aside and place my faith in you. For my discerning, I has never misjudged a person. A warm current surged within Su Jiang as he deeply felt the sincerity behind An Mingjie and Appo's words. This trust and recognition offered him a newfound understanding of the An family. With someone of An Mingjie's caliber within the family, how could they fear other underworld factions? Suddenly, a knock at the door broke the silence of the study. An Mingjie turned his head slightly, succinctly uttering a single word, enter. The door creaked open, revealing a familiar figure, Li Kai. Su Jiang also noticed An Rou peeking curiously from behind Li Kai, her bright eyes scanning the study. Li Kai and Appo's gaze flickered over Su Jiang before he turned to An Mingjie, speaking in a low tone, the time is nearly upon us. Feng Qingye has arrived at Fengding Restaurant, and the Lin family is on the move. An Mingjie nodded slightly, indicating his awareness. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Su Jiang, saying, I will need you to accompany An Rou with us to a certain location. Where to? Su Jiang asked. Fengding Restaurant. An Mingjie replied promptly. Tonight, both the Lin family and the Feng family will be present there. Brother, An Rou interjected, her voice rising in alarm. As for family matters, I can go, but why must Su Jiang accompany us? Su Jiang frowned slightly. That and Appo's acceptable, but you must tell me the reason. I and Appo's explain on the way. An Mingjie replied. With that, the group exited the study. An Mingjie gently pinched An Rou's cheek, whispering an assurance, rest easy, Rou. We will not harm your little boyfriend. An Rou's eyes widened in indignation, her mouth covered, allowing only faint whimpers to escape, her expression a mix of embarrassment and fury. What do you mean by and Appo's? My little boyfriend and Appo's? You and Mingjie are insufferable. Confusion swirled within her. What schemes had these two concocted in the study to make her brother act so strangely? Su Jiang Kuden and Appo's helped but chuckle at An Rou and Appo's predicament. He had not anticipated that the fearless An Rou would be so easily subdued by her brother. The scene struck him as quite comical. Chapter 20. The gathering of the three prominent families an hour later, at the entrance of the Fengding Restaurant. Vehicles belonging to the An family were lined up in an orderly fashion. An Rou emerged alone from one of the cars, her expression cold and clearly sulking, muttering under her breath with evident displeasure. It was one thing to have Su Jiang come, but to whisper secrets in the car without letting her hear. Upon exiting the An residence, An Mingjie had arranged for himself and Su Jiang to share a car, leaving An Rou to ride with Li Kai, without any room for dissent. Throughout the journey, Li Kai endured considerable torment. Faced with An Rou and Appo's anger, he found himself nodding along frequently and even chiming in with her complaints, collectively criticizing An Mingjie and Su Jiang. An Rou's incessant murmurs fell like a relentless drizzle, causing Li Kai immense frustration. Meanwhile, the door of another vehicle slowly opened, and Su Jiang and An Mingjie stepped out in succession. Su Jiang nodded to An Mingjie before striding directly toward An Rou. What an Appo's the matter? Why the long face? Who made you angry? Su Jiang asked teasingly, gently pinching An Rou's cheek. Smack! An Rou swatted away Su Jiang's hand, her eyes flashing with a hint of fierceness. What were you and my brother whispering about in the car? Is there something I, as your sister, cannot hear? Su Jiang smiled lightly, responding with ease. Nothing much. Just that I should look out for you. I don't and Appo's. To believe you. An Rou huffed and unexpectedly stepped on Su Jiang and Appo's foot. However, this time Su Jiang was prepared, skillfully dodging her attack. It's time to go. Li Kai noticed An Mingjie's signal and addressed Su Jiang and An Rou. Seizing the opportunity, An Rou gave Su Jiang's waist a sharp twist, leaving behind a parting remark. I'll settle the score with you next time. She then stormed ahead. At that moment, and Mingjie, clad in a black overcoat, wore a stern expression that exuded authority, starkly contrasting with his warm demeanor at the inn residence. Undoubtedly, he now embodied a calm and profound leader, radiating an aura that commanded respect. Behind him stood a dozen members of the inn family, their gazes fixed intently on Mingjie. He surveyed the surroundings with keen eyes and spoke in a low tone. "I trust you all with today and oppos, as matters." "Understood, young masterin." The crowd responded in unison, their voices resonating with respect for Mingjie. "Let us proceed." And Mingjie stated succinctly, leading the group into the Fengting restaurant. At the rear, beside An Rou, Su Jiang and Amp, oppos. S sharp gaze followed in Mingjie and Amp, oppos. S retreating figure recalling the plans Mingjie had mentioned in the car. He understood that the main event was about to unfold. Today, the inn family would shake the very foundations of Jiangdu. In the banquet hall on the top floor of Fengting restaurant, the elegant atmosphere was illuminated by bright chandeliers. Members of the Feng and Lin families had already arrived, dressed in coordinated black suits that conveyed a sense of solemnity. However, what captivated attention the most was the unique family crest emblazoned on their left breast, shining with the distinct glory of their respective families, silently distinguishing them among the guests. Additionally, some astute, smaller families had caught wind of the gathering and sent representatives to join the festivities. Numerous tables were adorned with exquisite desserts and delicacies. Yet few seemed inclined to indulge, instead holding high-stemmed glasses while engaging in lively conversations. Lin Hui stood quietly in a corner, gently swirling the red wine in his glass. His gaze drifting through the crowd, a casual smile gracing his lips. Beside him stood a new bodyguard, appearing considerably more capable than the previous one. It was understandable that the old Coot Feng Qingye chose to remain in the shadows. After all, he was aging and preferred to preserve his dignity. But why was Feng Haoshuan, that good-for-nothing, absent as well? Feng Haoshuan was the son of Feng Qingye, the head of the Feng family and the expected next leader. Yet, due to his inability to compete with Lin Hui and in Mingjie, he remained firmly under Feng Qingye and oppos, as thumb. Lin Hui, hearing his name, Lin Hui turned to see a well-dressed young man of similar age, glaring at him with furrowed brows. "Oh, speak of the devil, and he shall appear," Lin Hui smirked. The man was none other than Feng Haoshuan. Feng Gaoxian approchait de Lin Hui, visibly displeased. "Lin Hui, what are you doing at my family's gathering today?" Lin Hui merely smacked his lips, lacking any interest in answering such a foolish question. "Where's your old man? And when will that family from the gray area make an appearance? I've been waiting impatiently." Lin Hui's direct inquiry stemmed from his primary objective for attending today, to ascertain the true intentions of the so-called gray area family in Jiangdu. What was their purpose in luring the Lin and in families here with leaked information? What? Feng Haoshuan and Amp, oppos, S pupils constricted as he whispered. "How do you know about the gray area? Who told you?" Having said that, Feng Haoshuan warily glanced around, ensuring no one had overheard Lin Hui's words. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Conversing with this fool was exhausting. Did he truly believe so many had come just for the Feng family? The rivalry within Mingjie was far more entertaining. Their competition was a true match of equals. Top. Before Feng Haoshuan could press further, a series of footsteps drew the attention of the crowd, and Mingjie, accompanied by the inn family, entered the banquet hall with a composed stride. Well, the inn family has arrived. All three prominent families of Jiangdu are present tonight, murmured voices in intrigue. This meeting was bound to alter the family dynamics of Jiangdu. Regardless of how the three families clashed, it was of little concern to the smaller families. They were merely there to observe the spectacle. When Lin Hui spotted Mingjie entering the banquet hall, a smug smile instantly graced his face. Recently, he had successfully set a trap for Mingjie, causing him significant embarrassment, and now was the perfect opportunity for mockery. Just as he prepared to approach, a familiar figure caught his eye, leaving him momentarily stunned. How could it be him? Wasn't Li Kai supposed to have said he was not part of the inn family? Lin Hui muttered to himself, his gaze fixated on Su Jiang, who was among the last to enter. His hand instinctively brushed against his cheek. As if the sting from the bullet Su Jiang had fired yesterday still lingered vividly. The new bodyguard, noticing Lin Hui and Amp Oppo's unusual demeanor, curiously inquired, "Chief, who are you referring to?" Lin Hui raised his head toward Su Jiang's direction. "The young man in the cream-colored outfit. That's him. The one who took down Scar yesterday." "What?" The new bodyguard gazed in shock, fully aware of Scar and Amp Oppo's incident, yet taken aback to learn that the assailant was so youthful. Amidst the sea of black suits, Su Jiang and An Rou and Amp Oppo's cream-colored coats stood out like two rare blossoms. An Rou appeared somewhat uneasy, although she was the heiress of the An family. It was her first time accompanying An Mingjia to such an event. Su Jiang, sensing her nervousness, gently patted her shoulder, then nodded toward Mingjia, guiding An Rou toward a quieter corner of the banquet hall. Chapter 21 Farewell to Lin Hui. Su Jiang, feeling quite hungry, led An Rou to a dining table and promptly took a seat, indulging in the food without a hint of restraint. After all, aside from a steamer of dumplings he had for breakfast, he had not eaten anything since. Perhaps due to his extraordinary physique, he felt hunger pangs more acutely than others. "Just eat, but please be mindful of your image," An Rou remarked, her brows furrowing as she observed Su Jiang's unrefined manner of eating, which left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. With so many people around, their attire was already conspicuous. Su Jiang's lack of decorum only drew more attention. "This chicken leg is truly delectable," Sufyan exclaimed, seizing a large drumstick and starting to gnaw at it. It must be noted that every dish at Fengting restaurant was meticulously crafted by the finest chefs, and this was Su Jiang and Amp Oppo's first encounter with such exquisite cuisine. "Why aren't Amp Oppo's tea you eating? You haven't and Amp Oppo's tea had dinner either, have you?" Su Jiang inquired casually, engrossed in his meal. And Rose shot him an exasperated glance. Her initial hunger was now being overshadowed by her irritation at his behavior. With a huff, she replied, "Don and Amp Oppo's tea mind me. I'm not hungry." At that moment, a voice filled with surprise interrupted them. "An Rou, my dear, it has been quite some time." As An Rou looked up, she was met with the infuriating visage of Lin Hui, her expression instantly darkening. Lin Hui and Amp Oppo's gaze lingered on her for a moment, surprise flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that An Mingjia would bring his sister along this time. However, he dared not approach An Rou, fully aware that harming her would have dire consequences, far worse than any reprisal directed at Mingjia. The An family's affection for An Rou was well known. Should anything happen to her, the entire family would unleash a furious vendetta. An Rou regarded Lin Hui with suspicion. She had encountered him a few times and recognized him as her brother's arch-rival. Lin Hui, unfazed by her glare, smiled casually and shifted his attention to Su Jiang, feigning ignorance. "This young man seems rather unfamiliar. An Rou, could you introduce us?" In truth, Lin Hui had obtained Su Jiang and Amp Oppo's information as soon as he returned home yesterday. Yet, he was puzzled by the absence of any mention of Su Jiang's connection to the An family. He appeared merely as an ordinary student. He had initially believed, as Li Kai suggested, that Su Jiang was unrelated to the An family, but now he was beginning to reconsider. Lin Hui scrutinized the dynamic between An Rou and Su Jiang, sensing a depth to their relationship. If Su Jiang were indeed part of the An family, he would need to reevaluate his strategies concerning them, factoring in this unpredictable variable. An Rou felt a wave of panic wash over her as Lin Hui's gaze shifted from her to Su Jiang. She was acutely aware of Lin Hui's cunning and treachery, fearing that Su Jiang might become embroiled in this mess. In haste, she grasped Su Jiang's hand, intending to lead him away from this loathsome individual. However, Su Jiang offered her a reassuring look, gently freeing himself from her grasp. He tossed aside the half-eaten chicken leg and meticulously wiped his hands with a napkin. "Mr. Lin, it seems you have a rather forgetful nature," Su Jiang said with a playful smile. "Did we not meet at the bar just yesterday? How could you forget me so quickly?" With that, he tilted his head slightly, extending his hand in a gesture resembling a toy gun, playfully aiming it at Lin Hui and mimicking a gunshot sound, as if reenacting the scene from the previous night. Lin Hui and Oppo's S expression darkened immediately. Su Jiang and Appo's actions were undeniably insulting. Taking a deep breath, he responded with a sinister smile. In Jiangdu City, I have yet to encounter someone bold enough to humiliate me in such a manner. Su Jiang chuckled, pointing to himself. Well, now you have. Are you truly willing to go to war with the Lin family? That depends on you. I have no objections. Su Jiang took An Rou and Appo's hand and stood up. But I must remind you, I still have that bullet reserved for you, Mr. Lin. It would be wise to tread carefully. With that, Su Jiang led An Rou away, leaving Lin Hui standing alone. His expression darkened as he glared at their retreating figures. He took a sip of his drink, lost in thought. At that moment, a new bodyguard approached silently, whispering in Lin Hui and Appo's ear. Boss, should I gather some men tonight to deal with him? Lin Hui's finger lightly tapped the stem of his glass, producing a crisp sound, his eyes glinting coldly. After a brief pause, he shook his head slightly. Not yet. Do not act against him or An Rou without my explicit orders. Understood, boss, the bodyguard replied respectfully, retreating to the side. Larry exhaled slowly. He realized that the information at his disposal was still insufficient to decipher Su Jiang's true identity and his connection to the An family. Furthermore, Su Jiang and Appo's decisiveness and ruthlessness displayed yesterday were qualities not commonly possessed by ordinary individuals. Without absolute certainty, Lin Hui would never strike lightly. He desired a decisive blow, one that would leave no room for future repercussions. Sufyan, explain yourself, An Rou exclaimed, wrenching her hand from Su Jiang and Appo's grasp. She then seized his collar, her face displaying a mix of annoyance and concern. How did you end up facing Lin Hui yesterday? What did you do to provoke him? Why has the situation escalated to such a dire extent? And that gesture you made earlier, pretending to shoot, what was that about? Su Jiang, seeing An Rou and Appo's barrage of questions, had a sudden inspiration and mimicked in Mingjia, gently pinching An Rou's lips shut. Startled by his unexpected action, An Rou's eyes widened in shock, unable to utter a word, only managing muffled sounds as she flailed her arms to push Su Jiang away. How dare you? She glared at him, her eyes blazing with fury. Realizing he could no longer keep the truth hidden, Su Jiang had no choice but to recount the events of the previous night at the bar, albeit omitting certain details. Well, to be honest, he left out most of the content. He merely told An Rou that he had coincidentally run into Lin Hui at the bar and had inadvertently offended him. Regarding the bullet, he claimed it was a threat made in the heat of the moment, insinuating he would feed him a bullet. Yet, despite Su Jiang and Appo's earnest demeanor, An Rou rolled her eyes, not believing a single word. She had sensed the tension between Su Jiang and Lin Hui. It could not be as simple as a minor altercation. Moreover, she was not naive. She understood Su Jiang and Appo's reluctance to disclose the full truth was meant to protect her. So she refrained from pressing further, pretending to accept his fabricated tale. To stay away from Lin Hui in the future. If there and Appo's any real grudge, I can talk to my brother and see if he can help, An Rou advised, pointing a finger at Su Jiang with genuine concern. Sufyan nodded obediently, though inwardly he chuckled ruefully. This was not something in Mingjia could resolve, unless he intended to annihilate the Lin family entirely. However, after his encounter with Mingjia, Su Jiang had become increasingly wary of Lin Hui. Though their time together was brief, he could sense the formidable nature of Mingjia. Larry, capable of fiercely contending with Mingjia, was undoubtedly more complicated than he appeared on the surface. The remarkable outcome achieved at the bar yesterday was largely attributable to Lin Hui's complacency, as he did not regard Su Jiang with due seriousness. However, now that Lin Hui has come to recognize Su Jiang and Appo's significance, his vigilance and defensive awareness will be considerably heightened, making it exceedingly unlikely for opportunities akin to those of yesterday to arise again. Chapter 22. The gray zone. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed steadily throughout the banquet hall, drawing the collective gaze of the attendees towards the entrance. A man, his hair partially white and features resolute, entered with measured grace, accompanied by several distinguished individuals. Though he appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, The depth of his piercing gaze still sparkled with an indomitable brilliance, as if time had merely etched its marks upon him without diminishing his authority. Adorning his left breast was an exquisite family crest, the emblem of the Feng family, symbolizing their esteemed legacy. He was none other than the current head of the Feng family, Feng Qingye. To Feng Qingye and Appo's left walked a middle-aged man, matching his stride. Feng Qingye gestured with a hand, inviting the man to proceed ahead. Among the assembly were many keen observers, and from Feng Qingye and Appo's demeanor, it was all too easy to deduce the identity of the middle-aged man, likely the representative of the dominant family in the gray zone. At that moment, the previously relaxed atmosphere shifted to one of palpable tension. And Mingjie and Lin Hui straightened, rising to their feet, their expressions grave as they regarded the middle-aged man. Others followed suit, placing their drinks and food aside, the banquet hall falling into a hush, save for the sound of footsteps. Old Master Feng remains remarkably robust. He could likely endure for a few more years, Lin Hui mused, his gaze fixed on Feng Qingye, tinged with a mix of resignation and reflection. As long as Feng Qingye stood firm, the Feng family would continue to thrive, leaving the Lin and families struggling to find an opening against such formidable opposition. However, Lin Hui and Appo's attention drifted to Feng Haoshuan, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes as he gently shook his head, envisioning the future of the Feng family. When this inept Feng Haoshuan came to power, it would likely herald the decline, if not the demise, of the Feng family. Lin Hui smirked inwardly, scornful of Feng Haoshuan. As Feng Qingye entered the banquet hall, his sharp gaze swept over the crowd, yet he offered no words, leading the middle-aged man directly to the center of the hall. Noticing this, Feng Haoshuan hurried forward and whispered urgently into Feng Qingye's ear, "Father, it seems the Lin and families have somehow learned about the Wang family's affairs. What should we do? Should we expel them now?" Feng Qingye, initially perplexed, sighed inwardly. How could such a foolish son emerge from his lineage? With Lin Hui of the Lin family and Mingjie of the An family, the Feng family's next generation was represented solely by Feng Haoshuan. In terms of cunning and ruthlessness, paled in comparison to either of them. "Step aside," he barked. Quickly regaining his composure, he turned to Mr. Wang beside him, offering an apology. "Mr. Wang, I beg your pardon. My son is not well versed in the circumstances. Please do not take offense." Mr. Wang smiled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating his lack of concern. "Your son, though young, possesses an extraordinary demeanor. He will undoubtedly become a remarkable figure in the future." Feng Qingye, upon hearing this, managed a wry smile and shook his head, replying, "Mr. Wang, your flattery is misplaced. If my son were truly as exceptional as you suggest, I would not need to be present, burdened with these trivial matters." Having spoken, Feng Qingye guided Mr. Wang to the center of the hall. Retreating to the side, once Mr. Wang was steady, the crowd immediately gathered, with Mingjie and Lin Hui at the forefront, scrutinizing the man with keen interest. Mr. Wang appeared calm and unperturbed, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, a serene smile gracing his lips. Although he lacked the menacing aura typical of those in the underworld, the presence he exuded was enough to convey his extraordinary stature. "Good evening, everyone." Wang Shuolin's voice resonated, and he greeted the assembly with a smile before introducing himself. "I am Wang Shuolin, from the Wang family in the Gray Zone." He surveyed the room, his eyes glimmering with intensity, and continued, "I am grateful to the Feng family for providing me with such a stage, and I must also extend my apologies to the leaders of the Lin and families for inviting you in this manner. It was out of necessity. I knew that inviting all three families simultaneously would likely result in refusal, leaving me no choice but to resort to this approach." Upon hearing this, Lin Hui's lips curled into a cold smile, his voice laced with frost. "Mr. Wang, you are overly courteous. An invitation from the Gray Zone is indeed a rare honor for us. How could we refuse?" He paused, fixing his gaze on Wang Shuolin. "However, I am curious as to the purpose behind your grand arrangements for this meeting." Wang Shuolin smiled faintly, his gaze shifting to Lin Hui, an appreciative glint in his eyes. He was aware that this cold individual was the leader of the Lin family, prior to arriving in Jiangdu. He had conducted thorough investigations into the myriad family factions within the city, even knowing the tense relationships between them. Wang Xulin took a brief pause before addressing the matter at hand with gravity. Since the Lin family has inquired, I shall not beat around the bush. Our Wang family possesses deep roots in the gray zone. Yet due to unforeseen circumstances, we plan to relocate to Jiangdu. His declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. The expressions of the attendees tightened in unison. The leading family of the gray zone intended to move into Jiangdu. This was no trivial matter. Even if they were the local power players, the Wang family was undeniably a formidable force, a veritable dragon crossing the river. The existing balance of family power in Jiangdu, which had previously remained relatively stable, was now poised to be disrupted by the Wang family's arrival. The strength and influence of the Wang family in the gray zone far surpassed that of any family in Jiangdu. And Mingjie and Lin Hui displayed slight shifts in their expressions, yet there was no overt surprise, indicating that this development had been anticipated. And Mingjie stepped forward, locking eyes with Wang Xulin as he inquired, "Mr. Wang, the situation in Jiangdu is intricate. Your family's arrival will undoubtedly attract the attention and attempts at alliance from various factions. I wish to know how the Wang family intends to respond to these potential overtures." This question was critical for Mingjie. Wang Xulin seemed to have anticipated such an inquiry, responding with composure and without hesitation, "You need not worry on that front. The Wang family shall remain entirely independent and will not involve ourselves in your disputes." He paused, surveying the assembly before continuing. "This includes the Feng family. Although I have a history with Old Master Feng, I am aware of the rules among the families in the underworld. Supporting one family binds you to them, leaving no room for retreat. I assure you all that as long as no one provokes the Wang family in Jiangdu, we will not trouble you." Upon receiving Wang Xulin's resolute assurance, many attendees visibly relaxed, exchanging relieved glances. And Mingjie even allowed a smile to grace his lips as he continued, "Mr. Wang, given that you have declared the Wang family and AMP, Oppo's, neutral stance, we of the An family would like to request a favor, though it is merely a small matter for you." Wang Xulin nodded slightly. "The leader of the An family is being modest. Feel free to state your needs." "Thank you." And Mingjie responded, his demeanor growing solemn. He stepped forward, his voice booming. Members of the An family stepped forth. In response to his call, the members of the An family, who had been standing around, swiftly complied. A dozen individuals adorned with the An family crest advanced in unison, forming an orderly line behind and Mingjie, their expressions grave. Confronted by this sudden upheaval, the crowd stood in stunned silence, rendered utterly bewildered. Even Wang Xulin found himself at a loss. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as if a tempest were on the verge of breaking. Jiang, alongside An Rou, occupied a corner, his gaze fixed intently on An Mingjie. Witnessing the unfolding scene and recalling An Mingjie's word from the car, he understood that the moment had arrived for An Mingjie to act. An Rou, in a state of anxiety, instinctively clasped Jiang's hand, her eyes brimming with concern and confusion. Lin Hui furrowed his brow, his eyes darting as if a realization struck him, staring in shock at Mingjie. Could it be that An Mingjie intended? Truly, he is a madman. As his thoughts settled, it appeared to confirm his suspicions. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, An Mingjie slowly raised his hand, the gun in his grasp resembling a clarion call. The barrel, however, was aimed not at anyone else, but squarely at Feng Xingye. Chapter 23. A stunning declaration of war by the An family in this moment. The entire venue was enveloped in a deathly silence. The heartbeat of every individual seemed to come to a standstill as they struggled to comprehend the audacity of An Mingjie's actions. Feng Xingye's expression was frozen in shock. He had never anticipated that An Mingjie would dare to draw a gun against him. This was an unbreachable taboo among the underworld families, and should An Mingjie truly pull the trigger, the An family would plunge into an irretrievable abyss. Unless Feng Xingye's eyes flickered with fear and unease as he pondered this unsettling thought. How can Mingjie be so audacious? At this moment, it was not only An Mingjie, but also the members of the An family behind him who raised their handguns in unison. Each muzzle was indisputably aimed at Feng Xingye. the cold metallic gleam reflecting the harsh light, appearing particularly blinding. Feng Haoshuan, witnessing this scene, was engulfed by an indescribable terror. He bellowed, "And Mingjia, what in the world are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" The Feng family members, after a brief moment of astonishment, quickly regained their composure and prepared to act, but it was already too late. A deep, inscrutable smile crept across Mingjia's lips as he slowly began to squeeze the trigger, the eyes of countless onlookers fixed upon him. Time seemed to freeze, and the previously raucous venue fell into an eerie silence. Even Wang Shuilin held his breath in anticipation. Click! A crisp, subtle sound reverberated through the banquet hall, causing hearts to constrict in unison. Yet the anticipated scene of violence did not unfold. And Mingjia's gun had not discharged a bullet. Then, a more astonishing spectacle ensued. And Mingjia and the dozen or so and family members, under the bewildered gaze of the audience, simultaneously pointed their guns at their own hearts. This unexpected maneuver left everyone in the room utterly perplexed. With the empty barrels aimed at their own hearts, they once again pulled the trigger amidst the silence. Click! Another faint sound echoed, just like before, without a bullet emerging, yet the oppressive atmosphere rendered it nearly suffocating. And Mingjia then lifted his gaze, his eyes glimmering with mockery, a smile gracing his face as he beheld the terror-stricken Feng Chengyia. In that moment, he appeared as the sovereign of the situation. Wang Shuilin's pupils constricted slightly, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, scrutinizing Mingjia across from him. He recalled the detailed dossier from the Wang family that evaluated the leader of the family. Those 8 words he had previously dismissed now resonated in his mind. Mingjia, the leader of the family, brilliant and valiant, a prodigy of Jiangdu. For a moment, the banquet hall lay in complete silence. Even Feng Haoshuan comprehended the gravity of the situation. And Mingjia's actions were a relic of an ancient ritual within the underworld families, requiring the presence of a representative from the leading family as witness. The meaning of this ritual was palpable to everyone present. War had been declared, an all-out conflict, to the bitter end. And Mingjia fixed his gaze on Feng Chengyia, a sardonic smile playing on his lips, and slowly spoke. "Old Master Feng, you should understand what this signifies, correct?" Feng Chenyia's countenance darkened, his teeth clenched as he replied, "And Mingjia, you've truly lost your mind. And Xingchang has also lost his sanity to permit you to act in such a manner. Do you realize what this entails?" "Of course I do. Which is precisely why I have asked Mr. Wang to assist in this matter." And Mingjia retorted, turning to Wang Shuilin. "I implore you, Mr. Wang, to witness this declaration of war on behalf of the leading family. From this day forth, the family and the Feng family shall no longer have any possibility of reconciliation. It is a fight to the death." And Mingjia's voice was imbued with determination and ruthlessness, sending chills down the spines of all present. Wang Shuilin, recognizing the gravity of the situation, retracted his earlier mirth and regarded Mingjia with utmost seriousness. He realized he had been ensnared in the leader of the family's scheme. And Mingjia had cleverly utilized his identity as the head of the leading family to embroil himself in the impending familial conflict. Whether Mingjia acted impulsively or had meticulously planned this, Wang Shuilin resolved to reassess the leader of the family. "Very well, I, Wang, shall bear witness to your declaration of war against the Feng family as the representative of the leading Wang family." Without hesitation, he assented decisively. With the Wang family relocating to Jiangdu, regardless of which side perished, it would create ample opportunities and resources for the Wang family. Wang Shuilin had no reason to decline. His words signified a resolution, leaving no room for retreat. The surrounding members of smaller families swallowed hard, realizing the unprecedented transformation this war would usher in. Trembling, they pulled out their phones to swiftly relay the news to their families. The family and the Feng family were at war. This news rapidly spread throughout Jiangdu, igniting a frenzy among the heads of various families. Lin Hui exhaled deeply, his eyes filled with incredulity as he stared at Mingjia. What a madman! He had never fathomed that Mingjia would be so ruthless as to openly declare war on the Feng family. How could he dare? Brother An Rou gazed at her brother's silhouette, her face etched with worry. Su Jiang placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, gently reassuring her. Memories of An Mingjia's word from just hours earlier echoed in his mind. In a while at the restaurant, I will declare war on the Feng family. Once the war commences, both families will go to any lengths until one side is utterly annihilated, with no room for mercy. Therefore, I hope you can protect Rou in the coming month. Although I have devised a comprehensive plan, unforeseen circumstances may arise. Sufian, you are my trump card. Su Jiang had not wished to become embroiled in this conflict. Yet, compelled by An Mingjia's request and trust, he chose to acquiesce. For An Mingjia's faith in him and his regard for him, he silently vowed, "You treat me as a worthy man, and I shall return the favor." An Mingjia's actions had taken Feng Qingye by surprise. He could not fathom why An Mingjie would choose this moment to declare war. The struggles between the two families had always been shrouded in secrecy, and such a brazen challenge was utterly unforeseen. Would the An family and Feng family engage in mutual destruction, allowing the Lin family to reap the benefits? Impossible. An Mingjie would not allow Lin Hui to gain such substantial advantage. Feng Qingye furrowed his brow, entirely at a loss. "Old Master Feng, I have one more thing to tell you," An Mingjie said, extending his finger to point at An Rou from a distance. "If you wish to defeat me, you must target my sister. She is my only Achilles heel." His words were chillingly cold. "Capture my sister, and your Feng family will prevail. Otherwise, I am fully confident that within half a month, your Feng family shall be obliterated." The crowd followed An Mingjie's gesture, their gazes converging upon An Rou. An Rou, feeling a surge of anxiety, tightly grasped Su Jiang's hand, striving to appear composed. Feng Qingye scrutinized An Rou for a moment before casting a dismissive glance at Su Jiang, disregarding him entirely. He scoffed at An Mingjie's assertion. For many years, he and Lin Hui had known that the word from An Mingjie's lips were best taken with a grain of salt. Otherwise, it would lead to an inescapable trap. If one truly dares to act against An Rou, they may find themselves ensnared in An Mingjie's trap, leaving the Feng family with no means of retaliation. With this said, we shall not impose further. Let us each prepare ourselves. Upon finishing his words, An Mingjie subtly nodded to Wang Xuelin, then turned, leading the members of the An family away at a measured pace. Su Jiang and An Rou followed behind, and as they departed, Su Jiang cast a sweeping glance over the assembly, committing the core figures present to memory. During today's banquet, apart from Lin Hui, no one regarded Su Jiang with any significance. They merely perceived him as an inconspicuous member of the An family. And this was precisely the outcome that An Mingjie desired. In the impending familial strife, Su Jiang would prove to be his most vital asset. Chapter 24, An Unexpected Embrace at Last. It is over. Li Kai followed An Mingjie out of the restaurant, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a sigh of relief. Heaven knows how tense he had been. When he learned that An Mingjie intended to declare war on the Feng family, he almost thought An Mingjie had lost his mind. Every step taken to reach this day had finally unfolded. Feng Qingye probably never dreamed that we had secretly mapped out all of the Feng family's strongholds and had quietly taken a few of them. When a moment of truth arrives, we shall deliver an unexpected surprise. Li Kai smiled, whispering into An Mingjie's ear. The secrecy of this matter was paramount. Aside from the two of them, only a handful of core members of the An family were privy to the details. This was to ensure a decisive blow to Feng Qingye at the critical moment. "Brother, are you confident?" An Rou cautiously approached, her face etched with concern. An Mingjie turned to her, gently pinching her delicate cheek. "Rest assured, when have I ever embarked on a venture without confidence? What can I do to help?" An Rou wished to be her brother and Appo's strength rather than a burden. "You just mentioned that I am your Achilles and Appo's heel." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing his sister and Appo's words, An Mingjie could not help but laugh heartily. "Do not worry, Rou, live as you have before." An Mingjie's eyes radiated confidence. Not only the Feng family, but even Lin Hui would not dare lay a finger on you. He understood that both Lin Hui and Feng Qingye were wary of his cleverness. So he boldly employed a ruse of an empty city. "Do you not wish to act against my sister to deter my movements? Very well. I shall not hide her away, but rather present her to you. Do you dare to act?" And Mingjie was certain they would not dare. for they could not afford to gamble. Once Feng Qingye and Lin Hui fell into the trap, given in Mingjie's cunning. They could very well lose everything due to a single erroneous move regarding An Rou. Thus, they would refrain from making a move. Even if they suspected An Mingjie might be bluffing, for one misstep could lead to their family and Oppo's downfall. Those who frequently gamble know that in the moment one stakes everything. Each step is analyzed with far greater scrutiny. The more one thinks, the more likely one is to err. Thus, in such moments, it is a test if it remains calmer. Goo. Just as An Rou was about to speak, her stomach protested. And Mingjie frowned slightly, concerned. What is it? Did you not eat earlier? An Rou recalled the earlier scene, her face flushing slightly, awkwardly stating, Do not mention it. You have no idea how Su Jiang ate there. Like a pig. Just thinking about it makes me feel embarrassed. I was practically filled with rage. Upon hearing this, and Mingjie chuckled, turning to Su Jiang with a raised eyebrow. Su Jiang shrugged innocently, saying nothing. And Mingjie then proposed to An Rou. Shall we let Su Jiang take you to get something to eat? Huh? Why can't I just go home to eat? An Rou replied somewhat reluctantly. I might be very busy today, and won't have time to cook for you. Hesitant for a moment, An Rou murmured, Fine then. Afterward, she shot a warning glance at Su Jiang, as if to caution him against any outrageous behavior. Wait, are you two discussing matters without consulting me? Soufian protestif. Then he added, How about this, since Ngu has said they would not dare to act? Why not return and eat something instead? Upon hearing this, even An Mingjie found it hard to contain himself, his eyelid twitching. If you do that, I cannot guarantee anything. And Mingjie replied weakly, having just declared war. You want to run back for a meal? That is akin to defecating on Feng Qingye's face. Upon hearing a refusal, disappointment flickered across Su Jiang and Oppo's face. And Mingjie, uninterested in his protests, left An Rou and Su Jiang behind, leading the rest of the family away. We shall return first, Su Jiang. Take good care, my sister. With that parting remark, several vehicles from the family departed without hesitation, leaving Su Jiang and An Rou in a state of disarray. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He felt Mingjie was somewhat absurd, entrusting such a significant sister to him. If he harbored any ill intentions, the family would be doomed. And Mingjie had stated that An Rou was his Achilles and Oppo's heel. Thus, entrusting her to his care was undoubtedly a sign of immense trust. Shall we go eat something? Su Jiang, despite having just eaten, felt hunger gnawing at him due to his exceptional physique. An Rou shot him an annoyed glance, pulling out her phone to search for nearby dining options. Unbeknownst to her, Su Jiang leaned in to sneak a peek, but An Rou was oblivious, focused on her search for delectable dishes. Her fingers danced rapidly across the screen, her eyes glued to the images and reviews of the food. That hot pot place was quite good. Su Jiang pointed out a hot pot restaurant a mere few hundred meters away, boasting a perfect 5-star rating. Su Jiang's voice startled An Rou, causing her to drop her phone. Luckily, Su Jiang reacted quickly and caught it deftly. Are you trying to kill me? An Rou fumed, ready to scold him, but upon turning her head, she found herself in close proximity to Su Jiang. Her cheeks flushed instantly, as if ablaze, her heart racing rapidly. Feeling the warmth of Su Jiang's breath only intensified her blush. In his attempt to catch the phone, Su Jiang had inadvertently leaned forward, his chest nearly pressed against An Rou's back, creating an intimate atmosphere. They held this position for a moment, exchanging glances before hastily averting their eyes, unsure of where to look. I just saw that hot pot place looks good. Su Jiang cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence. Oh. Then let us go. An Rou's mind was far from the hot pot, her gaze irresistibly drawn to Su Jiang's face. She was secretly astonished, wondering why she had never noticed how handsome he was before. Reluctantly parting, Su Jiang returned the phone to An Rou, guiding her to follow the navigation. As they walked side by side, the restaurant was conveniently located near Jiangdu University, bustling with university students out for meals and shopping. The streets were lively and crowded. Given the throngs of people, Su Jiang decisively took An Rou and Oppo's hand. There are too many people. I fear you might get lost, he said, his face betraying no embarrassment. Oh. An Rou lowered her head, softly acquiescing, allowing Su Jiang to lead her through the throng. In truth, her face burned so fiercely that she dared not let him see. Chapter 25. The Extortion of Prince Yangding. The system has issued an urgent alert, triggering a special mission, the Jiangdu Rebellion. Special mission details. Amidst the impending conflict between the An and Feng families, assist the An family in achieving ultimate victory. Mission completion reward. Random special skill. Failure to complete the mission will result in the host's annihilation. As Su Jiang walked for a while, a sudden notification echoed in his mind, causing him to pause. This task was entirely different from the previous ones. In past missions, even in failure, the repercussions were merely punitive, but this time, the system mercilessly threatened annihilation. What on earth did the system intend? It continually assigned him inexplicable tasks, leaving Su Jiang exceedingly displeased. He felt as though an unseen entity observed his life from beyond the world, dispatching tasks at whim, compelling him to adhere to its desired path. Why have you stopped? An Rou's voice interrupted Su Jiang's contemplation. Her heartbeat had gradually calmed, and she gazed at Su Jiang, puzzled by his sudden halt. Noticing his somewhat grim expression, she asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Taking a deep breath to steady his turbulent emotions, Su Jiang forced a smile, replying casually, "It's nothing. Perhaps I just overindulged a bit earlier, and my stomach feels a little uneasy. With the way you eat, it's a wonder you haven't tea upset your stomach," An Rou remarked with a playful roll of her eyes. Setting aside the matter of the task, Su Jiang acknowledged his current inability to defy the system. Rather than exhausting himself with internal conflict, he resolved to enjoy life. After all, there was no certainty of failure in the mission. Should he fail, it would amount to nothing more than death. Life itself would inevitably lead to death, whether sooner or later. Su Jiang embraced this perspective, believing that at his age, he should relish the pleasures of life without overthinking. The two strolled through the deepening night, finally reaching the hot pot restaurant. Following the enthusiastic staff, they made their way to their reserved table. Suddenly, Su Jiang halted, as a familiar voice drifted from nearby. "I'm telling you, my brother is utterly useless. Not only does he copy my homework every day, but he also sleeps in class constantly." That voice! The corner of Su Jiang and Oppo's mouth twitched involuntarily. He recognized the voice all too well. Turning his head, he confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed that scoundrel, Wang Zhang. Wang Zhang sat enjoying hot pot, across from a girl, likely a student from Jiangdu University, whom Su Jiang had not encountered before. Exchanging a knowing glance with An Rou, Su Jiang stealthily approached Wang Zhang from behind. Unbeknownst to Wang Zhang, he continued to boast, amusing the girl. "I can't help it. I am Oppos, am a person of great loyalty, unable to bear seeing my brother wallow in despair. With my assistance, his grades have been improving day by day." Suddenly, feeling hands on his shoulders, Wang Zhang turned with irritation. "Who is so rude?" "Oh, and Oppos. As the handsome Su Jiang, more charming than Panin." Wang Zhang and Oppos. As expression transitioned from annoyance to surprise, then to fear, and finally a forced smile, all in the span of a second. Su Jiang was taken aback by Wang Zhang's unexpected talent for theatrics. Glancing at the bewildered girl opposite him, Su Jiang seized the moment and leaned closer to Wang Zhang and Oppos' ear, whispering, "If you prefer I don't expose you. You'll be footing the bill for our table tonight." Wang Zhang's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing this, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This was blatant extortion. Yet, considering the girl sitting across from him, he begrudgingly nodded in agreement for the sake of his dignity. However, he quickly regained his composure, looking quizzically at Su Jiang. "You came with." Before he could finish, he noticed An Rou standing quietly behind Su Jiang, her bright eyes curiously assessing the scene. Wang Zhang's eyes widened, as if he had witnessed something astonishing, and a tumult of emotions surged within him. "Wait, has my brother Su really captured her?" Then, he glanced between Su Jiang and An Rou, realization dawning upon him. Couple outfits. Swallowing hard, Wang Zhang discreetly gave Su Jiang a thumbs up, impressed that he had managed to win over the class flower, An Rou, in just 3 days. He might not concede to anyone, but he had to respect Su Jiang. All right, waiter, let in Amp. Amp, Oppos, sit here, Su Jiang decisively declared, promptly taking a seat at the table next to Wang Xiang, ensuring he left no room for retreat. Wang Xiang and Amp, Oppos, eyes twitched. He had indeed intended to back out, but Su Jiang had thwarted him. Old Su, let me introduce you. Wang Xiang adjusted his demeanor, smiling at Su Jiang. This is Ji Ming, a second-year student from the Foreign Languages Department. Although she is a senior, she is the same age as us and is my good friend. Wang Xiang hesitated, nearly calling her his girlfriend, but refrained as she had yet to accept his pursuit. Ji Ming, this is my good friend, also my brother, Su Jiang. I call him Old Su. Wang Xiang turned to Ji Ming, introducing her, and the lovely lady beside him is his girlfriend, An Rou, also a classmate of ours. Ji Ming was the epitome of a gentle and serene girl. Upon being introduced, she immediately stood and gave a slight bow to Su Jiang and An Rou, softly saying, Hello, Em Yiming. It's a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing Wang Xiang mistakenly introduce her as Su Jiang and Oppos, as girlfriend, and Rou and Amp, Oppos, cheeks flushed with a sudden embarrassment, a wave of inexplicable indignation washing over her. Just as she opened her mouth to clarify, Su Jiang swiftly interjected, explaining, well, we're not actually in a romantic relationship yet. Wang Xiang was taken aback. Aren't you guys just friends? How could they be merely friends when they were dressed as a couple? He silently lamented, realizing that Su Jiang was truly skilled in his pursuits. As Su Jiang settled in and perused the menu, he asked An Rou, are you picky with food? An Rou was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head, indicating that she was not particular. Subsequently, Su Jiang began ordering directly. Waiter, we'll have Inyang hot pot, and this, and this. Su Jiang ordered several items that Wang Xiang knew were not to his liking, casting a few worried glances but ultimately feeling relieved. They were all reasonably priced. He could afford it, and his good friend Old Su still had some conscience. Just don't include these, bring everything else. Waiter? An Rou? Wang Xiang. Su Jiang, you bastard. Are you even human? Wang Xiang glared at Su Jiang, his eyes sparking with indignation. Even though he came from a wealthy family, the cost of this meal would surely sting for a long time. Just as he prepared to unleash a torrent of curses on Su Jiang for his betrayal, Su Jiang suddenly coughed and turned to Ji Ming. Ji Ming, my brother Wang Xiang is quite the versatile talent, excelling in both academics and athletics. Even our advanced mathematics teacher often praises him, right, old Wang? With that, Su Jiang shot Wang Xiang a knowing glance, his expression laced with mischief. The implication was clear, you pay the bill, and I'll help you maintain your facade. Wang Xiang's mouth twitched as he forced a strained smile, gritting his teeth. Indeed, I'm just too modest. Satisfied with his response, Su Jiang grinned. The waiter, seeing this, confirmed the menu multiple times before swiftly departing to inform the kitchen to begin preparations. An Rou watched the exchange, her heart filled with confusion. Just as she was about to inquire, Su Jiang stood and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, Wang Xiang is footing the bill tonight. He owes me. Don't worry about it. An Rou's eyes filled with bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Wang Xiang would agree to pay for them. She could only conclude that their bond as brothers must be exceptionally strong. Wang Xiang has such a good relationship with you that he'd be willing to cover the bill, An Rou remarked softly. Indeed, our relationship is beyond words. Su Jiang nodded with satisfaction, disregarding Wang Xiang's murderous glare. Chapter 26. An Rou's jealousy. Before long, the waiter began to serve the dishes. A plethora of various meats caught the attention of many. The table was nearly overflowing, yet the waiter continued to bring more. An Rou gazed wide-eyed at Su Jiang, pondering how they would manage to consume such a feast. With her modest appetite, she often found it challenging to eat much, which was one of the key reasons she maintained her slender figure. Upon noticing the abundance of food, Su Jiang stood up with a warm smile and approached the adjacent table. Come on, Lao Wang, have some meat. Treat our senior Ji Ming to something nice. It's not right to keep eating vegetables all the time. He then picked up 2 large platters of beef and placed them confidently on Wang Xiang and Ji Ming's table, declaring, eat freely, indulge yourselves. Ji Ming looked at the beef before her, somewhat flustered, and quickly waved her hands in refusal. I couldn't and amp, oppose, t possibly. We and oppose, v already quite a bit. Seeing her reaction, Su Jiang burst into laughter. What is there to be embarrassed about? We can and oppose, t possibly finish all this. You should help share it. Well, thank you then. Next time, I and oppose. I'll treat you all to a meal, Jiang replied. Absolutely, no problem. Lao Wang and amp, oppose, as friends are my friends, Su Jiang responded, turning to Wang Xiang with a squinting smile. Right, Lao Wang? Wang Xiang wore a grimace, as if he had just tasted something unpleasant, but given the situation, he could only swallow his frustration and replied, Ah, yes. Jiang, don't be polite, just eat. Inside, he felt a pang of bitterness, for it was his money being spent. Su Jiang, the audacious one, flaunting his wealth with Wang and amp, oppose, as funds while Jiang graciously expressed her gratitude. Wang Xiang felt he had no outlet for his grievances. As Su Jiang returned to his seat, a sudden pain shot through his foot, causing him to inhale sharply. He looked up to meet An Rou's sweet smile, while her foot mercilessly pressed down on his. Seems you're having quite a lovely chat with our senior Jiang. Even serving her food? An Rou spoke softly, a hint of jealousy lacing her tone. Here I am, this beautiful lady right in front of you, and you're over there smiling so happily at Jiang. I've never seen you smile at me like that. The more An Rou thought about it, the angrier she became, rhythmically tapping her chopsticks against the table. Realizing her irritation, Su Jiang cautiously inquired, You're not jealous, are you? Who? Who in oppose? Jealous. An Rou's face betrayed her as a flicker of panic crossed it. She quickly withdrew her chopsticks, ceasing her drumming, and to mask her embarrassment. She hastily grabbed a few pieces of beef and tossed them into the bubbling hot pot, focusing intently on the rolling broth, avoiding Su Jiang and Oppo's gaze. Watching her flustered demeanor, Su Jiang found it amusing. Even if he were slow to catch on, it was clear that An Rou genuinely cared for him, hence her concern over his actions. He chuckled softly and decided to ease her discomfort. All right, don't be upset. I promise I won't do it again. Internally, he resolved that if he survived this special mission, he would confess his feelings to An Rou. Hearing Su Jiang's words, An Rou's mood brightened, though she continued to feign a cold expression, as if still miffed. Though they were seated at separate tables, they were close enough to converse while enjoying their hot pot. Primarily, it was Wang Xiang and Su Jiang who engaged in conversation, as Jiang remained quiet and An Rou simply relished the delicious food, her appetite surprisingly robust. By the way, Lao Wang, what brings you over here? This ISN and Oppos. To even our school and Oppos. Snack Street, Su Jiang asked, genuinely surprised to encounter him here. Oh, my uncle is here on business, so I brought Ming along for dinner, Wang Xiang replied while eating. By the way, what are your thoughts on the school event next week? Lao Zhang mentioned that the school has gone all out, renting out the entire amusement park. What is there to think? Just go have fun. It's rare for the school to organize such an event. Su Jiang shrugged, uninterested. What event? Jiang asked curiously. Wang Xiang then explained. Wow, you freshmen are so lucky. When we were in our first year, we barely had weekends off for extra classes. Vacations were a luxury. Jiang expressed with envy. Just as Su Jiang was about to respond, he noticed An Rou looking somewhat disheartened and gently asked, What's wrong? An Rou, feeling a bit down, murmured, Want to go play too? Su Jiang paused for a moment. Then just go. Didn't you sign up as well? But my brother. Understanding the tension between the An and Feng families, Su Jiang quickly reassured her. Don't worry about that. Your brother will agree. According to his plan, the more natural you act, the less likely they are to act against you. Conversely, if you continue to be timid, you'll only add to his worries. Really? An Rou asked, skeptical. Really? If you don't believe me, ask your brother. If he dares to stop you, I'll make him regret it. Su Jiang thought to himself. With Su Jiang and Oppo's reassurance, An Rou felt relieved. She genuinely wanted to join everyone at the amusement park, especially with Su Jiang. After a while, An Rou had eaten her fill. Although her appetite was good, she still couldn't consume much. Wang Xiang seized a moment to excuse himself to the restroom and proceeded to settle the bill for both tables at the front. Upon seeing the receipt for Su Jiang's table, he nearly wished to eliminate him on the spot. The order consisted entirely of meat, and the most expensive kind at that. As he noticed Su Jiang even ordered ice cream at the end, he cursed under his breath. Bastard, ordering strawberry ice cream too. You'll regret it. Unbeknownst to him, the ice cream was for An Rou, as she had suddenly expressed a craving for it. Returning to the table, An Rou was already savoring her ice cream with a small spoon, while Su Jiang was still in the midst of his meal. Wang Jiang was taken aback at how much Su Jiang could eat. Old Su, we're leaving now. I'll take Meng Meng home, Wang Jiang said. Okay, see you. Su Jiang replied, waving goodbye. Ji Ming amicably waved farewell to An Rou as well. In a short span of the hot pot meal, An Rou and Ji Ming had already become good friends, even exchanging contact information. This development meant that Wang Jiang would have to treat An Rou well in the future. Otherwise, if she spoke ill of him to Ji Ming, it would spell trouble for him. In the time that followed, An Rou took small bites of her ice cream. Her gaze fixated on Su Jiang, who was still eating heartily. He looks just like a little pig. That fleeting thought brought a smile to her lips. Su Jiang truly ate excessively. She wondered how his stomach could accommodate so much. Moreover, he maintained a fit physique despite his voracious appetite, leading An Rou to suspect he might be secretly working out. In reality, before acquiring the system, Su Jiang spent his days eating and sleeping, with any free time devoted to gaming. Now, faced with numerous challenges brought on by the system, he had little time for gaming, leaving only eating and sleeping as his pastimes. Chapter 27. The Balloon Game and Pikachu at long last. After Su Jiang finished his meal, the two of them tidied up and exited the hot pot restaurant, where Wang Jiang had already settled the bill for them. Where shall I go next? Uncertain of what to do next, as he had never spent time alone with a girl before. An Rou tilted her head in contemplation, unwilling to return home so early. Thus, they decided to stroll along the street, as it was not far from the residence. Su Jiang could accompany An Rou back while they meandered. As they walked through the bustling streets, An Rou, filled with curiosity, explored the night market of Jiangdu City for the first time, glancing here and there. They soon arrived at a stall where balloons were being popped with darts. Observing the neatly arranged darts and balloon guns, An Rou felt a surge of excitement. Little girl, want to pop some balloons? 1 yuan per try, or 10 yuan for a set. I'll throw in an extra 2 darts for you, the proprietor exclaimed, his smile radiating the charm of a seasoned vendor as he noticed potential customers. An Rou's gaze fixed upon a colossal Pikachu plush toy. Sir, how many balloons do I need to hit to win that Pikachu? She asked, her voice melodious yet tinged with a hint of nervousness. The vendor beamed with pride, knowing that the Pikachu was the most coveted prize at his stall, drawing in numerous patrons. Ah, that is the ultimate prize. You must hit 30 balloons in a row to claim it, he replied, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. Hitting 30 in a row? Su Jiang thought to himself. Even seasoned soldiers would struggle with that feat, however, and Rou remained undeterred, confidently producing 100 yuan to purchase 50 darts and 50 plastic bullets. Su Jiang was bemused by the girl's unwavering confidence. Taking a deep breath, An Rou firmly grasped the balloon gun, aiming at the vibrant balloons. She gently squeezed the trigger and fired several shots in quick succession. Bang, 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 pop. To her astonishment, only one balloon burst while the rest swayed in the air. A look of disbelief crossed her face. Su Jiang and Oppo's lips twitched in disappointment. With over a dozen shots, only one balloon had been hit. From a certain perspective, it could be considered a talent of sorts. The vendor, equally stunned, had encountered novices before, but this was a new level of ineptitude. An Rou, clearly dissatisfied with her performance, huffed and attempted to defend herself. It must be the wind. It was too strong earlier, blowing my bullets off course. Yes, the wind nearly swept me away, Su Jiang internally scoffed. Deciding to switch tactics, An Rou set down the balloon gun and opted to try her hand at the darts. She picked one up, aimed at a balloon, and threw it with all her might. Whoosh, 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 pop, pop. Su Jiang maintained a stoic expression, nodding slightly. Not bad. Hitting 2 balloons with several darts was an improvement. However, An Rou began to feel self-conscious. Her cheeks flushing as onlookers were drawn not only by her lack of skill, but more so by her striking beauty. Wow, what a stunning girl. Yikes. Is she really that bad? Only 2 balloons hit. So what? She S gorgeous, and that's what matters. Just look at her figure and poise. She S like a goddess in my eyes. Come on, did you see the guy next to her? They're dressed alike. Wow, that guy's also quite handsome. How infuriating that such a girl is with a guy like him. The crowd soon noticed the tall, attractive figure standing beside An Rou, both clad in similar outfits, appearing utterly compatible, which elicited a wave of envy among the spectators. Clatter. Overwhelmed by the murmurs around her, An Rou felt her cheeks grow warmer. She placed the remaining darts down, no longer wishing to play, her confidence shaken. Just as she was about to leave, Jiang stepped forward and gently tapped her shoulder. Whispering, "Let me give it a try." An Rou was taken aback and promptly cautioned, "This is quite difficult." Sufyan immediately checked nonchalantly. Picking up the balloon gun An Rou had just used, counting the remaining bullets, over 30. "Sir, if I hit 30 in a row, I can take that Pikachu, correct?" The vendor nodded, grinning, "Absolutely, no backing out." With confirmation secured, Jiang turned to An Rou, motioning for her to step aside, then raised the balloon gun, his gaze sharp and focused as he aimed at the distant balloons. Bang! To his surprise, he missed the target, but with his proficiency in firearms, he quickly deduced that the balloon gun had been tampered with by the vendor. No wonder An Rou's accuracy was so dismal. Jiang shot a glare at the vendor. "Well, it seems this guy isn't as skilled as I thought. This couple really matches. Both are equally inept. Let me have a go. I could do better with my eyes closed." As the crowd thickened, some unsavory individuals began to voice their derogatory comments. An Rou, feeling a surge of anger, was disinclined to engage in a verbal duel and approached Jiang to leave. Before she could reach him, Jiang quickly raised the gun again and squeezed the trigger. Bang! Pop! One balloon burst. An Rou froze, and before she or the onlookers could react, Jiang fired several more shots in rapid succession. Bang! Pop! Bang! Pop! The rhythmic sound of gunfire was accompanied by the popping of balloons, creating a melody that captivated the crowd. With each pull of a trigger, a balloon met its fate. The surrounding crowd fell into a hushed silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Even a vendor stared wide-eyed, disbelief shimmering in his gaze. At that moment, the only sound were the crisp clicks of the trigger and the explosions of balloons. 19, 20, 21. An Rou stood beside him, quietly counting the number of balloons Jiang had hit, internally cheering him on. With each successful shot, the vendor's heart sank further, realizing he had encountered a formidable challenger. Bang! Pop! 28, 29, 30. When An Rou reached 30, she excitedly raised her arms, turning to Jiang with joy sparkling in her eyes. Jiang set the balloon gun down and turned to the vendor, a smile gracing his lips as he asked casually, "So, 30 hits no problem, right?" The vendor's face twitched, glancing around at the crowd. If he tried to back out now, he would be finished in this business. He gritted his teeth and forced out a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. No problem at all. Congratulations, young man. You have won our ultimate prize." Nodding, Jiang stepped forward and lifted the enormous Pikachu plush that was almost larger than him. The onlookers who had previously mocked were now silent, their mouths agape, some eager to try their luck as well. Jiang, indifferent to the crowd, took An Rou's excited hand and swiftly departed from the stall. Once they reached a relatively quiet spot not far away, An Rou could no longer contain her anticipation. She extended her hand towards Jiang, her eyes brimming with longing, signaling for him to hand over the Pikachu plush. Jiang, puzzled by her outstretched hand, asked, "What's this? Want a hug?" Upon hearing this, An Rou and Oppo's smile instantly vanished, glaring at him with annoyance as she kicked him lightly. "Hug you? No way. That's my Pikachu. What about your Pikachu? Wasn't it I who emerged victorious? Yet, the bullets you used were purchased with my money." "Oh, is that so? Then I'll transfer you 30 later." Upon hearing this, An Rou was both furious and amused. She seized Jiang's ear, threateningly declaring, "Choose between Pikachu and your life." "I choose Pikachu." "Huh." An Rou stepped on Jiang and Oppo's foot. "Repeat that." "Hiss, and Oppo's. LL hold on to you first, and then I and Oppo's. LL give it to you when we reach your home." "Now, that sounds more agreeable." An Rou, feeling satisfied, released her grip. Chapter 28. and Mingjie and Appo's arrangement as night fell. Casting a dark shroud akin to ink over the banks of Jiangdu, Jiang and An Rou strolled along the riverside path. At this moment, only a handful of couples wandered through the rare tranquility. Beyond this path lay the family residence. An Rou walked ahead with her hands clasped behind her, her silhouette particularly enchanting against the night backdrop, the black skirt swaying gently with her steps, revealing her long, fair legs. She walked with a slight bounce, softly humming a melodious tune, her spirits evidently high. The evening breeze wafted through, bringing with it the cool essence of night. The temperature in Jiangdu at this season was moderate, neither too hot nor too cold, making for an ideal night for a leisurely walk. Jiang trailed behind An Rou, cradling a large Pikachu plush toy in his arms, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he watched the cheerful girl ahead. Just a few days prior, he would never have believed that he would find himself, at a time typically reserved for gaming or sleep, accompanying a girl for a stroll in the evening breeze. And moreover, carrying a sizable Pikachu. Lost in thought, Jiang felt as if he were in a dream. All of this was due to the system. His life had undergone a dramatic transformation. Although it was not of his own volition, he found the experience rather pleasant. Could you walk a little faster? What are you doing? An Rou turned around, somewhat displeased by Jiang's slow pace. Try carrying such a large plush toy while walking and see how exhausting it is, Jiang replied helplessly. So weak, An Rou muttered under her breath, stopping to wait for Jiang to catch up, and then slowed her pace to walk alongside him. Then, she shyly turned to him, extending her hand to offer him something. What is this? Jiang asked, unfolding his palm to reveal a small Pikachu keychain. I saw it at a stall just now. It happened to be in the shape of Pikachu, so I bought it secretly, and Rou said, her cheeks flushed. Oh. Jiang feigned nonchalance, tucking the keychain into his pocket. He intended to hang it on his backpack upon returning. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the family estate, where the guard recognized An Rou and promptly opened the gate. An Rou turned back, extending her hand towards Jiang. Now you can give me the Pikachu, right? Jiang raised an eyebrow. Why not let someone help you carry it inside? I'm worried it might be inconvenient for you. No need. I want to carry it myself. An Rou declared, reaching out to snatch the Pikachu from Jiang's grasp, the oversized toy instantly enveloping her. All right, you can go home now. Just message me when you get in, came An Rou's muffled voice from behind the plush. Then, Jiang watched as the girl, clutching the massive Pikachu, ambled slowly into the residence, rebuffing anyone who approached to offer assistance. He chuckled at An Rou's retreating figure, only departing after she had entered the house. Not in a hurry to return home, he had another matter to attend to, and Mingjie's request. Inside the household, and Mingjie lounged comfortably on the sofa, sipping coffee with an air of leisure, showing no signs of tension, as if he were not the one who had declared war on the Feng family just hours before. Hearing footsteps, and Mingjie turned and remarked, Rou is back. Sufiane? What on earth? Why is there such a large Pikachu moving around in here? Peering over the plush toy, he finally noticed An Rou beneath it and chuckled. Did Jiang give you such a large toy? Indeed, An Rou exclaimed, straining to place the Pikachu on the sofa. Her pride evident as she continued. Jiang won it for me by hitting balloons. He managed to pop 30 in a row, and Mingjie smiled knowingly. He was well aware of Jiang's exceptional marksmanship. Hitting balloons was surely well within his capabilities. After catching her breath, An Rou gazed up at the long staircase, hesitating for a moment before pointing at the Pikachu and saying, Brother, could you help me carry this upstairs? I can't manage it. And Mingjie's lips twitched at the request. What kind of family head was he, carrying a plush toy? Yet, given that it was An Rou who asked, he resignedly stood up, took the Pikachu, and ascended the stairs. Be careful, An Rou cautioned. Don't worry, a one-tea trip on the stairs, he replied. No, I mean the toy. Don't get it dirty. And Mingjie felt exasperated. His sister had never been like this before. Meanwhile, a taxi pulled up on Jiangdu Street, and Jiang stepped out. At this hour, the streets were nearly deserted. He strolled leisurely, yet his eyes remained vigilant, scanning for any signs of being followed. After several turns and a lengthy detour to ensure he was not being tailed, Su Jiang found his way to the small bar, Xiaomian Night. Although the establishment was closed for business, he appeared unfazed, standing at the entrance and tapping on the door. Moments later, a voice called from within, "Who's there?" "We're closed. No business tonight." "It's Su Jiang. And Mingjia sent me," he stated plainly. Originally, he had anticipated a secretive signal from An Mingjia, but the latter had simply suggested he reveal his identity. Sure enough, upon hearing Su Jiang's name, the door swung open to admit him. "Su Sao, we've been waiting for you." "And Xiao has briefed me," the man inside greeted him. "I'm Hua Qing, but everyone on the street calls me Hua Zi." Su Jiang's brow twitched. It was his first time being addressed as Su Xiao, yet Hua Zi was an even more absurd moniker. Hua Zi then carefully retrieved an old mobile phone from the front desk, one that was devoid of modern features, merely capable of making calls and sending texts. "This is it?" Su Jiang inquired, taking the phone in hand, realizing this was the item An Mingjia had sent him to collect. "Indeed, this is the only one," Hua Zi confirmed, and Xiao instructed that all covert communications regarding the Feng family must be conducted through this phone. In critical moments, Su Xiao, "Sending a message from this device will activate all our hidden operatives to deliver a decisive blow to the Feng family." Su Jiang nodded, surprised that such a significant trump card had been entrusted to him. Yet, it made sense at this moment. Every action of the An family's core members was under the scrutiny of Feng Qingye, leaving Su Jiang as the only variable not within his line of sight. And Mingjia believed that, at the crucial moment, Su Jiang would leave a lasting impression on Feng Qingye. Chapter 29. Brother Biao? Let us call you wealth. After acquiring the elderly phone, Su Jiang departed from the Xiaomi night bar and hailed a taxi straight home. Under the arrangement of An Mingjia, there was little left for him to do. Even the elderly phone might not be necessary. An Mingjia had mentioned that this was a last resort, and if all went smoothly, they might secure the Feng family without needing to resort to it. Su Jiang remained uncertain about the authenticity of this claim. He simply had to await An Mingjia's updates, which would ultimately be reduced to sending a single message. As he entered the community, Su Jiang, with his hands tucked in his pockets, approached the stairs, ready to ascend. Suddenly, he heard a cat meowing. Startled, he recalled that this community prohibited pet ownership. Where could a cat possibly come from? Following the sound, he discovered a small white cat under the streetlight, feasting on a sausage that someone had presumably given it. Upon noticing Su Jiang's presence, its ears perked up, and it regarded him warily. "Ah, there truly is a little cat." Su Jiang clicked his tongue, speculating that someone must have felt pity for the poor creature and provided it with the sausage. After a brief glance, he intended to leave. Considering the cat's evident fright, it seemed rather skittish. "Meow. Hey, what are you doing?" Just as Su Jiang turned to leave, the little white cat meowed once and abandoned its sausage, rubbing against his pant leg instead. "I must inform you, I have no sausage to offer," Su Jiang warned, pointing at it. "Meow." The white cat continued to nuzzle against him. For reasons unknown, it appeared particularly affectionate toward Su Jiang, refusing to depart despite his attempts to chase it away. Su Jiang soon discerned the source of the issue: animal communication. This low-tier skill rewarded by the system, which he had previously dismissed as useless, now revealed its significance. Observing the persistently meowing white cat, Su Jiang felt overwhelmed. If he ventured into areas with many pets, would they all flock to him? Thus, he crouched down, attempting to reason with it. "Please stop rubbing against me. I have no sausage. You still have some left, don't you?" "Meow. It's not tasty. You become a stray cat and still care about the taste of sausage?" "Meow. Take me home." Taking you home is impossible. The community forbids pet ownership, although many do keep them secretly. "Meow. I don't care. Take me home." "I already told you." Su Jiang halted mid-sentence, suddenly struck by realization. "Good heavens. How am I conversing with a cat? No, wait. How can I comprehend its meows?" System. Does animal communication allow for seamless dialogue with animals? Indeed. Incredible. Su Jiang internally exclaimed, utterly astounded. Watching the white cat continue to nuzzle against him, he resignedly declared, "Fine, given that you are the first animal to communicate with me, I shall take you in." Initially, Su Jiang had been reluctant to adopt it, considering it a hassle, as he would have to train it gradually. However, Since they could communicate, it should be easier to manage, he thought. Meow. Thank you, master. Let's go. Su Jiang gently patted the little white cat on the head and cradled it as he returned home. Upon arrival, Su Jiang promptly bathed the white cat, leaving it far cleaner than before. Meow. I'm hungry. With a sigh, Su Jiang rummaged through the refrigerator, finding little beyond sausages. Here, eat this, he said, peeling a sausage and placing it on a plate for the white cat. The cat took a bite. Meow. It's not delicious. I'll smash your little cat head if you keep that up. You're picky after I brought you home. Su Jiang threatened with mock ferocity. Meow. I'm sorry. The little white cat was astute, evidently having endured the harsh realities of feline society, aware that sausages were a rare treat. Observing the cat eat, Su Jiang felt a surge of affection and snapped a photo, sending it to An Rou. Su Jiang, will you meet Su Jiang, em home? Moments later, An Rou replied. An Rou, what an adorable little cat. Are you keeping it? Su Jiang. No, I just found it downstairs. An Rou, have you named it yet? Su Jiang paused, glancing down at the white cat, and inquired, do you have a name? The cat, chewing on the sausage, lifted its head, pride evident in its eyes. Meow, meow, meow. The cats on the street call me Brother Biao. Su Jiang fell silent, expressionless as he typed. No name yet, I haven't decided. He waited several minutes, during which An Rou seemed to contemplate a name. Meow, meow, meow. Master, doesn't my name sound nice? Brother Biao, huh? I'll change it to something else shortly. Sufyan nonchalantly deplaif. Meow. I don't want to change. Your protests are futile. It must be changed. How can a cat like you be named Brother Biao? Is there a feline underworld I'm unaware of? Before the white cat could respond, An Rou's message arrived. An Rou, let us call it Nicholas. An Rou, its nickname will be Wealth. Su Jiang nearly choked on his drink upon reading the name. Truly, what a name. He regarded the white cat with sympathy. Oh no, it was now to be called Wealth. With such a naming genius, there was little he could do to help. He crouched down, proposing to Wealth, well, how about we change your name to Nicholas Wealth? From now on, you shall be called Wealth. What do you think? Su Jiang felt a twinge of guilt for Wealth. This name was hardly an improvement over Brother Biao. Meow? Wealth looked bewildered. What genius thought of this name? Ignoring Wealth's protests, Su Jiang promptly texted An Rou. It agreed and seems quite happy. An Rou, really? That's wonderful. An Rou, I'll come by tomorrow to see it. Su Jiang, sure. A faint smile crept across his lips when he suddenly received another message. This time from Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang. Old Su, I've reserved a 5-seat booth at the Internet CAF for tomorrow. Su Jiang, I'm busy tomorrow. After responding with those 4 words, Su Jiang casually tossed Wealth onto the sofa. Wealth, you'll be sleeping on the sofa tonight. For your bathroom needs, you'll go to the restroom, the same place I just bathed you. If you dare to relieve yourself anywhere else, I'll toss you out tomorrow. Meow. I don't want to be called Wealth. It was still fixated on the name. With a click, Su Jiang turned off the lights and leapt onto the bed, pulling the covers over himself, indifferent to everything. Even if the world were to end tomorrow, all he wished for was to sleep. Chapter 30. An absurd morning at the break of dawn the next day, Su Jiang awoke, not by the gentle call of nature, but rather by the weight of an unexpected presence. With a resigned sigh, he opened his eyes to find Fu Gui sprawled across his chest, its tiny paws rhythmically kneading as if to coax out sustenance. Meow. I am hungry. Upon realizing Su Jiang was awake, Fu Gui leapt to his side, meowing plaintively. Glancing at his phone, Su Jiang noted it was 5 in the morning. I could just explode your feline head, Fu Gui, he muttered, rising with a stoic expression, grasping Fu Gui by the scruff of its neck. He resolved to keep the door shut during the night from then on, preventing this troublesome cat from intruding upon his slumber. Do you know how precious a college student in Oppos as sleep is? You have no idea. You only care about your wretched sausage. With a hint of irritation, Su Jiang approached the refrigerator, retrieving the remaining sausages and tossing them in front of Fu Gui. Here, eat. Finish every last one, he commanded fiercely. Fu Gui, sensing the tension, hesitated, retreating from the sausages and gazing up at Su Jiang with wide, fearful eyes. Meow? Is this my last meal? Su Jiang, feeling a twinge of absurdity at arguing with a foolish cat, picked up one of the sausages, peeled it slowly, and placed it in a small dish before offering it to Fu Gui. Go on, my ancestor. Meow. Thank you, Fu Gui replied, surprisingly polite. Since he was already awake, Su Jiang decided against returning to bed. Instead, he brewed himself a cup of coffee and settled on the balcony to sip it. At 5:30, while a white cat nibbled on sausages indoors, Su Jiang, with his hair in a wild mess, stared out at the faintly brightening sky, feeling a sense of melancholy. How had his life become so absurd? Taking a sip of coffee, he pondered where things had gone awry. Primarily, it was the boredom that gnawed at him. He realized that rising so early left him with little to occupy his time. Due to his extraordinary physique, once awake, he found sleep elusive. Since that is the case, perhaps it's time for a long-awaited gaming session, he declared, decisively booting up his computer. Half an hour later, Su Jiang stared at a dismal screen. Noting his Yasuo's disheartening record of 0 wins and 6 losses, his mind drifting. Have I truly become this inept? Have merely a few days of absence from gaming rendered me so pitiful? He refused to believe it, attributing his losses to the opponent's unfair advantage. Determined, he launched another game, only to face yet another dismal outcome. What is going on today? He muttered, frustrated with the incessant defeats. He recalled a saying, though history does not repeat itself, it often echoes with a similar tune. Su Jiang and Oppo's own experiences validated this. While each match varied, the results remained consistently disheartening. Perhaps I should refrain from playing if I'm this terrible. As he faced the scorn of his teammates, a sense of despair washed over him. Was the price of receiving the systems favor the loss of his once proud gaming talent? In truth, Su Jiang had never possessed any remarkable gaming prowess. After all this time, he still lingered in the gold tier, barely surpassing the skills of his friend Wang Xiang. Unbeknownst to him, he continued playing until noon, or rather, until he had lost continuously until noon. At that moment, a message from An Rou pinged on his screen. I will come over to see Fu Gui shortly. Please send me your address. Su Jiang promptly relayed his address before decisively exiting the game. What a terrible game. Even a dog wouldn't want to play it. Meanwhile, at the inn residence, and Mingjie observed An Rou rushing down the stairs in a flurry, clad in jeans and clutching a white jacket. Ro, it's time for lunch. Brother, I'm not eating. I and Amp, Oppos. I'm going to Su Jiang and Amp, Oppos. Without a backward glance, An Rou waved goodbye to her bewildered brother and dashed out the door. And Mingjie felt a pang of sorrow. His sister had truly changed, no longer caring for him. A sense of bitterness emerged within him, and inexplicably, he found himself wanting to confront Su Jiang. Inside the car, An Rou settled into the back seat, rummaging through her purse until she retrieved a small mirror. Am I looking good today, Azwa and Au? She inquired of her 2 bodyguards, who had finally earned names. Yes, miss, you look beautiful every day, Au replied from the front passenger's seat, his face radiating adoration. His words were sincere. An Rou was indeed in natural beauty, rarely wearing makeup. And even when she did, it was minimal. Thus, she had been deemed the class beauty, and had she been more ostentatious, she could have easily claimed the title of the department's flower. Pleased by the compliment, An Rou smiled, calming her excitement. This was her first visit to Su Jiang's home, and she felt a flutter of anticipation. She wondered what his home would be like, if it would be tidy or chaotic. Su Jiang, on the other hand, was engaged in a thorough cleaning of his abode. Fu Gui, listen carefully. A girl will be visiting soon, so you mustn't scare her. Be charming, he instructed while mopping the floor. And, can you do a backflip? Meow? Am I supposed to be able to? Fu Gui yawned, staring at Su Jiang with a mix of confusion and concern. The cat thought its owner might be a bit unhinged, his demeanor markedly different from most humans it had encountered. After freshening up his home with a spritz of air freshener, Su Jiang had never realized his place could be so immaculate. With time still on his hands, he decided to shower and tame his wild hair. As he stepped into the bathroom, he reconsidered and instead ambled over to the balcony, scooping up the lazy Fu Gui to bring it along. You need a wash too. I can't have you spreading germs. Meow. But I just bathed yesterday, and I'm not dirty. Enough chatter, just get in there. Consequently, within less than 24 hours of arriving at Su Jiang's home, Fu Gui was subjected to 2 forced baths. As Su Jiang used a hairdryer to dry Fu Gui's fur, The cat wore an expression of utter resignation. Just let it all end. I should have never returned home with this foolish master. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, surprised by the swift arrival. They're here. He set down the hairdryer and moved to answer the door. Welcome. Wait. Su Jiang paused, momentarily stunned as he beheld the smiling figures at his doorstep, and then cried out in shock. Mom and Dad. Chapter 31. Meeting the parents, surprise, and delight. As Su and Appo's father and mother stood at the entrance, their faces radiated joy as they gazed upon their son, who was evidently overwhelmed with gratitude and excitement at their visit. It was a rare occasion for them to come to see Su Jiang, even if it was merely a stop on their way. However, the gesture held its significance, especially since they had brought fruits for him, a testament to their affectionate bond. The moment Su Jiang laid eyes on his parents, he froze in place, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This was disastrous. Look at this child. He and Appo's so thrilled that he doesn't end Appo's. To even invite us in, his mother chuckled, stepping inside with his father before Su Jiang could gather his wits. Wait. Mom. Su Jiang opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond, and ultimately decided to shut the door, contemplating how to send these two away before An Rou arrived. With the door closed, he forced a smile and asked, What brings you here? We came to see you specifically. Aren't and Appo's. You happy? His mother replied, glancing around the room, while his father approached the water dispenser, busily preparing tea. Su Jiang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was far-fetched to think they came just for him. Ever since he entered university, his parents seemed eager to indulge in their own couple's paradise, hardly sparing him a thought. To be honest, your mother and I planned to visit the capital and thought we would stop by since we were passing through, his father said as he brewed the tea. By the way, this tea smells a bit off. Have you changed it? Su Jiang sighed, rubbing his forehead. No. You must have changed your taste. It and Appo's. It's been ages since you last had tea here. I can't and Appo's. Believe you even remember where the tea is. At that moment, a sharp meow pierced the air as the cat, Fu Gui, sauntered out of the bathroom, casting a resentful gaze at Su Jiang. Meow. My fur isn't even dry yet. The sight of the fluffy white cat instantly ignited a spark of delight in Su and Appo's mother, who rushed forward, crouching down to scoop Fu Gui into her arms. When did you suddenly get a cat? This little one is simply adorable, she exclaimed, rubbing the cat against her cheek. Recalling Su Jiang and Appo's previous words about a female visitor, Fu Gui decided to play along, swaying its paws and gazing with big, innocent eyes, meowing pitifully as if to charm Su and Appo's mother. Meow. Am I not doing well? Meow. Look how I can win her over. Folishkat. Su Jiang thought, watching as his mother fawned over Fu Gui while his father lounged on the sofa, sipping tea. Despair washed over him as he buried his face in his hands. This was a complete mess, and he knew they wouldn't end Appo's be leaving anytime soon. He had messaged An Rou earlier, advising her to hold off on coming, but she had yet to respond. He suspected her phone was buried in her bag. Out of reach, clinging to a sliver of hope, he asked, Mom, what time is your flight? To Appo's clock this afternoon. Why do you ask? She replied, cradling the cat and sitting beside his father. Su Jiang quickly checked the time. It was already 12:30. You need to hurry. Check-in requires half an hour in advance. He exaggerated. Everything is fine here. Don't let your flight be delayed. Oh, you don't need to fret so much, his father said calmly, taking another sip of tea and turning on the television. Your mother and I know how to manage our time. Our flight is actually tomorrow at 2 Appo's clock. We'll stay at a nearby hotel tonight. So don't and Appo's worry about us. Su Jiang was momentarily stunned. Tomorrow at 2 Appo's clock? Then everything is all right. He took a deep breath and sank into the sofa, surrendering to the inevitable. The weight of exhaustion settled over him. If only An Rou would see his message and not come. But fate seemed intent on tormenting him. Just then, the doorbell rang, and An Rou and Appo's voice echoed from outside. Rogue Su Jiang, I'm here. Open the door. The moment she called out, both of his parents turned to look at the door, then back at Su Jiang, their expressions morphing from surprise to uncontrollable amusement. Their eyes sparkled with the unmistakable glint of intrigue. An unexpected spectacle awaited them. Su Jiang realized he was truly finished. Resigned, he dragged himself to the door and opened it, feeling like a mere shadow of himself. Why are you so slow? We're in amp. Oppose. S fu gui. An Rou chided playfully, slipping past him into the room, oblivious to the turmoil on Su Jiang and Oppo's face, as her curiosity about his home took precedence. Your home is quite tidy, An Rou began, surveying the surroundings with enthusiasm, but her words faltered abruptly. Her gaze inadvertently landed on the two figures sitting on the couch, and her mind went blank. Wasn't Oppo's Su Jiang supposed to live alone? Why were there others here? And they appeared to be elder figures. Could they possibly be? Her mind raced as she turned mechanically towards Su Jiang, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, her voice trembling. Please tell me they're not Su Jiang's parents. I would just die. Moments ago, she had called Su Jiang a rogue at the door. I have no choice, Su Jiang thought grimly, steeling himself to introduce them. As you can see, this is my dad and mom. He then turned to his parents, forcing a sheepish smile. Mom, Dad, this is An Rou. She is my, good friend. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. An Rou and Oppo's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she bowed her head deeply, clutching her clothing nervously. Rascal Su Jiang. Foolish Su Jiang. You should have warned me about the elders being here. What on earth do I do now? Meow. Fu Gui, cradled in Su's mother's arms, looked around in confusion, sensing the awkward tension in the air, as if it had committed a faux pas. But then again, it merely lay back down, indifferent to the drama unfolding. After all, it was just a cat. Ilu. Please have a seat. Su and Amp, Oppo's father and mother immediately rose with warmth, guiding An Rou to the sofa with kind gestures. Fu Gui was unceremoniously set aside, but the little white cat stretched leisurely and found a cozy spot to resume its nap. Su and Oppo's mother remained fixated on An Rou, her eyes sparkling with delight as if she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. What a beautiful girl. Such a perfect figure. No wonder my son has been so secretive. He must be hiding a gem. With a sly glance at Su Jiang, she thought. Today was indeed the right day for a visit. Su and Amp, Oppo's father discreetly gave Su Jiang a thumbs up, but he merely shut his eyes, unwilling to witness the unfolding scene. An Rou, such a lovely name. Su's mother smiled, her voice imbued with affection. You can just call me Rou, Auntie, An Rou replied, her cheeks burning as she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Rou sounds even more endearing. Su and Amp, Oppo's mother beamed, her smile brighter than ever. Do you often come to visit Su Jiang? At this question, An Rou and Amp, Oppo's heart raced with anxiety, fearing that she might be misconstrued as a frequent visitor to Su Jiang and Amp, Oppo's home. She quickly waved her hands in denial. No, Annie, this is my first time here. Her tone was tinged with urgency, desperate to clarify any potential misunderstanding. After speaking, An Rou raised her gaze towards Su Jiang, her eyes reflecting a plea for assistance. Su Jiang couldn't and Oppo's helped but feel a pang of compassion. He sensed that An Rou was on the verge of breaking. Thus, he hurriedly clarified the situation to his mother. Chapter 32. This woman is too ferocious. A few minutes later, Su and Amp, Oppo's mother looked at her son with a skeptical expression. Are you saying that you just met her not long ago? Indeed. And then you coincidentally found this little white cat last night? Yes. And then she came to see this little white cat today? That's the case. Su Jiang's tone wavered, revealing a hint of uncertainty. In truth, it was rather difficult to believe from certain perspectives. Moreover, Su Jiang had omitted many details, such as the matters concerning the underworld family and, of course, his confession. Old Jiang had already called his parents to inform them about his confession, but they were unaware that the object of his affections was An Rou. If they were to discover this, Su Jiang would never hear the end of it. He would be ridiculed by his parents for a lifetime. Seeing Su's mother's disbelief, An Rou hastily interjected, Auntie, and Oppo's true. I really just came to see Fu Gui. Fu Gui? Meow? Who called me? That and Oppo's the cat. Only then did Su and Amp, Oppo's mother realize that this little white cat was named Fu Gui. However, That was of little consequence. What truly mattered was An Rou. With a smile, Sue's mother said, "Since Rou has said so, I certainly believe her." Sue's father, sitting quietly nearby, cast a sidelong glance at Su Jiang, inwardly astonished. Truly, my son, having only recently met her, already knows to adopt a cat to entice a girl, and he has managed to bring her home. Su Jiang shot him an eye roll. I have no such intentions. I merely enjoy raising kittens. Rou, are you a local from Jiangdu? Do your family live around here? What do they do? Is your academic pressure significant? Has Su Jiang ever bullied you? Su and Oppo's mother bombarded An Rou with a barrage of questions, leaving her bewildered as to which one to answer first. Observing this, Su and Oppo's father gently nudged Su and Oppo's mother with his foot, signaling her to tone it down so as not to frighten the girl. Realizing she had become overly enthusiastic, Su and Oppo's mother quickly smiled and said, "Oh dear, don't be afraid, Rou. I'm just a bit excited. After all, I've never seen a girl around Su Jiang before." Upon hearing this, An Rou's eyes brightened. So Su Jiang had never had other girls around him? Did that mean she was the first? Her mood lifted, and she no longer felt as tense. However, Su's mother's questions posed a dilemma. On one hand, she was unsure if she could discuss her family matters, and on the other, she did not wish to deceive Su Jiang and Oppo's parents. Su Jiang noticed An Rou and Oppo's quandary and hurriedly whispered to his father, "Dad, quickly take Mom away." Puzzled, Su and Oppo's father looked at him, but Su Jiang was beyond caring. He declared, "If you don't help me, I'll tell Mom where you hide your secret stash." What? Su's father gasped, cautiously glancing at Su's mother. "How do you know I have a secret stash?" "Of course I know. I'm your son after all. I even know how much you have." With that, Su Jiang slowly extended 2 fingers. Seeing those 2 fingers, Su's father broke out in a cold sweat. This kid actually knew. It was impossible. He had hidden it so well, and the boy hardly ever came home. How could he possibly know? However, there was no time to ponder. No matter how important the matter at hand was, it could not compare to his secret stash. Clearing his throat, Su and Oppo's father gently pulled Su and Oppo's mother aside and said, "Oh, I just received a call from my sister. She wants to treat us to dinner, and we should hurry over." Su's mother looked at him suspiciously. "When did you get that call?" "I had no idea. It was while you were out. How could I possibly lie to you?" "Perfect. Let Su Jiang take Rou along." After saying this, Su and Oppo's mother turned to An Rou, asking, "Rou, you're free today, aren't you?" An Rou glanced at Su Jiang for help, wondering whether she should say she was free or not. Mom," Su Jiang quickly said, "I have something to do with An Rou later. We need to buy cat litter for Fu Gui." With a meaningful glance at An Rou, he added, "Right, An Rou?" "Yes." An Rou immediately understood and turned to Su and Oppo's mother, explaining, "Annie, I've already made an appointment with the pet store. We'll be heading there shortly." "I see." Su and Oppo's mother appeared somewhat disappointed. She genuinely cherished the opportunity to converse with such a lovely young lady. "Oh, don't disturb her. We'll head out tomorrow. We need to go home and tidy up." Seeing that things were winding down, Su's father seized the moment to finalize their exit, pulling Su and Oppo's mother up and heading for the door. "Why are you in such a rush? I haven't grabbed my bag yet." "Mom, the bag is right here." Su Jiang quickly handed it over, wearing a pleasing smile. Su and Oppo's mother took the bag, shooting a glare at the 2 men, then turned to An Rou with a smile. "Rou, let us chat again next time. Annie has to leave now." "Okay, goodbye, Annie." An Rou stood up obediently, bidding farewell, her demeanor a stark contrast to her usual spoiled self. "Su Jiang, remember to take care of Rou and treat her to something nice. Don't be stingy. And don't bully her." Su and Oppo's mother admonished before departing. Yes, I understand." Su Jiang nodded vigorously, genuinely fearing his mother would linger and engage in more small talk. Once she started, it would never end. He had never truly absorbed any of it. As the saying goes, the nagging of elders is like a dose of medicine. Those who can swallow it must be seriously ill. "All right, we're leaving." With a final click of the door, Su Jiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for how Su and Oppos, as father would cover up the lie, that was not his concern. He had no idea if his father's phone call was genuine or fabricated. In any case, one of them had to survive this ordeal. Once he confirmed that Su Jiang's parents had left, An Rou finally revealed her fierce expression. Ignoring everything else, she dashed to Su Jiang and jumped on him, stomping her feet. While she stomped, her face flushed with anger. "Su Jiang, you scoundrel! Why didn't you tell me in advance that your parents were here? You made me lose face and almost led to a misunderstanding. You did this on purpose to tease me. I could just crush you." Heaven knew how she had endured those last few minutes. She felt utterly shattered. All her pent-up frustration erupted at that moment. Su Jiang, caught off guard, dodged several of her stomps and quickly retorted, "How is it my fault you didn't check your messages? You still dare to argue? No, if you don't believe me, check your phone. I sent you a message. I want to look." And Rou clutched Su Jiang's waist, determined to vent her frustration. Meanwhile, the little white cat Fu Gue cowered on the windowsill, trembling in a tight ball, its tiny paws covering its eyes, peeking through the gaps. This woman was far too ferocious, even making her owner too afraid to retaliate. From now on, this cat would absolutely avoid provoking her. Chapter 33. On his pet supplies store a few minutes later, An Rou sat on the sofa, playfully stroking the little white cat, Fu Gue, with a joyful smile. Clearly having calmed down, Su Jiang stood beside her, rubbing his waist and inhaling sharply, where An Rou had pinched him, leaving a multitude of bruises. This little girl was indeed ruthless, showing no restraint whatsoever. If it weren't for his extraordinary physique, which had significantly enhanced his physical resilience, Su Jiang would have suspected An Rou could have pinched off a piece of flesh. Fu Gue nestled quietly in An Rou's arms, obedient and timid. Despite having initially resisted the name Fu Gue, it now responded sweetly every time An Rou called it. A wise cat knows its place. The feline may not be aware of the hierarchy in the household, but it was quite evident who held the highest status. Why would it curry favor with Su Jiang instead of An Rou? No way, my cat life has not yet reached its zenith. "Su Jiang, have you fed Fu Gue its cat food?" An Rou inquired as she noticed Fu Gue's rather slender frame, a wave of concern washing over her. "Meow, I want cat food." Fu Gue seized the opportunity, having grown tired of ham sausage. It had had its fill during its days of wandering. Su Jiang shot a glance at Fu Gue, exasperated. "No, it had a ham sausage this morning. That one in Oppos, do. Fu Gue is so small and still growing." An Rou retorted with displeasure. "Meow, meow. Exactly, I am still growing." With a sigh, Su Jiang suggested, "Then shall we go out to buy some?" Thus, Su Jiang tidied up a bit and set out with An Rou to procure some pet supplies for Fu Gue. "Fu Gue, be a good kitty and wait for us at home." An Rou gently patted Fu Gue and Oppos' little head before they left. "Meow, remember to buy cat food." Su Jiang couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, unable to fathom that the gentle and demure An Rou had just displayed such violence. Was Amingji usually like this too? Leaving Fu Gue, oh no, a cat, alone at home, the two of them ventured out. "I have an older sister who runs a pet supply store. Let us go there," An Rou proposed. Su Jiang nodded. It mattered little to him where they went, as he had time to spare. They exited the community and stood by the roadside, hesitating. Then, Su Jiang gazed at An Rou, who returned his gaze. "What are you looking at?" "Hail a cab," An Rou said, feeling a bit flustered under his stare. "Hail a cab?" Confusion crossed Su Jiang's face. "What cab? What about your two bodyguards? Shootin' and Oppos. We be using your family's car?" "Zwa, and you dropped me off and went back," she explained. "Back? So you and Oppos, real alone now?" "Yeah." What with a look of surprise? An Rou regarded Su Jiang with puzzlement. Su Jiang faltered momentarily. "Who protecting your safety? Didn't you say that the less I care about my safety, the less they dare to act against me?" She paused, then added besides, "My brother said that as long as you're here, there's no need for bodyguards." Though he didn't understand why Amingji would say that, he still trusted his brother's judgment. Su Jiang felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, cursing inwardly at Amingji. Did he really consider him a mere lackey for the family? Reluctantly, Sufyan called the taxi, and An Rou instructed the driver on the destination as they embarked towards the pet supplies store she mentioned. After a brief ride, they alighted and followed An Rou as she expertly navigated the streets until they stood before a pet supply store. An Rou approached the slightly ajar door with deftness, and upon entering, her cheerful voice rang out, "Sister Anna, I'm here." Anna, who had been absorbed in a drama behind the counter, immediately perked up at the sound of An Rou's voice. She sprang to her feet, her face beaming with joy as she looked toward the entrance. "Little An Rou, what a rare visit." However, her words abruptly halted mid-sentence as her eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly witnessing something astonishing. "Oh my goodness, what in the world?" Anna exclaimed, spotting a dashing young man following An Rou. The normally indifferent An Rou had brought a boy into her store. An Rou approached, puzzled. "Sister Anna, what else with that expression? You look as if you've seen a ghost." Jiang trailed behind An Rou, curiously scanning the store. It was his first visit to a pet supply store, and there were many items he had never seen before. He noticed Anna scrutinizing him with a peculiar gaze, and, out of courtesy, he slightly bowed. "Hello. Jiang. Huh? Oh, hello. Anna finally snapped out of her shock, her gaze flitting between Jiang and An Rou. Curiosity compelled her to ask, "Are you An Rou's boyfriend?" At this, both An Rou and Jiang instinctively turned to look at each other. "Anna, don't mind him. Just pretend he doesn't exist," An Rou blurted out, feeling a bit flustered, eager to speak before Jiang could. She was unsure of what their relationship was at that moment, as they had never clarified it, maintaining a delicate balance. Moreover, An Rou was not yet prepared for such a discussion. Anna observed An Rou's flustered and slightly shy demeanor, a sense of inexplicable curiosity blossoming within her. Noticing the subtle atmosphere between the two, Anna narrowed her eyes, piecing together the situation with keen intuition. "Goodness, how innocent. Our little An Rou," Anna silently cheered within. When An Rou mentioned purchasing supplies for Fu Gue, Anna eagerly led them to the designated area. "For the litter box, I recommend this one." Anna emphasized the words "you too." "Let me grab a cat bed, along with some cat food and litter over here." Anna spoke while expertly selecting various cat food brands from the shelves, piling them into the litter box. Jiang stood aside, cradling a large, soft cat bed, gently squeezing it. The plush texture was delightful. So soft, it must be incredibly comfortable to sit on. Watching Anna busily at work, An Rou seemed to recall something, stepping back to stand beside Jiang, whispering, "Sister Anna is also part of our family. She is Li Kai's cousin. However, like me, she doesn't engage in any family matters and runs her own store here." Jiang raised an eyebrow, surprised that the clumsy Li Kai had such a sister. "All right, this should be enough." Anna glanced around, ensuring nothing was overlooked. "Anna, how much is all this?" "I'll pay you," An Rou said, pulling out her phone to prepare for payment, only to be stopped by Anna. "Little An Rou, what are you doing? Are you trying to slap your sister in the face? Given our relationship, how could I let you pay? If you pay today, you can never call me Sister Anna again," Anna declared firmly, with a sudden beep signaling a payment confirmation. Both were taken aback as they turned to see Jiang holding the cat bed in one hand and his phone in the other, a look of innocence on his face. "What are you staring at?" Jiang asked, puzzled. "Isn't paying for goods a matter of course? I calculated the price. It should be 500, right?" Anna and Oppo's mouth twitched. Was that really the point? Would a normal person act that way in such a situation? Anna found Jiang a bit outrageous. Chapter 34. On love in an instant. The three of them were taken aback, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. An Rou was the first to regain her composure and quickly remarked, "Sister Chiona, since he has paid, you should just accept it. Next time, you could treat me to dinner." With the conversation having reached this point, Chiona could only acquiesce, saying, "All right then, but you mustn't oppose. Let it happen like this again." Jiang chuckled sheepishly, feeling that it was inappropriate to take advantage of someone on his first visit to their establishment. "By the way, have you taken your cat to the vet for a checkup? Typically, stray cats carry numerous ailments." An Rou shook her head. Jiang had only rescued Fu Gue yesterday, and evidently had not yet taken it to the pet hospital. However, Jiang asserted, "It's fine. The cat doesn't oppose. Seemed to have any major issues." He had specifically asked Fu Gue during its bath if it had any diseases, and Fu Gui had emphatically declared itself a healthy little kitty. How do you know? Xiona inquired, puzzled. Is this guy a veterinarian or something? I had a veterinarian friend come over to take a look. Su Jiang fabricated a casual excuse. After all, he couldn't very well say that the cat had informed him. He certainly didn't, and oppose. T wished to be perceived as insane. You have a veterinarian friend? An Rou turned her head and casually asked, is it a male or a female? Male. Su Jiang immediately responded, alert, adding, and he's quite a bit older. And Rou glanced at him with mild skepticism, but reluctantly accepted his explanation. At that moment, Su Jiang and Amp, Oppo's mind raced, contemplating where to find a male veterinarian to befriend. He recalled that Jiang seemed to have one. He would inquire about it later. If An Rou ever discovered that he had deceived her, he would likely face a beating. His waist still ached from the earlier incident when An Rou had pinched him until he bore bruises. After finishing their shopping, Xiona, having not seen An Rou for a while, wished to chat, especially about Su Jiang. She leaned in and whispered a few words to An Rou, who blinked in response and then asked Su Jiang to buy her some milk tea, using it as an opportunity to steer him away for a moment of private conversation. ISN and Amp, Oppos, tea that milk tea shop quite far? Su Jiang observed on the navigation app, realizing that An Rou and Amp, Oppos, chosen shop was a full 3 kilometers away. There is a similar shop nearby, though, he pointed out, confused. Oh, just ignore it. And Rou pushed his phone aside and nudged him towards the exit. I want that particular one. If you buy me the nearby one, you and Oppos, LLB in big trouble. Su Jiang turned back to gaze at An Rou for a moment, teasingly asking, what, is there something you and Sister Xiona want to discuss that I can in Oppos? Tea here? Oh, just go. An Rou, realizing that Su Jiang had caught on, immediately adopted a playful demeanor, shaking his arm. We'll only talk for a little while. It will be quick. She extended a hand, her lively eyes fixed on him, assuring him, I promise, once you're back, we'll head home. Her adorable smile melted Su Jiang and Oppos' heart, and thus he reluctantly set off to buy the milk tea. There was no helping it. An Rou and Oppos' charm was simply irresistible, a blatant violation of his resolve. Take your time, no rush. And Rou smiled and waved at his retreating figure. Turning around, she found Xiona standing at the doorway, a broad grin on her face. Who would have thought? Our little An Rou can be so charming. Xiona jested, causing An Rou and Amp, Oppos' cheeks to flush. By the way, what is your relationship with him? Did he confess to you? This was the question Xiona most wanted answered. And Rou hesitated, pondering the notion of a confession. It seemed there had been one, but at that time, she and Su Jiang were still strangers, and she had even been upset about having kidnapped him. And Rou vacillated before recounting the peculiar manner of Su Jiang and Amp, Oppos' confession. What? He confessed in front of the entire class and the teacher. Xiona exclaimed, her hand covering her mouth in shock, then quickly inquired, and what about you? Did you accept? And Rou shook her head, reflecting on how she could possibly have agreed at that moment when she had been so furious with him. Does your brother know about this? He should know. They have met. Oh my goodness. Xiona was again taken aback. She had not anticipated that An Mingjie had already met Su Jiang. The fact that Su Jiang stood unscathed beside An Rou suggested that An Mingjie had approved of him. Yet, Xiona could not fathom what made that young man, who was merely slightly handsome, stand out. Did An Mingjie perhaps appreciate the boy's ordinariness? Did he hope for An Rou to lead a simple life? Q Navashin Shirton. Deciphering An Mingjie and Oppos' thoughts was a challenge that few in Jiangdu City could manage. She resolved to inquire with Li Kai, her younger cousin who was always by An Mingjie and Oppos' side, as he would likely know more of the underlying details. At that moment, Xiona and Oppos' curiosity burned within her, and she could scarcely contain the urge to call Li Kai immediately. However, she knew that it was impossible. She was aware of the brewing conflict between the En and Feng families. Although it was unlikely to affect her directly, Li Kai had advised her to minimize contact with family members during this period. Naturally, An Rou was an exception. Currently, no one dared to lay a finger on her, fearing she might be a bait set by Mingjie. And what about you? Xiona turned back to An Rou, asking, don't tell me you don't like him. A blind person could see that you both have feelings for each other. Are you planning to wait for him to confess, or will you take the initiative? Upon hearing this, An Rou's face flushed deeply, her gaze dropping as she fiddled with her delicate fingers, murmuring, I don't and Oppos, know what to do. This is my first time encountering such a situation. Seeing her distress, Chiona, as someone who had been through similar experiences, instantly recognized that An Rou was not yet ready, let alone prepared to take the initiative. It seemed that for this barrier to be broken, Su Jiang would need to make the first move, Chiona thought. She never anticipated that the once willful and headstrong young lady would now exhibit such a vulnerable demeanor. Thanks to Su Jiang's presence, An Rou was gradually evolving. Likewise, Su Jiang was continually accommodating An Rou, and their lives were beginning to intertwine. Even if they were unaware of this transformation, their hearts were drawing closer together. One day, this evolution would lead them to understand the profound affection they had buried deep within for each other. At that moment, neither would need to speak first. They would naturally find themselves together. It's all right, little An Rou, Chiona said gently, resembling a caring older sister as she affectionately ruffled An Rou's hair. Someone will love you in their own way. All we need to do is wait, discover, and then respond. If you're not ready, that's fine. Waiting can be beautiful, especially the waiting before love unfolds, which will become a cherished memory. An Rou, upon hearing this, gazed into the distance with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Perhaps she did not fully grasp Chiona and Amp, Oppos, meaning, but that no longer mattered. Confusion was merely a reflection of their age. It was natural to feel lost in love, such is the essence of life. Chapter 35. You can only wear what I bought. Half an hour later, An Rou was engaged in delightful conversation with Chiona when Su Jiang returned, carrying 2 cups of milk tea. Oh, you and Oppos, back? Chiona exclaimed, rising with a smile to accept the drinks from his hands. Thank you for running such a distance. Su Jiang waved it off nonchalantly, considering it merely a stroll. He handed An Rou her milk tea, but she did not reach for it. Confused, he cast a questioning glance her way. I don't drink it, An Rou replied playfully, grinning at Su Jiang. It's too sweet and can make me gain weight. I absolutely dislike milk tea. Then why did you make me buy it? Su Jiang sighed, feeling exasperated by her antics. Just taste it. Chiona said this flavor is really good. An Rou insisted, taking the cup and inserting a straw, bringing it to Su Jiang and Oppos' lips. You have to try it. Typically, Su Jiang wasn't into Amp, Oppos, fond of milk tea either. He believed it was overpriced and preferred soda. However, with the cup presented to him, he took a small sip, and his eyes widened in surprise. Not bad, he exclaimed, taking a larger gulp. The flavor exceeded his expectations, and he understood the beverage's popularity. Really? And Rou's heart raced at his reaction. Is it really that good? She took the cup, sipped, and then grimaced. Oh, it's too sweet. I still can Oppos to get used to it. She handed the drink back to Su Jiang. He stared at the cup, then back at An Rou, realizing that this might have been their first indirect kiss. An Rou, having come to the same realization, blushed fiercely and quickly changed the subject. Well, Chiona, we should be going now. We and Oppos, LL come back to play another time. Without waiting for a response, she dashed towards the door, oblivious to whether Su Jiang was following her. Her mind was a whirl, having just shared such an intimate moment with Su Jiang. Would he misunderstand her? Su Jiang stood there, bewildered, muttering, wait, we haven't and Oppos even picked up our things yet. Chiona chuckled, gathering their numerous purchases and handing them to Su Jiang. Can you manage? In Oppos, a bit heavy. Should I call An Rou back to help? No need, Chiona. I can handle it, Su Jiang replied with a smile, effortlessly cradling everything in his arms. Chiona was surprised. Despite his lack of visible muscles, he possessed considerable strength. An Rou can be a bit spoiled at times. Please be patient with her. Chiona said seriously. She hasn't into Oppos. T interacted much with boys before, so I hope you want an Oppos. T let her get hurt. Su Jiang gazed at An Rou and Oppos, as figure outside, a soft warmth flickering in his eyes. Don't worry, I will. As they stepped outside, the pink hue on An Rou's cheeks had faded considerably. Realizing she had been too shy to remember the gifts for Fu Gui, she hurried over, embarrassment evident. Let me help you carry some. Looking around, she realized she couldn't and Oppos tea find anything to assist with. Just hold the milk tea, Su Jiang suggested with a chuckle, handing her the drink. An Rou accepted it, her cheeks reddening once more. Seizing the moment while Su Jiang turned to wave goodbye to Qiona, she took a quick sip. "Oh, it didn't amp, oppos, that's so sweet," she exclaimed, sticking out her tongue, "but still quite delicious. All right, Qiona, we're off," she called cheerfully. "Okay, remember to visit." Qiona waved back. As they walked home, they passed a household goods store, and An Rou suddenly halted. "What an amp, oppos, is wrong?" Su Jiang asked, puzzled by her abrupt stop. An Rou pondered, placing a finger on her lips, feigning concern. "I notice you only have one pair of slippers at home. And, well, what if your parents or guests come over? It would be quite inconvenient without extra slippers. Just wait a moment." And Rou dashed into the store, returning a few minutes later with 2 pairs of slippers in hand. "Here, you can wear these at home," she said, presenting a blue pair while pointing to a pink pair. "This one is mine. No one else is allowed to wear it." Su Jiang chuckled at her declaration. "What about the slippers I already had?" And Rou tilted her head thoughtfully. Leave them for guests?" "Oh, never mind. You can only wear the pair I bought," with a playful sense of ownership. And Rou seemed ready to leap if Su Jiang dared to object. Upon his nod of agreement, her face lit up with joy. Afterward, they reached a taxi stand, wherein Rou took the lead in hailing a cab. Su Jiang stood by, glancing at the milk tea in her hand, bewildered. How had she consumed half of it already? Noticing her absorbed in her phone while sipping, Su Jiang felt bemused. Who claimed to dislike milk tea the most? A little pup named An Rou. Feeling a pang of regret, he realized he would likely get none of that delicious drink. Asking for it back now would only incite her wrath, a scenario he had grown accustomed to. But why did he become so accustomed to such things? Moments later, they returned home, only to be halted by an unexpected sight. Fu Gue, the small white cat, lounged on the balcony, gnawing on a sausage. Upon hearing the door open, he froze, staring at Su Jiang and An Rou with wide eyes, as if caught in the act of mischief. "Ah!" An Rou exclaimed, rushing to scoop Fu Gue into her arms. "What are you doing here, little one? Have you been starving?" Su Jiang grimaced, eyeing the scattered plastic wrappers on the floor. He could understand the cat's desire for sausages, but how had it managed to tear open the packaging so neatly? "Meow. I'm sorry." Fu Gue immediately apologized, not bothering to make excuses. Given the cat and amp, Oppo's earnest demeanor, Su Jiang decided to let it off this time. An Rou, brimming with excitement, began showcasing their purchases to Fu Gue. "Look, this is your new cat bed." She picked up the large cat bed and then held up the litter box. "And this is your litter box. You will." And Rou enthusiastically explained the purposes of each item, and Fu Gue's eyes sparkled with interest. "Meow, meow, meow. This is the life. No regrets." Su Jiang and Oppo's lips twitched. Just how unsatisfactory had Fu Gue and Oppo's previous existence been to make such a statement? Such low aspirations. Chapter 36. Lin Hui's actions and Rou lingered at Su Jiang's residence until dusk. The two dined around the neighborhood, and soon, her 2 bodyguards arrived to escort her home. As she prepared to leave, An Rou felt a twinge of reluctance, wishing to take Fu Gue with her. However, the little white cat seemed disinclined. In truth, Fu Gue longed to accompany An Rou, yearning to nestle in her fragrant embrace, believing that life as a cat would be utterly fulfilled. Yet under Su Jiang's menacing gaze, Fu Gue faltered, fearing that a blissful feline existence might be snuffed out before it even began. "Su Jiang, you must take good care of Fu Gue. If it loses weight, you shall face dire consequences." Seeing Fu Gue unwilling to follow her, An Rou could only gently admonish Su Jiang to look after the little white cat. Meanwhile, the city of Jiangdu was far from the calm it appeared to be. Ever since the Fengting restaurant declared war, the various factions in Jiangdu had been on high alert. The open and covert skirmishes between the An and Feng families intensified, while the Lin family was also stirring, seeking an opportunity to strike. The Wang family officially announced their relocation to Jiangdu in a week, a declaration that sent shockwaves throughout the city. Everyone knew that once the Wang family settled in, it would mark the beginning of a fierce conflict. For at this moment, the Wang family was not merely the leading family of the gray area. They were witnesses to the infamily and Amp, Oppo's, Jiang's declaration of war against the Feng family. In a dimly lit room within the Lin family estate, a man spoke gravely beside Lin Hui. His name was Wu Chengrun, the secret weapon of Lin Hui and the entire Lin family. Once the foremost assassin of a powerful family, Wu Chengrun had joined the Lin family after their downfall. Captivated by Lin Hui's vision. Until now, Lin Hui had kept Wu Chengrun hidden from Mingjie and Feng Qingye, with his existence known only to Lin Hui himself. Even the other Lin family members were unaware. You've concealed me for so long, and now we have such a splendid opportunity. Are we not to act? Wu Chengrun's eyes sparkled with anticipation, perceiving this as a chance for the Lin family to rise and become the leading faction. Lin Hui leaned back on the sofa, idly toying with a coin. Chengrun, do you understand why An Mingjie dared to declare war on the Feng family in my presence? Wu Chengrun paused, uncertain. Did this hold a deeper significance? Lin Hui smiled knowingly. You underestimate An Mingjie. If you believe this is merely a chance for gain, you are gravely mistaken. You will fall entirely into An Mingjie's trap. Wu Chengrun frowned. Is An Mingjie truly that formidable? He can confront the Feng family while guarding against us? Lin Hui chuckled softly. Once you entertain such thoughts, you are destined to be no match for An Mingjie. I have battled him for years and know well his terrifying prowess. Though I have concealed you, who can fathom how many cards An Mingjie has up his sleeve? Until An Mingjie's full hand is revealed, Lin Hui would never act rashly. However, after hiding Wu Chengrun for so long, the time had indeed come to put him to use. Wu Chengrun quickly inquired, what do you need me to do? Eliminate someone? After lurking in the shadows for years, the prospect of finally taking action thrilled him. As the former top assassin, the act of killing had become an addiction for him. The absence of such experiences left him feeling restless, as if ants were crawling over him. Lin Hui contemplated for a long moment before responding. I need you to monitor An Mingjie's sister, An Rou. You must not be discovered. Can you manage that? Wu Chengrun hesitated. Surveillance on An Mingjie's sister? I can do that. As long as I don't engage directly, no one will suspect me. I can easily pass for an ordinary person. Lin Hui nodded in approval. Excellent. Keep a close watch on An Rou's every move and report anonymously to Feng Qingye. Report to Feng family? Why? Wu Chengrun questioned. Feng Qingye would hesitate to act against An Rou, fearing An Mingjie's trap. Yet when pushed to the brink, even a trap might be worth the gamble. Lin Hui rose, pouring himself a glass of wine, and continued, what we must do is nudge him at the moment of indecision. Feng Qingye is bound to falter against An Mingjie, and An Rou is indeed An Mingjie's only vulnerability. We will relay An Rou's whereabouts to Feng Qingye. A sly smile crept across Lin Hui's lips as he asked Wu Chengrun, do you think that cornered Feng Qingye would dare to act against An Rou? Cold sweat trickled down Wu Chengrun's back. Were he in Feng Qingye's position, he would undoubtedly take action against An Rou, for he would have no other choice. Lin Hui added, An Mingjie cannot be oblivious to this, so in the final stages, he will surely reveal his trump cards regarding An Rou. At that point, it shall be your moment to strike. I require you to assist Feng Qingye in dealing with An Rou. An Mingjie is unaware of your existence. Thus, he will be unprepared. The best outcome would be for you to capture An Rou, allowing the Lin family to gain the upper hand and topple both the Feng and An families. However, such a scenario is improbable. The most likely outcome is that An Mingjie will deploy all his resources to protect An Rou, thereby forcing me to unveil most of his hidden cards through your presence. Lin Hui chuckled at the thought, savoring a sip of red wine. The success of this plan hinged entirely on Wu Chengrun. Suddenly, Lin Hui remembered something and cautioned Wu Chengrun, remember, do not act against An Rou without my explicit command. Also, be wary of a certain individual named Su Jiang who is close to her. He is the one who incapacitated Scar. Wu Chengrun nodded, dismissing Su Jiang's threat from his mind. Despite hearing about Scar's defeat, he believed it was merely a reflection of Scar's own inadequacy. If he had been the one to act instead of Su Jiang, he was confident he could have done so with swifter precision. Ultimately, Su Jiang was just a student. Lin Hui noticed Wu Chengrun's disdain for Su Jiang, but chose not to comment further, knowing well Wu Chengrun's capabilities. The disparity in strength between Su Jiang and Wu Chengrun was vast. Go now. Ensure your actions are clean. And do not let Feng Qingye or Mingjie catch wind of this. Both are formidable opponents. I understand. Rest assured, Wu Chengren replied before exiting the room, leaving Lin Hui alone. In the dimly lit chamber, Lin Hui sat back on the sofa, swirling his wine glass, intently gazing at the crimson liquid, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The three great families of Jiangdu, while the Feng and An families stir up such a tempest. How could the Lin family remain mere spectators? Mingjie. Just wait. Chapter 37. The foolish cat is brought out. The week that followed was unremarkable for Su Jiang, as if he had returned to the days prior to acquiring the system. On Monday morning, he awoke at dawn, arrived punctually at class, and promptly fell asleep. To his surprise, he found that old Jiang and Oppo's lectures effectively alleviated the issue of excessive sleep that accompanied his extraordinary physique, allowing him to slumber deeply. At noon, he abandoned Wang Xiang to have lunch with An Rou. In the afternoon, Wang Xiang faced abandonment once more. During evening study hours, Su Jiang, reflecting on his actions, decided to make amends with Wang Xiang. They quickly resolved to skip their studies and spend the night at an internet CAF. That night, they faced dismal gaming results and swore never to engage with that wretched game again. On Tuesday, with no classes in the morning, Su Jiang and Wang Xiang returned home to catch up on sleep, only heading to school in the afternoon. That night, they repeated their act of skipping evening study, returning to the internet CAF to continue their battles in the gaming realm. On Wednesday morning, old Jiang discovered their absence from evening study and reprimanded them in front of the entire class. Rumor had it they were reported, but neither of them knew who had done so. Su Jiang was summoned to old Jiang's office, where he was scolded for half an hour and handed 5 competition papers to be completed by Friday. At noon, he lunched with An Rou, who appeared inexplicably pleased. That evening, Wang Xiang, undeterred, continued to invite Su Jiang for another night out, but Su Jiang declined his reckless proposal, opting instead to complete the 5 competition papers and accompany An Rou for a stroll along the river. On Thursday morning, he rushed to old Jiang's office to deliver the completed competition papers, feeling a surge of satisfaction. He then received another set of 5 papers. At noon, Wang Xiang, visibly upset, confronted Su Jiang, but he paid little attention, assuming it was merely a complaint about his lack of camaraderie over meals. In the afternoon, Wang Xiang approached Su Jiang with an ingratiating smile, seemingly having been coerced by An Rou, using Jimeng and Oppo's as contact to threaten him into behaving. It must be said, Wang Xiang was indeed a person of adaptability, capable of swift change in demeanor. Su Jiang genuinely suggested he consider retaking the year at a film academy. These mundane days persisted until Friday, when the school had arranged a recreational outing. The school bus arrived at 8 in the morning, ready to transport them to the amusement park in batches. Su Jiang had prepared his belongings the night before and, upon waking the next morning, quickly got ready and stepped outside with his bag. He had intended to board one of the later buses, but An Rou insisted on taking the first bus and insisted he accompany her. "If I don't see you on the first bus tomorrow, you're doomed," she threatened with a playful grin. To be fair, Su Jiang was unperturbed by An Rou's threats. He simply found it difficult to rise early. As he walked, he nibbled on a bun while scrolling through his phone. Why did his backpack seem heavier? He hadn't packed much yesterday, had he? Su Jiang murmured to himself, suspecting he had overpacked. "Mew, I'm not heavy." A cat's meow emanated from the depths of his backpack, causing Su Jiang to startle and mechanically turn to inspect the bag he was carrying. No way. Surely, that was merely a figment of his imagination. Clinging to a shred of hope, he clutched the bag to his front and cautiously unzipped it. A small white cat head peeked out, its wide eyes staring back at him. Snap! Su Jiang's hope shattered. "How on earth did you end up here?" he exclaimed in exasperation, lifting the plump cat by the scruff of its neck. No wonder he felt something was amiss this morning. It was because this foolish cat had gone missing. Glancing at the time, he realized it was too late to return the cat now. Reluctantly, he resigned himself to carrying it with him to the amusement park. "Mew, Iiapois, am hungry." The cat, oblivious to the impending danger, continued to call out bravely. Smack! Su Jiang delivered a gentle whack to its head, causing the little white cat to cover its head with its paws tears welling in its eyes. "Still hungry?" he asked. "Mew, not hungry anymore." Su Jiang nodded in satisfaction, stuffing the cat back into his backpack and continuing on his way. How should one deal with a hungry cat? Usually, they just needed a good smack to set them straight. Half an hour later, Su Jiang arrived fashionably late. "Su Jiang, you nearly missed the bus." And Rose stood in front of the bus, hands on her hips, her tone disapproving as she glared at him. She was dressed in a khaki coat and light blue jeans that accentuated her slender legs, drawing the attention of several boys nearby. "I'm not late, am I?" Su Jiang retorted, only to receive a sharp twist from An Rou's slender fingers at his waist. However, she didn't apply much force. It was merely a gesture of her discontent. Sufyan Saif, realizing that he could have arrived earlier had it not been for the foolish cat that delayed him and caused him to miss the bus, forcing him to wait for the next one. "Mew, serves you right," the cat mumbled from within his backpack. As Su Jiang and An Rou boarded the bus, he was surprised to find Wang Xiang already on board, seated next to Jimeng. Wang Xiang waved at Su Jiang, signaling him and An Rou to join them. "What is going on? Isn't this event just for the freshmen?" Su Jiang inquired curiously as he took a seat. Wang Xiang explained. They needed upperclassmen volunteers for this event. Jimeng happens to be in the student council, so she signed up. Su Jiang glanced at Jimeng, noticing the student council emblem on her arm. They exchanged friendly greetings, and moments later, the bus departed, embarking on a half-hour journey to the amusement park. Su Jiang leaned in closer to Wang Xiang and whispered, "So, how are things going with Jimeng?" Wang Xiang glanced at Jimeng, who was engrossed at her phone, and replied quietly, "Still working on it. It and oppos. It's a bit complicated. I'll tell you more later." Su Jiang nodded, suddenly feeling a weight on his shoulder. Turning to look, he found An Rou peacefully resting against him, her eyes closed, seemingly asleep. She must have woken up too early, he thought otherwise. She would have dozed off as soon as she got on the bus. With a shake of his head at her early slumber, he shifted slightly, allowing her to rest more comfortably. He then held a finger to his lips, signaling Wang Xiang to keep quiet so as not to disturb her. With a spark of inspiration, he carefully took out his phone and opened the camera. Click! He captured a photo of An Rou sleeping against him, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she slumbered contentedly. After a moment's consideration, he set the photo as his screensaver, vowing that An Rou must never see it. Otherwise, his phone would likely meet a tragic fate at her hands. Chapter 38. Prince Yang, keep going. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt, and the group arrived at the amusement park. An Rou, still dazed, opened her eyes. She had slept on Su Jiang throughout the journey, her hair disheveled. "Are we there?" she asked, blinking as she turned to look out the window, her gaze immediately captured by a grand Ferris wheel. "Yes," Su Jiang nodded, gently smoothing her unruly hair. "What time did you sleep last night?" "I can't recall. I just kept tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep," she replied. Clearly, An Rou was quite eager for this outing, so much so that it had kept her awake. The group disembarked from the bus and collected badges, identifying them as students of Jiang University at the entrance. With these badges, they could enjoy all the attractions for free. As they stood in line, Su Jiang was still conversing with An Rou when he suddenly looked up at the figure distributing the badges, finding them oddly familiar. Upon closer inspection, he gasped, "ISN and AMP. AMP? Oppos. Tita Likai? What's he doing here?" ISN and AMP. AMP. Oppos. Tita and family currently in a state of preparation? Why do you have the time to take on a part-time job? Likai, wearing a baseball cap and the staff uniform, was efficiently directing students into the amusement park. When it was Su Jiang and An Rou's turn, they did not take the badges. Likai, momentiasetun, raised his head to find the two staring at him wide-eyed. Likai asked, puzzled, "What are you two doing here?" "Sufyan is mirket, honestly. Who do you think is more out of place here? Us or you?" Likai scrutinized the badges he was distributing and suddenly realized, wait, this event is organized by your school? ISN and AMP? Oppos. See that obvious? You're here to earn some extra cash, but don't even know the basic details? Who has tried to earn extra cash? I'm here for a specific reason. What? Are you pretending to be a spy at the amusement park? Absolutely not. You have no idea. This is a secret mission, very important. And how much do you get paid for this? 200. An Rou, standing aside, found their banter amusing. She had never seen Li Kai so flustered before. Gently tapping Su Jiang, she whispered, "Let us not disturb Brother Li Kai at work. We should get moving." Li Kai glanced at An Rou, handed the badges to them, and cautioned Su Jiang, "Take good care of Rou. Although the chances of danger are minimal, still, be cautious." "Don't worry," Su Jiang replied, accepting the badge. Just as he took a couple of steps, he turned back curiously, "By the way, do you have a turn in that 200, or can you keep it?" "Get lost," Li Kai grumbled through clenched teeth, wishing he could give Su Jiang a good beating had it not been for the tense atmosphere and his own responsibilities. Feigning anger, An Rou swatted Su Jiang playfully. "You talk too much. Let us hurry." They entered the amusement park, where An Rou asked Su Jiang to wait for her as she needed to use the restroom. Su Jiang gazed at the roller coaster and the swinging pendulum, suddenly recalling that Fu Gue was still in his backpack. He quickly crouched down, unzipping the bag only to find the little white cat nearly suffocating inside, its ears drooping as it leaped out in an instant. "Meow. In Napo's. That's so hot. Sorry. I completely forgot." Su Jiang apologized to Fu Gue, though his expression conveyed no remorse. "You go find somewhere to play. When you're tired, come back to find me." Su Jiang understood that Fu Gue had secretly hidden in his bag to enjoy some outdoor fun. He would dare let other cats roam free like this, but Fu Gue was different. It seemed to possess a wisdom beyond that of ordinary cats, and behaved more human-like. Perhaps it was due to spending so much time with Su Jiang. "Meow. Great." Upon hearing it could play freely, Fu Gue's earlier lethargy vanished, and it dashed away, filled with excitement. Sufyan chuckled, shaking his head as he watched Fu Gue scamper off. It was likely to have a great time, especially since he had never taken it out since adopting it. "Sufyan." Not far away, An Rou called out his name while jogging toward him, her face radiating excitement. She reached Su Jiang, panting slightly. "I just saw that there's a haunted house over there. Let us go play in the haunted house." An Rou's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She had never been to a haunted house before and had only heard that they were quite terrifying. Sister Chiona had strongly suggested she should experience it at least once. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" He was well aware of An Rou's timid nature. Despite her brave Fade, she was quite fearful. However, seeing her determined nod, he felt compelled to accompany her. At worst, they could always turn back if it became too overwhelming. They approached the ticket booth for the haunted house, where several people gathered, yet none dared to enter. To Su Jiang's surprise, Wang Xiang was also present, seemingly preparing to step inside. "Jijuan, do we really want to do this?" Wang Xiang's lips trembled slightly as he feigned nonchalance. "I'm fine with it. After all, I'm quite brave, but I'm worried about you." "I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me," Jijuan replied with a subtle smile, showing no signs of anxiety. Seeing this, Su Jiang stifled a laugh, wondering if Wang Xiang was serious about entering the haunted house. He knew better than anyone that Wang Xiang and Appo's courage was even less than An Rou's. He had nearly been scared to death during a horror-themed role-playing game at the beginning of the semester. Yet, as Wang Xiang was Su Jiang's good friend, he felt it was his duty to support him. Su Jiang stepped forward, patting Wang Xiang on the shoulder, and addressed Jijuan. "You might not know this, but my buddy Wang Xiang is incredibly brave. He has ventured into every haunted house in Jiangdu, earning him the nickname and Appo's Haunted House Slayer." "And Appo's? Really?" Jijuan looked at Wang Xiang with admiration. "Are you trying to get me killed, Su Jiang?" Wang Xiang shot him a murderous glance before turning to Jijuan, forcing a smile. "Well, it's not quite that exaggerated. Wang is just modest, you understand, right, Jijuan?" Su Jiang interrupted Wang Xiang and smiled at Jijuan. "How about this? I'll speak to the staff and let you two enter first." With that, Su Jiang rushed to the entrance staff, pointing to Wang Xiang and Jijuan, declaring they wished to challenge the haunted house. "Su Jiang, you bastard!" Wang Xiang gritted his teeth, vowing that he would never forgive Su Jiang, planning to buy a knife at the supermarket to deal with him once they returned. Chapter 39. Having reached this point, let us first take a photograph of Jiaming and her companions, all right? An Rou peered anxiously, feeling a pang of trepidation. In the heat of the moment, she had impulsively agreed to this adventure, only to realize that her courage was insufficient to tackle the haunted house. Fear not, all will be well. So Fiangrin, displaying his pearly whites. Wang Jiang is a master of haunted houses. At that moment, Wang Jiang was too preoccupied to pay heed to Su Jiang. He and Jiang were attentively listening to the staff as they explained the game rules. Our haunted house features a unique dual entry system. Each of you must enter through one of the two entrances. Entrance 1 has more ghosts, but a simpler pathway, while entrance 2 has fewer ghosts, is less frightening. Yet the route resembles a labyrinth, complete with various obstacles, regardless of which entrance you choose. Both parties must place their respective red and blue coins on the mechanism located in the center of the haunted house for it to count as a successful passage. With that, the staff produced a red and a blue coin, handing them to Wang Jiang and Jiang respectively. Wait, does one person enter each entrance? Wang Jiang cautiously inquired. Can't we both enter through the same entrance? If you oppose, re-scared, that is an option, the staff replied, effectively cutting off Wang Jiang and Amp, oppose, as escape route. Gazing at the red coin in his hand, a look of determination filled Wang Jiang and Amp, oppose, eyes as he turned to Jiang. Jiang, do not worry. I shall traverse my entrance with utmost speed to assist you. Upon hearing this, Jiang nodded in anticipation. I believe in your prowess as a haunted house master. The staff added, you may choose your entrances at random. Should you break the record for the fastest completion, there will be an additional reward. At this, several timid individuals around them began to stir with excitement. Upon hearing of the reward for breaking the record, An Rou's competitive spirit surged, and she promptly pulled Su Jiang to sign up, placing themselves in line behind Wang Jiang and Jiang. All right, you may begin. The staff smiled at Wang Jiang and Jiang, wishing them an enjoyable experience. Go! Jiang. An Rou waved her little hand from behind, cheering for Jiang. Jiang turned back with a sweet smile, showing no hesitation as she entered one of the entrances. Go, old Wang. Su Jiang imitated An Rou, calling out to Wang Jiang. Show your haunted house mastery. Get lost. Unable to contain himself, Wang Jiang shot Su Jiang a middle finger, then immediately transformed his demeanor, his expression turning serious as he stepped resolutely into the haunted house. Minutes later, a cacophony of screams erupted from within the haunted house. Help! I'm done. Wah! Please don't chase me. I've made a grave mistake. Jiang, come save me. Outside, Su Jiang stifled laughter, covering his mouth as he quickly retrieved his phone to record the precious cries of despair. This recording would be Wang Jiang's bane for a lifetime. An Rou could hardly contain her amusement after witnessing Wang Jiang and Amp, oppose, as confident entrants. She had genuinely believed he was a haunted house master. You're too wicked. An Rou gently kicked Su Jiang, realizing he was deliberately setting Wang Jiang up for failure in front of Jiang. Wang Jiang was indeed unfortunate, having chosen the entrance with the most ghosts, and it wasn't too long before his screams filled the air. Before long, the screams subsided, and Jiang helped the shaken Wang Jiang out, her face etched with concern. Are you all right? Why, yes, I'm fine. Wang Jiang and Appo's voice trembled, though he feigned strength. I just didn't perform well today. Jiang smiled knowingly. I understand. You simply didn't showcase your true abilities. As they emerged, Su Jiang noticed that Wang Jiang was even drenched in sweat, clearly terrified. A flicker of guilt washed over him, but it would fade soon enough. Next group. The staff signaled for Su Jiang and An Rou to prepare, handing them the red and blue coins. An Rou took the coins, inhaling deeply as she mentally prepared herself. She did not wish to embarrass herself in front of Su Jiang. Su Jiang found her demeanor amusing, confident that if An Rou entered the less frightening entrance, she would manage just fine. Amidst Jiang's encouraging shouts and Wang Jiang's piercing gaze, Su Jiang and An Rou stepped into the haunted house. As Su Jiang crossed the threshold, the scene before him instantly darkened, filled with the howling of winds and low whispers. Thanks to his extraordinary physique, Su Jiang's dynamic vision in the darkness was considerably sharper than that of an ordinary person. After traversing a short distance, he quickly realized that the path was not only winding and complex, but also obstructed by various obstacles, with uneven surfaces threatening to trip him. Ah, it appears I have entered the entrance with fewer ghosts. Su Jiang couldn't help but worry about An Rou. Her experience would likely be more harrowing than his, and he wondered if she could withstand it. He quickened his pace, eager to check on An Rou's situation. Grr! A low growl echoed, and a terrifying visage suddenly appeared before Su Jiang, reeking of foul odor and staring intently at him. Wow, you guys must have a tough job working with such a stench. Su Jiang grimaced, covering his nose, patting the NPC on the shoulder as he sidestepped and continued forward. NPC. Dude, I'm a ghost. Can you show some respect? Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, the NPC swiftly retrieved a walkie-talkie from his pocket, calling for backup. Brothers, come quickly to entrance 2. There's a brave one here. If I don't scare him today, I want to be able to swallow this grievance. Moments later, several responses crackled through the walkie-talkie, and numerous NPCs stationed at entrance 1 hastily abandoned their posts, heading towards entrance 2. Grr, where's my head? He cackled a chorus of ghosts as they appeared before Su Jiang in rapid succession, each adopting various terrifying poses. Yet, Su Jiang remained unfazed, even fighting back a chuckle. Oh, Su Jiang, help! Just then, he heard An Rou's piercing scream from a distance, causing his expression to shift instantly. Apologies, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. With that, Su Jiang took off, darting through the passage with remarkable speed. The surrounding NPCs were left dumbfounded by this spectacle. What the heck? Am I seeing things? How can a person run so swiftly in the dark? Holy crap. P.S. even dodging obstacles while running. This can't be real. Stop chatting. We can't even catch up to him. How are we supposed to scare him? Scare him? He isn't afraid of us at all. We should have stayed back to frighten that little girl. This is utterly boring. Su Jiang dashed through the heart of the haunted house, not even glancing at the mechanism where the coins were to be placed, and continued towards entrance 1. Before long, he spotted An Rou huddled in a corner, clutching her head and covering her ears. An NPC dressed as a ghost stood nearby, apologetically trying to coax her. Little girl, I've taken off my headpiece. I shouldn't be scary now. Please, look at me. I'm really not frightening anymore. You even stepped on my foot earlier, and I didn't say anything. How about this? I'll help you get through. I promise there won't be any ghosts along the way. The NPC was at a loss. The little girl remained frozen in her corner, unresponsive to all his attempts to console her. He genuinely didn't know what to do. Click! A sound rang out, causing the NPC to turn his head, mouth agape. Not far away stood Su Jiang, brandishing his phone with the camera activated, capturing a flurry of images of An Rou in a rather frantic manner. It is a rarity to witness someone as timid as An Rou in such a state. It certainly warrants a photographic memento. What? You claim that An Rou is so pitiable that I should offer comfort instead of taking pictures? Nonsense. If she were not in such a pitiable condition, I wouldn't oppose have bothered to capture the moment at all. Chapter 40. Su Jiang knocked An Rou unconscious. The incessant clicking of the camera echoed as Su Jiang captured several photographs in quick succession. The NPC beside him was utterly bewildered. Aren't and oppose. You two supposed to be in a romantic relationship? Shouldn't you be rescuing her and gently cradling her in your arms instead of taking pictures? Amid the flashing lights, An Rou began to sense that something was amiss. Cautiously, she turned her head, her hands still pressed tightly against her ears, fearing the sudden sounds that might frighten her. Perfect a frontal shot. At that moment, as An Rou turned, Su Jiang swiftly pressed the shutter, capturing her delicate face, which was slightly flushed and appeared remarkably vulnerable, yet her eyes were filled with confusion. In that enchanting moment, Su Jiang felt as if An Rou resembled a lost fawn. A few seconds later, the confusion in An Rou and Oppo's gaze transformed into shock, followed by indignation. She sprang to her feet, kicking her legs and lunging directly at Su Jiang. Sufyan, delete those photos right now. Her voice carried an urgency, her hands flailing in desperation. In that moment, fear was the least of her concerns. All she could think about was destroying Su Jiang's phone. Indeed, she intended to obliterate it entirely. There could be no chance of those pictures remaining. The NPC stood frozen, having just witnessed An Rou's pitiable demeanor moments ago. Now, however, who was truly frightened. Su Jiang, if you don't delete those pictures, I won't let this go. I swear I didn't take any. If I'm lying, I'll never eat cilantro again. Get lost. You never eat cilantro anyway. I warn you not to pinch me. Why are you biting me? Suddenly, An Rou and Amp, Oppos, S small. Silver teeth clamped down on Su Jiang's hand, her eyes flashing with defiance. Are you going to delete them or not? I didn't take any pictures. I would never delete something that I didn't capture. This might be the only opportunity one have to take such photos. The NPC, standing aside, was utterly perplexed. Observing their playful bickering, he couldn't help but clear his throat and interject, perhaps you two should step outside. Shut up. I'll settle the score with you later. And Rou turned fiercely, glaring at the NPC before resuming her confrontation with Su Jiang. The NPC, feeling a twitch at the corner of his mouth, knew better than to provoke an angry woman. But honestly, how could this girl's mood shift so rapidly? Was her previous innocent demeanor merely an act? As An Rou continued her relentless pursuit, growing more agitated, Su Jiang suddenly noticed the NPC and Oppos, S cane, and his eyes lit up. Brother, may I borrow this? Huh? Wait. The cane was snatched from the NPC's grasp, and he was left utterly flabbergasted. Who had allowed these two oddballs to enter? Did the oblivious crowd outside not understand that individuals in poor mental states shouldn't be allowed in haunted houses? What happened next left the NPC even more astounded. Seizing the opportunity while An Rou was distracted, Su Jiang gently tapped her on the back of the head with the cane. In an instant, she collapsed, and Su Jiang felt a surge of triumph. It truly worked. Low-level skill, dirty knockout. Using a blunt weapon to attack from behind guarantees a 100 chance of knocking out the target. Su Jiang had only tapped her lightly, and An Rou was instantly unconscious. The force was just right, sufficient to daze her without causing harm. Had he not possessed this skill, it was likely he would have lost control and injured her. However, without the dirty knockout, Su Jiang wouldn't have considered this approach to swiftly quiet An Rou. Thanks. Wait, what? The NPC took the cane back from Su Jiang, utterly bewildered. What just happened? How could she faint from such a light touch? What were these two even up to? Su Jiang gently lifted An Rou onto his back and walked to the center, inserting a coin into the mechanism as they successfully exited the haunted house. Wang Xiang and Ji Meng were waiting outside. Wang Xiang appeared considerably better, at least more so than when he had first emerged. Upon seeing Su Jiang carrying An Rou, they were filled with concern and hurried over to inquire if everything was all right. She's fine. She just got a little overexcited and fainted from lack of oxygen. However, the next moment, An Rou began to stir awake. Where am I? An Rou mumbled, still dazed. She recalled trying to snatch Su Jiang and Oppos' phone, and yet here she was unexpectedly outside the haunted house, resting on his back. To her surprise, being carried like this felt oddly comfortable. Su Jiang was taken aback by how quickly she regained consciousness. Yet, it was to be expected. The duration of the dizzy spell from the dirty knockout correlates directly with the force exerted. He had only tapped An Rou gently. To be out for several minutes was already impressive. He promptly seated An Rou on a chair, concern etched across his face. An Rou, are you all right? You scare me to death. The NPC said you fainted, so I hurried to carry you out. Thankfully, you and Oppos were okay. An Rou rubbed her head, looking skeptically at Su Jiang. I remember you taking my picture, and then I tried to grab your phone. What are you talking about? Su Jiang's expression turned serious. When I found you, you were already unconscious. Why would I take your picture? What do you think of me? Su Jiang feigned heartbreak, while An Rou began to waver in her conviction. Could it be that she had truly misremembered? Wang Xiang observed Su Jiang and Oppos' performance with an expression of utter disbelief. Are you playing the fool? An Rou, you don't know him? I certainly do. You can't possibly think he is innocent. Old Su, to clear your name, we just need to check your phone's photo album. Wang Xiang suggested casually. For the sake of our shared integrity, I trust you can endure this little inconvenience, right? Su Jiang stared at Wang Xiang in disbelief. Come on, buddy, don't hold a grudge. It was just one little mishap. When will this cycle of vengeance end? Wang Xiang was unfazed. He seized the opportunity to retaliate fiercely. Upon hearing Wang Xiang's proposal, An Rou turned her gaze to Su Jiang. If he were innocent, he would surely agree to show her the album. Unless, of course, there was something in there that he didn't want her to see. I'll only look at the first 3 pictures. An Rou extended 3 slender fingers. She had no desire to invade Su Jiang's privacy. She merely wanted to see the first 3 images. Su Jiang's lips twitched. To be honest, the first 30 pictures in his current photo album were all of An Rou. If she saw them, he would surely be in grave trouble. An Rou, just wait a moment. I need to discuss something with Wang Xiang. After pulling Wang Xiang aside, Su Jiang swiftly whispered, "Brother, lend me a hand." Wang Xiang shot him a disdainful look. "You're delusional. Now is your chance to apologize to An Rou. I have an audio recording of you screaming in the haunted house on my phone." "What? You gotta be kidding. Keep it down. If you don't want that audio shared in our class group, help me out." Compared to Wang Xiang and Oppo's audio, Su Jiang was far more concerned about preserving An Rou and Oppo's pictures. Wang Xiang grit his teeth, realizing Su Jiang had a trump card up his sleeve. "Fine, but you must delete the audio and not keep a copy. Don't worry, you can trust me on that." "Deal." In a matter of mere seconds, the two reached an agreement. Chapter 41. Do you like me? After the two concluded their clandestine transaction, Su Jiang returned with an air of nonchalance, while Wang Xiang spoke first. "Regarding that classmate An Rou, after careful consideration, I firmly believe that, based on my understanding of old Su, he is certainly not the type to commit such an act." His voice was resolute and unyielding. However, An Rou merely blinked, remaining silent as her gaze fixed on Su Jiang. Was she to be taken for a fool? In the blink of an eye, Wang Xiang had noticeably shifted his stance. If An Rou had harbored doubts before, she now felt a strong conviction that her memory was indeed accurate. Yet, she could not fathom why she had fainted later. What she was certain of was that this matter was inextricably linked to Su Jiang. Rising from her seat, An Rou approached Su Jiang and discreetly pinched his flesh with fervor, whispering a threat. "For now, I shall spare you, but I will settle the score later." Su Jiang and Oppo's lips twitched as he touched his nose, casting a fierce glare at Wang Xiang. "You useless fool, this is all your fault. Your acting is utterly over the top." Wang Xiang feigned innocence. "Can I be blamed for this?" Jiang lightly tapped Wang Xiang on the shoulder, whispering, "Your acting is truly subpar." Wang Xiang, at a loss for words, pondered if he truly was that inadequate. After a brief respite, An Rou, still irked, dragged Su Jiang away, while Wang Xiang accompanied Jiang to engage in other amusements. They remained blissfully unaware that a nondescript man, lurking not far from them, was intently observing their every move. This man was Wu Chengrun, dispatched by Lin Hui to surveil An Rou. He had been meticulously monitoring her activities for an entire week, showing no signs of laxity. Yet, the tedium was unbearable. Each day comprised the mundane rituals of commuting to school, having breakfast and lunch, and in the evenings, strolling by the river with a boy named Su Jiang, even taking the time to report him to a teacher for skipping class to visit an internet CAF. This week had nearly driven him to the brink of boredom. What a farce, he thought. Here he was, a trained assassin, reduced to mere stalking duties. Did An Mingjie truly leave a hidden agenda with that woman? Munching on a fried dough cake, Wu Chengrun muttered to himself as he scrutinized An Rou. With his skills, he was virtually invisible, like a phantom of the night. When he revealed himself, it would be a swift and fatal blow. "Mew, bad person." A soft meow broke his reverie. He looked down to find a small white cat fixated on him. "Shoo shoo, I and Oppo's. I'm starving myself." He assumed the cat sought his fried dough and waved it away. "Mew, bad person." The cat, named Fu Gue, darted away with agility, racing towards the scent of Su Jiang. It had overheard Wu Chengrun's words and was determined to alert Su Jiang to the presence of danger. What a nuisance. This amusement park should manage its stray cats better, Wu Chengrun mused as he watched Fu Gue scamper off. Suddenly, he froze. That direction was. "Mew, master." Su Jiang, hearing the familiar meow, turned to see the small white cat bounding towards him, a hint of confusion in his expression. "Why has it returned so soon? Tired of playing already?" "Ah, An Rou recognized the small white cat and opened her arms, gently calling, "Fu Gui, what are you doing here?" In the next moment, as Fu Gui approached Su Jiang, it veered slightly and leapt into An Rou's embrace, snuggling against her warmth. Su Jiang could only mutter, "Silly cat." Fu Gui nuzzled against An Rou, mewing incessantly. The cat's intentions reached Su Jiang's mind, causing his previously relaxed brow to furrow. He discreetly glanced in the direction Fu Gui had come from and indeed spotted a man in a baseball cap, gnawing on a fried dough cake, occasionally glancing at himself and An Rou. So the cat belonged to An Rou and Su Jiang? Wu Qingrun was taken aback, not expecting the small white cat to be a pet of theirs. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought with a scoff. What of it? Could that small white cat possibly expose him as an assassin? Su Jiang averted his gaze and gently patted Fu Gui's head. "Congratulations, you've done well," he murmured softly. "When we get home, I shall reward you with some dried fish." Mew. Dried fish. Fu Gui and Appo's eyes sparkled with anticipation, knowing its master would honor the promise. Su Jiang refrained from casting another glance at Wu Qingrun. He was still unaware of the man and Appo's true identity and preferred to act cautiously to avoid alarming him. Although the man's identity remained a mystery, one thing was certain. His target was An Rou. By that measure alone, regardless of his background, he was an enemy to Su Jiang. "Why did you bring Fu Gui along without informing me?" An Rou gently stroked the cat and Appo's soft fur, chiding him lightly. Su Jiang chuckled helplessly. "I didn't in Appo's bring it. It sneaked in my backpack, and I discovered it only after I had left." Upon hearing this, An Rou gently patted Fu Gui and Appo's head, softly admonishing, "You mustn't Appo's do that again, understand? Your backpack is so dirty and stuffy. What if you suffocate?" Su Jiang felt a vain throb on his forehead, ready to retort about his backpack's cleanliness. But then he recalled that An Rou had finally calmed down regarding the photo incident. It was best not to provoke her further. "Mew, I understand." Fu Gui raised its little head, responding obediently, its demeanor starkly different from what it was with Su Jiang. Double standards, indeed. Su Jiang silently scoffed at the foolish cat and Appo's eagerness to please. Soon, the two enjoyed a series of exhilarating rides, bumper cars, roller coasters, and swinging pendulums. An Rou gradually grew bolder. She had been timid on the roller coaster at first, but soon she was dragging Su Jiang to ride it multiple times. While they played, Fu Gui curled up in Su Jiang and Appo's backpack, waiting patiently. Once they finished, it would leap out, pouncing into An Rou and Appo's arms, rubbing its little head against her cheek. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had quietly set, casting golden rays upon them and elongating their shadows. "Su Jiang, let us ride the Ferris wheel," An Rou suddenly proposed, her gaze fixed on the distant structure, filled with anticipation. Without waiting for Su Jiang and Appo's response, she grasped his hand and led him toward the entrance. Sufyan, indifferent, realized he had never ridden a Ferris wheel either. In fact, like An Rou, he had seldom visited an amusement park. Before long, they found themselves aboard the Ferris wheel. Ascending slowly, the city and Appo's lights gradually unfurled beneath them, a breathtaking view. Su Jiang peered through the window, witnessing Jiangdu from an entirely new perspective for the first time. Across from him, An Rou held Fu Gui tightly, her expression tense, entirely preoccupied with her thoughts rather than the scenery outside. As the Ferris wheel reached 2/3 of its height, An Rou took a deep breath and softly called, "Su Jiang." At the sound of her voice, Su Jiang looked up to meet her eyes, which were filled with anxiety and a hint of redness, causing his heart to skip a beat. "What in Appo's wrong?" he stammered, sensing her intentions, his heart quickening in response. An Rou, gripping Fu Gui with increasing intensity, bit her lip as if in hesitation. After a moment, she appeared to gather her courage, her gaze locking onto Su Jiang and Appo's. "You do like me?" Chapter 42. I said, "I like you, the words you like me," thundered in Su Jiang and Appo's ears like a sudden clap of lightning. His pupils constricted sharply as he sat in stunned silence across from An Rou, his heart racing uncontrollably. He had never anticipated that An Rou would muster the courage to pose such a question to him. It was evident that she had made a significant decision and planned this moment for quite some time. "What's wrong?" An Rou gazed at him with wide eyes before quickly lowering her head, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, too shy to meet Su Jiang and Appo's gaze. "Please don't misunderstand. I merely asked if you like me. I did not say I like you, so don't get carried away." "Like? And Rou thought she had misheard him. She raised her head slightly, only to find herself gently enveloped in a warm embrace. The waning sunlight cast a golden glow upon them as the Ferris wheel turned slowly, seemingly causing time itself to decelerate. At that moment, they found themselves at the pinnacle of the amusement park, oblivious to the world outside. Su Jiang stepped closer, tenderly wrapping his arms around An Rou's slender waist, inhaling the faint, sweet fragrance of her hair reminiscent of citrus. Meow Fuguai, their little cat, let out a delighted meow as it nimbly jumped from An Rou and Appo's lap, allowing the two to embrace more closely. It settled beside them, paws covering its eyes while peeking through a small gap. An Rou and Appo's head rested dazedly on Su Jiang and Appo's shoulder, still processing his words. Or perhaps she thought she had misheard and sought confirmation. "What did you just say?" Her voice trembled slightly, laced with hope. "I said, I like you." Su Jiang tightened his embrace, his voice firm and unwavering. "I genuinely like you." Upon hearing his confession, An Rou and Appo's defenses crumbled, and she could no longer contain her emotions. She clung tightly to Su Jiang, as if wishing to merge entirely into his warmth. Her shoulders trembled as soft sobs escaped her, yet her face radiated a blissful smile. "You're not lying to me, are you?" "I would never. If I were to deceive you, I would swear off cilantro for life. But you never eat cilantro." "Occasionally, I might indulge." An Rou chuckled through her tears, playfully punching Su Jiang and Appo's arm as she mockingly threatened, "If you dare to deceive me, you'll be in serious trouble." "All right." Su Jiang and Appo's cheek brushed against her hair, his tone indulgent, though his heart was tumultuous. Initially, he had intended to express his feelings after the system issued a special mission, as he still faced the risk of being erased by it. But now, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain his feelings for An Rou. If so, why hold back? In this world, myriad individuals exist, and for reasons unbeknownst to them, Su Jiang and An Rou had fortuitously developed feelings for one another. It was not mere fate. It was simply that they were meant to like each other. As the Ferris wheel descended slowly, they remained entwined, savoring the moment, reluctant to part. Su Jiang gently caressed An Rou's head, whispering, "An Rou, would you wait for me a week? Let me be the one to confess. After a week, I will surely tell you just how much I like you." An Rou's heart swelled with sweetness at his words, resting her head on his shoulder, her cheeks aflame as she murmured, "Actually, I could feel it even without you saying." Sufyan chuckled softly, teasing Lisaing. "Do you want me to tell others that you pursued me?" What do you mean I pursued you?" An Rou quickly raised her head, pushing him slightly, though not forcefully, still maintaining their closeness. "I haven't agreed to be with you yet." An Rou pouted defiantly, "And whether I agree after a week is still uncertain. It depends on your performance." "Meow." "Exactly." Fuguai and Appo's call drew their attention, reminding them that they were not alone in the Ferris wheel. Gently lifting Fuguai, An Rou absent-mindedly petted the cat as the ride came to a stop. They stepped off the Ferris wheel, with An Rou fanning her flushed face with her small hand, feeling a bit unsure of how to face Su Jiang now. Su Jiang watched her retreating figure with a smile, then a flash of determination crossed his face. "A week's time," he murmured, making a resolution in his heart. He would complete the special mission within the week, aiding the family in overcoming the Feng family. Only by eliminating the risk of being erased by the system could he freely pursue a relationship with An Rou. Initially, he had not intended to intervene in this conflict, but circumstances had changed, and Mingjie was too slow in his actions, according to his plans. It would take at least half a month to topple the Feng family. Su Jiang could not afford to wait that long. He had told An Rou a week. Thus, it would be a week. However, He needed to discuss the specifics with An Mingjie to avoid disrupting any of his strategies. It was already late, and for the safety of the students, the school would not allow them to linger into the night. The return bus awaited them at the amusement park entrance. After nearly a full day of fun, they were quite exhausted and satisfied with their experiences. As Jiang and An Rou exited the amusement park, he noticed that Li Kai was no longer at the entrance. Perhaps he had gone to attend to business, Jiang thought, wondering what task An Mingjie had assigned him. Meanwhile, several kilometers away in a suburban area, Li Kai lay concealed in thick grass, hiding his form. Not far ahead stood a large factory, the sounds of machinery echoing from within, suggesting the production of something. His phone vibrated, and Li Kai maintained his gaze on the factory, slowly reaching into his pocket to answer the call. "What's the situation?" came An Mingjie's voice from the other end. "It matches the information. There is indeed a factory here. It is confirmed to be owned by the Feng family. Can you get in?" "I cannot. There are guards outside. However, it seems as you suspected. This is where the Feng family manufactures firearms and ammunition." "All right, return. I'll think of a way to take down this factory later." With that, An Mingjie ended the call. Li Kai took a few distant photos of the factory with his phone, glanced at the time, and quietly departed. Some time later, Jiang sat on the bus, and as they were leaving, he caught sight of Li Kai hurrying back in a work uniform. Observing Li Kai and Amp, Oppos, S return. Chapter 43. The in-family group explodes in the evening. Jiang escorted An Rou back to the entrance of the in-family residence. Although the day had been filled with joy, she felt quite fatigued by the time they arrived home. Nevertheless, the young girl remained exuberant, tightly holding Jiang and Amp, Oppos, S hand, reluctant to let go. Having just expressed their feelings for each other, neither was eager to part ways. Observing this, Jiang gently embraced An Rou, whispering, "Rest well. I shall come to find you tomorrow." An Rou reciprocated the embrace, her cheeks flushed, softly murmuring in agreement. The security guard at the entrance, witnessing this tender moment, hurriedly covered his mouth, his eyes filled with astonishment. He even surreptitiously captured a photo of their embrace and shared it in the family group chat. What the heck? The eldest lady is actually in a relationship? Fake photo, looks like a one-eyed dog. Is this real? I just saw the picture, and my heart nearly skipped a beat. I and Oppos, VE's seen that guy before. He came with the eldest lady to meet young master, and in an instant, the in-family and Oppos' chat erupted over the photograph. At that moment, An Mingjie was still outside attending to matters. The incessant vibrations of his phone prompted him to check it, and upon seeing the photo, his lips twitched. Despite his usual composure, he felt a surge of annoyance. "While I'm out here working hard, you two are indulging in sweet nothings at the entrance." With an impassive expression, An Mingjie typed a rare message in the group chat. "Nothing to do? Are you all just idle?" As soon as the message was sent, the group fell silent. Those familiar with An Mingjie knew his mood had soured. He pocketed his phone with a cold snort, leaving the other family members puzzled. Just moments ago, he had seemed in high spirits. What had transpired to darken his demeanor? Curiosity surged among the family members about what could have upset An Mingjie. Yet they dared not check their phones in his presence, feeling quite uncomfortable. Meanwhile, outside the in-residence, Jiang and An Rou reluctantly separated. Suddenly, Jiang remembered something and removed his backpack, handing it to An Rou. Confused, An Rou asked, "Why should I carry your backpack?" "Because Fu Guwei is inside and will stay with you tonight." "I and Oppos, LL come to fetch him tomorrow," Jiang explained, noting that it would be inconvenient to carry Fu Guwei with him. "Oh," An Rou didn't inquire further. As she was eager to spend time with Fu Guwei, she had always wanted to know what it felt like to cuddle with him while sleeping. It should be quite cozy, given that Fu Guwei was fluffy and likely more comforting than a pillow. "Well then, I shall take my leave," An Rou said, gently waving goodbye to Jiang as she clutched the backpack and turned to enter the in-residence. Passing by the security guard, she felt a bit embarrassed and quickened her pace. Once inside her room, she placed the backpack aside and flopped on her bed, burying her face under the covers, emitting muffled sounds akin to a kettle. "Can it be that he truly likes me?" An Rou murmured, cocooned in her blanket, with only her little head visible, feeling as though she were still dreaming. The moments of confessing their feelings on the Ferris wheel, their embrace, and Su Jiang's words replayed in her mind, causing her to realize she might suffer from insomnia tonight. In just 3 minutes of separation, thoughts of him flooded her mind. Previously, she had teased others for being love-struck. Yet here she was, caught in the same enchantment. She reached for her phone, intending to call Su Jiang, when she noticed the family group chat buzzing with notifications. Curiosity piqued. She clicked in and scrolled up, finally landing on the security guard's candid photo of her and Su Jiang embracing under the night sky. Her head resting on his shoulder, a radiant smile on her face. What is this? An Rou and Amp. Oppo's face turned crimson upon realizing they had been secretly photographed and shared in the family group chat. Reading through the messages from family members, her cheeks burned even hotter as she suddenly remembered that her parents were also in the group. However, she reassured herself, thinking that her parents rarely checked the family group messages. They were likely too disinterested in family affairs to notice, perhaps even on a honeymoon somewhere with their phones off. She clicked on the photo again, secretly saving it to her phone, noting who had taken it, planning to exact her revenge when time allowed. Tossing her phone aside, she gracefully leaped off her bed, deciding to take a shower to calm down. Not far from the inn residence, a bustling street food market thrived, illuminated by bright lights and filled with patrons. Various roadside barbecue stalls reached their peak business, with many seated on small stools, relishing barbecue delights, sipping beer, and engaging in lively conversations about diverse topics, from stock market trends to familial disputes. Some audacious souls even dared to discuss the affairs of the 3 prominent families of Jiangdu City. In a nondescript corner, a man of unremarkable appearance wearing a baseball cap sat alone, savoring skewers of lamb and a bottle of beer at a leisurely pace. Wu Qingren's surveillance concluded with An Rou's return to the An family, as he could not intrude upon their domain without courting disaster. Every day at this hour, he frequented this roadside stall, enjoying barbecued treats and relishing a semblance of normalcy. The stall's secluded location attracted few customers, aligning perfectly with Wu Qingren's preference for solitude, perhaps a remnant of his years as an assassin, accustomed to concealing his existence. "Boss, grill me 10 lamb skewers and bring another bottle of beer," he ordered. "Sure thing. Find a seat, and I'll prepare it for you," came a familiar voice from behind him. Frowning, Wu Qingren turned to see who it was. Before he could fully turn, the person approached and sat down across from him, grinning. "Apologies for the crowd. Mind if I share this table with you?" Su Jiang cheerfully inquired. However, Wu Qingren remained silent, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at Su Jiang, bewildered. How could it be him? Was it mere coincidence? No, it was not coincidence. Wu Qingren quickly scanned the area, noting that there were still several vacant tables. Yet Su Jiang had chosen to sit with him, indicating his cover was blown. But when had he revealed himself? Wu Qingren racked his brain, unable to discern where he had slipped up. Yet there was no time to ponder. He fixated on Su Jiang, this youth he had never regarded highly, now sitting before him with the familiarity of an old acquaintance, deftly opening a beer bottle with a bottle opener. At that moment, Wu Qingren realized that this seemingly ordinary young man was far more complex than he had anticipated. Overlooking Su Jiang and Amp, Oppo's presence may have been his gravest error. Chapter 44, Boss, he and Amp, Oppo's paying the bill. Why so silent? My sudden presence isn't a bother, is it? Su Jiang remarked, sipping his drink, displaying a considerate demeanor towards Wu Qingren. After Fu Gui informed Wu Qingren of his presence, Su Jiang had been observant of Wu Qingren's every move, noting that he trailed closely behind him and An Rou wherever they went. Only when An Rou returned to the An family did Wu Qingren cease his pursuit, opting instead to indulge in barbecued skewers at a roadside stall not far from the An residence. This behavior, in Su Jiang and Oppo's eyes, was undoubtedly a positive sign, indicating that Wu Qingren's focus was solely on An Rou, while he himself was being overlooked. Such negligence made it easier for him to take action against Wu Qingren. At this moment, seated on a small stool, Wu Qingren lifted his head slightly in response to Su Jiang and Oppo's inquiry. Beneath the brim of his cap, a pair of sharp, murderous eyes gleamed with unmasked intent. His hands rested lightly on his waist, seemingly poised to retrieve something. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, and casually remarked, I advise you against attempting to draw a weapon on me right now. You are aware of how close we are to the An family, aren't you? Given my relationship with them, if I were to die, especially at their doorstep, how do you think they would react? Upon hearing this, Wu Chungrun paused momentarily, his actions stalling before letting out a soft chuckle. He then produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Su Jiang. Care for a smoke? Su Jiang was taken aback. It was not a gun he was reaching for, but rather a cigarette. Thank you, he replied, accepting the cigarette but refraining from lighting it, wary of smoking something offered by an adversary. Wu Qingrun lit his own cigarette and took a puff, stating nonchalantly, How did you discover my presence? A secret. What are your intentions now? Do you plan to take me to the An family? Or is this merely a warning? Just as Su Jiang was about to respond, the boss brought over a plate of grilled lamb skewers. He quickly took the plate and sampled a piece. The flavor was quite delightful. You needn't be so tense. Perhaps I simply came for barbecue? Do you expect me to believe that? Very well. Then you must tell me which faction you belong to, the Feng family or the Lin family. Wu Chungrun hesitated briefly. Revealing his ties to the Lin family was unwise at this moment, while the Feng family served as a perfect shield. The Feng family, he declared swiftly. Su Jiang paused while eating the lamb skewers, looking up at Wu Chungrun with a bemused smile. You shouldn't hesitate. Thus, you are affiliated with the Lin family. Lin Hui sent you, didn't he? I told you, I'm with the Feng family. Understood. Lin Hui doesn't want you revealing your identity. Why is that? Is your existence of great significance? Are you a key asset for Lin Hui? Wu Chungrun fell silent, cold sweat trickling down his brow. The young man before him seemed indifferent to his words, trusting only his own judgment. The more Wu Chungrun spoke, the more flaws Su Jiang uncovered. This made Wu Chungrun think of someone, and Mingjie. At this moment, a storm of realization surged within him, just as he was Lin Hui and Amp, Oppos, as trump card. Su Jiang was a Mingjie. In fact, he posed an even greater threat than a Mingjie, as the latter operated in plain sight. But Su Jiang? Had he not approached him, would he have regarded this seemingly ordinary student with any seriousness? Or would anyone in the entirety of Jiangdu City give him a second thought? Wu Chungrun's perspective shifted. Su Jiang must die. If he lived to see another day, not only would the Lin family and he be exposed, but the Lin family would gain a formidable enemy. In a mere moment of confrontation, Wu Chungrun could ascertain that Su Jiang was not to be underestimated. All right, knowing you belong to the Lin family is sufficient. Su Jiang chose not to delve further into speculation, but instead quickly finished the remaining lamb skewers, stood up, brushed off his hands, and pointed at Wu Chungrun, telling the boss he and Oppos, as pay my bill. Without awaiting Wu Chungrun and Oppos' consent, he departed, feeling a sense of satisfaction. So this is how it feels when Li Kai makes me pay the bill. Wu Chungrun fixed his gaze on Su Jiang's retreating figure, downing his drink in one gulp before silently approaching the boss to settle the bill. Subsequently, he lowered his cap slightly and stealthily followed Su Jiang, intent on finding a secluded spot to eliminate him. With Su Jiang alive, both the Lin family and he would face significant troubles. As time progressed, night deepened. Yet Su Jiang continued to wander outside, with Wu Chungrun shadowing him, occasionally concealing himself to assess the environment, which was becoming increasingly desolate. Suddenly, he spotted Su Jiang entering a taxi, his heart sinking with dread. If Su Jiang were to return to the An family now, his opportunity would vanish. He quickly flagged down another taxi, hastily climbing in and instructing the driver, follow that car ahead. Don't lose sight of it. Are you filming a movie, buddy? Less chatter. I'll give you 200. All right, hold on tight. The driver pressed the accelerator, closely tailing Su Jiang and Oppos' vehicle. Wu Chungrun observed the direction they were headed and felt a slight relief. Thankfully, they were not returning to the An family. However, his expression darkened once more as Su Jiang's taxi veered further away from the city center, seemingly heading toward the outskirts. What was his intention? Wu Chungrun pondered, questioning why Su Jiang would venture into the countryside at this hour. Yet this suited his plans perfectly. The quiet of the countryside at night presented an excellent opportunity for him to strike. Before long, Su Jiang exited the vehicle, engrossed in his phone, seemingly messaging someone. Then, to Wu Chengrun and Appo's view, Su Jiang strolled leisurely into a dense thicket. Wu Chengrun and Appo's heart leaped with joy as he quickly exited his cab, discreetly retrieving a dagger from his waist and following closely behind Su Jiang. He rarely used firearms, preferring the sensation of a blade piercing flesh, an experience that bullets could not replicate. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Wu Chengrun's figure melded seamlessly with the environment. He meticulously adjusted his pace, ensuring he matched Su Jiang's rhythm, suppressing any sounds that might alert him to impending danger. Unbeknownst to both, the distance between them steadily shrank, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. This proximity was ripe for a lethal strike. Now was the moment. Wu Chengrun and Appo's mind urged him forward as he gripped the dagger tightly, launching a swift and silent strike towards Su Jiang and Appo's neck. The blade, now cloaked in shadows, cut through the stillness of the night like a streak of black lightning. As an experienced assassin, Wu Chengrun executed the maneuver with speed and precision, rendering his attack nearly undetectable. Yet, surprisingly, at the instant Wu Chengrun initiated his assault, Su Jiang, who had been facing away from him, wore a subtle smile. In an astonishing display of agility, Su Jiang leaned forward and crouched down, artfully evading the deadly blow. Simultaneously, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has triggered a mission. Please defeat the opponent using cold weapons. Completing the mission will yield rewards. Failure will result in penalties. Chapter 45. What gives you the right to have a sniper? The long-awaited system task emerged, and Su Jiang's lips twitched in annoyance. Just when he thought he could proceed unhindered, chaos reigned. However, this did not deter Su Jiang from his plans. After deftly evading Wu Chengrun's strike, he swiftly rolled forward, creating distance between them. At last, you've made your move. I've been running so much, my legs are aching, Su Jiang remarked, rising to his feet and brushing off the dirt that clung to him, casting a mocking glance at Wu Chengrun. With his calculated strike thwarted, Wu Chengrun felt a chill settle in his heart. The sight of Su Jiang's triumphant grin only heightened his unease. Suddenly, he recalled Lin Hui and Appo's warning to be wary of Su Jiang. It dawned on him why Lin Hui had made such an unsolicited remark. Have you been aware of my presence all along? Wu Chengrun's expression darkened. Retreat was no longer an option. Even though he realized he was walking into a trap, he had no choice but to confront Su Jiang, for he must eliminate him. No, your tracking skills are impressive. I hadn't an amp. Appo's noticed you were following me at all. Su Jiang admitted. He had been vigilant, yet his surprise at Wu Chengrun's stealth led him to question whether the latter had truly been tailing him. However, I am certain you will devise a way to kill me today, for your secrets cannot be exposed, can they? Thus, whether you followed me is inconsequential. Knowing this is sufficient to lure you here. Wu Chengrun sighed softly at these words, realizing that he was unsuited for such mental games. Yet, he could not fathom the source of Su Jiang and Appo's audacity to draw him into this confrontation. Then, he witnessed Su Jiang slowly unsheathing a finely crafted dagger from his waist, its blade glinting coldly in the dim moonlight. Wu Chengrun recognized it as a cheap item one might find in a supermarket. Su Jiang had carried this knife for a long time, prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Are you planning to use that toy-like knife against me? Wu Chengrun found it somewhat amusing, though irritation bubbled within him. He felt belittled and retorted, I am not some worthless thug. I will not underestimate you again. Sufyan fell silent, his playful demeanor replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He understood that Wu Chengrun was no ordinary opponent. Otherwise, the system task would not have been triggered. Yet, the key difference between them lay in the fact that Su Jiang had contingencies and room for error, while Wu Chengrun did not. In the darkness, Su Jiang sprang into action, nimbly wielding his small knife as he charged at Wu Chengrun. The blade danced in his grip, moving with an agility that seemed almost alive, striking like lightning one moment and flowing like a stream the next. A skilled fighter, Wu Chengrun thought, slightly taken aback as he deftly evaded Su Jiang and Amp, Oppos, S attacks, swiftly countering. The clash of their weapons rang out with sharp metallic echoes. Though Wu Chengren and Amp, Oppos, S dagger was fierce. Su Jiang's seemingly casual maneuvers effortlessly neutralized each strike. As sweat began to bead on his brow, Wu Chengren pondered the origins of Su Jiang's remarkable prowess. Despite the obscurity of their surroundings, Su Jiang appeared unaffected by the lack of visibility. Each thrust was precise, targeting vital points. Gradually, Wu Chengren and Oppos' furrowed brow deepened. Realizing he could not fully grasp Su Jiang and Oppos' rhythm, every attempt to retaliate was cleverly sidestepped by his opponent. Moreover, did Su Jiang not tire? Such an intense skirmish would typically lead to exhaustion. Yet Su Jiang showed no signs of fatigue, relentlessly assaulting Wu Chengren without affording him a moment's respite. How is this possible? Wu Chengren struggled to believe he was being suppressed by Su Jiang. Was this how a university student was supposed to behave? Unbeknownst to him, Su Jiang was also gritting his teeth, pushing through his limits. Although his extraordinary physique conferred greater endurance and enhanced vision, this was his first genuine battle, and he lacked the experience to evade several of Wu Chengren and Oppos' lethal strikes narrowly. At last, he spotted a fleeting opening in Wu Chengren and Oppos' defenses and decisively lunged, aiming for his opponent and Oppos' arm. Ugh! The sting radiating from his arm caused Wu Chengren to emit a low groan. Just as he contemplated a counterattack, he noticed Su Jiang had distanced himself, panting heavily a short distance away. System, please make your judgment swiftly. I must have one, right? Su Jiang was nearing his limit. He could continue fighting and likely emerge victorious, but he wished to avoid sustaining injuries. Moments later, the system notification chimed in. Ding! System judgment complete. Congratulations, host. You have defeated your opponent, completed the task, and earned a random reward. Random reward extraction in progress. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a mid-tier skill, psychological analysis. An influx of knowledge surged into Su Jiang's mind, yet he brushed it aside. With a decisive flick of his wrist, he discarded the knife, then raised a hand, extending 3 fingers. Seeing this, Wu Chengren felt a surge of hope, believing Su Jiang had reached his physical limits and was conceding. Without a second thought for the sensations in his arm, Wu Chengren drew his handgun, disengaged the safety, and aimed it at Su Jiang. A cruel smile spreading across his face. The clash of cold weapons had come to an end. It was now time for firearms. Ignoring the pain in his arm, Wu Chengren approached Su Jiang, gun trained on him. He had numerous questions for Su Jiang, particularly regarding the family, convinced that Su Jiang could divulge invaluable information. Yet, Wu Chengren was taken aback by the lack of fear in Su Jiang and Oppos' gaze, which instead brimmed with mockery as he lowered his fingers one by one. I once told Lin Hui that I despise being threatened with a gun. Wu Chengren and Oppos' eyes turned icy as he disregarded Su Jiang and Oppos' words. At that moment, Su Jiang's life lay entirely within his grasp. A mere pull of the trigger could extinguish it. Just then, Su Jiang's final finger fell. Bang! Ugh! The deafening gunshot reverberated, and Wu Chengren and Oppos' grip on the weapon was pierced by a bullet, causing the handgun to clatter to the ground, blood splattering. Wu Chengren clutched his injured hand. Astonishment etched across his face as he scanned the surroundings. Turning to Su Jiang, he bellowed in rage. You arranged for a sniper? What else could it be? Su Jiang found it amusing. Do you think I'm foolish enough to lure you here for a solo match? If it weren't an Oppos' for the system task, I would an Oppos' bother battling you. I could have just shot you outright. Wu Chengren ground his teeth, realizing he had no chance left. With Su Jiang's skill, capturing him was impossible, and judging by that last shot, he could ascertain that the concealed sniper was undoubtedly a master. With Su Jiang in the open and a sniper lurking in the shadows, he had no room for resistance. Damn! Wu Chengren glared at Su Jiang, his mind racing with frustration. How can you play this game? It was supposed to be a duel with melee weapons. What gives you the right to have a sniper? And when did you even arrange for one? Chapter 46. Su Jiang and Oppos' planned to blow up the factory a few hours prior. after leaving the family residence. Su Jiang placed a call to An Mingjie. An Mingjie was in a foul mood, and upon seeing Su Jiang's name flash across his screen, he responded with irritation. "Hello? You little rascal, bold enough to embrace my sister right at my doorstep. What? Now you're calling to brag?" Taken aback, Su Jiang wondered how An Mingjie had learned of this incident. However, this was not the crux of the matter. He swiftly informed An Mingjie about Wu Chengren, who realized the gravity of the situation almost immediately. "You mean someone is watching Rou, poised to strike at any moment?" An Mingjie and Appo's voice was calm, yet Su Jiang sensed a murderous intent brewing beneath the surface. "Indeed, because we lack information about his background, I would like to enlist your assistance." Su Jiang revealed the true purpose of his call, as he was always meticulous in his endeavors. However, An Mingjie hesitated, remaining silent for a prolonged moment before responding somberly. "Most of the family is under surveillance, and I cannot spare anyone to assist you, except for one person." "Who?" "Li Kai. I went to great lengths to free him from the Feng family's watchful eyes, but he only has today." "At the amusement park outskirts in Jiangdu?" "Yes." "How did you know?" An Mingjie was taken aback, for Li Kai and Appo's visit was clandestine, even eluding the Feng family's notice. How could Su Jiang be aware of it? Su Jiang then elaborated on the amusement park situation, and An Mingjie quickly understood, adding, "There's a Feng family weapon factory nearby. I instructed him to assess the situation. He is still there." "All right, I will contact him," Su Jiang concluded, promptly ending the call, since he was seeking Li Kai and Appo's assistance. There was no need for further dialogue with An Mingjie. "Remember to ensure that person." Hello, Su Jiang, you rascal." An Mingjie fumed, having been cut off before he could finish his thought. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that with Li Kai involved, everything would be fine. He had intended to suggest that Su Jiang spare that man's life, as he might still prove useful, but thought better of it. Subsequently, Su Jiang called Li Kai, and after discussing their plans, they decided to lure Wu Chengren to the outskirts to confront him. Upon hearing that Li Kai possessed a sniper rifle, Su Jiang and Appo's eyes sparkled with confidence. "Rest assured, old Li, I am adept at enticement, and I guarantee we will lure him to the outskirts." After this declaration, Su Jiang set off to find Wu Chengren, leading to the current scene. As he exited the vehicle, Su Jiang sent a message to Li Kai, signaling that he would not act first and that no shots should be fired. Returning to the present moment, Su Jiang stood before Wu Chengren, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen that sent him sprawling to the ground. He then continued to kick him mercilessly. "I have already expressed my disdain for being threatened at gunpoint," he exclaimed, delivering another kick to Wu Chengren's back. "You dare masquerade as a member of the Feng family? Why not claim you belong to the Wang family instead?" A kick struck his chest. "With your intellect, how could Lin Hui possibly consider you a trump card?" "Bah!" After delivering a final kick, Su Jiang spat at Wu Chengren, who lay curled on the ground, utterly defenseless. Not far away, Li Kai emerged from the dense thicket, holding a sleek black sniper rifle, his expression one of amusement. Observing Su Jiang's triumphant demeanor, one might mistakenly think he was a villain of grand schemes. Glancing at the incapacitated Wu Chengren, Li Kai stepped closer and inquired, "From the Lin family? How did you know?" An unfamiliar face, it an Appo's, as unlikely the Feng family would conceal such a person. Lin Hui would engage in such tactics. Su Jiang sleeps tviched. No wonder this man could not afford to be exposed. He had to eliminate me. If he were to reveal himself, everyone would deduce his ties to the Lin family. At that moment, Wu Chengren lost consciousness, prompting Li Kai to draw a short knife from his waist, preparing to end his life. Wait. Su Jiang quickly intervened, for he still had use for Wu Chengren. Li Kai regarded him with confusion, unable to fathom why Su Jiang would want to keep him alive. Torturing him will yield no useful information. Do not expect to extract anything about the Lin family from his lips. He presumed Su Jiang sought intelligence. Hence his preemptive clarification that members of such families would never betray their kin. The consequences of betrayal were dire, pursued relentlessly and branded with infamy throughout the underworld, akin to a rat scurrying in the streets. Who said anything about torture? Soufiane Blade, exasperatif. It seemed Li Kai possessed some intellect, albeit limited. Having resolved to dismantle the Feng family within a week, Su Jiang understood that every action must inflict maximum damage upon them. With a look that suggested, "Since you are so dim-witted, allow me to enlighten you," Su Jiang addressed Li Kai. "Old Li, you came here to investigate the Feng family and Amp, Oppos, as weapon factory, correct?" "Indeed." "Then this man," Su Jiang gestured towards Wu Qingrun, "is undoubtedly from the Lin family, yes?" "Yes, but what of it?" Sufyan Saif, bemused by Li Kai and Oppos' lack of understanding. "Consider this. If we were to obliterate the Feng family and Oppos' weapon factory and subsequently present this man to them, how do you think the Feng family would react? Would they not suspect that Lin Hui is taking advantage of the situation to conspire with the Yin family to bring down the Feng family? After all, if the Feng family falls, Lin Hui stands to gain significantly." Li Kai and Oppos' eyes widened in disbelief as Su Jiang and Oppos' words resonated in his mind like thunderclaps. "You little rascal. You truly are devious." At that moment, Li Kai realized that Su Jiang possessed the makings of a master in the underworld. But the issue remains, how can we destroy the weapon factory with just the two of us? Li Kai questioned, concerned about the formidable guard stationed outside the factory, rendering it nearly impossible to approach, let alone gain entry. Sufyan smiled fondly. "Who said we must go inside?" "Old Li, you brought a considerable arsenal this time, did you not?" "Yes, I brought everything I could, stored in the staff dormitory at the amusement park." "Do you have explosives?" "Yes, but in limited quantity. Insufficient to demolish the entire factory. Having some is better than none." Li Kai and Oppos' eyelids twitched furiously as he pondered Su Jiang and Oppos' intentions. Was he truly considering blowing up the factory? Yet, the amount of explosives was inadequate, and how would they deliver them inside? "Su Jiang, do not act recklessly. We could end up in a precarious situation." Li Kai believed Su Jiang had lost his mind. If he could manage to blow up the factory, Li Kai would acknowledge him as his elder brother on spot. With that, Su Jiang swiftly removed his belt, efficiently binding Wu Qingrun, hoisting him onto his shoulder, and turning to Li Kai with a smile. "Rest assured, old Li, you need only provide the explosives. The rest is for you to sit back and enjoy the show." Chapter 47. Are mice moving explosives? Half an hour later, outside the Feng family's arms factory, Su Jiang and Li Kai concealed themselves in the woods, each carrying a backpack. Behind them, Wu Qingrun lay bound on the ground, peacefully unconscious. "I must be out of my mind to engage in such absurdity with you," Li Kai exclaimed, peering through binoculars to observe the guards outside the factory. "What do you plan to do now? If you ask me, we should return and discuss this with Mingjia first." After a while of no response from Su Jiang, Li Kai turned around, only to find that Su Jiang had vanished. What the hell? He wouldn't and Oppos. To have charged into the factory, would he? Panic surged through Li Kai as he thought of the consequences if something happened to Su Jiang. He would have no explanation for Mingjia and An Rou. Just as he was about to investigate, he heard a rustling nearby. Li Kai looked over cautiously and saw Su Jiang leisurely emerging from the dense foliage. Relieved to see him unharmed, Li Kai whispered, "Where have you been?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed that he had failed to notice Su Jiang's disappearance. He couldn't and Oppos shake the feeling that Su Jiang had transformed since their encounter in the bar. He couldn't pinpoint the change, but instinctively sensed that he would no longer be a match for Su Jiang. "Don and Oppos, be anxious. I merely sought some assistance." Su Jiang replied nonchalantly as he pulled out a box of takeout from his backpack and began to eat slowly. "Not bad. Your staff meals include braised pork." Li Kai and Oppos' lips twitched in disbelief. "What are you doing eating at a time like this? Who did you find to help us? Who could possibly come at this hour?" His curiosity about Su Jiang and Oppos' unpredictable behavior was mounting. "Rest assured, we need only wait," Su Jiang stated, savoring his meal. Suddenly, he turned to Li Kai and asked, "By the way, Arin and Oppos, are you going to eat your portion?" "No." "All right, I and Oppos, give it to my little helper as a reward." Li Kai was at his wit's end, but since Su Jiang had instructed him to wait, he resigned himself to the situation. reasoning that sitting for a while wouldn't cost him anything. They waited for about 10 minutes until a sudden sound broke the silence. Squeak, squeak. I'm back. Su Jiang perked up and stood up. A tiny mouse darted out from the underbrush, scurrying towards Su Jiang and chattering excitedly. Is there a total of 36 individuals inside? Did you see those long load-bearing columns in each direction? They can be moved in, right? Can you call your little friends to help? Su Jiang asked eagerly. What? They're in amp. Oppos. Has black powder inside? Could be explosives? Li Kai and amp. Oppos. S eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, as if to swallow a light bulb. What in the world am I witnessing? Su Jiang is conversing with a mouse? Surely, I must have been drugged. Tell me this is some sort of hallucination. No, it must be Su Jiang who is hallucinating. Li Kai approached Su Jiang with a grave expression and grasped his hand tightly. Sufyan, we need to go to the hospital. No matter what, we can't abandon treatment. You're the one who's sick. Sufyan ritorti exasperative. Hand me the explosives. Seeing Li Kai's lack of response, Su Jiang simply took his backpack and retrieved the explosives, placing them in front of the mouse. You can't carry all this. So summon your friends. Squeak, squeak. All right. Then, to Li Kai's astonishment, countless mice emerged from all directions, methodically distributing the explosives among themselves. Good, off you go. Be careful not to get caught, and place these explosives on the load-bearing columns. After giving his instructions, the mice sprang into action, scurrying towards the factory with the explosives on their backs. Be cautious. Return promptly after placing the explosives and don an amp. Oppos, harm yourselves. Su Jiang called out with a touch of concern as they departed. Turning to Li Kai, who appeared utterly despondent, he noticed him staring down at his phone screen. Tapping away. What are you doing, Laoli? Booking a hospital appointment. You were right. I think I might be sick. Su Jiang and Oppos. S lips curled in amusement. Actually, I possess a unique ability to communicate with small animals. A low-tier skill, animal telepathy. He acknowledged having spoken too loudly in criticism of this skill earlier. Now, it seemed like a divine gift. Though this explanation seemed ludicrous, Li Kai couldn't and amp. Oppos. Think of any other rationale. Otherwise, it would imply that something was amiss between him and Su Jiang. With a sigh, Li Kai pocketed his phone and turned to Su Jiang, asking, I recall you were reluctant to engage in our family disputes previously. Why does it seem like you are now eager to bring down the Feng family? As Su Jiang recalled An Rou and Oppos, S shy demeanor on the Ferris wheel, a soft smile graced his lips. People inevitably change, Don and Oppos. They? Li Kai not that tao gu fun. Falling silent as they awaited the mice and amp. Oppos. S return. It was quite absurd, two grown men in the dead of night in the countryside, waiting for a horde of mice to transport explosives. Li Kai felt his life had taken a turn into the fantastical. Half an hour later, the army of mice finally returned. Su Jiang thoughtfully retrieved Li Kai and Oppos' lunchbox to reward them. Take your time eating. They're in Oppos'. Not much, so share. Squeak, squeak. Thank you. The little mice expressed their gratitude politely. Afterward, Su Jiang rose and addressed Li Kai. The explosives are in Chapter 48. Brother Kai, help me take the blame indeed. Given that one can communicate with mice, it is hardly surprising that the sniper rifle would hit its mark with precision. What nonsense! Li Kai watched as Su Jiang leapt onto the tree trunk, hardly taking the time to aim before pulling the trigger, his heart racing in disbelief. Did he truly believe himself capable of such accuracy? Though Li Kai considered himself a skilled marksman, he knew he could not pierce a window and strike explosives in one shot. With Su Jiang and amp, Oppos' shot, their exposure was inevitable. Just as Li Kai was about to urge Su Jiang to retreat swiftly, a thunderous explosion erupted behind them. Li Kai froze in his tracks. No way. Mechanically turning his head, he beheld the factory, previously intact, now engulfed in flames and reverberating with deafening blasts. Ah, fortune favors the bold. It seemed there was ample gunpowder inside, enhancing the explosion and amp. Oppos' force. Su Jiang stood atop the tree, gazing at the distant inferno, nodding in satisfaction. The plan had been remarkably successful. Lightly descending from the tree, Su Jiang handed the sniper rifle to Li Kai, who merely stared blankly, unable to comprehend the reality. It had truly exploded. But how could that be? Li Kai was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, his mind fixated on a single word. Outrageous. What are you dawdling for? Su Jiang thrust the sniper rifle into his arms and pointed towards Wu Qingrun, urging him, quickly, amidst the chaos, deliver this fellow. Su Jiang was clearly displeased. It was not convenient for him to reveal himself, and such tasks were naturally left to Li Kai. Oh. Li Kai snapped back to reality. Now was not the time for idle chatter. The factory had already detonated. All that remained was to pass the blame onto Wu Qingrun. He swiftly hoisted the bound Wu Qingrun onto his back and made his way towards the blazing inferno, confident that amidst the turmoil, slipping someone into the flames would pose no challenge. As Li Kai and Oppo's silhouette faded into the distance, Su Jiang clapped his hands and exhaled softly, feeling a long-forgotten fatigue wash over him. Tonight's endeavor had been monumental. The preceding days had been far too mundane, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Surveying the fiery scene before him, Su Jiang nodded slightly. This was the outrageous life he was destined to lead. Checking his phone, he noted it was already 2 in the morning, with numerous messages awaiting him. What the hell? Su Jiang exclaimed in shock. An Rou had sent him over a dozen messages, and he realized he had not replied to any. An Rou, Su Jiang, are you home yet? An Rou, let me know when you get home. An Rou, what are you doing, Su Jiang? An Rou, hurry and reply to me. An Rou, Su Jiang, it's been 2 hours since I heard from you. You're in big trouble. You're definitely in trouble. An Rou, you better not let me see you tomorrow. An Rou, you're not in any danger, are you? An Rou, call me when you see this message. I'm worried about you. Reading the initial messages, Su Jiang felt a chill run through him. He had been so preoccupied with the explosion that he had neglected An Rou's concerns. Particularly with the last message, he could vividly imagine An Rou lying in bed, her face etched with worry as she stared at her phone, causing a pang in his heart. After a moment's hesitation, Su Jiang dialed An Rou's number. Although it was quite late, he felt it prudent to reassure her of his safety. To his surprise, the call connected almost instantly. Su Jiang, are you all right? Why did it take you so long to call? An Rou's voice revealed her evident concern, warming Su Jiang's heart. I ran into brother Li Kai on the way. He insisted on dragging me for barbecue and drinks, refusing to let me leave, which is why I only saw your messages now. Su Jiang unhesitatingly shifted the blame onto Li Kai. Have you made it home yet? Yes. I'll be there in about half an hour. Well, don't drink with brother Li Kai again. He is a heavy drinker. If he tries to drag you into it again, just say I won't allow it. Sure. Su Jiang replied with a smile, his tone tender. I'm sorry for worrying you. I promise to message you sooner next time. Who's worried about you? Don't get ahead of yourself. Now reassured that Su Jiang was safe, An Rou adopted a haughty demeanor. I was simply bored and thought I'd check in on you. Right. You must be less bored now, yes? I'm getting ready for bed. All right, good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. With that, An Rou promptly ended the call. Su Jiang set down his phone, a smile playing at his lips. It was the first time he had experienced such concern from someone, and it felt rather special. At that moment, Li Kai returned, having successfully completed the task of shifting the blame, his face alight with excitement. He understood that this operation would create a splendid opportunity for the An family, potentially even drawing Lin Hui into the mix. Remarkably, all of this had been orchestrated by the seemingly ordinary youth before him. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Feeling the intensity of Li Kai's gaze upon him, Su Jiang shifted uncomfortably and cleared his throat. Brother Kai, I need your help with something. Li Kai, smiling, replied, what is it? Speak, and I shall do my utmost. Su Jiang then recounted his recent phone call with An Rou and how he had enlisted Li Kai to take the blame. As Li Kai listened, his expression gradually stiffened, until the smile faded entirely. So, if An Rou comes looking for trouble, I'll need you to cover for me, brother Li Kai. Don't you dare call me brother Kai. You're the brother here. Li Kai exclaimed in frustration, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Jiang. He had come to realize that Su Jiang only referred to him as brother Kai when he needed something. Otherwise, he simply called him Old Li. The crux of the matter was that if he took the blame, An Rou would undoubtedly hold it against him, making his life quite miserable in the days to come. No, I cannot take this blame. You must not call me brother. I genuinely cannot help with An Rou. Are you certain you want to assist? It's not that I want to help. I truly cannot. Then I'll tell An Rou that you dragged me into blowing up the factory in the middle of the night. You bastard. Li Kai was astounded. How could one be so shameless? You were the one who orchestrated this entire affair from the beginning. Su Jiang smirked, a mischievous glint in his eye. Old Li, do you think An Rou would believe you if you told her I was behind this? I'm giving you face by calling you Brother Kai. The blame shifting is not up for negotiation. If you refuse, I will promptly inform An Rou about your little misdeeds. Like how you once tricked me into eating cold noodles and frightened me with a toy gun. I, Su Jiang, have kept a record of these debts. Chapter 49. We blasted the factory. It is indeed true that I went out for drinks and barbecue. And it is equally true that I was with you until the wee hours of the night. Therefore, there is no need for me to consult you. I can simply inform An Rou, and you can see whom she chooses to believe. Su Jiang gazed at Li Kai with a smile. The corners of his mouth curved in a mischievous arc. Why would I need your assistance when I can manage on my own? Li Kai was momentarily taken aback. If Su Jiang were to distort the truth before An Rou, he would find himself at a loss for words. If the blame were to fall on him for indulging Su Jiang in late-night revelries, it would merely result in a minor retaliation from An Rou. However, if it escalated to the point where it appeared he had accompanied Su Jiang to detonate a factory, that would spell serious trouble. Given the current dynamics between An Rou and Su Jiang, it was likely that Li Kai would find himself indelibly marked in An Rou's ledger. The crux of the matter was that he had no choice. Whatever narrative Su Jiang spun, he would have to shoulder the burden. As he observed the infuriating expression on Su Jiang and Appo's face, Li Kai and Appo's earlier good mood evaporated, leaving behind a feeling akin to having ingested something foul. Why did An Rou have to take a liking to such a despicable person? Alas, under the roof of another, one must yield. Li Kai forced a smile and reluctantly remarked, "It and Appo's. It's no big deal. I'll take the fall for you." For which incident? The drinking or the factory explosion? Surely, we've only been drinking tonight. What factory? Upon hearing Li Kai's words, Su Jiang's smile widened with satisfaction, recognizing him as a capable subordinate of Mingjia, truly attuned to the situation. The path has widened for you, old Li. Now, take me back. It is already the dead of night, and I need my rest. Can't you just take a cab back? What? Do you want to take me to blow up a factory? The car is over there. I'll give you a ride. At that moment, Li Kai felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Having been bullied by An Rou was one thing, and he could justify it as indulgence. But now, being bullied by Su Jiang under the pretense of An Rou and Appo's authority, especially when Su Jiang had genuinely aided the infamily, left him feeling utterly powerless. Life is indeed difficult. Before heading back, Li Kai destroyed everything except the sniper rifle, leaving no trace behind. Inside the vehicle, as he drove, he cast a curious glance at Su Jiang, who sat in the passenger seat, gazing listlessly out the window. Where did you learn your sniping skills? Li Kai was genuinely curious. The shot Su Jiang made from the treetop was something even the most skilled snipers he had encountered could hardly replicate. Moreover, Su Jiang had merely rested the rifle on his shoulder, taking only a brief moment to aim before firing, as if he were certain of hitting his mark. Seeing that Li Kai had indeed broached the subject, Su Jiang nonchalantly replied, "Didn't I mention? It's a special ability. Don't pull my leg. I can't comprehend conversing with rodents, but that's certainly isn't a special ability. I learned it while vacationing in Hawaii with my father. As if I've never watched Detective Conan, right?" Su Jiang's mouth twitched, regretting that fateful shot. With a soft sigh, he earnestly remarked, "Old Li, does it really matter where I acquire my skills? As long as An Rou is around, I will never be at odds with the infamily. Isn't that enough?" Li Kai was momentarily taken aback, chuckling lightly as he refrained from probing further. After all, everyone has their secrets. And as long as Su Jiang stood by the infamily, there was truly no need for further inquiry. "Could you teach me that special ability? I'd like to learn." "You mean the sniping?" "Sure, I can teach you when I find the time. And the ability to converse with rodents, I want to learn that too." That is something I truly can't teach you. Unless you happen to have a system, and one day, on your way to school, you encounter thugs robbing students and heroically intervene. Maybe there is a slim chance you could acquire that skill. Upon hearing Su Jiang's response, Li Kai didn't press further. Learning Su Jiang and Oppo's sniping skills would be remarkable enough. The ability to converse with rodents was simply absurd. Even if Su Jiang dared to teach him, he wouldn't risk being caught talking to a rodent and ending up in a psychiatric hospital. Before long, Li Kai dropped Su Jiang off at the entrance of the community. After Su Jiang exited the vehicle, he hit the accelerator and sped back to the family estate. Why the rush? Su Jiang watched as Li Kai sped away, shaking his head. Once back in his abode, he promptly took a shower. Having spent some time with Wu Chengrun, he was covered in grime and mud, which was quite the feat for someone with his mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Lying in bed, Su Jiang messaged An Rou to inform her that he had arrived home. He plugged in his phone to charge and tossed it aside, burying himself under the covers and drifting into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Li Kai swiftly returned to the residence, only to discover that An Mingjie was absent, presumably out on a mission. Without further ado, Li Kai dialed An Mingjie. The phone rang for quite some time before being answered. An Mingjie's voice sounding weary on the other end. What is the matter? Did everything go smoothly with Su Jiang? We blew up the Feng family's factory? Upon hearing this, An Mingjie instantly perked up, pulling the phone away from his ear to check the time. 3 o'clock in the morning. Was he dreaming? He had merely sent Li Kai to assess the situation, and now he was being told they had directly blown up a factory? Furthermore, wasn't Su Jiang supposed to accompany him to deal with the assassins? How did it turn into a factory explosion? Li Kai, are you joking with me? No. It was all Su Jiang's doing. He is truly outrageous. Li Kai then promptly recounted everything Su Jiang had done in the outskirts, including how he had helped Su Jiang take the blame. After a prolonged silence, An Mingjie let out a heavy sigh. Are you saying that Su Jiang defeated the Lin family's assassin with a knife bought from a supermarket? Exactly. I was just as shocked. I didn't expect that kid to possess such formidable combat skills. And then he had you assist him in sneaking explosives into the factory with the help of a rodent? Yes, I was utterly flabbergasted. This guy can actually converse with rodents. Finally, he climbed a tree and, utilizing sniping skills that even you couldn't achieve, detonated the explosives, obliterating the entire factory? Yes, that shot was undoubtedly of marksmanship champion caliber. As An Mingjie listened to Li Kai's responses, he rubbed his temples, feeling that perhaps it was time for him to rest. Or maybe it was Li Kai who needed a break. Li Kai, keep this matter between us. Don't mention it to anyone else. Rest assured, I understand the importance of maintaining Su Jiang's confidentiality. No, I'm more concerned about you being sent to a psychiatric hospital. And Mingjie concluded with that statement, his expression devoid of emotion as he hung up, then walked to the wash basin and splashed cold water on his face. Though Li Kai's words were absurd, he believed them. After all, Su Jiang was inherently outrageous, and it was not surprising for him to engage in outlandish acts. What was crucial now was how to maximize the benefits from this factory explosion. At that moment, An Mingjie's mind was racing with plans. Su Jiang's actions today undeniably signified his intention to enter the fray. Since Su Jiang was willing to join the battle, perhaps it was time to expedite the process. An Mingjie lifted his gaze, staring into the mirror, murmuring to himself, seize this opportunity to bring that old coot back. It should enable us to annihilate the Feng family in one fell swoop. With that, An Mingjie swiftly retrieved his phone, gazing at the familiar number, and without a care for the hour, dialed it. It was time for a change in plans. Chapter 50. Unexpected Variables. The Wei family of the capital, what did you say? A factory in the outskirts has been bombed? Feng Qingyan and Oppo's face darkened with fury upon receiving this news, causing his subordinates to tremble in fear. Who did this? An Mingjie? How did he acquire this information? And where did he get the manpower? Feng Qingyan furrowed his brow in contemplation, unable to fathom the situation. If An Mingjie was indeed behind the attack, how was it possible? He had his eyes on the core members and most of the personnel of the family. Any slight disturbance would have reached his ears. However, Li Kai and Oppo's negligence allowed An Mingjie to orchestrate a significant distraction, diverting Feng Qingyan and Oppo's attention and providing Li Kai with an opportunity to slip from surveillance. But could Li Kai alone have the capability to destroy such a large factory? Nonsense. If Li Kai possessed such power, the An family would have already soared to prominence. Master, by the time we arrived at the factory, it was already too late. Many of our brothers died on the spot, and several others were severely injured and now lie in the hospital. One of his men spoke, his face a mask of grief. It was utterly brutal. A factory like that could be destroyed without consideration for any martial ethics. Little did they know, Su Jiang cared not for such matters. The deceased were all from the underworld, working in a weapons factory. Were there any good souls among them? Destroying them all could be seen as a means of purifying the air. We also found this person at the scene. A few men carried a stretcher before Feng Qingye. On it lay Wu Qingrun, the individual whom Li Kai had discarded at the site. His body bore multiple burn wounds, and he was currently in a state of unconsciousness. Upon investigating his features, we discovered what? Feng Qingye and Appo's voice was low, and as he noticed his subordinate hesitating, a sense of foreboding gripped him. The member of the Feng family trembled under Feng Qingye and Appo's gaze, steeling himself to speak. This man is Wu Qingrun, once the top assassin of the Liu family, a leading clan 10 years ago. It seems he has since come under Lin Hui's command. He fell silent, believing he had conveyed the message clearly. Wu Qingrun was indeed affiliated with Lin Hui, and now Lin Hui's men appeared near the factory. Feng Qingye quickly grasped the implications. Was Lin Hui attempting to take advantage of the chaos? No, or rather, Lin Hui had allied with An Mingjie to eliminate the Feng family first before contending with one another. It all made sense now. An Mingjie's reckless actions were entirely explicable. Feng Qingye's eyes flashed with realization, clenching his fists in rage. The Lin family and the An family had united to oust them before the Wang family's relocation, ensuring they would remain unscathed. What a cunning plan! While feigning conflict in public, they secretly colluded with each other. A wave of powerlessness washed over him. If the An family truly allied with the Lin family, the hope of victory for himself appeared exceedingly bleak. Feng Qingye scanned the faces of his subordinates, a hint of desolation in his eyes. Was it destined that the Feng family would meet its demise? Below, the members of the Feng family lowered their heads, their expressions heavy with despair. If even the family head had lost hope, what could they possibly do? Oh, it seems I have arrived at an opportune moment. Suddenly, a teasing voice broke the silence of the grand hall, drawing everyone into Appo's attention. A young man, with a smile gracing his face, stepped into the Feng residence. Behind him followed a woman wielding a firearm, her striking features marred by faint traces of blood, her eyes scanning the assembly like a predator surveying its prey. Who are you? How did you get in? Where are the guards? Protect the master. In an instant, everyone was on high alert, drawing their weapons. There and Appo's. No need for such tension. I harbor no ill intentions. I am here to discuss a collaboration. The man smiled at Feng Qingye, completely unfazed by the guns pointed at him. Feng family head, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wei Tian, from the capital. Wei Tian said politely, then suddenly recalling something, added, you should be aware of the influence in the capital, particularly what the surname Wei represents. Upon hearing the name of the Wei family, Feng Qingye's eyes widened, and without hesitation, he barked, put down your weapons. Now, the members of the Feng family were bewildered by Feng Qingye's panic, but it was evident that the man named Wei Tian was not someone they could afford to offend. Thus, they obediently lowered their guns. And Feng Qingye pushed past those blocking his path, stepping forward with a heavy gait, fixing his gaze intently on Wei Tian. As the head of a family, Feng Qingye was naturally familiar with the major powers located in the heart of Huagua, namely the capital. The Wei family was undoubtedly a dominant clan, with a comprehensive strength surpassing that of the leading families. Not only could they not provoke them, but even the Wang family, operating in the gray areas, could not afford to offend them. The head of the Feng family is indeed a discerning individual. Conversations become far more pleasant under such circumstances. Wei Tian, observing the tension among the Feng family members, wore a playful smile, casually approaching a sofa and elegantly sitting down as if he had returned home. Fresh fruits were laid out on the table. He reached for one, taking a gentle bite, juice spilling forth. The armed woman silently stood behind Wei Tian, her gaze sharp, disdainfully scanning each member of the Feng family as though they were mere ants. Feng Qingye stared at Wei Tian, his voice tinged with caution. "Might I inquire what brings you, young Master Wei, all the way from the capital to my humble abode? As I mentioned, I am here to discuss a partnership." Feng Qingye's eyes gleamed with interest, prompting him to ask, "What kind of partnership?" Wei Tian chuckled lightly, a sly smile gracing his lips. "I trust the Feng family's current predicament requires no elaboration from me. I can lend you a helping hand and navigate through this crisis, but of course, I have my own conditions." Feng Qingye's heart sank. He had anticipated that Wei Tian would not extend his assistance without reason. Taking a deep breath, he asked solemnly, "And what might those conditions be?" Wei Tian rose from his seat, approaching Feng Qingye, leaning slightly forward as he spoke in a low voice. "When the Feng family ascends to become the leading clan of Jiangdu, you will need to surrender the family's token to me, and from that moment forth, the Feng family must pledge unwavering loyalty to the Wei family." Feng Qingye and Appo's expression turned grave upon hearing this. Relinquishing the family token meant placing the fate of the entire clan in someone else's hands, rendering them vulnerable. "What? Is the head of the Feng family unwilling?" Wei Tian noted the hesitation on Feng Qingye and Appo's face, continuing, "From what I gather, the Feng family stands no chance whatsoever. You will inevitably be crushed by the family. When that time comes, will your resistance hold any meaning? What I require is merely your loyalty. When the Wei family endeavors to dominate the clans in the future, your assistance will be needed. During peacetime, there will be no restrictions placed upon you, nor will you be treated as cannon fodder." Upon hearing Wei Tian's words, Feng Qingye and Appo's expression softened considerably. His greatest fear was being used as expendable pawns by the Wei family. After stating his terms, Wei Tian returned to the sofa, quietly observing Feng Qingye as he awaited his decision. The hall fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of Wei Tian enjoying his apple. Numerous members of the Feng family turned their gazes toward Feng Qingye. His choice would dictate the fate of the entire Feng family. Chapter 51. The three great rankings. Feng Qingye's countenance shifted between light and dark as he wrestled internally. To acquiesce would mean the Feng family would be entirely under the control of the Wei family. To refuse would lead to a relentless conflict with the family, a scenario that would likely culminate in death. After a lengthy contemplation, Feng Qingye exhaled deeply and posed a question to Wei Tian. "Why me? And not the An or Lin families? If the Wei family requires someone to battle on their behalf, surely the An or Lin families would be more fitting." Wei Tian scoffed at this inquiry, retorting, "Indeed, the An and Lin families are far more suitable than you. But who could have foreseen the emergence of Lin Hui and in Mingjie?" Wei Tian's expression darkened as he continued. "We must acknowledge that had those two existed in the early days of our family's rise, the current dominant families would likely have undergone a significant transformation." He then picked up two apples from the table, placing them before Feng Qingye, one representing an ambitious tyrant, the other a strategic genius. With such individuals in existence, I must confess, I lack the confidence to subdue them, and they would undoubtedly resist any attempt at subjugation. Thus, at this moment, the Feng family is the most amenable to my control, and I harbor no concerns about you causing me trouble, for the Feng family lacks the capability to do so. Wei Tian's words were unreservedly disparaging, inciting a silent fury among the members of the Feng family. Yet Feng Qingye found himself unable to counter the truth of Wei Tian's assertions. The Feng family, under his stewardship, was indeed nearing the brink of annihilation. Besieged by the An family and covertly monitored by the Lin family. Despite his advanced years, Feng Qingye remained shrewd enough to discern the most advantageous path for the Feng family. With a heavy sigh, the silver-haired elder bowed deeply to Wei Tian, lowering his proud head. "The Feng family is willing to pledge allegiance to Master Wei Tian." Feng Qingye's words were directed toward Wei Tian, not the Wei family. Wei Tian grasped the implication and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "If you were a decade younger, I might have considered placing you alongside in Mingjie and the others." Feng Qingye bowed his head in silence. Observing this, the other members of the Feng family understood that their leader had made a choice, and their only course was to follow suit. In unison, They emulated Feng Changye, bowing deeply to Wei Tian, vowing unwavering loyalty. From this point forward, Feng Changye and Amp, Oppos, S commands would no longer hold the highest authority. Wei Tian and Amp, Oppos, S words would supersede his. Laughter erupted from Wei Tian, who was pleasantly surprised by the Feng family and Amp, Oppos, S astuteness. Feng family head, please rise. We are now akin to family. Wei Tian feigned a gesture to assist Feng Changye, then turned to the armed woman, saying, Rose, why not lower your weapon? What kind of family points guns at each other? The woman, named Rose, complied silently, clearly obedient to Wei Tian's words. Feng Changye felt a pang of bitterness and asked, may I inquire about Master Wei and Oppos? As plans for us to eliminate the infamily? Wei Tian responded promptly, I cannot personally intervene, for I have numerous adversaries in the capital. I also cannot mobilize the Wei family members, so I can only allocate a portion of my private forces to catch them off guard during the decisive battle. Upon hearing this limited support, Feng Changye felt some discontent, but refrained from showing it, instead saying, Master Wei, you may not know that the Lin and in families have likely allied. I fear. His implication was clear. Your forces may be insufficient. I had not anticipated their alliance, Wei Tian remarked, surprised, as his information indicated a mortal conflict between the two families. Resting his chin on his hand, Wei Tian pondered for a moment. Very well, I shall lend you Rose. Pointing to Rose, he assured Feng Changye. With her, your success is assured. Feng Changye was taken aback, his expression one of confusion as he quickly inquired. Who is this Miss Rose? The 15th on the mercenary list, Bloodgun Rose. Wei Tian's tone was casual, raising an eyebrow at Feng Changye. Yet, that single statement resonated like thunder in Feng Changye's ears. The three great rankings, the mercenary list, the assassin list, and the elusive black and white list, known only to a select few, held immense significance. Only those truly familiar with these rankings understood their weight. Anyone listed on the mercenary list was a top-tier operative, with fees that were astronomical. Feng Changye knew that those ranked within the top 30 had countless lives at their mercy, and their capabilities defied conventional understanding. Realizing this, he cast a wary glance at Rose, relieved he had not provoked her earlier. He had no doubt that Rose possessed the power to single-handedly challenge the entire Feng family. The notion of numbers and advantages was rendered moot in this era, where scientists were exploring genetic technologies to transcend human physical limits. Those specific findings remained unpublished. Transactions of such advancements had already commenced, particularly among prominent mercenary groups. In summary, with Rose's assistance, the Feng family's odds of success had undoubtedly increased. Simultaneously, Feng Changye was struck by the realization that Wei Tian could command someone of Rose's caliber to follow him willingly. With Rose's prowess combined with the Feng family's heritage, it was implausible to think they could not overcome the An and Lin families. Wei Tian, beaming with satisfaction, leaned closer to Feng Changye and whispered, Do not forget, I seek a Feng family that stands as the leading household. If you cannot deliver that, then the Feng family shall have no reason to exist. Rose, we shall depart. With that, Wei Tian took his leave with Rose, instructing Feng Changye to contact him when necessary, assuring him that Rose would be there to assist. Master Wei, take care. Feng Changye and Oppos. S gaze remained solemn as he watched Wei Tian and Oppos. S retreating figure, a soft sigh escaping his lips. To ally with the powerful was akin to courting danger. He found himself questioning whether this choice would ultimately prove to be beneficial or detrimental for the Feng family. Meanwhile, in a certain neighborhood of Jiangdu City, Su Jiang stood transfixed before the wash basin, toothbrush in mouth, utterly frozen as if time had stopped. After a considerable period, he finally regained his composure. His face contorted with fury as he shouted, Dog system, what the hell did you just say? Chapter 52. Su Jiang's ambitious plans. Dog system. Repeat that for me once more. Su Jiang exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. What were the penalties for those previous failed tasks? Penalty for task failure. Disable all skills acquired by the host. The duration of the disablement is contingent upon the host's task completion level. Will there be any risk of death? No. Only novice tasks and special tasks pose a threat to the host and AMP. Oppos, S life. Why didn't an amp, oppose, to you mention this sooner? You didn't ask. Su Jiang felt a mix of anger and amusement. He had woken up this morning with a sudden urge to inquire about the consequences of his past failures. He had initially feared losing his lifespan or facing some dire repercussions. To discover that it was merely this? How absurd, considering he had been on edge every time he undertook a task. Grinding his teeth, he felt as though the system had played a jest upon him. However, he realized that the fear of the novice task penalties had led him to subconsciously assume that the system's punishments would be severe. He thought the system was withholding something significant, only to find that he had overreacted. Stupid system. Even if I didn't ask, couldn't you have informed me proactively? Setting aside the facts, could the system truly be at fault? No need to dwell on such trivial matters. Su Jiang restored his previous smile and discarded the toothbrush he had just snapped in frustration. Having his mood soured by the system, he lost his appetite for breakfast and decided to order takeout instead. He would indulge in a meal before joyfully visiting An Rou. To his delight, he found that roasted cold noodles were available for breakfast. Without hesitation, he placed an order. After a moment and oppose, as thought, he sent a message in the takeout group chat. Su Jiang, delivery, could you bring me a bottle of drink? Delivery, I'm swamped, no time for that. Su Jiang, you should get one too. Delivery, what are you drinking? A smirk graced Su Jiang and Oppo's lips. He enjoyed the delivery person and Oppo's earlier brashness. He requested a bottle of soda and calculated that he still had time for a quick game. Oh no, I clicked the wrong thing. Su Jiang moved his mouse, and League of Legends launched. Half an hour later. What a terrible game. I'm done with this nonsense. Su Jiang angrily shut down his computer. He regretted the mistake even more now. Cheating players had grown increasingly rampant, preventing even skilled players like him from securing kills. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, your delivery. Opening the door, he was greeted by a cheerful delivery person who handed him the roasted cold noodles and soda. Here you go. Remember to give a 5-star review. Sure. Su Jiang accepted the delivery and promptly rated the delivery person 5 stars, acknowledging the effort involved. After savoring the roasted cold noodles, Su Jiang hailed a taxi and headed straight to the family residence. He could no longer afford to be idle. He had significant matters to attend to and could no longer waste time. Having resolved to engage in the family conflict, he knew he needed to exhibit the appropriate resolve. 20 minutes later, at the family entrance inside a blue taxi. Really? 50 for such a short distance? Su Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this how bold taxi drivers have become? Brother, that an oppose. That's the rate now. Just last night, someone went to the outskirts and paid 200 without hesitation. The driver replied nonchalantly, clearly intending to overcharge the student. Su Jiang scrutinized the driver before expressionlessly transferring 50 yuan. After exiting the taxi and watching it drive away, he pulled out his phone, gazing in the direction the taxi had vanished. Hello, is this the Transportation Management Bureau? Yes, I want to report a taxi for overcharging. They charged me 500 for a 20-minute ride. The license plate number is. All right, thank you. It an oppose. It's my duty to help rectify the corruption in Jiangdu. He hung up, as if nothing had transpired, and walked into the inn residence. Strangely, he sensed that several members of the inn family were covertly observing him throughout his journey. Hey, that's him, the one who hugged the young lady last night. What hug? That photo is clearly doctored. Absolutely fake. Stop kidding yourself, brother. If it were fake, would the leader have been so furious yesterday? It an oppose. It's definitely real. Who do you think pursued him? I and oppose. LL wager my entire fortune that the young lady confessed first. I'm all in. As the family whispered among themselves, Su Jiang, possessing exceptional physical abilities, overheard every word distinctly. His lips twitched in disbelief. He could not comprehend the mental state of the family members. With war declared, shouldn't they be preparing for battle with heightened tension in the air? Instead, they were gossiping and even taking surreptitious photos. Send me a copy of those photos later. And to the brother who wagered his fortune, you're bound to lose. As he continued to critique their absurdity, he passed through the family and oppose, as courtyard and entered the house. In the hall, only Mingjie and Li Kai were seated on the sofa, seemingly engaged in discussion. Upon hearing footsteps, Li Kai looked up and, upon recognizing Su Jiang, his expression soured. Damn it, I and oppose. You've taken enough heat for this kid today. An Rou has been giving me the cold shoulder, practically berating me. You're here? And Mingjie turned, greeting Su Jiang with a smile. Su Hian nodded, casually finding a seat and pouring himself a cup of tea. He felt oddly at ease, as if he belonged there, almost like being at home. Is Rose still in her room? Should I call her down? No, let us discuss important matters first. Su Jiang shook his head. He had come for significant business. Oh, do tell. And Mingjie raised an eyebrow, intrigued that Su Jiang was willing to discuss serious topics. Little did he know, the next word from Su Jiang nearly caused him to suffer a heart attack. I want to dismantle the Feng family within a week and conclude this conflict. Puffed. Li Kai spat out his tea, turning to stare at Su Jiang in shock. What did I just hear? Did he really say that? Su Jiang paid no mind to Li Kai and focused intently on Mingjie. What do you think? Is there a way? A week is a tight timeline. Many arrangements cannot be made in such short notice. If they're in amp, oppose. Is anything you need from me? Just say it. I am ready to engage and take on this significant task. Perhaps there might be a way. Let me think. Li Kai was utterly flabbergasted, glancing between Su Jiang and Mingjie, struggling to comprehend the situation. Wait, are we seriously discussing this? You genuinely intend to eliminate the Feng family within a week? This is absurd. Chapter 53. Su, the psychologist, Jiang in the living room. And Mingjie wore a pensive expression. After a moment, he spoke. In order to dismantle the Feng family in a short span of time, our options are rather limited. The most straightforward approach would be to confront them directly. However, given our current circumstances, initiating open conflict would not only hinder swift victory, but also inflict severe losses upon the family, with numerous brothers potentially losing their lives in the process. Sitting opposite him, Su Jiang furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Are there any alternative methods? And Mingjie remained silent for a moment before slowly articulating a few words. Yes, but is fraught with difficulty. It involves the intervention of the Huagua Inspectorate. The Huagua Inspectorate? Su Jiang inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. What department is that? I don't believe I've ever heard of it. At this point, Li Kai, seated nearby, interjected to clarify. The Huagua Inspectorate is an official body established by Huagua to maintain social stability and prevent the excessive expansion of both legitimate and illegitimate family powers. They wield considerable authority, tasked with supervising and restraining the influence of powerful families to ensure they do not act recklessly, endangering the safety of ordinary citizens. The necessity of these powerful families exists, yet concerns over their feuds disrupting the lives of common people prompted the creation of such an agency to regulate them. Indeed, a branch of the inspectorate is located in Jiangdu, and Mingjie nodded, adding, if the inspectorate intervenes, the Feng family and amp, oppose, unsavory dealings will inevitably be exposed. At that point, we could collaborate with the inspectorate to directly suppress the Feng family. Su Jiang's eyes brightened at this revelation. He had not anticipated the existence of such a beneficial department. Isn't this akin to reporting someone to the police when they were about to engage in a brawl? Why wait? Let's contact the inspectorate directly. However, both Mingjie and Li Kai exchanged wry smiles upon hearing this. It ended amp, oppose. It's not as simple as you think, and Mingjie sighed softly, explaining, while the inspectorate is indeed powerful, the threshold for their involvement is quite high. They will not easily intercede in family disputes unless significant matters are at stake. Given that our conflict involves families that are not even considered leading clans, they would hardly take notice. Moreover, over the years, the frequency of the inspectorate's interventions has dwindled, reportedly due to internal issues, though I am not privy to the specifics. Individuals affiliated with powerful families are strictly prohibited from working within the inspectorate. It's a hard and fast rule. Thus, the prospect of this second method appeared nearly futile. Su Jiang furrowed his brow, asking, could we not gather evidence of the Feng family's criminal activities and report them to the inspectorate? That would be futile, and Mingjie gently shook his head, setting aside the manpower and time required to collect such evidence. The critical issue is that, within the inspectorate, no one is willing to take on additional workload. The original intent behind the establishment of the inspectorate has long since eroded over time. Those within have adopted a mindset of complacency, doing the bare minimum, or creating conditions that allow for such complacency. This is especially pronounced in the branches located in smaller cities. How frustrating. They are paid by the state, yet do not fulfill their duties. Su Jiang and Appo's lips curled in disdain as his previously burgeoning admiration for the inspectorate evaporated. Furthermore, in recent years, the inspectorate has recruited various external personnel, including clerks, psychologists, and martial arts instructors, leading to a complex internal structure filled with a motley crew of individuals. While still maintaining stringent oversight over family powers, barring anyone affiliated with such families from entering the inspectorate. Li Kai recounted the details he knew, expressing dissatisfaction with the inspectorate's approach, fearing that over time, they may lose their capacity for effective governance. This was particularly concerning for the An family, which had always acted with integrity and had rarely engaged in wrongdoing. As Su Jiang listened, he nodded along, until suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his eyes. Wait a moment, Lao Li, did you just say the inspectorate is hiring psychologists? Indeed, in these times, who doesn't he have a few psychological issues? Li Kai replied matter-of-factly, Oblivious to su jungis motives. Su Jiang's mind raced as he conceived a brilliant plan. He then turned to An Mingjie with urgency. What if I could join the inspectorate? They're all complacent, right? Fine, I'll join them and, oh no, I'll enter to rectify this corruption. An Mingjie frowned slightly, pondering for a moment. Your identity shouldn't pose a problem, as the current inspectorate does not scrutinize identities. However, the crucial question is how you plan to gain entry. As far as I know, the positions for martial arts instructors are exceedingly scarce, and the other roles undoubtedly require relevant professional qualifications. I can enter as a psychologist. Su Jiang interjected emphatically, his eyes gleaming with determination. An Mingjie? Li Kai? Both men stared at Su Jiang in disbelief, incredulous at his audacity. You, Su Jiang, a psychologist? Aren't you the one with the most psychological issues in this room? Li Kai could hardly fathom how Su Jiang could utter such a thing. Incredulous that someone who converses with mice would aspire to be a psychologist. Who would you even treat? Disregarding their incredulous gazes, Su Jiang retorted with confidence. You know nothing. I possess a system. I've yet to utilize my skills in psychological analysis, and now they will serve a purpose. He was no longer merely Su Jiang. He was Su the psychologist. Rest assured, I have studied psychology online. I am confident I can pass the recruitment examination. Su Jiang exuded self-assurance. Yet An Mingjie and Li Kai remained skeptical, especially Li Kai, whose eye twitched uncontrollably upon hearing Su Jiang's declaration. You learned it online again? You've amassed quite the eclectic array of knowledge from the internet. An Mingjie rubbed his temples, baffled by the peculiar assortment of skills Su Jiang seemed to possess. However, upon reflection, considering he could converse with mice, a smattering of psychological knowledge seemed inconsequential. After a moment, An Mingjie gathered his thoughts, analyzing. The position of psychologist is indeed quite vacant, but even if you manage to get in, you will merely be an auxiliary staff member. How will you persuade the inspectorate to assist us? It is exceedingly difficult for one person to influence an entire department, and we are unable to offer you any support. Unfazed by An Mingjie's concerns, Su Jiang smiled nonchalantly. Don't worry, I have a plan. Rectifying a culture of complacency is child's play. Li Kai gazed at Su Jiang and Appo's. His confident smile, a sense of foreboding overtook him. The last time he had seen Su Jiang wear such a self-assured grin was merely the day before, after which the Feng family's factory had been blown to smithereens. Surely, the inspectorate would be unharmed, wouldn't they? Chapter 54. Is society really this competitive now? Having made a decision, I shall now contemplate the details of the plan. Although An Mingjie found the situation somewhat absurd, he inexplicably felt that it might just work with Su Jiang, who himself was rather extraordinary. Li Kai produced his laptop, typing furiously as he searched for information. He turned to Su Jiang and said, I just checked. The inspectorate is still hiring psychologists, and you can go for an interview at any time. That's wonderful. I'm pressed for time, so I'll head for the interview shortly. Su Jiang replied eagerly. But what is it? They require at least a master in Appo's degree. I remember you're only a freshman, right? Do you even possess a psychologist certification? Su Jiang fell silent. Goodness, is society really this intense now? If this competition continues, will I even find a job by the time I graduate? He resigned himself, pondering that he had a system to rely on. And Mingjie, noticing Su Jiang's predicament, contemplated for a moment and said, "We can help you with a degree and certification. It's quite plausible. As long as you possess genuine psychological knowledge." The inspector at 1T scrutinized these matters too closely. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang looked up and Mingjie, his mouth slightly agape. In that moment, he truly realized the vast influence of a prominent family. A master's degree? Just like that. What astonished Su Jiang even more was when Mingjie, right before them, pulled out his phone and made a call. "I need a favor. I require a master's degree and the necessary credentials for a psychologist. It must be flawless and withstand scrutiny. I'll send you the details shortly. How long will it take?" "All right, thank you." After hanging up, Mingjie smiled at Su Jiang. "These documents will be delivered to you by this afternoon." Impressive. Su Jiang found himself at a loss for words. To be honest, he was feeling increasingly tempted to join the family. This was indeed alluring. At that moment, the sound of light footsteps echoed from above. The group looked up just in time to see An Rou descending the stairs, cradling her cherished cat, Fu Gue. "Oh, Su Jiang, you're here." Upon spotting Su Jiang seated on the sofa, An Rou and Appo's eyes brightened. She quickly approached him, concern evident in her voice. "How much did you drink last night? It was so late when you returned home." "Li Kai, you too. Next time, don't drag Su Jiang into your drinking escapades. It's rather inappropriate to take a student along." As she spoke, the young girl shot a disapproving glare at Li Kai, clearly expressing her dissatisfaction. Li Kai's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had just consumed something distasteful. He was utterly at a loss for words. Yes. It's my fault for leading him astray and drinking until the wee hours. You have no idea. This so-called model student of yours was the one who set off fireworks at the factory last night." And Mingjie Kuden and Appo's helped but chuckle at Li Kai's predicament. He rarely saw Li Kai in such a state, and being privy to the inside story, he could empathize with Li Kai's feelings. "Oh, it's fine. You can't blame Kai-gu entirely. We really didn't drink much, and he kindly took me home in a taxi. Right, Kai-gu?" Su Jiang raised an eyebrow at Li Kai, echoing the adage that only those who wrong you truly understand your anguish. Yes, not much was consumed." Li Kai grumbled through gritted teeth, baffled as to why Su Jiang was so determined to put him in a difficult position. Couldn't someone else take the blame? He would even let Mingjie shoulder the responsibility. After all, An Rou wouldn't dare confront him. However, An Rou was not swayed. Her demeanor towards Li Kai remained frosty, yet she adopted a kinder countenance when addressing Su Jiang. The smile she wore was one Li Kai had rarely witnessed in his lifetime. "Have you eaten yet?" An Rou asked, her gaze lowered a bit shy. She had stayed up late the previous night and slept through the morning and hadn't eaten anything until now. And Mingjie, noticing his sister's intentions, interjected, Rou, why don't you take Su Jiang to the family cafeteria for a meal and show him around a bit so he doesn't only know how to come here?" Then, turning to Su Jiang with a smile, he added, "You have nothing else to do, so once the documents arrive this afternoon, I'll call you." Sufyan Nadif. Although he had just eaten some grilled cold noodles, he was hungry again. Moreover, he was quite eager to explore the family estate. Each time he visited, he had only gone straight in to find someone and hadn't had the chance to wander about. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Mingjie and Li Kai, An Rou led Su Jiang to have a meal. As for the little white cat Fu Gue, An Rou let it roam freely. The estate was vast, with a large courtyard where Fu Gue could explore to its heart and Appo's as content. Furthermore, An Rou had informed the family that it was her pet, so everyone was quite fond of the little cat. "What do you think of Su Jiang?" After the two had departed, and Mingjie casually asked Li Kai. Li Kai's expression turned serious. He pondered for a moment before replying, "To be honest, I really can't fathom him. He is extraordinarily skilled in combat, possesses terrifying marksmanship, and even claims to converse with rats. Now he asserts he understands psychology, yet he is merely a college student. Is it truly possible for someone to have so many skills?" Li Kai expressed his honest thoughts, curious about Mingjie's perspective on Su Jiang. Could someone like him truly be with An Rou? Upon hearing this, and Mingjie remained silent, sipping his tea thoughtfully. After a long pause, he appeared to arrive at a conclusion and fixed his serious gaze on Li Kai. It's possible. As long as he is Su Jiang, it is entirely normal. Whatever he does is justifiable. Do you understand? Li Kai was taken aback, grasping the implication of An Mingjie's words. Su Jiang was undoubtedly fine and must not be perceived as problematic by anyone. And Mingjie was genuinely determined to protect Su Jiang. And Li Kai couldn't help but admire An Mingjie's resolve. Although he had not known Su Jiang for long, he was willing to place such significant trust in him. If Su Jiang turned out to be problematic, the entire family would face catastrophic repercussions. I trust my judgment, and I trust Rou's judgment. And Mingjie spoke with unwavering confidence, fully aware of his current actions. His decision was profoundly influenced by An Rou. She had feelings for Su Jiang, and he was willing to believe in him as well. Thus, the astonishing abilities Su Jiang exhibited excited him rather than raised suspicion. The stronger Su Jiang became, the better he could protect An Rou, which would undoubtedly benefit the family. Li Kai realized that since An Mingjie had made up his mind, it would not change easily, and he also held a favorable impression of Su Jiang. Aside from his somewhat unrefined demeanor, the two exchanged knowing smiles, tacitly deciding to shift their conversation away from Su Jiang and discuss other matters. Meanwhile, Su Jiang was already sweating profusely. Chapter 55. The Young Ladies' Love Support Association in the courtyard of the family. An Rou donned pink slippers while Su Jiang had his hands tucked into his pockets as they walked side by side toward the family dining hall. Surrounding them were curious members of the family, eager to glean gossip, but when An Rou shot them a fierce glance, they quickly retreated. Amused, Su Jiang observed their fearful retreat. "What are you discussing with my brother just now?" An Rou suddenly inquired. "Nothing much, just casual conversation." But An Rou interrupted, looking up at him with a serious expression, as if slightly irked. "You've been avoiding me while speaking to my brother several times, and with Li Kai present as well. Although I'm unaware of your discussions, I can tell they must be of a perilous nature, which is why you don't want me to overhear. Moreover, the confrontation you had with Lin Hui at the restaurant couldn't possibly just be trivial disagreements. Sufyan, I'm not naive. I know you and my brother are looking out for me, but I genuinely worry about both of you." As An Rou spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her tone tinged with melancholy. Seeing her distress, Su Jiang felt at a loss, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. It was evident that his and An Mingjie's actions had alerted An Rou to some underlying issues, yet she had held her concerns until now, clearly having prepared herself mentally. Last night, An Rou must have sensed something amiss, especially since the excuses he and Li Kai had concocted were riddled with flaws. However, just as Su Jiang was in turmoil, An Rou lowered her head, disregarding the gazes of the family members nearby, and leaped into his embrace, wrapping her arms around him. "I truly don't wish to be perpetually shielded by you both. I'm a member of the family and bear responsibility too. I only wish to do my utmost to face challenges alongside you. I'll want to be a burden. When you tell me to run, I will, and I will refrain from doing what you advise against. I'll want to partake in dangerous matters, but at least allow me to be informed. All right? I don't want to be kept in the dark, worrying about you alone." And Rou buried her small head deep into Su Jiang's chest, softly voicing her innermost thoughts. Gently, Su Jiang raised his hand and rested it on her head, tenderly stroking her hair, his heart aching for her. Indeed, while he and An Mingjie had aimed to protect An Rou from involvement in such matters, they had overlooked her feelings entirely. Having always been sheltered and cherished by her family without contributing to it, An Rou harbored guilt within. At that moment, Su Jiang made a decision. "All right, whatever you wish to know, I shall tell you." His voice was gentle, as he resolved not to hide anything from her any longer. Given their relationship and An Rou and Appo's position within the family, she deserved the right to be informed. "What? An Mingjie disagrees? Just give him a good thrashing." "Really?" An Rou lifted her small head, her eyes red as she gazed at Su Jiang, fearful that he might rescind his promise. "Indeed." Su Jiang paused before adding, "If your brother objects, I will handle it." Upon hearing this, An Rou and Appo's face lit up with a radiant smile, and she tiptoed to plant a kiss on Su Jiang and Appo's cheek. Thank you, Su Jiang. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered in his ear. I'm truly grateful to have met you, and I am equally fortunate to have chosen to confess to you, Su Jiang thought, gently embracing An Rou. Suddenly, the sound of cameras clicking filled the air, and both became alert, scanning their surroundings. Who the hell is taking photos at this moment? The crowd of onlookers from the An family hastily tucked away their phones, turning their heads to the sky and whistling. Thud! A member accidentally dropped his phone, the flash still blazing. Who turned on my flashlight? Seriously, this can't happen again. The An family member, maintaining a calm facade, bent down to retrieve his phone and fled the scene, muttering to himself about the mysterious activation of his flashlight. An Rou's face flushed crimson, realizing she had been so engrossed in conversation with Su Jiang that she forgot they were in the An family, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. In embarrassment and indignation, she shouted to the crowd, "Delete those photos." "Miss, we truly did not take any." They insisted, refusing to admit they had captured the moment. How could they possibly delete such a rare photo of An Rou in this state, willingly kissing Su Jiang? Such a picture was destined to become a cherished heirloom of the An family. In a rush to avoid being caught by An Rou, they quickly dispersed, whispering among themselves as they departed. "Hey, buddy, I didn't capture that angle well. Send me a shot. $50 and I'll send it to you. I can't believe I got a picture of the young lady kissing. 50's fine. Just send it over. I'll send you mine too. Let us create a group for this. Entry fee is 50. Thus, unbeknownst to An Rou, a group named the young lady an Oppos, as Love Support Association was surreptitiously formed, filled with the playful members of the An family. "Come, aren't you hungry?" Su Jiang, noticing An Rou's intention to confront the photo takers, quickly pulled her along. "What a precious photograph. I cannot allow you to destroy it. I'll retrieve the photos from those guys later, especially the one with you kissing my cheek. No matter the cost, I will acquire it. It must be treasured." Oof. An Rou, being led by Su Jiang, huffed softly, casting a reluctant glance back. Despite having been photographed before, she still felt a wave of shame. "I'll spare them this time, but I'll have my brother teach them a lesson later." After uttering those words with a hint of resentment, An Rou continued toward the dining hall with Su Jiang by her side. "Miss, you've arrived." A middle-aged man in a suit approached them, appearing somewhat familiar to Su Jiang. "Su Xiao, it's been a while." The man greeted Su Jiang and then introduced himself. "I'm a steward of the An family. You may call me Steward Su. We met when you first visited the An family." "Ah, I remember. You were the one who brewed tea for me back then." Su Jiang recalled the first time he visited the An family to meet in Mingjia. It was indeed Steward Su who had prepared the tea. Steward Su smiled and nodded, exuding warmth and friendliness. "Please, do not call me Su Xiao or address me formally. Just call me Xiao Jiang." "Of course," Steward Su replied with a smile, always respecting others' preferences. "Uncle Su has been with our family for many years. He helped my father establish the An family, and we all hold him in high regard," An Rou explained to Su Jiang, then turned to Steward Su with a playful grin. "Uncle Su, we're here for a meal." "Very well, follow me." With an affectionate smile, Steward Su led them into the dining hall. Chapter 56. An Rou viciously assaults in Mingjia under the arrangement of Butler Su. Su Jiang and An Rou immediately indulged in a delightful meal. "Is this the usual fare for the An family?" Sufyan inquired. "Indeed, everyone receives the same treatment. My brother included," An Rou replied. Su Jiang gazed at the sumptuous spread before him, astonished by the abundance of meat, and the fact that they could refill their plates at will. His mind wandered back to the dismal meals served at the school cafeteria, prompting him to exclaim, "Disgraceful." A serving of braised chicken at school cost 20, akin to daylight robbery. And the braised chicken hardly contains any meat. It's practically just braised potatoes, he lamented, resolving to report the cafeteria once he entered the inspection bureau. Wait, upon entering the bureau, I should prioritize investigating the cafeteria before turning my attention to the Feng family. Su Jiang mused, realizing that the head of the inspection bureau would likely be horrified to learn of his plan to send an entire department to scrutinize the cafeteria. An Rou, however, consumed little, as Butler Su understood her preferences and had arranged a selection of vegetables rather than the lavish dishes Su Jiang was enjoying. As they dined, they engaged in conversation, and Su Jiang shared everything An Rou wished to know without reservation, except for the details surrounding the factory explosion, which he attributed solely to Li Kai. You should keep your distance from brother Li Kai. Don't let him lead you astray, An Rou admonished, clearly displeased by the notion of Su Jiang's involvement in such perilous activities. Su Jiang, noticing her concern, refrained from defending himself and silently expressed his regret to Li Kai. I'm truly sorry, Kai Ge. Let us just forget about the grilled cold noodles and the toy gun incident. I had no choice, and I hope you can understand. So, you're going for an interview at the inspection bureau later? The position is for a psychologist? An Rou queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. When did you develop an interest in psychology? We are all students. Why is it that you seem to excel in everything? Yes. Once your brother brings me the documents this afternoon, I will attend the interview, Su Jiang replied. Such urgency, An Rou suddenly had a thought. Raising her gaze to Su Jiang. Are you saying that the week you mentioned waiting is to assist our family in resolving the Feng situation? Gasping in disbelief, Su Jiang stared at An Rou, exclaiming, I don't care who you are. Get off An Rou. An Rou, however, remained unfazed. Say that again. I was mistaken. You're growing bolder, daring to call me foolish to my face. An Rou retorted, her expression unyielding. Let us cut to the chase. Are you, or aren't you? With a resigned sigh, Su Jiang nodded, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him. On the very first day of his grand undertaking, An Rou had discovered his plan, which he had intended to unveil as a surprise. An Rou gazed at Su Jiang, her outward demeanor slightly displeased, though inwardly she felt a surge of happiness. Then I shall accompany you. This declaration caused Su Jiang to lift his head, meeting An Rou's bright eyes, which bore a hint of seriousness. Whatever you choose to do, I will stand by your side. Once everything is resolved, I will listen to your confession. Although her capabilities may be limited, she was determined to be there for him, providing whatever assistance she could. An Rou's tone was resolute. Having learned of Su Jiang's intentions, she refused to remain passive. This was not her nature. She desired a partnership, not a one-sided sacrifice. Su Jiang stared at An Rou, warmth flooding his heart as he smiled genuinely. All right, let us face this together. Whoever flees is a coward. You're the coward. I want to run. That's for sure. An Rou playfully retorted, her cheeks flushed. They both burst into laughter, reveling in their unbreakable bond, a relationship that promised mutual benefit. An hour later, they returned to the house and relayed everything to An Mingjie. Surprisingly, he did not seem taken aback by An Rou's eagerness to participate in the endeavor. It appeared he had anticipated this day as arrival. Brother, you agree? An Rou stammered, caught off guard. She had expected a confrontation with her brother, yet An Mingjie consented without hesitation. Of course, why wouldn't I? An Mingjie replied matter-of-factly. Though you're my sister, you're also An Rou, are you not? You merely wish to pursue what you desire. Why should I oppose that? As long as your decision is well considered, I have no grounds to object. An Mingjie chuckled, shaking his head at An Rou, almost mocking her naivety. I have restrained you all these years, yet I know your thoughts all too well. I merely wished to see when you would muster the courage to speak up. It was evident that Su Jiang had indeed influenced her significantly. Su Jiang rubbed his nose, surprised by An Mingjie's response. An Rou stood frozen, stammering, so, what you're saying is that if I had only asked, you would have allowed me to contribute to the family. Absolutely. In that moment, An Rou felt like a fool, pouting as she glared at An Mingjie. Then what about the grievances I've endured, the guilt I felt towards the family, the helplessness of being a bystander? What do those count for? She had always believed that An Mingjie would never permit her involvement in family matters, only to realize he had been waiting for the opportunity to witness her frustration. Wretched brother. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. Seizing a nearby cushion and hurling it at Mingjie, Su Jiang quickly dodged to the side, avoiding collateral damage, while swiftly retrieving his phone to capture this rare moment. Wow, An Rou is really going at it with An Mingjie. This is a sight to behold. An Mingjie reacted quickly, catching the cushion, but in the next moment, An Rou lunged at him, pummeling him with her tiny fists. An Mingjie was taken aback by his sister's fiery temperament, hastily shielding his head with the cushion. I'm letting you see me as a fool. I'm letting you deceive me. I'm letting you call me An Mingjie. Thud, thud. Thud and Rou continued her playful assault, growing more exhilarated with each hit. It was liberating to unleash her frustration on her brother. "Hey, you little rascal, ease up. You're being so disrespectful." And Mingjie complained while enduring the blows. "You can hit me, but why bring my name into it? Isn't that the name our parents gave me? If you want to hit someone, go after them instead." Just then, Li Kai entered, carrying a stack of documents, and witnessed the comical scene of An Rou assaulting and Mingjie. "Wow, An Rou is this bold now?" Noticing Su Jiang grinning widely and snapping photos, Li Kai quickly realized that An Rou's newfound bravery was of little consequence compared to the more pressing matter at hand. With a click, 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 Li Kai pulled out his phone, joining in on the photography spree. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to witness such a spectacle. It had to be treasured. Chapter 57. At last, you have arrived. Moments later, Li Kai, Su Jiang, and An Rou stood obediently in a row before Mingjie, particularly An Rou, who appeared quite timid at this moment, her head bowed, unable to meet in Mingjie and Oppo's gaze, completely devoid of her earlier bravado. Inside, An Rou was filled with trepidation. It was over. In a fit of anger, she had struck her brother. Yet, she hadn't and Oppo's exerted much force, had she? Moreover, it was her brother who had erred first. Wasn't Oppo's it? Nonetheless, that fleeting sensation from earlier was something An Rou wished to experience once more. Although her head was lowered, she furtively clenched her small fists, a hint of mischief bubbling within her. And Mingjie crossed his arms, surveying the three of them, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Setting aside An Rou for the moment, it was Su Jiang and Li Kai who had begun to behave poorly, particularly Li Kai, who seemed to have fallen into bad habits. "You two, delete those photos immediately." And Mingjie scowled, wondering when the family's principles had deteriorated to this extent. Spying on others and uploading it to the family group chat? Fortunately, he had caught a glimpse earlier and was relieved that Li Kai had not shared them in the group. The situation had not yet become irretrievable. "What photos? And go. What are you talking about?" Li Kai and Su Jiang exchanged glances, feigning ignorance as if the two of them had not just been snapping pictures with grins on their faces. Noticing and Mingjie's frown deepening, Su Jiang quickly turned to Li Kai and said, "Hey, Kai go. The documents you're holding are for me, right? Right? How could I forget? No time to waste. I and Oppo's am heading for the interview now, aiming to join the inspection bureau and contribute to the family. Su Jiang, you're too polite. With such a long journey ahead, Kai will drive you. Let us go." They conversed as they swiftly made their exit, fearing for their phones if they lingered any longer. "Sufyan, I'm coming too." And Rou's heart raced as she saw the two of them abandon her. Hadn't they promised to stick together through thick and thin? Su Jiang and Li Kai were startled. "You can Oppo's. Come. If you do, who will Mingjie unleash his wrath upon? And Rou, this mission is perilous. Stay at home and wait for our return." Su Jiang promptly blocked An Rou, pushing her back with a parting remark before hastily fleeing with Li Kai. "An Rou? Su Jiang, you big oaf. Didn't we just vow not to abandon one another?" An Rou was unwilling to relent, still trying to dash out. "Rou." And Mingjie called gently, causing An Rou's small foot to freeze in place. "It's over. While Su Jiang and Li Kai attend to serious matters, you will remain here, and we shall have a proper discussion, you and I." And Mingjie smiled amiably at An Rou, gesturing toward the study. "Go inside, fetch paper and pen, and write a self-reflection. Write until they return. Brother, I truly didn't mean it. 3, 2. Don't count. I'm going." And Rou grimaced, as she dreaded in Mingjie's habit of counting, a remnant of her childhood that had instilled in her a conditioned response of panic. Thus, An Rou begrudgingly slumped over the desk to write her self-reflection, while Mingjie leisurely sipped tea nearby. Had Mingjie chosen to scrutinize her writing, he would have discovered that An Rou's reflections were filled with invectives aimed at Su Jiang and Li Kai, interspersed with barbs directed at him. And Rou became increasingly animated in her writing, reveling in her scathing remarks. Meanwhile, Li Kai drove as Su Jiang sat beside him, both en route to the inspection bureau. They were not discussing their impending tasks at the bureau, but rather, "Old Li, how many photos did you take earlier?" "I arrived late and snapped a dozen or so. My fingers were faster. I managed to take around 20. Let us share them later." I could feast on An Mingjia's embarrassment for a lifetime. Small-minded. I could dine on his humiliation for 2 lifetimes. Both chuckled, entirely oblivious to the serious nature of their destination. Soon, Su Jiang finally laid eyes on the much-rumored inspection bureau. This inspection bureau is right across from the Public Security Bureau. Of course, they are, after all, part of the same system, making data transfers convenient. Li Kai explained matter-of-factly. What did you expect? The inspection bureau to be located in some high-end, prestigious area or hidden away in obscurity? Su Jiang's lips twitched as he noted that this establishment was blatantly situated opposite the Public Security Bureau, a standard office building with little distinction. What struck him was the fact that the sign outside the inspection bureau looked nearly decrepit, barely legible. ISN and AMP, oppose. Anyone going to tend to this? He thought, already sensing a pervasive air of neglect before even stepping inside. Here are your educational credentials and your psychologist certification. Li Kai handed a pile of documents to Su Jiang. I and AMP, oppose. LL wait for you here. Just go in for a standard interview. Remember, a normal interview. Seemingly anxious, he added. Do not cause any trouble. This is the inspection bureau, not some rural factory. Su Jiang regarded the documents in his hands, nonchalantly nodding. Rest assured, I am an exemplary citizen. How could I cause a ruckus? I am here solely for the interview. He felt that Li Kai held a prejudiced view of him, questioning whether he truly appeared so unreliable. With that, Su Jiang exited the car and strode towards the inspection bureau. Li Kai watched his retreating figure, lit a cigarette, and chuckled to himself, realizing he might have been overreacting. After all, it was merely an interview. Creak. Su Jiang pushed the door open, and, at the front desk, a bespectacled young man immediately rose from his seat upon hearing the sound, looking towards Su Jiang. Hello, how may I assist you? I'm here to apply for the psychologist position. Su Jiang inquired, studying the bookish young man before him. This is indeed the inspection bureau, right? Yes, this is the inspection bureau. The young man, upon learning that Su Jiang was interviewing for the psychologist role, became visibly excited, stepping closer to Su Jiang and extending his hand. Hello, Young Ming. The front desk is temporarily unattended today, and I'm filling in. We've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Huh? Su Jiang's lips quirked, finding this encounter far from what he had envisioned. What do you mean by that? You see, before you, 3 psychologists have already quit due to the pressure. We Haven T had psychological treatment for a full 2 months. Su Jiang tilted his head, a large question mark forming above him. Chapter 58. Reform is imperative. I am unwell, unable to work, and in need of a psychologist. My current state of work has drastically declined. If the psychologist does not arrive soon, I shall be compelled to take a leave of absence. I am sinking into depression. I must return home. This day's work is over for me. Damn it. Lao Wang, you're leaving early again? Then I shall depart as well. I am depressed too. My personality is fragmented. Where am I, and why am I at work? Yang Ming escorted Su Jiang into the inspection bureau, and throughout the journey, Su Jiang bore an expression of astonishment. Is this what you call slacking off? At least slacking off involves sporadic work. This can only be deemed as a lack of professionalism. It is now 1 in the afternoon, and you are all clocking out? The excuse is still depression? Your smiles could almost illuminate the Milky Way. Are you truly depressed? This is nothing short of a horde of vampires. How much royal grain do you consume? I believe you can see the situation for yourself. Yang Ming felt a touch of embarrassment, as he too was part of the inspection bureau. It was rather disconcerting for him to witness this scene during a job interview. This state of affairs had persisted for 2 months. After someone initiated this trend, they had continuously used mental health as an excuse. There were early departures, tardiness, and an endless cycle of idleness. The more serious cases simply took leave without return, such as the receptionist today. Yang Ming adjusted his glasses and spoke with a hint of remorse. Since then, our external psychologists have been driven away one after another, leaving only you available for the interview. Su Jiang's lips twitched. He surmised that Li Kai and An Mingjia could not have anticipated the dire internal conditions of the inspection bureau. In other words, this group not only conducts themselves in such a manner daily, but also receives substantial salaries and benefits. We are striving to improve this situation. Yet we have genuinely done our utmost. Yang Ming felt helpless. Apart from himself, there were hardly any individuals who consistently reported to work and performed their duties. Not wanting to subject such a young and innocent individual to their den of wolves, he advised, "You still have time to reconsider." After all, the previous psychologist could not withstand the pressure and resigned. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang genuinely contemplated leaving. How can any reform be achieved unless this entire group is dismissed and replaced? Yet that merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. However, after a moment's contemplation, Su Jiang gazed resolutely into Yang Ming's eyes and declared, "No, I will stay." A fierce determination sparked within Su Jiang. He must remain. He envied their comfortable lives. Why should they enjoy such ease while he struggled outside? He could not tolerate the notion of this group feasting on royal provisions while contributing nothing. They must be compelled to take action. At that moment, Su Jiang's resolve was unwavering. Initially, he intended to explore the path within the inspection bureau. If it proved unviable, he would seek alternatives. Now, however, that path was essential. He had to urge these idlers to work. Otherwise, he would be unsettled. Yang Ming, oblivious to Su Jiang and Oppo's inner thoughts, felt a surge of emotion, as though he had found a kindred spirit. To his surprise, Su Jiang, like himself, was a person of ambition. "Very well, follow me. If your credentials are in order, you can officially commence employment today." With that, Yang Ming turned to the departing staff and announced, "Everyone, please be quiet. I would like to introduce our new psychologist, Su Jiang. He should be starting shortly, so please extend him a warm welcome." Clap, clap, clap. In the expansive room, only Yang Ming's applause echoed, as others stood in stunned silence, incredulous as they regarded Su Jiang. What? A psychologist has truly arrived? Does this mean my ailment will be cured? No, my affliction cannot be cured. It will last a lifetime. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes fixated on Su Jiang, as the others contemplated how to rid themselves of him. Yang Ming's solitary applause became increasingly awkward. He turned to Su Jiang, saying, "Let us proceed to finalize your employment." "All right." Su Jiang nodded, unfazed, offering a friendly smile as he departed, not forgetting to greet everyone warmly, appearing quite amiable. "Just wait, you idlers. Unless I manage to bring you all into line, Su Jiang, shall not bear the surname Su." Once Su Jiang left, the crowd huddled together, as if facing a formidable foe. "What should we do, brothers? I have not yet grown weary of this life. Look at him. He seems so young. Shall we resort to our old tactics? Yes, just claim we are still ill. He has no evidence to prove otherwise. This time, let us employ gentler methods. We must not frighten him, just get him to leave." Agreed. In a moment, they devised a strategy, well-versed in their old tactics, ready to execute with ease. Meanwhile, Su Jiang followed Yang Ming into a room where Yang Ming checked his credentials on the computer. "Doesn't Oppos, to your leadership take any action regarding the situation?" "Leadership? Oh, you mean our bureau chief," Yang Ming replied while typing away. "The current state of affairs is indeed tied to Chief Jiang. Our bureau chief is dispatched from the headquarters, and since his arrival, he has completely neglected our actions. Even when mistakes occur, there is no reprimand. Chief Jiang isolates himself in his office, never disturbed, and emerges punctually at the end of the workday." Su Jiang nodded in understanding. Without oversight and accountability from above, who would genuinely apply themselves to their work? "Oh, by the way," Yang Ming recalled something and addressed Su Jiang. "Since Chief Jiang's arrival, every new employee must visit him and answer a single question. Each question is identical, and you'll find out shortly. However, this inquiry does not affect your employment, so you may rest assured when you meet Chief Jiang later." Su Jiang furrowed his brow, questioning the purpose of such a practice. Is it merely to ask a question, or does he wish to see what the new employees look like? Yang Ming said, recalling his own experience during onboarding, and chuckled softly. Who knows? No one truly comprehends the rationale behind the Chief and Oppo's actions. Perhaps he genuinely seeks the answer to that question. Having said that, Yang Ming returned the credentials to Su Jiang and retrieved a contract from the drawer, presenting it to Su Jiang. "Your identity and credentials are in order. Here is the contract." The monthly salary is $8,000 after tax, with 6 insurances and 2 funds duly provided. Please review it for any issues. Su Jiang momentarily hesitated as he took the contract, feeling an even deeper envy towards those outside. How astonishing! I, as an external hire, receive such favorable treatment. What must those idlers be consuming? Reform is imperative. Chapter 59. Exposed upon entry, no problem. Su Jiang glanced at the contract and signed it without hesitation. After all, he could not comprehend it, but such a large inspection bureau would hardly deceive him within a contract. Well, from now on, we are colleagues. Seeing Su Jiang sign the contract, Yang Ming stood up and shook hands with him amicably, then said, "Let us go meet the director. I will take you to his office." So soon? Su Jiang was taken aback. He had not anticipated meeting the director right after his arrival. Don't be nervous. And oppose. Let's just answer a simple question. Nothing to worry about. Yang Ming reassured him, leading him upstairs. As Su Jiang followed, he observed his surroundings, silently memorizing the layout of the building. We in oppose. Here. Yang Ming halted at the door. Su Jiang looked up and saw a plaque above the door that simply read, Director and Amp, oppose, S office. Knock, knock, knock. Director Jiang, a new employee has joined us. I brought him in. Yang Ming knocked on the door, but there was no response. They stood waiting outside. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Yang Ming only knocked once, maintaining a stoic expression, while Su Jiang began to doubt whether anyone was inside. Just as he was about to speak, a deep voice emanated from within. Let him in. Yes. Upon receiving the reply, Yang Ming gestured for Su Jiang to enter. Creak. Su Jiang pushed the door open and stepped inside. The moment he entered, his brow furrowed tightly. The room was saturated with the scent of smoke and dimly lit, with only a narrow gap in the window allowing a sliver of light to enter. A burly man with a scruffy beard sat quietly on the sofa, one hand holding a cigarette while the other perused a stack of documents. In the interplay of light, one side of his face was illuminated while the other remained shrouded in shadow. Take a seat. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang unceremoniously settled down on the sofa across from him and initiated, Hello, Director Jiang. I am a newly appointed psychologist. My name is Sufyan. The director's interruption left Su Jiang momentarily stunned. How did he know his name? Jiang and Amp. Oppo's voice was low and unhurried as he continued. Su Jiang. In August of this year, you were admitted to the mathematics department of Jiangdu University as the top scorer in the college entrance examination and taken under the wing of Professor Zhang Yu as a closed-door disciple. Your parents run a successful restaurant back in your hometown. Su Jiang's eyes widened, and his expression turned grave. How could the director possess such information about him? And why was he investigating him? However, the next moment, Zhang and Oppo's word sent a chill down Su Jiang's spine. On October 16th, you confessed to the eldest daughter of the An family, An Rou, and that night you were kidnapped. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, you began to associate closely with the An family. On the 17th, at the An family's Xiaomian night bar, not only did you incapacitate the Lin family Scarface, but you also brandished a firearm to intimidate Lin Hui. Last night, alongside Li Kai from the An family, you destroyed the Feng family's arms factory in the outskirts of Jiangdu and framed it on the Lin family. Jiang concluded his statement nonchalantly, setting down the documents and leaning forward slightly, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Su Jiang. What brings someone of your caliber to my inspection bureau? On the sofa, Su Jiang had completely lost his previous nonchalance. He now realized that he had underestimated the situation. And Mingjie had also been remiss. They had both underestimated the inspection bureau. No, they had underestimated the director of the bureau, this scruffy middle-aged man seated before him. The moment he stepped into the inspection bureau, it was likely that all his information was promptly delivered to Director Jiang. Damn it, Li Kai. You didn't inform me of such formidable figures within the inspection bureau. Taking a deep breath, Su Jiang understood that at this juncture, fabricating lies would be futile. This man would see through them without difficulty. Thus, he confessed candidly, I wish for the inspection bureau to intervene and assist the An family. Why? With the support of the inspection bureau, we would save substantial time and reduce losses. And why should we assist you? Isn't it the duty of the inspection bureau? Ha! Zhang chuckled softly, inhaling from a cigarette. The responsibility of the Inspection Bureau is indeed to control conflicts and prevent them from affecting ordinary citizens, while also punishing families that resort to unscrupulous means for expansion. It was once so, but now. A hint of sarcasm crossed Jiang's face, a look of disdain evident. You saw the state of the Inspection Bureau upon your entry. Do you believe they still remember your so-called responsibilities? Do you think they would risk their lives over the nonsense you just mentioned? Su Jiang fell silent, realizing he had indeed oversimplified the matter. Go back, young man. Considering the family's compliant nature over the years, I shall let you leave. As Jiang leaned back, he seemed to dissolve into the shadows. Jiangdu City, unwilling to leave. His psychological analysis skills, though hidden, allowed him to perceive the underlying discontent within Jiang regarding the current state of the Inspection Bureau. Knowing this provided a glimmer of opportunity. Director Jiang, what if I possess a means to alter the current circumstances of the Inspection Bureau? Would that be meaningful? It would only be a temporary fix, ultimately futile. But doing something is certainly better than doing nothing, is it not? Then tell me, what do you propose? Su Jiang pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts, during which Jiang remained silent throughout. Once Su Jiang finished, Jiang chuckled lightly, saying, Your idea is indeed audacious. If it were to unfold this way, it may be worth a try. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang sensed his opportunity had arrived. Jiang was wavering. So does that mean you agree? No, I do not agree. Su Jiang was taken aback, quickly inquiring, why? This is an excellent plan. Albeit somewhat risky and costly, it could indeed alter the current predicament of the Inspection Bureau in a short span of time, is it not? Jiang gently shook his head, extinguishing his cigarette before lighting another, observing Su Jiang intently. Even if you were to succeed, so what? If you succeed, the ethos of the Inspection Bureau would change, returning to its rightful path, and they would start recognizing their responsibilities, engaging in the work they ought to do. Then, after assisting you against the Feng family, which family would you want us to help you confront next? The Lin family? Or the recently relocated Wang family? Su Jiang and Oppo's expression grew uncertain. He could not grasp the essence of Zhang's words. Return, Su Jiang. If you do not comprehend what I truly desire, you shall never sway me. Once more, Jiang issued the dismissal. Chapter 60. The Disputes of the World. Su Jiang rose to his feet, acutely aware that persuading Director Jiang was an insurmountable task. This individual remained inscrutable to him, and despite possessing skills in psychological analysis, he could not ascertain what Director Jiang truly desired. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him. He paused at the door and turned back to face Director Jiang. Director Jiang, I heard from Yang Ming that you pose the same question to every new recruit. Indeed, Jiang replied. Intrigued, Su Jiang stepped closer, his gaze intensely fixed on Jiang. I'm curious to know, what is that question? What could compel such a figure to inquire persistently? Su Jiang sensed that this could very well be his breakthrough. After a prolonged silence, Director Jiang placed a cigarette in his mouth, inhaled deeply, and with his eyes closed, replied, The question is quite simple. If one day you had the power to halt all conflicts in this world, what would you do? Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Su Jiang's eyes. He began to grasp the essence of Zhang's pursuit. What answer do you seek regarding this question? Su Jiang remained still, refraining from an immediate response as he pondered the question within himself. If he truly possessed such power, how would he confront the world's disputes? Though he might have known what Director Jiang wished to hear, he was reluctant to utter it, unwilling to deceive himself in such matters. Finally, he spoke. If that day were to come, I would continue my life as usual, eating, sleeping, studying during the day, and taking moonlit strolls with those I cherish at night. Life should proceed as it always has. Director Jiang opened his eyes. Why is that? Perhaps I could prevent the world's conflicts, but I cannot extinguish the greed and selfishness inherent in human nature. But with great power comes great responsibility. Jiang interjected. This is a principle you should apply to yourself, not used to morally bind me. Su Jiang's expression remained impassive. He understood that what Jiang desired was a world devoid of conflict. Yet, this was an impossibility. Where there is unplowed land, there will be contention. No one wishes for discord, but no one can avert it. This is due to human nature and the pursuit of self-interest. Jiang inhaled deeply, choosing not to argue further. Instead, he closed his eyes once more. You may leave now. This time, Su Jiang did not hesitate. He exited without another word, recognizing that the path with the inspection bureau had reached an impasse, not merely a matter of interests, but a fundamental clash of ideologies. Jiang believed that conflicts could be prevented and that capable individuals should contribute, while Su Jiang held that as long as selfishness and greed exist, disputes would never cease. Neither Su Jiang nor Director Jiang could reconcile their divergent beliefs. Yang Ming had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon seeing Su Jiang emerge, he hurriedly inquired, "Why were you in there for so long? How'd it go with the director?" "Iampe, Appos, sorry, quit." Su Jiang and Appos' mood was dismal as he uttered this statement, descending the stairs without glancing back. Yang Ming stood there, bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. All he knew was that the psychologist they had just secured was now leaving. He hastened to intercept Su Jiang. "Dr. Su, let's talk this through calmly. Why resign so impulsively? Is it wrong for me to not want to continue? You can in Appos do this. You just signed a contract. Quitting now means compensation is required." Upon hearing the mention of compensation, Su Jiang paused, then replied, "Then I want to resign." Yang Ming and Appos' face lit up with a smile, relieved to have seemingly persuaded him. "I and Appos am off work now," Su Jiang stated, continuing down the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he noticed a group of people eavesdropping at the stairwell. "Hey, Dr. Su, our rules prohibit early departures," Yang Ming called out, casting a disapproving glare at the onlookers. How could they still be eavesdropping at such a time? Su Jiang ignored the crowd and turned to Yang Ming, asserting, "What constitutes an early departure? I and Appos am feeling down, depressed even. I need to go home and adjust my state of mind. Is that a problem?" He then addressed the gathering crowd once more. "Do you think there's a problem with that?" "No problem," they chorused, their gazes now imbued with newfound respect for Su Jiang. If previously they had regarded him as an adversary, they now considered him one of their own. "Look at him, just joined, yet he already grasps our unit's culture effortlessly. This is the talent we need, a true psychologist." Though they did not communicate openly, a collective conviction solidified among them. Su Jiang must not leave. "You see, they say there's no issue," Su Jiang remarked to Yang Ming before pushing open the door and departing the inspection bureau. "Hey, Dr. Su," Yang Ming called out, but Su Jiang did not turn back. He cast a fierce glare at the group of sycophants, exuding a sense of disappointment. Yang Ming rushed back upstairs, eager to ask the director why Su Jiang's attitude had shifted so dramatically after such a brief meeting and what had transpired between them. Back so soon, Dr. Su?" Li Kai teased as he observed Su Jiang entering his vehicle. However, he quickly noted Su Jiang's sour expression and inquired about the matter. "It's all out in the open. The director of the inspection bureau is named Jiang. Are you aware of that?" "Huh, I thought the director's surname was Chun. That was 2 years ago." Typically, the director of the inspection bureau remains unchanged. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang raised his middle finger at Li Kai. "You truly are something else, Li Kai. You dare to bring up information from 2 years ago. In any case, we'll discuss it later. The inspection bureau is likely a dead end," he concluded. Upon returning to the inn residence, they found An Rou hunched over a desk, weakly scribbling something. Several sheets of paper filled with neat handwriting surrounded her. Hearing their footsteps, she suddenly looked up, her eyes brimming with tears upon seeing Su Jiang and Li Kai. "Woo, you're finally back." The young girl tossed her pen aside and collapsed onto the soft sofa, stretching her wrists. Her hands felt as though they might break from writing so much. Seeing her in such a state, both men felt a pang of guilt, recognizing that, in a sense, An Rou had also been punished for their sake. "Welcome back. How'd it go?" And Mingjia asked, directing the conversation towards more pressing matters, avoiding any mention of the photographs. After all, neither dared to spread rumors. If the images were ever leaked, it would certainly implicate one of them. They would face the consequences together. Chapter 61. An Rou continues her outburst. Such is the matter. Su Jiang disclosed everything that transpired at the inspection bureau. Li Kai and Mingjia wore grave expressions, while An Rou lay nearby, weakly rubbing her wrist. Still in pain, Her gaze was fixed on Su Jiang and Li Kai, as if she could devour them with her eyes. However, she was aware that they were discussing serious matters, not a time for jesting. Thus she merely glared at them. "You heartless bastards, leaving me here to write self-reflections alone. I shall not let this go. Director Jiang? To my knowledge, there is no such director at the Inspection Bureau." And Mingjie stroked his chin, swiftly deducing, there are two possibilities. First, he was recently assigned here, hence our ignorance is quite normal, as news from the Inspection Bureau is notoriously difficult to ascertain. Second, he has been in Jiangdu for quite some time, but has kept his presence concealed. Based on your description, it is highly likely to be the latter. Such individuals are challenging to handle, as no one can fathom their true intentions. Frowning, and Mingjie clearly found the situation unexpected. The sudden appearance of Director Jiang was entirely outside his plans, and he feared that this Director Jiang might disrupt some of his schemes, though the likelihood was slim. What if, for the sake of the family, and Mingjie had to consider every possible occurrence and devise corresponding strategies? Let him oppose, set this matter aside for now. I shall ponder it further. With that, and Mingjie strode into his study. Whenever he required deep contemplation, he would seclude himself in his study, seeking an environment of absolute tranquility, engaging in solitary chess matches. Phew! Upon finishing, Su Jiang also exhaled in relief. Yet, before he could fully release his breath, a cushion was hurled at him. Damn! An assassin! Su Jiang deftly caught the cushion, only to find himself locking eyes with An Rou's furious glare. "You two, is it not time for you to explain yourselves?" An Rou ground her teeth, asking, "Do you know how I have spent these past few hours?" Su Jiang and Li Kai immediately became alert, exchanging glances that conveyed mutual understanding. "We are doomed. They have forgotten about this little lady. Ahem. I just remember my car might be parked over the line. I should go move it." Seeing the situation deteriorate, Li Kai quickly crafted an excuse to escape. Su Jiang also wished to flee, but An Rou lunged at him, pinning him down, leaving him to watch helplessly as Li Kai made his getaway. "Oldie, you bastard! In your family and Oppo's yard, what parking lines are there to speak of?" Internally, Su Jiang cursed Li Kai and Oppo's ancestors, feeling a strong urge to give him a good beating. However, now he was pinned down by An Rou, who was already cracking her knuckles. Realizing the imminent danger, Su Jiang forced a smile. "Well, I didn't mean to." Ouch! An Rou ground her small silver teeth, and before Su Jiang could explain, she bit down on his shoulder. "What the hell, An Rou, are you a dog?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch!" Su Jiang cried out in pain, and An Rou continued to bite for what felt like an eternity before finally releasing him. Even through his clothing, he could be certain that deep teeth marks adorned his shoulder. "Who did you just call a dog?" An Rou and Oppo's displeasure was evident as she bared her teeth, as if her dissatisfaction with Su Jiang's response warranted another bite. I'm a dog." "Oomph." An Rou snorted, standing up and sitting aside, throwing the paper and pen she had been writing with at Su Jiang. "Write your self-reflection, and do not stop until my brother returns." "Huh?" Su Jiang was taken aback as he accepted the paper and pen, seeing An Rou and Oppo's unfinished sentence. And Mingjie, Li Kai, and Su Jiang are big fools. The latter part of the word and Oppo's, fool and Oppo's, was clearly only half written, and upon further inspection, Su Jiang noticed that the paper was filled with insults directed at the three of them. Glancing at the other densely written pages, Su Jiang and Oppo's lips twitched. This little girl harbors such resentment? Has she been cursing them all along? Ahem. How about we go out for a meal and take a walk? Sufyan tentatively suggestive. He despised writing self-reflections. Old Jiang and Oppo's reflections were always penned by Wang Xiang. "No way, you must write." An Rou puffed her cheeks, feeling indignant. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. "If you insist, then I shall not hold back." With that, he collected all of An Rou and Oppo's written reflections, organizing them while saying, "An Rou, you surely do not wish for your brother to discover the true content of your reflections, do you?" "I cannot care less. But if Mingjie were to learn that you appear to be writing self-reflections while actually cursing him in the process." TSK. Never mind. I shall write my reflections honestly, though I shall not resort to the coarse language that some do." At this moment, Su Jiang spoke with a mocking tone, claiming he would write his self-reflection. Yet he did not even reach for a pen, merely continuing to sort through the papers. You are threatening me. An Rou's eyes widened in disbelief at Su Jiang's audacity. What threat? Is this not the truth? Su Jiang inquired, puzzled. Did you not write these words? I did write them, but then what is the issue? Su Jiang stood up, clutching the self-reflection as he made his way toward the study. TSK. I suddenly forgot to discuss something with An. Wait. An Rou panicked, rushing to grab Su Jiang, meekly saying, I just remembered I am hungry. Let's go eat and take a walk. If this matter reaches in Mingjia, I shall be punished again. Su Jiang and Amp, Oppos, S heart swelled with delight, feigning confusion as he replied, Why are you pulling me? I truly have business with An. Then put down the self-reflection I wrote. No need. I will take it with me to write inside. An Rou and Amp, Oppos. S face turned crimson with indignation. She was furious, believing Su Jiang was doing this on purpose. Su Jiang reveled in his triumph, thinking, this is what you get for biting me. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, showing you that fortunes ebb and flow. An Rou gently bit her lower lip, and suddenly, a glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes. She tiptoed, unexpectedly wrapping her arms around Su Jiang and Amp, Oppos, S neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. I realized my mistake. Shall we go eat? I am so hungry. An Rou blinked, adopting a pitiful expression, employing her ultimate technique of charm and persuasion. Su Jiang felt the soft touch on his cheek, momentarily stunned. Damn, I miscalculated. I had forgotten that An Rou possessed this innate skill. Please, let's go eat. An Rou shook Su Jiang and Amp, Oppos, S hand, her large eyes blinking adorably, her voice sweet and soft. An Rou was not yet finished. She continued her charming assault. Gazing at An Rou's adorable demeanor, Su Jiang's heart inexplicably raced. Thus, after resisting for a mere 2 seconds, he sighed and said, Very well, let's go eat. Soufiane, defeated. Chapter 62. Is Su Jiang planning to blow up the inspectorate? The self-criticism was promptly destroyed by An Rou. Without hesitation, the young girl used an Mingjia's lighter to burn the document right in front of Su Jiang. In the hot pot restaurant, Su Jiang sat in his seat, recalling the moment when An Rou had turned her back to him and incinerated the self-criticism. It seemed to him that behind her, there stretched a long black tail, and she had sprouted 2 black ears atop her head, resembling a little demon. What are you staring at? An Rou asked, puzzled, as she munched on her beef tripe. She sensed that Su Jiang's gaze had been somewhat peculiar. In nothing. Su Jiang chuckled nervously, unwilling to confess that he had likened her to a little demon. If he angered An Rou, he would have to devise a way to placate her. With the self-criticism now reduced to ashes, Su Jiang dared not provoke her further. Oomph. An Rou huffed, ignoring Su Jiang and continuing to indulge in her meal. Transforming her sorrow into appetite, she devoured an extraordinary amount today. Meanwhile, in the inspectorate in Amp, Oppos, S office, the director's office was filled with tension. Director, we finally managed to bring in a psychologist, and yet you sent them away? Yang Ming sat across from Director Jiang, looking utterly exasperated. Director Jiang remained silent and tossed a stack of documents onto the table in front of Yang Ming. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it contained Su Jiang's information. Had Su Jiang seen this dossier, he would understand that what Director Jiang had read was merely a fraction of the entire file. This thick dossier meticulously chronicled Su Jiang's activities from birth to the present, detailing even his classroom slumbers and daily eating habits. This was the inspectorate in Amp, Oppos, S modus operandi. This is Su Jiang? Yang Ming stared at the documents in disbelief, unable to fathom that the ambitious individual he had conversed with earlier that morning was somehow connected to the infamily. Director Jiang spoke solemnly. Examine his activities from the past 2 weeks closely. Yang Ming, upon hearing this, continued to peruse the documents, growing increasingly astonished. He was responsible for the explosion at the Feng family and Amp, Oppos, as factory last night. Is he truly just a university student? Yang Ming noted that all of Su Jiang and Amp, Oppos, S irregular behaviors had only begun recently, and prior to that, he had indeed been an ordinary student. A possibility struck him, and he turned to Director Jiang. Could it be that he is from the capital? Director Jiang shook his head, smoking quietly, offering no reply. After a long pause, he asked in a hushed tone, Yang Ming, do you recall the question I posed when we first met? I remember. You asked how I would act if I had the power to prevent conflict. And do you remember your answer? Of course. I said that if such a day came, I would unhesitatingly intervene to halt the flames of war and strife, striving for true peace in this world. That is why I chose to follow you. Director Jiang nodded gently, letting out a deep sigh. Yes, true world peace. His tone was laden with immeasurable sorrow. Yet today, that young man told me that as long as human greed and selfishness persist, true peace is unattainable. Uncultivated fields yield no harvest, but once tilled, they invite contention. Today, I have been schooled by him. Director Jiang chuckled bitterly, reflecting on the years he had dedicated to his vision of the world, only to find himself relegated to a mere district in Jiangdu, serving as the head of an insignificant branch. I can see that he understands what I wish to hear. Yet he chose to voice his own truth, for deep down, he does not endorse my ideals. He is neither the first, nor will he be the last. Young Ming, do you think my persistence still holds merit? Director Jiang inquired, his conviction appearing to waver. Yang Ming fell silent, as the primary reason he followed Director Jiang was the world he had envisioned, a world devoid of conflict, a utopia of peace. Yet now, it seemed that Director Jiang's faith was faltering. No, it should be noted that this uncertainty had begun the moment Director Jiang was assigned to Jiangdu and ceased to care for the inspectorate's affairs. After a lengthy silence, Yang Ming lifted his head, his eyes brimming with determination. Director Jiang, perhaps Su Jiang is indeed correct, but does that render our efforts meaningless? There must be those who take action, mustn't end amp. Amp? Oppose. T there? Even if our endeavors may ultimately be in vain, and the world we aspire to is merely an illusory utopia, I believe that as long as we strive, it holds significance. If one day I perish in pursuit of that intangible world, it would be the end of Yang Ming, and I would find solace and pride in that. Director Jiang listened intently, his expression unchanged, silently lighting a cigarette, lost in thought. You may leave now. Yang Ming nodded, understanding that Director Jiang needed solitude to reflect. Gently closing the door behind him, Yang Ming reoriented his mindset and resumed his work. Inside, Director Jiang remained seated in quiet contemplation, as two figures seemed to contend within his mind, Su Jiang and Yang Ming. One pursued an ethereal utopia, while the other confronted the harsh realities of life. Their words echoed persistently within him. He sat there, gazing deeply out the window at the setting sun as night fell. The ashtray filled with cigarette butts, and Director Jiang lost track of how many he had smoked or how long he had sat there. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, his raspy voice reverberating in the stillness of the room. Goodness, I've been schooled twice today. Today and oppose. Youth are indeed becoming increasingly remarkable. He then picked up his phone and dialed Su Jiang's number as listed in the file. The call connected swiftly, and Director Jiang spoke first. It's me. At that moment, Su Jiang was strolling along the riverbank with An Rou. Upon receiving the call, he recognized the voice immediately. What is up? I and Amp. Oppose. VE approved your plan. Come to my office shortly. We need to discuss it. Really? Arin and Amp. Oppose. To you concerned that this could lead to the downfall of your inspectorate? If they disappear, they disappear. They and Amp. Oppose. All useless anyway. All right, I'll be there shortly. As Su Jiang hung up, he felt a sense of confusion, unsure why Director Jiang had shifted his stance. It was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune. Who was that? An Rou inquired. That was the director I mentioned this afternoon, Su Jiang replied, squatting down before her. Why are you squatting? I have an urgent matter. We need to return quickly. I'll carry you. It's faster. An Rou's face flushed as she suspected Su Jiang was attempting to take advantage of her. If you're deceiving me, you're in for it. An Rou leaned in close, threatening him fiercely. Su Jiang securely supported An Rou's knees and gently lifted her onto his back. Her hair brushed against his cheek, carrying a faint fragrance that caused his heart to race uncontrollably. Nonetheless, he maintained a stoic expression as he walked along. After a while, An Rou sensed something was amiss. Her gaze turned icy as she spoke coolly. Su Jiang. What is it? Aren't and oppos. To you in a hurry? Yes. Then why are you walking slower than an old man on a leisurely stroll? Ah. An Rou immediately realized she had been duped and, in a fit of anger, seized Su Jiang and Amp. Oppos, SE are shouting, put me down. No, no, no. This time we must hurry, Su Jiang exclaimed, feeling a sense of urgency. With a hint of exasperation, he quickened his pace, and before long, he arrived at the inn residence. And Mingjie had isolated himself in his study. So Su Jiang exchanged a few words with An Rou and called for Li Kai to accompany him. Come on, old Li, let us get moving. We have important matters to attend to. Were you scheming this time? Li Kai inquired. There's a prospect at the inspection bureau. We should pay a visit. All right. I suppose I could drive you, though I seem to be transforming into your chauffeur. Su Jiang wore a cheerful grin, but suddenly recalled something and added, by the way, old Li, we should procure some explosives. They could prove useful. Li Kai aboli hatet. His body frozen in disbelief as he turned his head mechanically to gaze at Su Jiang. What did you say? Explosives. Where to? To the inspection bureau. You got to be kidding me. Li Kai exclaimed, jumping up and pointing at Su Jiang, utterly speechless with indignation. You truly intend to blow up the inspection bureau? Chapter 63. I desire Jiangdu City, free from turmoil on a serene night. A sleek black sedan sped through a street in Jiangdu. Li Kai sat in the driver and Amp, Oppo's, seat. A cloud of frustration shadowing his countenance. He felt as though he was on the verge of becoming Su Jiang's personal chauffeur. Beside him, Su Jiang clutched a stack of papers, fervently scribbling away, an air of excitement illuminating his features. Are you truly not planning to blow up the inspectorate? Li Kai asked. His gaze fixed ahead, his voice tinged with concern. Su Jiang had procured some explosives. Though the quantity was modest, the danger was palpable. This was not the countryside, but the heart of Jiangdu. An explosion here would spell disaster. Relax. As an exemplary citizen of Jiangdu, how could I possibly venture out at night to detonate the inspectorate? Su Jiang reassured him. That's acceptable, but I genuinely fear your impetuousness. We can detonate it during the day tomorrow. Screech. At this, Li Kai instinctively slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching in protest. Su Jiang lurched forward, grateful for his seatbelt, as the street remained devoid of other vehicles. Otherwise, their recklessness might have led to tears for their families. What are you doing? Su Jiang swiveled his head, irritation flashing in his eyes. Has her driving gotten worse? What am I doing? What the hell are you planning? Li Kai retorted, his agitation boiling over as he gripped Su Jiang's collar, exclaiming, blowing up the inspectorate during the day? Are you insane, Su Jiang? Do you have any idea how much trouble this could cause for you and the family? Moreover, directly opposite the inspectorate is the Public Security Bureau. You intend to orchestrate an explosion right outside their door? You've truly lost all sense of propriety. Li Kai and Oppo's tirade continued, bewildered by how Su Jiang's behavior had become more reckless than that of a criminal. At least those in the underworld wouldn't dare to contemplate something as audacious as bombing the inspectorate. He often pondered who had led this youth astray. Or perhaps it was simply in Su Jiang and Oppo's nature to indulge in mischief. Su Jiang pressed his lips together, wary of Li Kai's spittle. Once Li Kai concluded his diatribe, he wiped his face and gritted his teeth. Old Li, can't you let me finish speaking? Then speak. Is there some hidden context I'm unaware of? Just drive. I'll explain on the way. Not a chance. If you don't clarify, I will not take you there. Otherwise, the inspectorate will be in jeopardy. With no other option, Su Jiang recounted his plan involving Director Jiang to Li Kai. And that's the plan. So, I intend to blow up the inspectorate tomorrow. Even the director has consented. Why are you so anxious? Li Kai was left dumbfounded, feeling as though he had stepped into a surreal dream. Are you truly not deceiving me? If you doubt me, go ask that Director Jiang. Now drive. Su Jiang replied curtly, his irritation palpable, as he questioned whether he truly appeared to be such a reckless individual. He felt that Li Kai's misunderstanding of him was excessive. Had it been in Mingjie, he wouldn't have needed to ask. He would likely worry if Su Jiang had sufficient explosives. Thus, Li Kai resumed driving, and they soon arrived at the inspectorate. The entire building was shrouded in darkness, resembling a haunted edifice. Clearly, everyone had left for the day, likely leaving only Director Jiang inside. Su Jiang led Li Kai to push open the doors of the inspectorate, following the route etched in his memory until they reached Director Zhang's office. Knock, knock. Enter. Zhang's voice echoed from within, and Su Jiang complied, pushing the door open. Zhang sat in his usual spot, smoking a cigarette. Su Jiang suspected he hadn't moved since his departure. Did he not even need a restroom break? As they entered, Zhang glanced at the bag Li Kai held, then scrutinized him closely, a faint smile crossing his lips. You seem rather anxious. I pursue efficiency, and it appears you're alone now, Su Jiang remarked. He then turned to Li Kai, instructing, Old Li, prepare the explosives and detonator. Remember, conceal them well and keep the quantity small. I only seek to intimidate, not to demolish this building. Should it truly be destroyed, our director Jiang might become rather displeased. Hearing this, Li Kai cast a cautious glance at Jiang, then nodded lightly, clutching the bag of explosives as he exited the room. As soon as he stepped outside, he exhaled deeply, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead as he murmured, how terrifying. The mere glance from Jiang had inundated him with an overwhelming sense of pressure, rendering him breathless, as if he were prey under the gaze of a predator. Li Kai was certain that Director Jiang was no ordinary individual. He undoubtedly held many lives in his hands. The thought of Su Jiang maintaining his composure while conversing with such a formidable figure was unfathomable to him. With a quiet chuckle, Li Kai began to roam the building, setting to work. As he laid the explosives, a strange realization struck him. Why was he following Su Jiang and Oppo's orders? Not only was he functioning as his driver, but he was also his assistant, resembling more of Su Jiang and Oppo's subordinate. He had unknowingly begun to trust Su Jiang, much like he trusted in Mingjie. Meanwhile, Su Jiang and Director Jiang sat in a manner reminiscent of their earlier meeting. Curiosity flickered in Su Jiang's eyes as he leaned forward, locking his gaze onto the man before him, and inquired, What prompted your sudden change of heart? Have you come to terms with reality? On the contrary, Jiang replied, gently shaking his head as he extinguished the spent cigarette in the ashtray. For the first time, he rose from his seat and approached the window, pushing it open to embrace the evening breeze. After a moment of reflection, he inhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes, his gaze now imbued with determination. I have finally come to understand. Some matters, even if the outcome holds no significance, even if there is no result, simply undertaking them gives them meaning. He turned to face Su Jiang, his eyes ablaze. I have pledged to assist you because, to me, the An family does not represent a criminal syndicate, but rather an admirable ally. My objective is straightforward. Achieving a world devoid of conflict is an arduous task, and I'm uncertain if I can succeed. But at the very least, I must attempt, and Jiangdu is my first step. Zhang's gaze sharpened, his demeanor shedding the earlier despondency as he declared resolutely, I desire Jiangdu City, free from the underworld. I desire Jiangdu City, free from turmoil. Chapter 64. Within 3 days, I shall devour you in Jiangdu City. Peace shall reign once more. Su Jiang softly echoed Director Jiang and Oppo's words, feeling a tinge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this rugged man before him would display such unwavering determination. What experiences could have led him down such an irrevocable path? Curiosity piqued. Su Jiang inquired, if you desire to eradicate the underworld from Jiangdu City, why then collaborate with the An family? I previously mentioned that the An family does not constitute the underworld in my eyes, Director Jiang replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I possess a standard within my heart. Thus, the Feng family and the Lin family must be obliterated? Indeed, this forms the foundation of our collaboration. He resumed his seat, lighting a cigarette and savoring a puff with apparent satisfaction. I shall assist you in dealing with the Feng family, and in turn, you shall aid me against the Lin family. This is undoubtedly advantageous for the An family, is it not? Sufyan Riemann saident. He had no authority to make such decisions. His motive for targeting the Feng family stemmed partly from his feelings for An Rou and partly due to the system and Oppo's directives. As for Director Zhang's proposal to join forces against the Lin family, Su Jiang could only think, what do I care? You and An Mingjie can decide whom to confront. I shall solely engage the Feng family. Once I triumph over them and fulfill my system task, you may pursue whoever you please. I have no concern for that. Just ensure An Rou is not involved. The pressing matter at hand was to rectify the situation within the inspection bureau. Otherwise, any talk of collaboration would be mere nonsense. Given the current state of the bureau, how could one expect in Mingjia to cooperate with those inept individuals? When the conflict truly ignites and bullets start flying, what would he do if he claimed he was too depressed to work? Thus, resolving the bureau and AMP, Oppo's, dismal situation was paramount. Su Jiang quickly corrected himself, realizing he had slipped up. He glanced at Director Jiang and Oppo's expression, relieved that he seemed not to mind the informal address. Shall I proceed with our original plan regarding those within the inspection bureau? Yes, you may disregard Yang Ming. He is of no consequence. So everyone except Yang Ming is deemed incompetent. Su Jiang nodded and then, with a hint of mischief, asked Director Jiang, what if, in the end, only you and Yang Ming remain in this vast inspection bureau? What would you do? Director Jiang fell silent, offering no reply. Knock, knock, knock. Su Jiang, all is ready. Came Li Kai and Oppo's voice from outside. The explosives and detonators had been installed. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang rose and approached the door, extending a hand to Director Jiang with a cheerful grin. Director Jiang glanced up and retrieved a stack of papers from his drawer, densely filled with names. All the personnel information from the inspection bureau is here. Su Jiang took the list, inspected it, and felt relieved that the number of individuals was manageable. Li Kai should be able to complete it in one night. Very well. I shall take my leave then. Until tomorrow. Tomorrow? What brings you here? To work, of course. I am a psychologist here. Have you forgotten? As Su Jiang reached the door, he curiously remarked to Director Jiang, I just completed my onboarding today, so I'm now a member of your inspection bureau. We are family now, are we not? Moreover, my presence tomorrow would help reduce suspicion, would it not? Director Zhang's lips twitched. He harbored the unsettling feeling that Su Jiang's joining was not a favorable turn of events for the bureau. Hurry and leave. Be gone. He waved impatiently, internally scheming to find a way to eliminate Su Jiang from the bureau. This kid was far too enigmatic. As Su Jiang and Li Kai returned to the car, Su Jiang fastened his seatbelt, turning to Li Kai with a solemn expression. Old Li, this mission is exceptionally arduous and directly impacts the fate of the family. I trust no one else but you, so you must assist me in this endeavor. It is all for the family. Li Kai and Oppo's lips twitched, dismissing Su Jiang and Oppo's manipulative words, grinding his teeth as he replied, so, what do you want me to do? Su Jiang promptly handed over the list provided by Director Jiang, along with a stack of papers he had just scribbled on in the car. What is this? The list of all personnel from the inspection bureau. And this? A series of threat letters I just penned. Li Kai and Oppo's twitched as he glanced at the jumbled handwriting on the papers, reading a phrase that repeated itself. I shall devour you within 3 days. After flipping through several, the content was largely identical. I shall devour you within 2 days. I shall explode you tonight. I shall annihilate you by tomorrow morning. I shall devour you. Li Kai was at a loss for words. You call this a threat letter? You expect me to deliver these tonight and ensure they see them upon waking tomorrow? Do you assume I am a universal key? How am I supposed to deliver them to their homes? Fold them into paper airplanes and toss them through the window, if necessary. Go to hell. Li Kai was beginning to lose his composure. He had not slept well for days and still had to work overtime today. The workload was immense, and he could not complete it alone. He needed help. Suddenly, he turned to Su Jiang, his gaze menacing. What about you? What will you do tonight? I shall return home to sleep. Su Jiang replied nonchalantly, I must work tomorrow. I am now the psychologist at the inspection bureau, and being late would incur a deduction from my salary. At this, Li Kai bristled. No way. You must assist me in delivering these threat letters tonight. Do not jest. I am a student, and it would be inappropriate for me to participate in such activities. You are aware you are a student? Otherwise, I have an early class the day after tomorrow, the last session of this term. My teacher will cover the key points. Damn! Li Kai clutched his head in agony. He realized conversing with Su Jiang was futile. The man was utterly ridiculous. They were discussing bombing the inspection bureau, and Su Jiang was fretting over returning to school to take notes. Could he not maintain a coherent train of thought? Li Kai could no longer contain himself. He flung open the car door and unceremoniously shoved Su Jiang out. "Hey, what are you doing?" With a swift motion, Li Kai locked the door and growled, "I am off to deliver the threat letters. You can walk back." With that, he pressed the gas and drove away, leaving Su Jiang standing there, dumbfounded. Damn! Reluctantly, Su Jiang had no choice but to hail a cab home. However, given the late hour, finding a ride proved difficult. He stood by the roadside and sent a message to An Rou. "Su Jiang, Li Kai left me stranded on a roadside, pitiful." An Rou, how could he do that? Su Jiang, never mind. I cannot blame him. He is busy, and I understand. Su Jiang, I will just grab a cab home. It is late, and I am unsure if I can find one. Su Jiang, do not worry about me. The weather is a bit chilly outside. I will message you once I get home. An Rou, where are you? I will have a Zhua and AU drive to you. Su Jiang, oh, no need for that. It would be too troublesome. Su Jiang, location, Su Jiang. I will wait here obediently. An Rou, all right, I will have him hurry. With a smile playing on his lips, Su Jiang completed the message, tucked his phone away, leaned against the roadside, and lit a cigarette he had just acquired from Director Zhang. He looked disdainfully in the direction Li Kai had departed. Your perspective is rather limited, my friend. I have the young lady of your family backing me. Do I still need a ride in your car? Chapter 65. Operation 1-2-3 Boom. Early the next morning, Su Jiang completed his morning routine and stepped out with a cheerful disposition. Today marked his first day at work, and he was determined to leave a positive impression on his colleagues. Upon exiting the residential complex, he spotted Li Kai's car parked not far away. Wow, those dark circles under your eyes are quite pronounced. Did you not sleep well last night? As soon as Su Jiang entered the car, he noticed Li Kai's evident fatigue, which suggested he had not rested at all. In fact, Li Kai had spent the night gathering a team to dispatch the threatening letters Su Jiang had prepared, working tirelessly until he had ensured they were delivered and seen. Honestly, Li, at your age, you should really prioritize your rest. Click. Li Kai, expressionless, pulled out a handgun and pointed it at Su Jiang's head, disengaging the safety with a calm tone. If you utter another word, I will end you right here. The reason I'm sleep-deprived is because of you, and now you pretend to care? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Jiang quickly chuckled awkwardly, gently pushing Li Kai's gun away. It was wise to know when to be prudent. Oomph. Li Kai scoffed, retracting the weapon and tossing a black earpiece to Su Jiang. During the operation, use this to communicate. I can't enter the inspectorate, so signal me when you're ready, and I will activate the detonator from outside. Why not give me the detonator? I can press it myself. Didn't TU say you wanted to minimize your suspicion? Li Kai could no longer contain his frustration and erupted. The police station is right across from the inspectorate. The moment there's an explosion, they'll rush in and search the place. Where would you hide the detonator? Oh, I see. Su Jiang nodded vigorously, sensing Li Kai's heightened irritability. Best not to provoke him further. With a swift press of the accelerator, Li Kai aimed to reach the inspectorate as quickly as possible, eager to drop off the bothersome Su Jiang. On the way, Su Jiang, still concerned, inquired, "Are you sure that amount of explosives won't cause any casualties? After all, I'll be inside the inspectorate myself. It would matter if others were harmed, but I certainly don't want to be blown up. Rest assured, the amount is minimal, and I've placed it in an unoccupied storage area. It will only serve as a deterrent." All right then. By the way, this is my first time undertaking such an operation. Let us give it a name. What do you have in mind? Let's see. Today is October 23rd. How about calling it Operation 1-2-3 Boom? Suit yourself. Let us also assign a code name for the other side. Like they do in the movies, Li Kai's face darkened ominously. He truly wished to avoid further conversation with Su Jiang. He vowed that once this was over, he would keep his distance from Su Jiang, avoiding him at all costs. Li Kai feared that prolonged exposure to Su Jiang's eccentricity would corrupt his own sanity. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the inspectorate. Su Jiang stepped out of the vehicle and turned back to give Li Kai a reassuring glance. However, Li Kai ignored him, flooring the accelerator and speeding away, vanishing from Su Jiang's sight. Why the rush? Su Jiang mused, slightly bemused. Was he truly that intimidating? Adjusting his attire, Su Jiang strode confidently into the inspectorate. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 9:30. The official start time was 8. But so what? Su Jiang wasn't he particularly concerned about his salary, and besides, Director Jiang might not even dock his pay. You finally arrived, Yang Ming, seated at the front desk, visibly relaxed upon seeing Su Jiang. He hurriedly approached and whispered, Director Jiang informed me that I should assist you in any way possible. I've already checked the location for the explosives. No one will come near. Su Jiang was taken aback by this revelation, realizing Yang Ming had some connection with Director Jiang. Such a critical matter had been shared with him. All right, you carry on with your tasks. I'll just be at my post. Sure, but wait, what are you doing? Yang Ming blinked, questioning whether he had misheard. Go to work, of course. What else with that expression? Didn't you just interview for the psychologist position yesterday? Have you already forgotten? I haven't forgotten, but Yang Ming began, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. After all, Su Jiang's statement was valid. Yet wouldn't a normal person be focused on work at this time? Disregarding Yang Ming's bewilderment, Su Jiang continued inward. As he entered, he immediately noticed a group of people huddled together, whispering animatedly. Some were clutching the threatening letters he had penned the previous night. What do you think this letter means? A prank? I doubt it. But who possesses the capability to send these out overnight? The key point is, I can't decipher its meaning. Look, mine says I'll kill you too. What does that imply? Is he targeting someone specific? Observing the perplexed expressions of the gathered individuals grappling with the absurdity of the letters, Su Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. Clapping his hands to garner attention, he announced, Hello, everyone. You may have seen me yesterday, but allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Jiang, and starting today, I will be your psychologist. I've learned that many of you are experiencing severe psychological distress, which weighs heavily on my shoulders. I intend to begin our sessions this morning. Please come to my office one by one for a consultation. I'll be waiting. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Jiang concluded his introduction and followed Yang Ming to his office. The personnel at the inspectorate exchanged incredulous glances at his speech, their lips twitching in disbelief. Heavy responsibility, sleepless nights? Yet he shows up an hour and a half late? They wouldn't dare to be tardy themselves, as such behavior could lead to pay deductions if Director Jiang happened to notice. In no time, discussions resumed, temporarily sidelining the matter of the threatening letters. What do you all think of this Su Jiang? I suspect, given his behavior yesterday and today, he is merely going through the motions. I concur. If he truly intended to excel as a psychologist, he would have left early yesterday and arrived late today. Then let us extend him some courtesy and each pay him a visit. It'll all be like welcoming a new colleague. Agreed, let us do that. Chapter 66. The King of Grilled Cold Noodles and the Toy Gun Handsome Guy. Following Yang Ming's guidance, Su Jiang arrived at his office. On the desk, there rested a microphone. As per your request, when you press this button, your words will be broadcasted throughout the entire inspection bureau. We have ensured that no investigations will trace back to this microphone, Yang Ming explained, adjusting his glasses with a serious expression. Curiously, Su Jiang fiddled with the microphone, nodding slightly. All right, I understand. Please inform them to come in one by one when you leave. With that, he plopped down into a comfortable chair, exhaling deeply and raising an eyebrow. This chair is quite comfortable. Perhaps I should see if I could take it home. Wait, are you really planning to treat them? They have no psychological issues. You know that very well, don't you? Yang Ming frowned, perplexed by Su Jiang's insistence. Hearing this, Su Jiang looked at Yang Ming and sighed deeply. Old Yang, I believe there is a significant issue with your work attitude. As the psychologist of the inspection bureau, treating everyone is my duty. What are you doing right now? You are compelling me to neglect my responsibilities. You even accuse my colleagues of feigning illness. You are not concerned about them at all. After saying this, Su Jiang shook his head vigorously, a look of sorrow etched on his face. Yang Ming, please leave. I'm quite disappointed in you. Yang Ming stood before him, his face paling as Su Jiang's words made his lips tremble with anger. He pointed incredulously at himself, fixing his gaze on Su Jiang, and stammered, My work attitude is problematic? This was the first time since he entered the inspection bureau that someone had accused him of such. Taking deep breaths to calm himself, Yang Ming told himself not to succumb to anger, which was detrimental to his health. Clenching his jaw, He turned and walked out of Su Jiang's office with great difficulty. Bang! Finally exiting Su Jiang and Amp. Oppo's office, Yang Ming slammed the door shut, startling everyone in the inspection bureau. "You all go in one by one," he said angrily before leaving without hesitation, needing to regain his composure. The others were left bewildered. What had transpired? Yang Ming was usually quite easygoing. That guy seems to have some substance. Weavy never managed to upset Yang Ming, and he actually did it. Curiosity filled the air as they wondered what had happened inside. At that moment, a robust man stood up, smiling at everyone. "I'll go." Upon seeing him, the crowd erupted in laughter. This man, named Lu Zhang, was one of the first in the inspection bureau to slack off. Due to his imposing stature, everyone affectionately referred to him as Big Lu. "Big Lu, be careful not to scare anyone," someone warned. "The last psychologist was frightened away by your fierce demeanor. Tone it down a bit." Lu Zhang waved dismissively, unconcerned. "If Su Jiang knows what's good for him, he'll stay out of our way. If he insists on stirring up trouble, I won't hesitate to use a few tactics to scare that pretty boy away." Meanwhile, inside the office, Su Jiang had put on the headphones given to him by Li Kai, attempting to establish communication. "ZZZ. Can Su Jiang hear me? Please respond." Li Kai and Oppo's clear voice came through the headphones, causing Su Jiang to frown in dissatisfaction. "Old Li, didn't I just tell you? We're in the middle of an operation, and we need to use code names. What if someone hears my name? Besides, didn't we agree on our code names in the car?" On the other end, Li Kai fell into silence. Faintly, Su Jiang could hear the sound of something breaking. Moments later, Li Kai's voice returned, filled with frustration. "Grilled cold noodles king, please respond." At this, Su Jiang smiled with satisfaction, replying softly, "Grilled cold noodles king acknowledges." "How is your preparation, toy gun handsome guy?" Indeed, this was the code they had established in the car. Su Jiang was the grilled cold noodles king, and Li Kai was the toy gun handsome guy. At that moment, on a rooftop not far from the inspection bureau, Li Kai took a deep breath, reminding himself, "Don't be angry. Anger is harmful to the body." Around him lay shards of glass, remnants of the cup he had shattered in a fit of rage. He quietly assembled a sniper rifle from a black box behind him, setting it up and attaching a silencer, aiming at a window of the inspection bureau. "All set. I'll wait for your signal, fire a few shots for intimidation, then detonate the explosives, right?" "Yes, just watch my performance," Su Jiang affirmed. "Let us maintain communication." "All right. Toy gun handsome guy," Li Kai replied, feeling utterly exhausted. He really didn't want to carry out operations with Su Jiang anymore. Just as Su Jiang was about to continue his conversation with Li Kai, the office door was suddenly pushed open. A towering figure walked in and took a seat before Su Jiang. "Dr. Su, hello. I'm Lu Zhang." "Oh, hello," Su Jiang said, narrowing his eyes, casting an unfriendly glance at the large man before him. "You don't even knock before entering my office? Fine, I'll make an example of you today," he thought to himself, preparing to assert his authority. He then produced a pair of black-framed glasses from somewhere, putting them on and adopting a scholarly demeanor, albeit the lenses were missing. Lu Zhang, is it? Do you have any psychological issues?" "Doctor, I'm depressed. It's been going on for a while." Lu Zhang said this with a grin, lacking any signs of actual depression. Su Jiang maintained a stoic expression, nodding slightly. "I see. Do you often feel quite down?" "Yes, I lack motivation every day at work, and as soon as I sit at my desk, I feel like I want to die. So, if you don't go to work, you wouldn't feel depressed, correct? Is my understanding accurate?" "Ah, yes. That's exactly what I mean." Lu Zhang nodded eagerly, excitement glimmering in his eyes. He hadn't expected this psychologist to grasp their meaning so quickly. However, Su Jiang's next words left him utterly stunned. "In that case, this situation is easily resolved. You simply need to go to the front desk and ask Yang Ming to process your resignation. Just tell him I sent you. He won't obstruct you. From that point on, you won't have to work, and your depression will be cured." Chapter 67. Who fired the shot? Resignation? Lu Zhang repeated, his mind a bit dazed. "No, Dr. Su, how do we end up discussing resignation? According to the regulations, you cannot dismiss me. Otherwise, you would have to compensate me." Su Jiang nodded indifferently, stating, "Then I guess I'll just compensate you. You should discuss your specific situation with Yang Ming. This matter does not concern me. My only responsibility is to ensure your recovery. According to what you and Oppos, V described, you experienced depression while at work, so simply don't go to work. Lu Zhang's face turned crimson, anxiety creeping in. No, that is not what I mean. The burly man stood up, gesturing animatedly. What I mean is, I feel depressed at work, so just grant me a leave of absence. How long can a leave of absence be? Listen to me. Your situation is quite severe. You must resign. There can be no further delays. No, I genuinely only need a few days off to recover. I understand my own condition. You understand? Su Jiang and Oppos' expression shifted as he stood up and shouted at Lu Zhang. Are you the doctor, or am I? Do you possess a certificate in psychology? Or do you have a master's degree? How dare you speak to me like that? Then, Su Jiang sat back down and pointed towards the door, flatly stating, Go find Yang Ming and handle your resignation paperwork. This is my medical advice as a psychologist at the Inspectorate Bureau concerning your condition. If you refuse to comply, it will be seen as resisting treatment, and should you be dismissed, you can forget about receiving any compensation. Lu Zhang's face fell, realizing he had underestimated the audacity of this young man. For him to resign felt akin to a death sentence. The efforts required to enter the Inspectorate Bureau were immense. Some had nearly sacrificed their lives to secure their positions here. Moreover, the salaries and benefits offered by the Bureau rendered it impossible for them to walk away. Listen, I advise you to reconsider, Lu Zhang said, his gaze darkening, laced with a hint of threat. I see you're young, so I won't hold it against you. But heed this, you must write down my condition, as well as that of anyone who enters shortly, exactly as I dictate. Otherwise, I assure you, you will find life at the Inspectorate Bureau unbearable. Lu Zhang leaned closer to Su Jiang, whispering like a devil, laying down his threat. He had dropped the pretense. It was time to show Su Jiang who truly held the power in this domain. Su Jiang, unfazed, merely glanced at the firearm strapped to Lu Zhang's waist. Officials at the Inspectorate Bureau are permitted to carry sidearms. It is a right bestowed upon them. This patient appears to be in a rather severe condition. Sufyan remarked coolly. Before Lu Zhang could process this, Su Jiang swiftly drew his own gun from his waistband. Click! Bang! Just as he had dealt with the scar-faced man at the bar, Su Jiang decisively shot Lu Zhang in the thigh. Lu Zhang immediately cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground while clutching his leg and wailing. Hearing the gunfire, the others rushed into the office, only to find Su Jiang had already discarded his weapon a short distance away. Hands up! Don't move! The officials from the Inspectorate Bureau were on high alert, guns drawn and aimed at Su Jiang. Although unaware of the circumstances, the scene within the room allowed them to make an educated guess. Su Jiang has shot Lu Zhang. Do you know where you are? Daring to fire a weapon here? Fire a weapon? Su Jiang feigned confusion, looking at them with a bemused expression, remaining calm even with several guns trained on him. Who fired? Was it me? He took my gun and fired at me, Lu Zhang exclaimed, covering his leg and glaring at Su Jiang with malice. Seeing Lu Zhang, the supposed victim, make such an accusation, the others quickly concluded that Su Jiang must indeed be the assailant. Oh, truly, it seems I could jump into the Yellow River and never clear my name. Su Jiang sighed deeply, addressing Lu Zhang. Your ruse is quite masterful. You would go so far as to injure yourself and accuse me, all because I suggested you resign? At that moment, Yang Ming arrived on the scene, his brow furrowing at the unfolding chaos. What happened? Yang Ming, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I might have been wrongfully accused, Su Jiang exclaimed, as if he had found a savior. You see, I assessed Lu Zhang's condition and concluded that resigning was the best remedy for his depression. I suggested he speak with you about the resignation process. And then he turned against me, threatening me with dire consequences. Then, he drew his gun, and I thought he meant to kill me, only to discover he shot himself in the leg and is now blaming me. The officials of the Inspectorate Bureau exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. This indeed mirrored Lu Zhang's character, inflicting a wound upon oneself to evade the risk of dismissal. If it were them, they might consider the same course of action. Yang Ming's brow furrowed deeper. He sensed that the situation was not as Su Jiang described. However, as he examined Lu Zhang's injury, His expression hardened. Lu Jiang, how far was Su Jiang from you when he fired? Not even a meter, I think. Lu Jiang's breath came in sharp gasps, clenching his teeth, bewildered by Yang Ming's question. Upon hearing Lu Jiang and Appo's response, Yang Ming and Appo's face turned icy. Not even a meter? That implies there should be a notable distance between Su Jiang firing and hitting your leg. So why does your wound appear as though it was inflicted with the gun pressed directly against your leg? The experienced members of the Inspectorate Bureau began to realize the gravity of the situation. They approached Lu Jiang, scrutinizing his injury, their brows furrowed in concern. Indeed, Yang Ming's assessment was correct. Such a wound could only occur if the barrel was pressed tightly against the leg, leaving virtually no distance. Moreover, the location of the injury was exceptionally precise, maximizing harm while mitigating potential severe aftereffects. This was no mere coincidence. The marksmanship exhibited was remarkably adept. If not for meticulous planning and calculation, it would be difficult to strike that location with such accuracy. As the realization dawned upon them, the officers slowly lowered their weapons, aimed at Su Jiang. At this point, the truth was evident. Su Jiang was innocent, framed by Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang, I never imagined you had fallen this low. Yang Ming gazed at Lu Jiang with profound disappointment, realizing that his initial assumption, that everyone simply wished to evade responsibility, had transformed into something far more sinister. His eyes swept over the assembly, including Lu Jiang, a flicker of anger igniting within him. This group was no longer the same band of idealists and believers he once stood with. Chapter 68 today. I am the chief of the Inspection Bureau within the confines of the office. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Lu Jiang, witnessing the growing belief in Su Jiang among the personnel of the Inspection Bureau, felt a surge of anxiety. Ignoring the pain in his leg, he cried out, "He truly fired the gun. I did not wrongfully accuse him." "Yes, indeed. We can check the fingerprints on that gun. There must be." Lu Jiang's words abruptly ceased as he caught sight of Su Jiang's mocking gaze, as if he were merely an amusing jester. He suddenly recalled that before Su Jiang had tossed the gun aside, there had been a brief pause. Was he perhaps tampering with the fingerprints? Moreover, this office was devoid of surveillance. No one could testify on his behalf. Yang Ming sighed softly, bent down to retrieve the handgun, and positioned himself before Lu Jiang, stating earnestly, "Lu Jiang, do you comprehend what fate awaits you if no fingerprints of Su Jiang are found on this weapon, but only yours?" At this, Lu Jiang found it difficult to swallow, turning to glance at Su Jiang. He observed that Su Jiang maintained an air of nonchalance, a smile lingering on his face, eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation, as if awaiting Lu Jiang to verify the fingerprints. Panic gripped Lu Jiang. He scanned the room, realizing that in this vast inspection bureau, no one believed him. Yang Ming did not trust him, nor did his peers. It was not that they disbelieved, rather, they feared to believe. To them, Su Jiang was merely a pretty-faced physician, while Lu Jiang was a seasoned agent of the inspection bureau. Although he appeared to be faltering now, it did not imply he lacked capability. Otherwise, he would not have been admitted to the bureau. Now tell me, how could that pretty-faced doctor have snatched your gun and accurately shot you in the safest part of your leg? Furthermore, is it possible that there are no fingerprints of Su Jiang on the gun? The moment the onlookers perceived the hesitation on Lu Jiang and Appo's face, they were convinced that this incident was likely a self-directed farce by Lu Jiang. "Lu Jiang, I shall inquire again. Who fired the gun?" Yang Ming's piercing gaze fixed intently on Lu Jiang. At this moment, the others in the bureau were astonished to discover that this seemingly delicate aide to the chief could exude such an imposing presence. Su Jiang, however, found this normal. After all, Yang Ming had been by Director Zhang's side for quite some time, and it would be odd if he lacked any aura of authority. Had Yang Ming been replaced by old Jiang, Lu Jiang would likely have crumbled on the spot. Nevertheless, he was now on the brink of collapse. Lu Jiang trembled, gritting his teeth, his head bowed, his tone laced with reluctance. I fired the gun." He conceded defeat. Given the current circumstances, should this escalate further? If the gun bore no fingerprints of Su Jiang, he could not bear the consequences. He dared not gamble. Should he lose, it would not only affect him, but also his family. Upon hearing Lu Jiang's admission, The room erupted in murmurs. Yang Ming let out a heavy sigh. Bring a few people to take him to the hospital. If we delay further, his leg will suffer. As soon as he finished speaking, several individuals stepped forward to assist Lu Zhang. Wait, Su Jiang interjected, halting the departing Lu Zhang, drawing curious glances from the others. Lu Zhang, although we are colleagues, I shall overlook your actions, but should you not offer me an apology? Su Jiang gazed at Lu Zhang with a smile, exuding an air of magnanimity, while he alone understood the bitterness that churned within Lu Zhang. After all, those who wrongfully accuse you are more acutely aware of your plight than anyone else. Yet, Sufyan felt no remorse. The act of not knocking was a trivial matter, merely a question of decorum. A slight reprimand would suffice. However, Lu Zhang had foolishly threatened Su Jiang, much like Scar and Wu Qingren had done before. Now, their fates remained uncertain, and if they were gone, who could fathom the height of the grass on their graves? Coincidentally, both were affiliated with Lin Hui. In that moment, all eyes turned towards Lu Zhang. An apology? Lu Zhang represented this group, having engaged in such a disgraceful act of slander. If he were to bow his head and apologize now, it would signify their total capitulation to Su Jiang. Lu Zhang turned his gaze firmly upon Su Jiang, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. He genuinely felt apprehensive, for he could not decipher Su Jiang. This individual was utterly unpredictable. Yet now, no matter what he said, no one would believe him, since he had already admitted defeat. What did it matter if he offered an apology? Though brazen, Lu Zhang understood that had he not initially threatened Su Jiang, the latter likely would not have treated him in this manner. I apologize, Dr. Su Jiang. It was I, Lu Zhang, who erred. Ignoring the pain in his leg, Lu Zhang bowed to Su Jiang, delivering a sincere apology. If one commits a wrong, one must acknowledge it, and if one is to be punished, one should stand tall. At that moment, Su Jiang was taken aback. Lu Zhang appeared somewhat less unlikable. Yang Ming and Appo's eyes glimmered with a hint of approval. The current Lu Zhang bore a semblance to his former self. It and Amp, Appo's. That's all right. I believe there are some misunderstandings between us. Please head to the hospital. We shall have an opportunity to converse again. Su Jiang graciously forgave Lu Zhang, waving him off as he departed. Now, let us resume our treatment. We must not waste any more time. Please remember to knock when entering this time. The others exchanged incredulous glances at Su Jiang. Amidst such turmoil, he could still conduct himself normally. However, Yang Ming assisted in reorganizing the bureau, swiftly restoring order. The subsequent individuals, perhaps motivated by guilt towards Su Jiang or embarrassment over Lu Zhang and Amp, Appo's actions, offered a few words before ultimately conceding. Dr. Su, I admit it. I'm not ill. I shall work diligently from here on, all right? I promise not to leave early or arrive late, contributing my utmost to the inspection bureau. Such declarations became a refrain, causing Sujung's ears to groviri. While listening to their assurances, he inwardly shook his head, fully aware that their commitments were merely superficial, and how long they could maintain such resolve was uncertain. This was precisely what Director Jiang had articulated, addressing symptoms rather than root causes. Of course, there were a few stubborn individuals, akin to Lu Zhang, who obstinately insisted on their ailments. Under Su Jiang and Appo's threat of resignation, they too eventually yielded. With a sigh, as the last colleague from the inspection bureau departed, Su Jiang exhaled slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had gathered sufficient understanding of the situation. It was time to serve them a more substantial dish. The affair with Lu Zhang was merely an appetizer. Next, he intended to make it clear to the slothful souls outside that today he was indeed the master of the Inspection Bureau. Chapter 69. Gentlemen of the Inspection Bureau, you find yourselves encircled. As the afternoon waned, the group, having engaged solely in discussions with Su Jiang throughout the day, found themselves famished and prepared to seek sustenance together. One inspector, wearing an expression of discontent, approached the entrance, intent on pushing open the grand door of the bureau to procure a meal. To his astonishment, the door resisted his efforts to open it. "Who locked the door?" he shouted, frustration evident in his voice, his mood already soured by the earlier encounter with Su Jiang. Upon hearing his exclamation, several colleagues hurried over to push against the door, but it remained immovable. One individual, sensing an ominous situation, scrutinized the door and exclaimed in disbelief. "It's been locked from the outside. Who could have done this?" "I have no time for games. Unlock the door immediately," another demanded. However, amidst their chaotic outcry, a bullet sliced through the air, shattering a window of the inspection bureau. The sound of glass splintering sent the group into immediate alert, and they instinctively sought cover. "By heavens, we have an assassin. Lao Su, their SA sniper. Call the police." "Call your granddad. We are the police," came a retort, momentarily silencing the room as they remembered their status as law enforcement, which surpassed that of ordinary officers in handling such crises. Before they could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, the intercom crackled to life with a static-laden voice. "Hello, can everyone hear me?" In a locked office, Jiang, having secured the door, spoke into a microphone, modulating his voice with a simple technique he had learned from Li Kai. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the king of grilled cold noodles, and the one who just fired upon you is known as the toy gun handsome." He continued, "Therefore, if any of you are injured by that bullet, seek vengeance not on me, but on him." As the words left his lips, Li Kai's curses echoed in Su Jiang's earpiece, but he paid no heed. He pressed on. "At this moment, you find yourselves encircled by me. You cannot leave, and it would be wise not to act impulsively, for our toy gun handsome is a marksman of unparalleled precision, capable of eliminating you in an instant." The inspectors exchanged glances, their brows furrowing at the mention of the code names, suppressing the urge to voice their sarcasm. Now was not the time for jest. "Lao Su," the inspector, was the first to regain his composure amidst the turmoil. He leaned toward a nearby colleague and whispered, "You should quietly head to the broadcast room and check for any intruders. We will cover you." Just as Lao Su took a tentative step forward, a gunshot rang out, narrowly missing his feet. "I told you not to act recklessly. Why did you not listen?" Sufyan chuckled softly. Though Li Kai lacked a comprehensive view of the Bureau's interior, Su Jiang possessed the advantage of surveillance. He had seen Lao Su attempting to make a move and instructed Li Kai to fire a warning shot, effectively stifling any further impulsive actions from the inspectors. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lao Su inhaled deeply. Someone had to negotiate with their adversary. He lowered his weapon and addressed the intercom. "What do you want?" Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that not all within the Bureau were inept. A few dared to stand firm. "What do I desire, you ask? I presume each of you received my threatening letter this morning?" The room fell silent, their expressions shifting as the realization dawned that the ominous letter had indeed originated from the mysterious king of grilled cold noodles. A threatening letter? We hadn't even considered it as such, they mused, baffled by the unconventional nature of the threat. Su Jiang continued, "Fear not. As long as you comply with my instructions, I assure you, no harm will come to any of you." Lao Su and Oppo's face darkened as he pressed, "So, what exactly do you wish for us to do?" "What I ask of you is quite simple." Su Jiang paused for emphasis, articulating his demand clearly. "I wish for all of you to resign from your positions in the Inspection Bureau and for the Bureau to be disbanded entirely." "Outrageous!" Lao Su retorted without hesitation. The notion of disbanding the Bureau was utterly inconceivable. What would become of us without our jobs? The tension escalated, with not only Lao Su but the others also voicing their vehement refusal to leave the Bureau. Observing them, Su Jiang signaled to Li Kai to fire another shot, silencing the outcry. "I believe there has been a misunderstanding. My request for your resignation is a notification, not a negotiation. Today marks merely the beginning. The fact that I could send you a threatening letter signifies that I possess complete transparency regarding your information. I can act against you at any moment. Even if you remain unafraid, what of your families?" As Su Jiang and Oppo's words hung in the air, the expressions of the inspectors shifted dramatically. There was no mistaking it. This was a blatant threat, one that leveraged the safety of their loved ones to coerce them into compliance. The room fell into a heavy silence as they weighed their options. Some remained visibly furious, others began to waver, a few clenched their jaws in defiance, while yet others. I resign." A slender man raised his trembling hand, ignoring the astonished gazes of his colleagues. "My child has just been born. Please do not harm my wife and child. I will do as you say." I will leave the bureau today and never return. Su Jiang observed the man closely, glancing at the list on his desk and quickly identifying his information. Excellent. Your name is Shi Guan, correct? Since you have complied with my request, I assure you, no harm will befall your family. Is there anyone else? To the astonishment of all, Su Jiang had called out Shi Guan's name with certainty, confirming he possessed sensitive information about them all. One by one, hands began to rise. I resign. I resign. Those who chose to resign were primarily those with familial ties. Only a scant few were genuinely driven by fear of death. Yang Ming, adjusting his glasses, stood quietly in a corner, watching this unfolding scene with a heavy heart. Perhaps this was indeed a blessing in disguise. With familial obligations, the work at the inspection bureau no longer suited them. If they could not balance both, then stepping away now might be for the best. Yet, despite this reasoning, Yang Ming could not shake the unease that lingered within him. Chapter 70. The Insecurity of Your Inspection Bureau. As several individuals continued to withdraw, Su Jiang diligently crossed names off the list. My apologies, everyone, but this is truly unavoidable. The last person raised a hand, his face a portrait of turmoil. He too did not wish to be coerced into a humiliating resignation. Yet, they found themselves with no choice. Remaining meant jeopardizing not only their own lives, but also the lives of their families. To withdraw, however, would signify relinquishing a hard-won job and abandoning the ideals they once cherished. In this environment, Su Jiang forced them to make a choice. Very well, out of 70, 33 have opted to withdraw. Su Jiang nodded with a smile, his tone laced with mockery. So, the remaining 37 intend to stand their ground and fight me to the bitter end? He was aware that among those who remained, many still harbored a glimmer of hope. Nevertheless, to have cleared out this many in the first step was a source of satisfaction for Su Jiang. Noticing the silence that enveloped the others, he gently shook his head. It was time for this performance to conclude. Honestly, I have no desire to target any of you. However, your inspection bureau has become somewhat of an eyesore. For families like ours, even though you no longer involve yourselves in our disputes, your mere existence poses an unpredictable variable. Su Jiang emphasized the term families with weight, as if to remind them of their status. Today is merely a test of your resolve. If you can withdraw without fuss, it will save me considerable effort. Yet, it appears there are still quite a few stubborn souls within the inspection bureau. Not to worry, we shall take our time. I can afford each of you another day to contemplate. If by tomorrow you still choose to stand here, be prepared for what lies ahead. Until we meet again, remember, the one wielding the firearm is merely a toy gun enthusiast, not the king of grilled cold noodles. With that, Su Jiang abruptly switched off the microphone and uttered a single word into the headset, detonate. Upon hearing this command, Li Kai wasted no time pressing the detonator. Boom, boom, boom. The inspection bureau was suddenly engulfed in a cacophony of explosions, smoke, and flames that spread rapidly, shocking everyone present. How dare he? The explosives were set off in the storage room. Quick, contact the fire department. Extinguish the flames. These family members are truly lawless. In that moment, chaos erupted as they realized the gravity of the situation. The audacity of launching an explosion within the very confines of the inspection bureau. What kind of power must they possess for those families to infiltrate the bureau's inner sanctum? Clap! Su Jiang, feigning panic, flung open his office door and bolted out, his face a mask of fear. Help! Help! Save me! I'm too young to die. His exaggerated cries echoed, as if he had been rendered senseless by the unfolding chaos, nearly reduced to tears. Your inspection bureau is far too unsafe. I resign. I'm done. Old Su and Amp. Oppo's face darkened. Could it be that even now, amidst the turmoil, he was adding to the chaos? Dr. Su, please remain calm. We will manage this situation. You've all been threatened by those family members. How can we manage anything? I just heard everything from my office. That was merely a moment of surprise. We will surely apprehend them afterward. Su Jiang, upon hearing this, scoffed inwardly. You think you can catch me? What a delusion. I don't care. You've all been threatened. Can you even spare a thought for me? With that, he dashed out, resembling a frightened rabbit. Strangely, The door that had just been locked swung open effortlessly for him. The others assumed it was the king of grilled cold noodles who had opened it from outside. Meanwhile, Yang Ming, seizing the opportunity while others scrambled to extinguish the fire, stealthily entered Su Jiang and Appo's office to inspect for any overlooked remnants. To his surprise, everything had been meticulously tidied, leaving no trace behind. His methods were disturbingly professional. After fleeing the inspection bureau, Su Jiang continued to wear an expression of urgency and disarray, not stopping until he spotted Li Kai and Appo's familiar black car. He hurriedly climbed inside, shutting the door behind him. "Why did you park so far away?" "I had to run for what felt like ages, all while maintaining that panicked FAAD. Do you know how exhausting that is?" Li Kai twitched his mouth. "I didn't see you looking tired. You seem to be enjoying yourself. There are no cameras here, although they wanted Appo's suspect you, it and Appo's wise to be cautious." Li Kai added, then inquired, "What are your plans now?" "Well, I have no further involvement in this matter." Sufyan blinked innocently. "Iver resigned. The affairs of the inspection bureau are no longer my concern." "Oh wait, resigning incurs a penalty. Let an Appo's call it clocking out instead. The remaining tasks fall to Yang Ming. How many will the inspection bureau retain now hinges on his capabilities." Half an hour later, within the inspection bureau, the atmosphere was one of disarray. Everyone appeared disheveled, the air thick with smoke as if a great battle had just transpired. How brazen, truly, how brazen they are. Those family members have the audacity to bomb the inspection bureau. Do they not fear our retribution? This is unprecedented. Such an event has never occurred since the bureau and Appo's establishment. This is a provocation, a direct affront to the inspection bureau. The crowd erupted in fervent condemnation of the families and Appo's atrocious actions. Only a handful remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Yang Ming, equally disheveled, sat in a chair, breathing heavily as he surveyed the scene. Noticing the others still vociferously berating Su Jiang's actions, he suddenly bellowed, "Enough!" His voice silenced the room, all eyes turning towards him. Yang Ming stood, disappointment etched across his features, and slowly spoke. "Is this not humiliating enough for you? We have been bullied in our own domain, threatened with the lives of our families. Is this all you can do? Curse at them? You don't even know who they are, failing to investigate, only exchanging a few profanities to express your frustration. Is that it? Is this how members of the inspection bureau should behave?" His barrage of questions struck deep, leaving the bureau enveloped in a profound silence, with only Yang Ming and Appo's voice resonating in the stillness. Chapter 71. Why did you withdraw? In all the branches of the inspection bureau, across Huagua, which one has been subjected to such humiliation, yet dared not retaliate? Answer me. Speak up. Weren't you all quite vocal moments ago? Weren't you able to hurl insults? Now you've turned into mute spectators. Yang Ming and Appo's face flushed with anger. What had initially been a mere performance with Su Jiang to rekindle their fighting spirit had morphed into genuine disappointment. He had anticipated that the personnel of the inspection bureau might falter, yet their capitulation surpassed his direst expectations. 70 individuals, and with a mere word, half of them retreated in fear. Yang Ming's incredulity turned to bitter laughter. "I do not blame you. After all, everyone is family. Your withdrawal is understandable. But ask yourselves, is your sole reason for retreating the safety of your family? For any agent of the inspection bureau who has served for over a year, who has not faced life and death, who has not had their family's lives threatened, you did not withdraw back then. Why do so now?" As he spoke, Yang Ming turned his gaze towards one among the 33 who had withdrawn, addressing him directly. "Brother Jiang, I recall vividly when 3 years ago, you stood alone at the Lin family's doorstep, demanding that Lin Hui shut down their underground casino. At that moment, a dozen guns were trained on you, yet you did not flinch. Why now have you retreated?" Brother Jiang and Appo's face flushed with shame as he lowered his head in silence. But Yang Ming was not finished. He looked at another person, perplexed. "Old Chun, I still remember our conversation over drinks 2 years ago. Do you recall what you said?" With reddened eyes and a quivering voice, Yang Ming confronted Old Chun. "You pointed to the sky and declared that as long as you, Chun Shi, were alive in Jiangdu City, You would fight against those underworld families. Yet you are still alive now. Why have you retreated? At this moment, Yang Ming could no longer contain his emotions, tears streaming down his cheeks. Old Su, feeling a pang of sympathy, spoke up. Yang Ming, we are not retreating. We are merely lowering our heads for the moment. Rest assured, I cannot speak for others, but I, Su Yuan, will pursue this matter to the end, bringing that individual to justice, regardless of their family background. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming found no solace but rather deepened disappointment. Lowering our heads. For the moment? Ha ha ha. Inspection Bureau agents bowing to the dangerous elements of prominent families? Old Su, do you not find your words laughable? He lifted his gaze, scanning the crowd, having noticed that many agreed with Old Su's sentiment. To feign submission and later strike decisively when the opportunity arises. Yang Ming gently shook his head, speaking softly. Have you all forgotten what our duty is? We are the Inspection Bureau. Our targets for oversight are the influential families, especially those of the underworld. Now you tell me, we should lower our heads to those we are meant to supervise? When did the Inspection Bureau ever need to resort to such tactics against them? His words echoed in the vast space. Among the agents present were those older and younger than Yang Ming, some who had joined before him, and some who were his juniors. Yet at that moment, they all hung their heads, unable to refute Yang Ming's words. For they had indeed retreated. Having lived in comfort for too long, their original resolve had gradually dulled. Especially after languishing in complacency for so long, many had undergone a shift in mindset, losing the passion and fervor they once possessed. Talp, talp, talp. In the midst of the silence, faint footsteps descended from above. With red-rimmed eyes, Yang Ming looked up to see Director Jiang slowly making his way down the stairs. This was the first time Director Jiang had come down during work hours. Director. Yang Ming murmured, wanting to say something, but Director Jiang raised a hand, signaling him to remain silent. Director Jiang. The agents of the Inspection Bureau hurriedly greeted him, to which Director Jiang merely nodded before approaching Yang Ming and gently patting his back. He understood that Yang Ming had suffered a significant blow. Yet he also recognized that Yang Ming's perspective was somewhat extreme. The youthful vigor of a person will inevitably be tempered by the realities of society. For the world seen through youthful eyes is incomplete. Director Jiang surveyed the crowd before solemnly speaking. Do you know why, since my arrival here, I have never interfered with you? The crowd was taken aback, shaking their heads. Because from the very first day I arrived, the first time I laid eyes on you, I did not regard you as agents of the Inspection Bureau. You do not deserve this title. Director Jiang's tone was flat, yet each word struck hard in the hearts of the crowd. Some felt a surge of indignation at his words. But Director Jiang continued, I have served in the Inspection Bureau in the capital and have visited other branches, so I know what it takes to be called an agent of the Inspection Bureau. Merely a few bullets from sniper rifles and an explosion with no casualties. And you think the adversary is lawless? Unheard of? I advise you to leave as soon as possible. The Inspection Bureau is not a place for you. He paused, a flicker of seriousness crossing his otherwise stern face. I do not care what you have experienced before or why you have become this way. I have only come down to tell you this. At this time tomorrow, those who are still here must be prepared to surrender their hearts. For I will no longer turn a blind eye, but will forge you into the sharpest sword of Jiangdu City. And those who are not here tomorrow will be considered resigned, each receiving 50,000 yuan, and their ties with the Inspection Bureau will end here. With that said, Director Jiang paid no further heed to them, leading Yang Ming back upstairs, leaving the others in stunned silence. Director, do you think they will stay? Yang Ming, now composed, asked with concern. Although he had spoken as he did, he still hoped that more people would choose to remain. Uncertain, yet ultimately inconsequential. Director Jiang resumed his seat, lighting a cigarette, and after a moment, spoke in a low tone. Yang Ming, the path we are embarking on is long and arduous. Therefore, promise me, even if you are the last one standing, you must continue onward. Yang Ming was taken aback by this, biting his lip, and nodded resolutely, his gaze unwavering. Yes, I will persevere, even if it is only me. Chapter 72. The Oscar-worthy cat. Meanwhile, in the Lin residence, Lin Hui paced anxiously in his room, his brow furrowed. It had been 2 days without any news from Wu Chengrun, and he feared something dire had transpired. The pressing question was, what had befallen Wu Chengrun, and at whose hands? The Feng family seemed unlikely. They had no motive to harm him. Wu Chengrun had been dispatched to monitor An Rou, and now that he was in trouble, the most probable culprit was An Mingjie. Lin Hui deduced that Wu Chengrun must have inadvertently revealed his intentions and been discovered by An Mingjie. Given An Mingjie and Oppo's intellect, he would likely deduce that Wu Chengrun was sent by Lin Hui himself. Therefore, even if Wu Chengrun survived, he would most probably be incapacitated. Damn it. Wu Chengrun and Oppo's predicament had thrown all his plans into disarray, and he himself was at risk of being targeted by Mingjie. Any intentions against An Rou undoubtedly breached An Mingjie and Oppo's bottom line, and he would not let it slide, since he had already intervened in their conflict. He had no choice but to plunge deeper into the fray. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Hui and Oppo's eyes. He understood the considerable risks involved, yet he found himself devoid of alternatives. Rather than remain passive and await An Mingjie to dismantle the Feng family, it would be wiser to take the initiative and ally with Feng Qingyue. Without hesitation, Lin Hui dialed Feng Qingyue and Oppo's number. Hello, old Master Feng. The Lin family intends to join forces with you to confront the An family. What do you think? Lin Hui spoke with a measure of confidence, convinced that Feng Qingyue would not refuse him. After all, his proposal was akin to a timely assistance amidst adversity. However, to Lin Hui and Oppo's astonishment, Feng Qingyue erupted into a tirade of curses. Lin Hui, do you take me for a fool? You think you can deceive me and manipulate me at will? I am fully aware of your issues with An Mingjie. Do you still dare to ensnare me? Just wait. I will obliterate both you and the An family. Click. The call ended abruptly, leaving Lin Hui in a daze, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Had Feng Qingyue lost his senses? Why would he reject a helping hand in such dire circumstances and even provoke him? Moreover, how could he know about Lin Hui and Oppo's dealings with An Mingjie? Furrowing his brow, Lin Hui realized there must have been a miscommunication at some juncture that led Feng Qingyue to misinterpret his intentions. Yet, despite ruminating for an extended period, he could not pinpoint the exact misstep that had led to this misunderstanding. Damn that foolish Feng Qingyue, Lin Hui muttered under his breath, fully aware that the current situation had exceeded his expectations. He needed to ascertain what had transpired and to what extent Feng Qingyue had misconstrued his intentions. Surely, he could not believe that Lin Hui had allied with An Mingjie. The thought crossed Lin Hui's mind, and he chuckled at his own paranoia. The entire city of Jiangdu was aware that he and An Mingjie had reached an impasse of life and death. No matter how far Feng Qingyue and Oppo's misunderstanding stretched, it should not lead him to believe in such an absurd alliance. With a sigh of relief, Lin Hui felt there was still room for redemption. He hurriedly exited his room, realizing he needed to adjust his plans. Meanwhile, in the An household, Su Jiang was responding to a message from Wang Xiang, who intended to bring Jimeng over for a meal the following day. It seemed their relationship had progressed, and he sought Su Jiang and Oppo's assistance. After replying, Su Jiang tucked his phone into his pocket and turned his serious gaze toward Fu Gue, speaking gravely. I will ask you once more. Are you certain you do not wish to return? Meow. I do not wish to return. Must you insist on staying here? Meow. Yes. The little white cat lay comfortably in An Rou's embrace, reveling in the joy of its days at the An residence. There was no way it would return to Su Jiang and Oppo's dismal abode. Its quality of life could only ascend, never descend. An Rou blinked. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the peculiar exchange between the two. Could they truly communicate? She inquired, what is Fu Gue saying? He claims he longs to return home. Meow. I do not. Su Jiang and Oppo's mouth twitched as he grasped the nape of Fu Gue and Oppo's neck, pulling it aside to murmur in a corner, You ungrateful cat. Have you forgotten who took you in when you were abandoned? Meow. Did that happen? Damn it. Do you dare to challenge me? Su Jiang exclaimed in disbelief. astonished that the cat could be so forgetful. He then brushed Fu Gui's fur in the opposite direction, employing the reverse brushing technique. Fu Gui immediately erupted in protest. Meow. What are you doing? Stop fussing and come home with me. I still have use for you. Ever since Fu Gui discovered Wu Chengren, Su Jiang had harbored the idea of training the foolish cat as a spy. Any information that needed to be gleaned could be entrusted to this oblivious feline. After all, who would suspect a cat during conversation? However, upon hearing Su Jiang and Oppo's intention to put him to work, the little white cat immediately let out a pitiful cry. Wriggling free from Su Jiang and Oppo's grasp and leaping into An Rou and Oppo's arms. Meow, meow, meow. You even want to exploit a cat. Meow, meow. You are not human. Meow, meow. You have no heart. Fu Gui cried in An Rou's embrace, even shedding a few tears, which tugged at An Rou's heartstrings as she hurriedly comforted the little white cat. Su Jiang stared in shock at the foolish feline. Wait, are you truly that dramatic? What do you think you are, a stray cat? You must have won an Oscar in your past life, for the tears I can barely muster in the inspector's office flow freely from you. Fu Gui clearly did not wish to return. An Rou gently stroked Fu Gui, casting a disapproving glance at Su Jiang. What harm is there in letting Fu Gui enjoy a few more days here? Meow. Exactly. Su Jiang and Oppo's eyes twitched, glaring fiercely at Fu Gui. All right, you foolish cat. Just wait. I shall remember this. At that moment, the study door swung open, revealing in Mingjie, wearied and sporting dark circles under his eyes. Brother, you finally emerged. An Rou exclaimed, prompting a large question mark to materialize over Su Jiang's head. Finally emerged? Surely your brother did not remain locked away since yesterday? Indeed, my brother often does this. I am accustomed to it. Why would one become accustomed to such a thing? Su Jiang marveled, regarding in Mingjie with newfound respect. Are you not human? Don and Oppo's. Do you ever need to use the restroom? The next instant, and Mingjie provided the answer, ignoring An Rou and hastily gulping down a glass of water before dashing to the bathroom. After a considerable duration, and Mingjie emerged, looking considerably relieved. He then turned to Su Jiang and swiftly stated, I heard from Li Kai that there is a breakthrough at the inspector's office. What is the situation? Su Jiang shook his head, unsure himself, but from his observations that day, he deduced it was unlikely to be optimistic. Seeing this, and Mingjie remained silent. He had not intended to rely on the inspector's office in the first place. While assistance from them would be welcome, their absence would not hinder his plans. Soon after, and Mingjie's expression turned serious as he addressed An Rou, summoned Li Kai and the others from the An family. I have something to discuss. All right. An Rou nodded, cradling Fu Gui as she exited to gather the others. In the room, only Su Jiang and An Mingjie remained. Su Jiang, filled with curiosity, was the first to speak. After pondering for so long, do we have a plan? Indeed. An Mingjie nodded emphatically and quickly continued. We have overlooked a crucial matter. Since Director Jiang has been able to lurk in Jiangdu without our knowledge for such a prolonged period, how many other hidden entities could also be lying in wait here? Unbeknownst to us, the recent activities of the Feng family have been rather peculiar. I suspect that someone is clandestinely colluding with them. If that is the case, we must take the initiative to engage in battle before the situation spirals beyond our control. Chapter 73. The City of the Isolated Island. War initiated. Early war? So soon? Su Jiang frowned. This was far quicker than he had anticipated. No, there can be no further delay. Please elaborate on the situation with the Inspection Bureau. And Mingjie urgently needed to ascertain the Inspection Bureau's stance in order to make a decision. Thus, Su Jiang promptly recounted the details regarding the Inspection Bureau. That is the situation. As for how many personnel can remain in the Inspection Bureau, we will have to wait until tomorrow to find out. During Su Jiang's narration, and Mingjie remained silent. After Su Jiang finished, he asked, Can you contact Director Jiang now? Yes. Call him. I wish to speak with him directly. And Mingjie could not afford to wait until tomorrow. He needed to converse with Director Jiang immediately. Su Jiang, recognizing the urgency, wasted no time. If the situation were not severe, and Mingjie would not have been so impatient. He swiftly dialed Director Jiang and Oppo's number and handed the phone to An Mingjie. Beep. Hello? This is An Mingjie. An Mingjie directly revealed his identity, prioritizing efficiency. Director Jiang, taken aback by the unexpected caller, quickly regained his composure and replied in a low voice, "What is the matter? You wish to collaborate with our family, correct? This matter has not been finalized yet." "Then let us finalize it now." And Mingjie interrupted, "Will it be a collaboration or not?" Su Jiang, listening intently, couldn't and amp, oppose, help but silently commend An Mingjie. Truly, he was impressive. He dared to speak to old Jiang in such a manner. After a moment of silence, Director Jiang finally replied with 2 words, "Cooperate." Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto An Mingjie and amp, oppose's lips, and he continued, "Since we are cooperating, I need to confirm a piece of information with you." "What information?" "Has the Feng family, or Feng Qingye, had any contact with any notable individuals recently?" "Why do you ask? That is not your concern. Simply tell me if there has been any contact." Director Jiang, slightly displeased with An Mingjie and oppose's tone, nonetheless responded, "Please hold on." Then, An Mingjie and Su Jiang heard indistinct, rustling sounds on the other end. Meanwhile, Li Kai and An Rou began ushering members of the An family into the room. Noticing the focused expressions on Su Jiang and An Mingjie, they refrained from interrupting and quietly stood by. After a while, Director Jiang and amp, oppose's gray voice reached Su Jiang and An Mingjie. "Indeed, there has been an incident. A few days ago, the Feng family was invaded and several guards were killed. This information was suppressed. Had I not specifically investigated, I would not have been aware of it myself." There was a hint of anger in Director Jiang's tone, realizing that such an event had transpired in Jiangdu without his knowledge, indicating that the individual suppressing the information was of considerable influence. And Mingjie and Su Jiang exchanged glances, their hearts racing with concern. Who could this person be? Could they be tracked down? "My people are still investigating, but it appears to be a significant player. Otherwise, it would not have taken this long." Director Jiang now recognized the gravity of the situation. What was initially a conflict between the An and Feng families had now attracted unsavory external involvement. Soon, Director Jiang received further information. "I found it. No wonder the news was suppressed. It was the Wei family from the capital. The intruder at the Feng residence was the second young master, Wei Tian." And Mingjie and oppose's brows furrowed, the situation turning more dire than he had anticipated. "The Wei family, that dominant clan from the capital?" "Correct. Those wretched individuals have extended their reach to Jiangdu." Hearing Director Jiang's tone hinted at a significant grievance against the Wei family. "Director Jiang, will the Wei family assist the Feng family?" "No, they will not. Your conflict with the Feng family is merely a trivial matter to the Wei family. They wouldn't even bat an eye at it." After a pause, Director Jiang continued, "I suspect this is entirely Wei Tian's unilateral action." "So, only Wei Tian is involved in assisting the Feng family?" "No, Wei Tian would not take action himself, but he has a woman by his side. You must be cautious." "Who is she?" The blood rose. "She currently ranks 15th on the mercenary list. If Wei Tian indeed aids the Feng family, this woman will pose your greatest threat." "Rank 15th on the mercenary list." And Mingjie understood the implications of this and clenched his fists, feeling a sense of relief. Had he not perceived the anomaly in time? Had Su Jiang not had connections to the inspection bureau, the An family would have been caught off guard and plunged into a dire situation. Simultaneously, An Mingjie chastised himself for his carelessness. He had underestimated the Feng family and overestimated his own capabilities, leading to the current predicament. However, it was fortunate that they were now aware of these developments. It was not too late. "Director Jiang, given the urgent circumstances, I would like to request your assistance, which would also benefit the Inspection Bureau." "What do you need?" Taking a deep breath, and Mingjie articulated slowly, "I ask that you intervene personally as the branch director of the Inspection Bureau. Grant us, the An family, permission to commence operations in the city of the isolated island." Nearby, Li Kai and oppose's pupils constricted at the mention of the city of the isolated island, his teeth clenched tightly. Had matters escalated to such severity? "Li Kai, what is the city of the isolated island?" An Rou inquired, bewildered as to why the mere mention of this term cast a somber shadow across the faces of those present. Li Kai frowned and whispered, The war between great families is a complex contest with numerous ways to determine victory. One can meticulously plan and orchestrate strategies to gradually annex the opponent's assets, weakening and ultimately dismantling their economic power while minimizing one and oppose own losses to achieve victory. Alternatively, one could secure victory through the assassination of key figures among the enemy. Intelligence warfare, economic sanctions, and psychological tactics are all viable options. The city of the isolated island is a ruin located on an isolated island in the East China Sea. Its existence serves as the ultimate battleground for forces above that of the leading families. Once both family factions enter, only the victorious family will emerge alive. The defeated shall remain entombed in that city, perishing until the last combatant falls. The only method of confrontation is a direct clash of family strength. Upon hearing Li Kai and Appo's explanation, An Rou and Appo's face was instantly etched with concern. Are my brothers going to such a brutal place? She looked around at the family members, filled with uncertainty. Are we all going? Fear flickered in An Rou and Appo's eyes as she dreaded that these familiar faces from the family would forever be left in that so-called city of ruins. Most of all, she feared that her brother would never return. Chapter 74. Stand tall, and Mingjia Su Jiang noticed An Rou and Appo's emotional state and approached her, gently enveloping her in his arms while soothingly patting her back. It's all right. Nothing will happen. An Rou felt a pang in her nose as she leaned against Su Jiang's shoulder, softly responding with a hum. Meanwhile, not far away, An Mingjia awaited Director Zhang's response. An Mingjia, do you comprehend what it means to activate the battlefield of the island city? I understand. Given the current circumstances, this is the best course of action. But that battlefield is exclusively for the leading families. Director Zhang, I believe this particular rule should pose no issue for you, correct? Director Zhang remained silent for a prolonged moment. Throughout their exchange, An Mingjia maintained an unwavering calmness. Even Director Zhang, while conversing with An Mingjia, felt an unspoken pressure, allowing An Mingjia to seize the initiative. After a moment, Director Zhang sighed deeply and inquired, when do you wish to commence? The sooner, the better. Ideally, we can set out tomorrow to catch the Feng family off guard. You should be aware that within the island city, the family will receive no assistance. The Inspection Bureau cannot aid you on that battlefield. I understand, Director Zhang. Your support is etched in our hearts. Very well. Just as Director Zhang was about to end the call, he paused and added, An Mingjia, you are a remarkable individual. I shall remember you. Do not perish too soon, as there are certain matters I wish to discuss with you in person. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced An Mingjia's lips as he replied, Rest assured, Director Zhang, there are many days ahead for us to converse. With a light chuckle, Director Zhang hung up the phone, presumably to arrange matters concerning the island city battlefield. An Mingjia returned the phone to Su Jiang, turning to him with a serious expression. Su Jiang, you need not accompany us this time. Take care of Rou in Jiangdu. An Rou, with her head bowed, remained silent, feeling disheartened. She yearned to join An Mingjia and share in the family and Appo's fate, yet she recognized that her presence would only hinder them in this situation. Su Jiang accepted the phone with a gentle nod, choosing not to elaborate further. An Mingjia then surveyed the members of the family and solemnly declared, I believe everyone has heard the previous conversation. Indeed, we the family must activate the island city battlefield and engage the Feng family until not a drop of blood remains. I have never compelled any of you. If you do not wish to participate, step forward now. The family members stood resolutely, their faces grave, with no one daring to take a step forward. At that moment, someone jested, Young master, and let us refrain from further rhetoric. We have endured for so many years, when have you family ever retreated? Exactly, young master, and just tell us what you need us to do. We trust you. Enough with the emotional appeals. It's not as if going means we won T return. Young master, just give us the command. And Mingjia Kuden and Appo's T helped but smile at their words. This scene represented the essence of his commitment to safeguarding the family. Thus, he cut to the chase. Logistics personnel, work diligently tonight to ensure we have ample supplies for our time in the island city. Also, prepare firearms and ammunition. Everyone should gather their most reliable equipment. This time, we shall strike hard against the Feng family. Confirm the list of personnel heading into battle. Regardless of whether we return, ensure the families are settled. As An Mingjie continued issuing commands, Su Jiang and An Rou stood to the side, feeling like outsiders. Su Jiang tightly grasped An Rou and Appo's hand, aware that she was struggling internally, yet feeling powerless to alter the course of the family's war. After a considerable time, An Mingjie finally completed all arrangements, exhaling deeply as weariness overtook him, collapsing onto the sofa. He had not slept the entire night and was now mentally and physically drained. Brother, An Rou, feeling a pang of concern, rushed forward to help An Mingjie sit upright. An Mingjie waved his hand, indicating that he was fine and that she need not worry. Brother, Su Jiang interjected, stepping before An Mingjie with a serious demeanor. If you find yourself short-handed, I am willing to assist. An Mingjie managed a faint smile. There is no need. I appreciate your goodwill. However, if the An family truly falls, your presence would be of no consequence. I only hope you can look after Rou. Su Jiang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He wanted to clarify that he was not there to help An Mingjie, but rather to ensure his own survival. Should the An family falter, he too would face dire consequences. Thus, he silently urged, stand firm. An Mingjie, his expression darkened. He needed to ensure that Director Jiang kept a close watch. He had just learned that the Inspection Bureau could monitor the battlefield at any time. If An Mingjie truly faltered, Su Jiang would have no choice but to rush in to provide support. The effectiveness of his assistance was secondary. At the very least, he had to fight for his own life. Very well, you all carry on. I shall take a brief rest. I am utterly spent and cannot endure much longer. An Mingjie stood, waved his hand, and retreated to his room, quickly collapsing onto the bed to sleep. He needed to regain his strength swiftly, as he was the core of the An family. He could not afford to fall. An Rou gazed at her brother and Appo's retreating figure, filled with concern. Sufian, do you think my brother will prevail? Su Jiang gently took An Rou and Appo's hand, affirming he will win. Pausing, he added, we will all emerge victorious. If An Mingjie were to lose, Su Jiang would cease to exist as well. In such a scenario, An Rou would be left to face the world alone. And if that were to transpire, she would undoubtedly crumble. Su Jiang would never permit such a fate to befall her. Come on, An Mingjie, you must muster your strength. He silently urged his friend, knowing that if An Mingjie could hold his ground, he would not have to take unnecessary risks. An Rou bit her lip, then suddenly released Su Jiang and Appo's hand, meeting his gaze with determination. Su Jiang, I want to help. Although I cannot join them on the battlefield, at the very least, I can contribute to the logistics tonight. She was unwilling to merely observe. Even if her efforts were minimal, she wished to do her part for the An family. Su Jiang, in response, gently stroked An Rou and Appo's hair and chuckled, then I shall accompany you. All right, An Rou nodded, and together they engaged in the logistics preparations for the An family. Su Jiang took on the role of a mover, while An Rou focused on inventory management. Gradually, both became increasingly adept at their tasks, occasionally bickering in a playful manner. Sufian, this is the storage area for food. Why are you bringing explosives here? An Rou exclaimed, holding a pen and pointing an accusatory finger at him. Well, there are no labels. How was I to know it was explosives? No labels? Would it have killed you to open it and check? Now, hurry and move it over there. Yes, I'm on it. Su Jiang replied, exasperated. The members of the An family observed this exchange, unable to suppress their laughter, and they refrained from intervening. Some even managed to free a hand to capture the moment on their phones. Thus, the preparations for the impending battle unfolded fervently within the An family. Chapter 75. Our processes are legal and compliant as dawn broke the next day. Su Jiang and An Rou had not closed their eyes throughout the night, tirelessly engaged in logistical preparations. An Rou, visibly fatigued as the night wore on, nonetheless persevered with stubborn determination. With a collective sigh, they collapsed onto the sofa. Fortunately, the An family had always maintained a well-stocked reserve, allowing them to gather necessary supplies within a single night during this urgent situation. Suddenly, An Mingjie emerged from his room, his energy noticeably replenished after a night's rest. What happened to you two? You look utterly exhausted, he remarked, regarding the two slumped on the sofa with curiosity. Before Su Jiang could respond, Li entered, addressing An Mingjie. Olden, everything is ready. He then guided An Mingjie outside, where several large boxes were piled within the family courtyard. These boxes contained food, ammunition, explosives, and a variety of firearms, all organized in the span of a single night. An Mingjie casually opened a few boxes, surveying the resources inside and nodding in approval. The next step awaited them with the inspection bureau. Meanwhile, outside the Feng family residence, Yang Ming stood alone, a briefcase in hand, his expression impassive as he faced the Feng family guards, clearly stating his purpose. "Hello, please allow me to enter. I wish to see your family head." The guard retorted, "Who do you think you are to demand an audience with our family head?" Without hesitation, Yang Ming produced his credentials, revealing his identity. The inspection bureau, the guard, comprehending the significance of the bureau, realized that Yang Ming was not someone he could impede. "Please hold on a moment. I will notify them." He promptly made a call to inform someone on the other end about the visit from the inspection bureau. Shortly thereafter, he hung up the phone and respectfully gestured for Yang Ming to enter. "Please go in. The family head is awaiting you in the reception hall." Yang Ming, unperturbed, strode confidently toward the Feng family and Amp Oppo's reception hall, familiar with the layout from previous visits. Upon entering, he found Feng Qingye seated at the head of the table, surrounded by several core members of the Feng family. It was evident that they regarded the visit from the inspection bureau with utmost seriousness. "Greetings, Head Feng. I am Yang Ming, a Level 2 inspector from the Jiangdu Inspection Bureau." He presented a badge from his pocket, signifying his authority as an inspector. The formal members of the inspection bureau are classified into 3 levels: Level 3 agents, Level 2 inspectors, and Level 1 chief inspectors, all under the jurisdiction of the local bureau chief. Notably, the Jiangdu Inspection Bureau differs from other branches in that it has no deputy chief. A Level 2 inspector? Feng Qingye frowned slightly upon seeing Yang Ming's badge, his intuition warning him of impending trouble. Such a minor issue would not typically warrant the attention of a Level 2 inspector. Did someone under his command cause a problem again? "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today, Inspector Yang?" Feng Qingye questioned tentatively. Yang Ming lowered his gaze, opening his briefcase. "Head Feng, I am here to inform you of a matter today." He withdrew a document he had hastily prepared the night prior. Due to the escalating conflict between the Feng and An families, and the refusal of both parties to accept intervention from the inspection bureau, the situation has reached an irreconcilable point. As Yang Ming continued to articulate official jargon, Feng Qingye and Oppo's expression grew increasingly grim. Therefore, the Jiangdu Inspection Bureau has decided to grant the request made by the An family's representative, An Mingjie, to initiate the isolated island battlefield this afternoon. Preposterous. Feng Qingye and Amp Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief as he rose from his seat, disregarding Yang Ming and Amp Oppo's authority. "You mean to say the Inspection Bureau has allied with the An family?" Yes, he quickly realized the Inspection Bureau is in league with the An family. Otherwise, the initiation of the isolated battlefield would not be so urgent, leaving them insufficient time to prepare. And both sides refused to accept intervention from the Inspection Bureau? When did the Bureau ever mediate? I am completely unaware. Feng Qingye's face flushed with anger. He had never anticipated that the An family would collaborate with the Inspection Bureau. He was even more shocked by An Mingjie's ruthlessness in instigating the isolated battlefield, a conflict that could only conclude with the total demise of one family's members. The core members of the Feng family also shared his dismay, caught entirely off guard by the developments. In response to Feng Qingye's accusations, Yang Ming calmly retracted the document and replied, "Head Feng, you may have misunderstood. The Inspection Bureau operates independently and has never collaborated with any major family. All procedures are legal and compliant. If you feel otherwise, you are welcome to file a complaint with the Bureau in the capital." Legal and compliant, you say? Feng Qingye silently cursed. They were not even on the same level as the An family, yet the Bureau dared to initiate an isolated battlefield. In that moment, he felt a deep sense of shame for the Bureau's audacity. "Inspector Yang, even so, isn't the timing rather tight? You're only providing the Feng family a few hours to prepare. This is quite unreasonable, Wooden and Oppos. Do you agree? Feng Qingye gritted his teeth, now seeking to salvage the situation to the best of his ability. However, Yang Ming replied, as I stated, all arrangements have followed the standard procedures and cannot be altered. If you have objections, you may file a complaint with the bureau in the capital. Feng Qingye clenched his fists. A complaint? Would he even have time to do so? This afternoon was hardly sufficient for him to reach the capital. By the way, Head Feng, allow me to remind you. This afternoon, we will arrange for your family to embark from the south to the island, while the family will approach from the north. No combat is to commence until all members of both families have fully landed on the island. Furthermore, once combat begins, no external members from either family may enter. Yang Ming added, all matters concerning the isolated battlefield have been fully disclosed, and you are aware of everything. Should the Feng family fail to arrive this afternoon, it will be considered a forfeiture, and according to the rules, all your family's assets and resources will be transferred to the family. With that, he ignored the murderous glares from the Feng family members, standing tall as he turned to leave. At that moment, a furious shout erupted. The Feng family is not a place for you to act recklessly. In the astonished eyes of those present, a figure burst forth, brandishing a pistol aimed directly at Yang Ming. It was Feng Qingye's son, Feng Haoshuan, who had been seated in the corner, listening to the exchange with growing frustration. Seeing Yang Ming about to depart, while the rest of the Feng family remained paralyzed with fear, ignited a sense of indignation within him. None of you dare to take action? Then I shall. Stop, young master. The crowd gasped in shock. This was a member of the Inspection Bureau, and if a shot were fired, the consequences would be dire. Yang Ming could perish, but not in such an overtly brazen manner within the Feng family. However, it was already too late. At this moment, Feng Haoshuan was overwhelmed by fury and slowly squeezed the trigger. In the next instant, the gunshot echoed. Bang! Chapter 76. The tale severed for survival, alas. The gunfire rang out, yet the one who fell with a cry was not Yang Ming. The members of the Feng family stared wide-eyed. Before Feng Haoshuan could pull the trigger, someone else had already fired with swifter resolve. All eyes turned toward the shooter. No, it should be said, that group of individuals. Old Su, Yang Ming and Amp, Oppos. Eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. His gaze swept over the crowd, softly whispering a count. 1, 2, 3, 4. His lips trembled as he counted, his heart racing with excitement. 47 individuals. The 47 agents from the Jiangdu City Inspection Bureau stood orderly before him. This was 10 more than the 37 left behind yesterday. They had returned. Even Lu Zhang was present. Despite the bandages wrapped around his leg, he still managed to grin at Yang Ming. Old Su, cigarette clamped in his mouth, aimed at the space behind Yang Ming, the gun still warm from the shot, and teased, What's wrong, Yang Ming? Don't recognize everyone? He continued, you, daring to run to the Feng family alone without waiting for us. Did you truly believe the Inspection Bureau was left with only you? Upon hearing this, Yang Ming's eyes brimmed with tears. Suppressing his overwhelming emotions, he bit his lip. He had initially thought, after such turmoil yesterday, that perhaps few remained in the Inspection Bureau. Yet now, 47 stood before him, reminding him that he was not alone. In that moment, Yang Ming longed to release a roar, to vent the emotions swelling within him. In stark contrast, the faces of the Feng family turned pallid, the situation having spiraled far beyond their expectations. The members of the Inspection Bureau had mobilized entirely, and at this precise moment, Lu Zhang limped towards Yang Ming and gently patted his shoulder. Then, his expression hardened as he glanced at the fallen Feng Haoshuan. Addressing Feng Qingye, Feng family head, this matter has escalated. To openly attack the members of the Inspection Bureau, do you comprehend the implications? The Feng family members tensed, awaiting Feng Qingye's command. If this situation was not handled properly, they would not only have to contend with the family, but would also find themselves in custody of the Inspection Bureau today. However, Feng Qingye's response startled everyone, and Lu Zhang furrowed his brow. With a gloomy countenance, Feng Qingye replied coolly, I harbor no intention of offending the members of the Inspection Bureau. Feng Haoshuan is no longer a member of the Feng family. His actions bear no relation to us. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming clenched his fists, astonished by Feng Qingye's ruthless decisiveness. severing ties for survival. And the one severed was not just anyone, but his own son. Feng Haoshuan, despite the pain of his wound, lifted his head in disbelief, gazing at his father. He wished fervently that what he had just heard was merely a figment of his imagination, a flaw in his hearing. Yet, upon meeting Feng Qingye's cold gaze, he realized the truth of the matter. Father, why? Do not call me that. We have long since severed our ties. Feng Qingye regarded Feng Haoshuan as though looking at a stranger, devoid of connection. Old Su extinguished his cigarette and stepped forward, coldly stating, "Does the Feng family head not fear to chill the hearts of his kin?" The Feng family members shuddered at his words. Indeed, if he could abandon his own son, what fate awaited them? I know that all of you have been witness to Feng Haoshuan and Appo's actions. It is merely because he is my son that you have tolerated and indulged him. I have always been conscious of this. However, today, I wish to declare that your tolerance towards this unworthy son of mine must cease. With that, Feng Qingye bowed deeply before the assembled members of the Feng family. The head of the family speaks too harshly. Such actions are unnecessary. We understand. There is no need for such humility, head of the family. The crowd waved their hands in protest, while Yang Ming and others sighed inwardly at the scene. Feng Qingye, indeed a seasoned veteran, had effectively silenced the murmurs of the crowd with that bow. Old Su, expressionless, waited patiently for Feng Qingye to conclude his display before speaking. Then, Feng Haoshuan, we shall take him with us. Of course, feel free. According to the rules of the Inspection Bureau, punishment must be meted out as necessary. Feng Qingye paused, then added, "Do not concern yourselves with my feelings. As I said, he has no connection to me or the Feng family any longer." Old Su regarded Feng Qingye thoughtfully before instructing several agents to step forward and apprehend Feng Haoshuan. "No, I will not go. Father, save me. I will die. Father, father." Ignoring Feng Haoshuan's desperate cries, Feng Qingye remained stoic, quietly observing. As Old Su passed by Yang Ming, he whispered, "It seems we must proceed this way today. We shall find another opportunity to settle this score." Yang Ming felt a swell of gratitude and nodded gently. "It is enough that you all have come. Let us depart." With a grand wave of his hand, Old Su led the agents of the Inspection Bureau out of the Feng family estate, leaving no one daring to obstruct their path. Once they had departed, Feng Qingye gazed at the bloodstains left by Feng Haoshuan on the ground and coldly stated, "Everyone, cease all work immediately and join the logistics team to prepare supplies." Furthermore, the An family has conspired with the Inspection Bureau. Thus, the rules will inevitably favor them. We must recall all members from the field to ensure an ample supply of arms and ammunition. I want to see these provisions neatly arranged before me by this afternoon. Is that understood? Understood. The members of the Feng family responded in unison, immediately rushing to prepare the supplies, acutely aware of the urgency of time. Feng Qingye and Appo's gaze darkened as he retreated indoors, unable to restrain his emotions any longer. Grasping a teacup from the table, he hurled it to the ground with great force. Feeling that it was insufficient to vent his frustration, he shattered several more in succession. The moment he abandoned Feng Haoshuan, the turmoil within his heart was known only to him. Feng Qingye leaned on the table, panting heavily. After a lengthy pause, he retrieved his phone and dialed number. "Beep. Wei Xiao, the situation is urgent." Feng Qingye succinctly conveyed to Wei Tian the collusion between the An family and the Inspection Bureau, as well as the precarious battlefield situation. On the other end, Wei Tian fell silent after listening. Feng Qingye dared not rush him, waiting patiently. After an indeterminate time, Feng Qingye heard Wei Tian chuckle softly. "I did not expect a Mingjie to be even more formidable than I presumed. Rest assured, Feng family head, I have dispatched Rose and my private forces. They will intervene at a critical juncture." Upon hearing this, Feng Qingye felt a wave of relief wash over him, and promptly inquired, "However, Miss Rose and your private forces do not belong to the Feng family. Will the Inspection Bureau permit their entry?" Wei Tian, upon hearing this, scoffed dismissively. "Feng family head, you should understand. When one reaches a certain level, rules cease to be rigid. Just as the Inspection Bureau can ally with the An family to catch you off guard. Within my authority, allowing a few individuals to enter is a trivial matter that the Inspection Bureau would not dare object to. Having said this, Wei Tian and Amp. Oppo's tone abruptly shifted, his voice chillingly precise as he conveyed his words to Feng Qingye. You merely need to eliminate all the inhabitants of the house, leaving not a single one alive. Chapter 77. The Amulet of Misfortune. Give it to Li Kai. As the afternoon approached at the port of Jiangdu City, An Rou reluctantly tugged at An Mingjie's sleeve. Surrounding them, members of the An family were busily loading supplies onto the ship prepared by the Inspection Bureau. They were about to embark on a journey into the East China Sea, entering the battlefield of the isolated island from the north. Due to the presence of personnel from the Inspection Bureau, Su Jiang remained concealed, quietly engaged with his phone inside a nearby black sedan, awaiting An Rou's farewell. Regarding the Inspection Bureau, Su Jiang had taken an extended leave, citing the previous day's events as a source of trauma. He would not return until the king of grilled cold noodles was found. Old Su even called to comfort him, advising him to rest well, which made Su Jiang feel that the Inspection Bureau was indeed considerate. Observing An Rou's dejected expression, An Mingjie offered a gentle smile and affectionately ruffled her hair. Do not worry, Rou, victory will be ours. Besides, do not act as if we will not return. A nearby and family member, carrying supplies, chuckled. An Rou shot a light glare at the individual and then turned back to An Mingjie. Brother, how long will you be gone? The isolated island is not far. It takes merely a day and a night to reach. If all goes well, we shall return within half a month. And if it does not go well, then you may have to wait a couple more days. And Mingjie replied nonchalantly with a smile. Furrowing her brows, An Rou suddenly reached into her pocket, retrieving a red amulet and presenting it to An Mingjie. What is this? It's an amulet, one I just purchased on the way. It's meant to protect your life. Do not be foolish. Such items are ill-fated. You should give it to Su Jiang instead. In dramas, those who hold amulets often end up in peril. And Mingjie promptly declined, pausing before adding, or perhaps Li Kai would suffice. He's been rather agitated lately, for reasons unknown. And Rou's face fell instantly. She had meticulously chosen the amulet after much deliberation. Just then, Li Kai sauntered over, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Ah, you arrived just in time. And Mingjie exclaimed, taking the amulet from An Rou and thrusting it into Li Kai's hands. What is this? Li Kai asked, bemused as he examined the object. It's an amulet. Why are you giving me such a bad omen? An Rou bought it. And Mingjie chuckled. Li Kai felt a cold sweat break out, glancing nervously at An Rou, sensing a menacing aura emanating from her calm gaze. And Mingjie, you scoundrel. You set me up. Ah, I was merely wondering who would be so thoughtful as to gift an amulet. Turns out it's our beautiful An Rou. Li Kai laughed nervously, clutching the amulet tightly as he began to distance himself from the siblings. Yeah, I just remember my car might be parked to ask you. I must check. With that, he hurried off. And Mingjie raised an eyebrow. When did you even park your car? Besides, Su Jiang currently in your vehicle? And Rou gritted her teeth in frustration, feeling her well-meaning gesture was met with disdain from the two. How foolish of her to worry about them. Did they even need her concern? Neither An Mingjie, Li Kai, nor any other and family members displayed any sense of urgency. Their faces were adorned with smiles, as if they were embarking on a leisurely outing. Leader in You May Now Embark, an agent from the Inspection Bureau, approached An Mingjie. As An Mingjie was not the head of the An family at present, he was referred to as young master in or leader by outsiders. He nodded gently. They were to set sail before the Feng family, aiming to seize the initiative. This privilege had been granted by Director Jiang, as the others boarded the vessel. And Mingjie lingered behind to bid farewell to An Rou. He glanced at her, then at the black sedan where Su Jiang sat. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, leaning closer to An Rou's ear. Rou, while we are away, the An family's strength is diminished. You should stay with Su Jiang for the time being. What? An Rou's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Mingjie. I am your sister. You want me to stay at another man's house? Isn't that cohabitation? And Mingjie sighed, his expression one of dejection. Rou, I have no choice. Both the Feng family and the An family have gone to the isolated island. In Jiangdu City, only the Lin family poses a threat to us. I fear that Lin Hui may take this opportunity to He paused, continuing, "Alas, it is my fault for lacking the strength to protect you adequately." His face was etched with self-reproach, lamenting his inability to shield An Rou from peril. "Brother," An Rou bit her lip, her face flushed, murmuring, "I never said I wouldn't go. So, you agree?" "Aye." An Rou's cheeks burned, her voice dwindling. "Since you have said so, I have no choice. But do not misunderstand. My reason for this is to avoid Lin Hui taking advantage of the situation to threaten you. It is not because of that scoundrel Su Jiang." "Ah, yes, yes," and Mingjia nodded vigorously. "I understand. I apologize for putting you in a difficult position. Upon my return, I shall bring you back to the An family at once, ensuring you do not linger with Su Jiang for even a moment longer." Without waiting for An Rou's response, and Mingjia turned away as the agent from the inspection bureau were urging him on. "Oh, be good and wait for my return." As the ship departed the port, gradually drifting away, and Mingjia stood at the ship and Oppo's side, waving at An Rou. The other members of the An family joined in, smiling as they bid her farewell. "Do not worry, miss. We will surely return. Miss, do not miss us too much. Miss, I left my phone on the living room table. It has all the photos of you and Su Xiao Ge." "Wait, hold on. Such a significant matter. And you did not discuss it with us?" "Indeed, that is our entire fortune." An Rou initially felt a pang of sadness. But witnessing the playful banter among the passengers aboard the ship, her sorrow dissipated. And Mingjia's gaze deepened. Through the window of the black sedan, he seemed to see Su Jiang waving at them. He cast one last reluctant glance at An Rou, silently reflecting, Rou, if things do not go as planned, I may not return." Su Jiang was indeed a person worthy of trust, despite his occasional eccentricities. However, if they truly could not return, perhaps it was meant for Su Jiang to accompany her on the path ahead. Chapter 78. The first day of cohabitation, Xu Jiang sat in the car, idly playing a match 3 game, while the little white cat, Fuguai, slept beside him. In the front seat were An Rou's 2 bodyguards, Azuo and Au, who had also decided to stay this time. With a soft thud, An Rou, her face flushed, opened the car door after bidding farewell to her family and slid into the seat. The farewells concluded. "Huh." Xu Jiang turned to see An Rou unusually quiet, her head bowed in silence. Initially, he thought she was merely saddened, but as he cautiously leaned closer, he discovered that An Rou was gently biting her lip. A mix of shyness and indignation etched on her face, her gaze fixed downward, avoiding his eyes. "Xu Jiang, what with the rosy cheeks? Why are you so bashful after saying goodbye? So what about playing the match 3 game?" Uncertain of An Rou and Oppo's feelings, Xu Jiang handed her his phone, hoping to gently probe her mood. An Rou shot a glance at the screen, her frustration boiling over as she stomped on Xu Jiang's foot. "At a time like this, you're still playing games? How can I just sit here?" "You." An Rou pointed at Xu Jiang, at a loss for words, silently cursing her brother and Mingjia. "You scoundrel. You should have told Xu Jiang I was coming to stay with him. Why tell me instead? Now what am I supposed to say to Xu Jiang about moving in?" Suddenly, An Rou noticed Fuguai sleeping nearby, and an idea sparked. "You want to bring Fuguai home, right?" "Right, but I thought you wouldn't allow it," Xu Jiang replied, bewildered. "I think Fuguai can come home, but I must stay at your place too, to prevent you from bullying Fuguai." "Xu Jiang." Azuo and Au. Xu Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at An Rou. "Are you even listening to yourself? You want to live at my place? And Mingjia will surely kill me." Azuo and Au exchanged glances, silently giving An Rou a thumbs up. "Our young lady is making a bold move, directly proposing cohabitation." No, I think that an Oppo's, that's inappropriate." Xu Jiang hastily rejected, waving his hands. "I don't care what you think." An Rou scoffed, asserting her decision. "Today, I'm moving my things to your place." "No, that's really not suitable." Xu Jiang and Oppo's protest was cut short as An Rou placed her foot firmly on his, glaring at him fiercely. "What do you want to say?" "I wanted to ask if you were still playing that game." "Not anymore." "Oh." Xu Jiang reluctantly withdrew his phone, falling silent. "Fine, if she wants to stay, then let it be. It's not as if I can suffer for it, right?" He suspected that An Mingjia had orchestrated this plan. Otherwise, given An Rou's shy nature, she would never have made such a bold statement. Yet, and Mingjia's action suggested he was uncertain about returning. Olden, don't mess this up. Jiang silently hoped for Mingjia to stand firm. Before long, the duo returned to the inn residence, hastily packing up An Rou's belongings. But my home is so small, you can't fit all this in. Jiang lamented as he watched An Rou cram a myriad of bags into the car. With all this stuff, the space in his home would surely reach its limit. An Rou, feeling slightly distressed, scratched her head. She wanted to take everything. Let us take what we absolutely need and leave the rest here. It's not far. We can come back for it later, Jiang suggested. Thus began An Rou's process of decluttering. This can go, this can stay. What on earth do you need that gigantic yellow rodent for? This is the Pikachu you helped me win. It is not a yellow rodent. An Rou protested, hugging the Pikachu with a hint of displeasure. Jiang sighed in exasperation. After much deliberation, An Rou finally managed to reduce her luggage to a manageable amount. Although she insisted on bringing the oversized Pikachu, which Jiang couldn't dispute. So, Azuo and Au drove into the neighborhood where Jiang lived, helping An Rou carry her belongings into his home. Brother Su, we entrust the young lady to you from now on. We have been with her for so long. Please ensure her safety, the two bodyguards said, holding Jiang's hand with teary eyes as they departed. Perhaps they were overwhelmed with joy at finally escaping An Rou's supervision. Turning back to close the door, Jiang and An Rou exchanged a glance before quickly averting their eyes, both feeling a bit awkward. The guest room is over here. Take a look. Jiang initiated the conversation. Oh, An Rou replied. Jiang led her to the guest room, which, though unoccupied, was well kept due to his regular cleaning. An Rou declined Jiang's offer for assistance, opting to arrange the empty room by herself. Jiang sat on the sofa, holding Fuguai and idly waving its little paws. Fuguai's face was a picture of displeasure, yet it could only submit to Jiang's whims. As they lounged on the sofa, Jiang furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had forgotten something. Never mind, if it slipped my mind, it must not be important. 2 hours passed, and An Rou finally emerged, dressed in casual attire. Upon exiting her room, she found Jiang and Fuguai engaged in a game of cards on the sofa. Jiang, with a serious expression, drew a card from the deck and tossed it before Fuguai. King of Spades. TSK. Foolish cat. You're about to lose again. Meow. Not yet. Fuguai protested stubbornly. Despite having lost several rounds during their 2-hour contest, confident of a comeback, it stretched out a paw, rummaging through the card pile, and flipped over a card with great effort. Queen of Diamonds. It was just a smidge smaller than Jiang and Oppo's S card. TSK, what a pity, foolish cat. That means you owe me 10 favors now. Jiang grinned, pleased at his victory. 10 favors would surely make it easier to command this foolish cat in the future. Meow, let us go again. Fuguai, undeterred, challenged Jiang once more as they prepared for another round. Bang, bang, meow, ouch. And Rou delivered a swift knock to both of them. You two have been playing for so long, and didn't he think to help me? She exclaimed, visibly annoyed. Didn't you say I didn't need to help? Jiang defended himself, rubbing his head. Did I say I would help you? Jiang was left speechless, realizing An Rou simply wanted to hit him. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, causing both of them to pause. Who could be visiting Jiang at this hour? Rising with curiosity, Jiang opened the door, only to be met by a familiar and slightly annoying voice. Old Su, what is taking you so long to open the door? Wang Xiang stood outside, a large bag of groceries in hand, expressing mild annoyance. Beside him, Jimeng smiled warmly at Jiang. Sorry to intrude. Jiang stood there, momentarily stunned. He finally realized what the trivial matters he had forgotten were. That rascal Prince Yang mentioned that he would bring Jimeng over for dinner today. Chapter 79, An Rou and Amp, Oppos. As culinary skills old Su, why are you dawdling? Let us in. Su Jiang, who is it? Before Wang Xiang could finish his sentence, An Rou, clad in slippers, approached. However, halfway there, she halted in her tracks, having spotted Wang Xiang and Jimeng. Wang Xiang gaped, shifting his gaze between An Rou and Su Jiang, observing their slippers in silence. After a prolonged pause, he lifted his head and gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. Then, turning around, he and Jimeng departed, as if resolutely determined. Sorry, old Sue. I had no idea you and An Rou had progressed to this stage. My apologies for the intrusion. Don and Amp, Oppos, do you dare come back? Su Jiang, in a fit of urgency, rushed forward to seize Wang Xiang, pulling him back. Once Wang Xiang and Ji Ming entered, Su Jiang swiftly closed the door and turned to Wang Xiang with a serious expression. Listen, I can explain. No need for explanations. Old Su. I understand everything. No. An Rou, you should say something. An Rou. Seeing Wang Xiang's demeanor, which suggested he would not listen regardless, Su Jiang turned to An Rou for assistance. Yet to his dismay, An Rou and Oppo's eyes were devoid of light. She stood frozen, and Ji Ming waved a hand in front of her face, receiving no response. On the very first day of cohabitation, or rather, less than a day, they were discovered by the last two people who should have stumbled upon this secret. An Rou wished only to find a crevice to hide within. Half an hour later, Ji Ming and An Rou whispered in the room. Sufyan, meanwhile, had finally clarified their living situation to Wang Xiang. Sitting on the sofa, Wang Xiang's lips twitched. Are you saying that An Rou moved in with you because no one was home these past couple of days and she feared you would bully this little white cat? Exactly. She just moved in today. Look, that yellow fur ball just came up from downstairs. Su Jiang pointed to Pikachu on the sofa, which An Rou had yet to hug. Wang Xiang blinked and sighed softly. Old Su, why are you so anxious about our relationship? Cohabitation is not a grave matter. Why fabricate such an absurd excuse to deceive me? Su Jiang opened his mouth, hesitating to respond. Forget it, I'm tired. Believe it or not, what you do with An Rou is your business, but I came here primarily to announce good news. Wang Xiang grinned, glancing at An Rou and Oppo's room before leaning closer to Su Jiang and whispering, Ji Ming and I have confirmed our relationship. Upon hearing this, he looked proudly at Su Jiang, only to find his expression utterly unperturbed. So, how does this relate to you coming here for a meal? Come on, you're my best brother. I would definitely tell you such good news face to face. To be honest, Fine. Actually, last time at the hot pot restaurant, didn't Ji Ming say she wanted to treat you to dinner? Wang Xiang shot a fierce glare at Su Jiang. For Ji Ming still believed that Su Jiang had paid last time, so I thought it would be a great opportunity to come over for dinner. After all, I often come here to mooch off you. But who would have guessed that you and An Rou? Before they could finish their conversation, the door to An Rou and Oppo's room swung open, and the two girls emerged, arm in arm, like close sisters. An Rou no longer felt as awkward as before. She had come to terms with the situation. With a clear conscience, she thought, what is there to fear? Su Jiang, Xiang has told you, right? Yiming smiled. Since An Rou is here, we decided to cook ourselves and let you and Xiang taste our culinary skills. Sufyan? Wang Xiang. The two brothers immediately became alert, exchanging glances as if to encrypt a conversation. What's going on? You didn't tell me Ji Ming was cooking? Su Jiang asked. How would I know she had that plan? I thought you were the one cooking. Wang Xiang replied. How good is Ji Ming at cooking? Can we eat it? Don't get your hopes up. What about An Rou? In that moment, the two brothers cast aside their past grievances and united in their resolve. They had to prevent the two girls from entering the kitchen. Su Jiang stood up, taking the initiative. Hey, I think since this is my house, it wouldn't Oppo's be right to let you cook. I and Oppo's handle it. An Rou immediately retorted. Su Jiang, do you not trust my culinary skills? Of course I trust you. Su Jiang thought to himself, but how could I? Yet, he replied, and Oppo's. It's just that I worry you might not be familiar with the kitchen tools. No worries. If I get stuck, I can always ask you. But you're implying you don't trust me. Su Jiang sank back onto the sofa, throwing his hands up to Wang Xiang. Brother, I've done my best. Wang Xiang shot Su Jiang a furious glare. Useless. I'll handle it. Wang Xiang stood up, launching a second wave of attack. Ji Ming, I think. Sit down. Ji Ming said sweetly, cutting him off. All right then. Wang Xiang promptly fell silent and obediently sat down. Su Jiang, wide-eyed, looked at Wang Xiang in disbelief. Wait, buddy, you're not contributing at all? Have you let your relationship diminish your standing? On the balcony, the little fur ball glanced at the two, yawning. This newcomer was even more timid than the owner. Thus, Ji Ming and An Rou closed the kitchen door, bustling within as they prepared the meal. Meanwhile, Su Jiang and Wang Zhang lay on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling, their eyes devoid of life, as if awaiting the inevitable. Are they really okay? Su Jiang occasionally glanced at the kitchen, his heart heavy with concern. What if they blow up my kitchen? Relax, old Su. Perhaps they'll surprise us. Stop thinking the worst, Wang Zhang reassured him. In due time, it became apparent that Su Jiang had indeed overthought the situation. Although An Rou and Jiang's culinary skills left much to be desired, they did not ruin the kitchen. An hour later, the four gathered around the dining table. Su Jiang and Wang Zhang stared at the two dishes before them, enveloped in an endless silence. Due to their limited skills and a realization of their overestimation, both girls had ended up preparing only one dish each. This chicken wing. Su Jiang poked at the plate with his chopsticks. How is it? An Rou asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement, for this was her unique, creative dish. Su Jiang's eyelids twitched as he surveyed the colorful chicken wings. The yellow ones are familiar, and the green ones. Is that spinach juice? I added spinach juice. And the purple ones, dragon fruit. And this black one, burnt. How can you still be so defensive about the burnt one? And this orange one is Orland's flavor. Wait, Su Jiang, if you don't recognize the others, how can you not recognize this one? An Rou expressed her dissatisfaction. Su Jiang and Appo's lips twitched, mainly because it looks so normal alongside the others. An Rou clapped her hands, her anticipation evident as she looked at Su Jiang. So how about my chicken wings? Creative, right? Yeah, creative. Almost made me die, Su Jiang replied, feeling despondent. Chapter 80. The Barbecue Restaurant Initially. One might have thought that An Rou's culinary skills were rather dubious, but to their astonishment, Jiang proved to be no less remarkable. Su Jiang and Wang Zhang gazed at the bowl of dark concoction before Jiang, struggling to swallow their disbelief. Jiang, what have you concocted? Wang Zhang inquired awkwardly. Salt-baked eggs, Jiang replied sheepishly. There was a bit of an accident during the preparation. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, pondering just how significant that accident must have been to transform eggs into such a state. Well, you see, Jiang explained, her cheeks flushed. I found a recipe online that suggested laying salt at the bottom, adding Sichuan pepper and spices, and then burying the eggs. Get to the point, the eggs exploded. Jiang hung her head, unable to meet their gaze. Her intention had been to showcase her culinary prowess, yet she had overestimated her abilities. Even An Rou's vibrantly colored chicken wings paled in comparison. At least they were edible. Simultaneously, Su Jiang and Wang Zhang held their foreheads in exasperation, sighing deeply. Had they known this would transpire, they would have firmly intervened earlier. How about we dine out instead? Sufyan said yistif. Yes, I just remembered that my uncle recently opened a barbecue restaurant. Shall I take you there? Wang Zhang eagerly chimed in. He felt that consuming the sisters and Appo's dishes would likely lead to a rather unfortunate bout of indigestion. An Rou and Jiang, realizing their limitations, did not insist further. However, An Rou was adamant that Su Jiang sample her chicken wings, leaving him no choice but to select the one that appeared the safest, the Orland's flavor. As for the taste, Su Jiang could only express relief at having chosen the Orland's variant. The flavors of the other contenders were simply unimaginable. But adhering to the noble tradition of not wasting food, Su Jiang chose not to discard the two disastrous dishes. Instead, he approached Fu Gui with a sinister grin, announcing, Tonight, you shall have a special meal. Meow. What do you intend to do? Fu Gui's fur bristled in alarm, his little legs retreating. But he soon found himself cornered on the balcony with no escape. Fu Gui, consider this carefully. These are dishes prepared by An Rou. If you turn your nose up at them, it would surely sadden her. Su Jiang's voice dripped with malice. Moreover, you just lost to me, which means you owe me 10 favors. Gazing at Fu Gui's expression of despair brought Su Jiang a sense of vindictive pleasure. You ungrateful cat. Everything you've done is meticulously recorded in my little notebook. It is not that I shall not repay, merely that the time has not yet come. Faced with the 2 plates of dubious cuisine, Fu Gui's feline face was a portrait of conflict. To eat or not to eat? That was indeed a question worthy of contemplation. As they departed, Su Jiang leaned in to remind Fu Gui, make sure to finish your dinner. and be a trustworthy little cat. With a soft click, the door closed, leaving behind a forlorn little feline. Meow. I was wrong. Now filled with regret, Fu Gui lamented not his ingratitude towards Su Jiang, but rather his decision to flip over that queen of diamonds during their card game. Had he chosen differently, he might have emerged victorious. A gambling cat, left with nothing in the end. Yes, uncle. I will be bringing a few friends to your restaurant shortly. We should arrive in about 10 minutes. What? You and Oppos? Actually at the restaurant? That and Oppos. That's splendid. I'll introduce Ji Ming to you. Wang Xiang chatted excitedly on the phone from the front seat of the rideshare vehicle. In the back seat, Su Jiang and the others sat, with Ji Ming nervously fidgeting with her clothing at the prospect of meeting Wang Xiang and Amp, Oppos, uncle. Wang Xiang turned to reassure her. Don't be anxious, Ming Ming. My uncle is quite amiable. It's just a simple introduction. MHM, Ji Ming replied softly, still looking somewhat apprehensive. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, his gaze flickering with realization. Could it be that Wang Xiang had orchestrated this meeting to introduce Ji Ming to his family? If that were the case, then Wang Xiang's strategy was indeed audacious. Moments later, the group disembarked at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. Eat it or not barbecue restaurant. Su Jiang and Amp, Oppos, eyes twitched as he gazed at the establishment and Amp, Oppos, name. I came up with the name. Do you think it's enticing? Wang Xiang exclaimed with enthusiasm. The trio fell silent, staring down at the ground. Your uncle is surprisingly tolerant. He hasn't disowned you yet. Just then, a figure appeared at the entrance. Striding toward them. Uncle. Wang Xiang waved excitedly. As Su Jiang and An Rou looked up, they froze in disbelief. The man Wang Xiang referred to as uncle was someone they recognized, and they were utterly astonished. Wang Xuelin. He was the agent of the Wang family who had appeared at Fengting restaurant. To their shock, he was Wang Xiang's uncle. Su Jiang and An Rou turned their heads toward Wang Xiang in unison, their movements strikingly synchronized. You rascal. You promised a mundane life. Yet here you are with connections. Wang Xuelin wore a smile, but upon spotting Su Jiang and An Rou, he too was taken aback. What? I don't know Su Jiang well, but I certainly recognize An Rou. How did Wang Xiang end up associating with the family? Uncle, this is Ji Ming, my girlfriend. Wang Xiang excitedly introduced Ji Ming, holding her hand. And this is my brother, Su Jiang, and the girl beside him is An Rou. He then turned back to Su Jiang and the others, adding, and this is my uncle. Hello, uncle, Ji Ming greeted, her voice trembling with a hint of anxiety. Wang Xuelin quickly composed himself. Oh, hello. Ji Ming, right? You are truly beautiful. It's a pity for our little Yang. Uncle, what do you mean by that? Wang Xiang protested. I'm quite handsome myself. Gulme. Let us not linger at the door. Let us head inside and chat. Wang Xuelin beckoned with a warm smile, appearing just like an ordinary barbecue restaurant owner, devoid of the imposing demeanor he had exhibited at Fengting restaurant. During their time inside, Wang Xuelin subtly shook his head at Su Jiang and An Rou, signaling them to refrain from speaking out of turn. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What was Wang Xuelin attempting to conceal? Seizing the opportunity while they were ordering, Su Jiang found an excuse to speak with Wang Xuelin in a secluded corner. Upon realizing that it was Su Jiang approaching, Wang Xuelin's brow furrowed slightly. He had not investigated Su Jiang, so he was unaware of the latter and Amp, Oppos, as connection to the family. However, seeing the rapport between Wang Xiang and Su Jiang suggested a close friendship. Uncle Wang, it's been a while, Su Jiang greeted with a cheerful demeanor. Wang Xuelin scrutinized Su Jiang, letting out a soft sigh. Wang Xiang was blissfully ignorant of the Wang family and Oppos' affairs. Indeed, Su Jiang and Oppos' eyes sparkled with realization. He had deduced correctly. Chapter 81. The disgusting brotherhood. Zhang's parents departed from this world when he was merely a child, leaving him under my care as he grew. Due to certain circumstances, the Wang family harbored some discontent towards him, which is why I kept him from their influence. Upon reaching maturity, I sent him to study in Jiangdu, where he believed I was his only kin, oblivious to the existence of the Wang clan. Wang Xuelin, smoking a cigarette, spoke to Su Jiang about Wang Xiang. As Su Jiang listened, he frowned, already aware of Wang Zhang's parental situation, having heard it from him before. The crux of the matter was, were you just going to smoke and tell stories without offering me a cigarette? Su Jiang felt a sense of indignation, but quickly dismissed it, realizing that being caught by An Rou smoking with an older man in a corner would surely incite her wrath. So, Wang Ziang is entirely unaware of the family matters? Indeed, Wang Shuili nodded. Therefore, I hope the Yin family does not involve him in their affairs. Your normal interactions are acceptable, but I wish to keep him out of danger. Can you understand? So Hyambling Bimusev, why are you telling me this? I'm not part of the Yin family. You should discuss this with An Mingjia. Oh wait, An Mingjia is probably munching on compressed biscuits in some corner of a deserted island. Rest assured, uncle, given my relationship with Wang Ziang, I guarantee he will lead a commonplace and ordinary life. Su Jiang patted his chest in assurance, flashing Wang Shuilin a radiant smile. Wang Shuilin, upon hearing this, was about to nod in agreement when Su Jiang pivoted his conversation. However, Su Jiang revealed a brilliant grin. After all, Wang Ziang is my good brother, and I feel quite guilty for keeping this from him. Wang Shuilin furrowed his brow. So in the future, when we come here for barbecues, could we possibly have it on the house? Is that all? Wang Shuilin was momentarily taken aback. I thought you would use this as leverage to demand more. Yet, you merely desire free barbecue? Can you not aspire to greater things? Wang Shuilin began to regret his association with Su Jiang, sensing that the ties between Wang Zhang, himself, and this individual were not advantageous. Fine from now on. Anytime you bring someone, it will be complimentary. Uncle, you are so generous. Su Jiang clapped his hands, calling him uncle with more affection than Wang Ziang himself. Old Su, what are you two doing here? Wang Ziang leaned in, having searched for Su Jiang for quite some time. He was perplexed to find Su Jiang and his uncle in this secluded corner, seemingly engaged in something clandestine. Wang Shuilin and Appo's brow furrowed. Did Wang Ziang suspect something? What to do? Su Jiang offered Wang Shuilin a reassuring glance, leaning slightly towards Wang Zhang to whisper, I'm here extolling your virtues to Jimeng. Why are you interrupting? I was just singing your praises, and our uncle has a splendid impression of Jimeng. Remember to treat me to a meal later. After saying this, Su Jiang patted Wang Ziang on the shoulder, sharing an understanding look. Good brother in heart. Wang Zhang, upon hearing this, realized he had misjudged Su Jiang and felt a twinge of guilt. He hadn't expected that despite Su Jiang's dubious demeanor, he genuinely cared for his friend during critical moments. He nodded earnestly and replied softly, Don't worry, old Su, I'll remember this favor. When I marry Meng Meng, you must sit at the main table. Yes, just don't kick me out of your wedding hall once you learn the truth, Su Jiang thought. The two of them exchanged pleasantries with Wang Shuilin before returning to their seats. Su Jiang leaned closer to An Rou and recounted his conversation with Wang Shuilin. So, from now on, we can eat here without spending a dime. An Rou rolled her eyes at Su Jiang upon hearing this. Is that the main point? And remember, Wang Ziang owes me a meal. We're sitting at the main table at the wedding. Why don't you remember it yourself? Given your penchant for holding grudges, your memory should be sharper than mine. Ouch! Su Jiang felt the sting of her words. Thanks to Wang Ziang, everyone thoroughly enjoyed the barbecue. Wang Shuilin served them the finest cuts of meat from the restaurant. He also expressed genuine joy and blessings for the budding romance between Wang Ziang and Jimeng, much to their delight. To allow the four of them to relax, Wang Shuilin excused himself after partaking in a bit of food, glancing at Su Jiang, who was indulging heartily, his eyelids twitching. If Su Jiang were to dine at his establishment daily, would he still be able to keep the doors open? Perhaps if it came to that, he would need a sign at the entrance. No dogs or Su Jiang allowed. Old Su, are you attending Zhang Yu and Appo's as class tomorrow? Wang Ziang inquired. What do you think? Aren't and Appo's. Do you go and outline the key points? I heard the school recently stopped allowing teachers to highlight important content. Is that true? Then how will we handle the exam? What are you worried about? It's us mediocre students who should be concerned, not you. Wang Ziang shot a disdainful glance at Su Jiang. Do you even need highlights? Your brain is filled with highlights. Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Ziang, and he eagerly rose to serve Su Jiang a slice of beef, his face beaming with flattery. Su Ge, when the exam comes, could you lend me a hand? I don't ask for much, just to pass. He was seeking Su Jiang's assistance in cheating. Su Jiang, gazing down while leisurely enjoying the beef Wang Zhang had offered, replied nonchalantly, "Old Wang, you know I'm not one to engage in such activities. I'll buy you the new Yasuo skin. However, that being said, such activities aren't entirely out of the question." Su Jiang's tone shifted, and he shared a knowing smile with Wang Zhang. Although he didn't need the money for skins, the sentiment behind it was what truly mattered. This skin was a token of Wang Zhang's appreciation for him, a satisfaction that couldn't be purchased with any sum of money. "Since you've made your request, as your good brother, it would be inappropriate not to help you." An Rou and Jiang exchanged glances, biting their lips, their expressions filled with disdain as they watched the two strike this deal. Such a nauseating display of brotherhood. As a result of this transaction, Wang Zhang found himself wishing he could sever ties with Su Jiang. As the group continued to feast, Su Jiang suddenly noticed An Rou seemed distracted. "What's wrong?" he inquired softly. "I can't help but worry about how my brother and the others are faring." "Do not fret. They have already landed on the island, and all is proceeding smoothly." "How do you know?" An Rou asked, puzzled. Su Jiang flashed a confident smile, pulled out his phone, opened a chat log, and handed it to An Rou. It contained the latest messages from Yang Ming, the most recent stating, "And family has landed on the island. All is well." The previous message read, "The Feng family is already set off." An Rou's mouth fell slightly open, astonished as she gazed at Su Jiang. Su Jiang beamed with pride, reveling in the revelation. "Did you not anticipate that I have connections with the Inspection Bureau? I am their psychologist." However, just as Su Jiang basked in his triumph, his expression shifted dramatically, beads of sweat forming on his brow. An Rou smiled gently at him, then swiftly scrolled through her phone. Her slender fingers delicately tapped to open her photo gallery. Chapter 82, Prosperity, the Eternal Deity. It's over. A sense of doom. Su Jiang's soul trembled. He swore he had never felt such terror before. His photo album was open for all to see, except for An Rou. Absolutely not. It could be deadly. Initially, he believed An Rou had either forgotten or relinquished her desire to access his phone and Oppo's as photo album. To his astonishment, this girl had endured until now. Su Jiang had almost forgotten that he had just remarked on An Rou and Oppo's as capacity for grudges. At this moment, An Rou and Oppo's finger had already made contact with the phone screen. The album was akin to a Pandora and Amp, Oppo's box on the verge of being unleashed. An Rou resembled a little demon, displaying a wicked smile at the phone. Su Jiang felt as if he could once again see those little black ears sprouting from An Rou's head. He reached out to snatch the phone away, but it was too late. The phone had automatically opened the first photo. Suddenly, a cat and Oppo's head filled the screen, its eyes brimming with immense confusion. "Sufyan? An Rou? Why is it prosperity?" An Rou frowned and swiped through several more photos, all of which were, without exception, selfies of prosperity. Just then, Su Jiang and Oppo's hand touched his own phone, swiftly rescuing it from An Rou and Oppo's grasp. "Phew, prosperity. How could you sneakily take pictures with my phone while I was away? I must give you a good lesson later." As Su Jiang murmured this, he quickly powered off the phone. In his heart, he wished to embrace prosperity and shower it with kisses. "Well done, silly cat." Though he was unsure why it had taken photos with his phone, it had earned its treats. "You shall forever be my deity." An Rou, left empty-handed, puffed her cheeks in frustration, having missed such a rare opportunity. After this incident, Su Jiang and Oppo's vigilance would undoubtedly increase, making it even more difficult for her to view his album again. Smelly prosperity, just you wait. In that moment, An Rou had entirely directed her grievances towards prosperity. Had it not been for its curiosity in secretly taking photos with Su Jiang and Oppo's phone, she would have surely managed to obliterate those embarrassing historical photos. Displeased, An Rou bit into her barbecue with fervor. Meanwhile, at Su Jiang and Oppo's home, prosperity lounged on the balcony, tormented, nibbling on the chicken wings made by An Rou. Suddenly, it trembled, sensing a terrifying presence fixating on it. Vigilantly scanning its surroundings, it found nothing amiss. Meow? Was it an illusion? Prosperity softly mewed, shaking its head and continuing to munch on the colorful chicken wings. It had to finish them all before Su Jiang returned, for it was a cat of integrity. At the Lin family, Lin Hui held a document in his hands, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. This madman, and Mingjia, had actually dragged the Feng family into the isolated battlefield. Moreover, what had transpired within the inspectorate that they had allied with the Yin family. The Feng family was also showing signs of unrest. Hadn't Mingjia discovered something? Lin Hui murmured to himself, feeling a wave of frustration. The situation had completely spiraled beyond his control. Or rather, from the very beginning, he had been an outsider. He cradled his head in his hands, collapsing onto the sofa, and even his sharp mind felt tangled at this moment. Where had it all gone wrong? Lin Hui seethed with impotent rage. It seemed that ever since he sent Wu Chengren out, events had become increasingly absurd. Feng Qingye was filled with self-doubt. The inspectorate's sudden intervention, and in Mingjia's decisive declaration of war, all unfolded too rapidly. Although plans may not withstand changes, this was too much. Lin Hui felt helpless, but given the circumstances, he had no choice but to alter his original plans. The thought left him speechless. How many times had he revised the plan? He doubted whether tomorrow would bring yet another crisis, forcing him to revise it again. Sigh. I must organize my thoughts. Lin Hui sighed and closed his eyes, mentally sorting through the chaos. Both the Feng and Yin families were already on the isolated battlefield. The inspectorate was short-handed due to its oversight duties. The Wang family currently showed no movement they were likely observing. Thus, the only option available to me is An Rou. Upon this realization, he opened his eyes, his brow furrowing. Should I involve An Rou? Lin Hui hesitated. He wanted to act but felt apprehensive. He feared An Mingjia might set a trap for An Rou. Even though An Mingjia was currently on the isolated battlefield, the memory of being tricked once before loomed large in his mind, making him wary. I cannot act does not mean others cannot act. Moreover, this person must not be associated with the Lin family. Indeed, they cannot have any connection to the Lin family. Wu Chengren was likely compromised. Who else in Jiangdu City could be utilized? He lightly tapped on the table, deep in thought. Suddenly, Lin Hui and Oppos, his eyes lit up, a smile creeping onto his lips. He called out toward the door, Wu Yang, present. A man clad in a hooded cloak entered. He was Lin Hui and Oppos, as capable aide. Wu Yang, Feng Haoshuan, has been taken to the inspector, correct? Yes, he is currently detained there. Can you bring him out with a few people? Wu Yang fell silent at the question. After a long pause, he spoke. 10 people. I will retrieve him. Lin Hui nodded, waving his hand lightly. Go then. Do it cleanly. Understood. Wu Yang silently exited the room to gather personnel for the rescue of Feng Haoshuan. He did not inquire why Lin Hui wished to save Feng Haoshuan. He only understood that all of Lin Hui and Oppos, S orders were for the benefit of the Lin family. After Wu Yang left, Lin Hui pinched the bridge of his nose, his gaze reflecting weariness. Feng Haoshuan. Lin Hui chuckled self-deprecatingly, never expecting that one day he would dispatch someone to rescue such a worthless individual. However, the worthless can be advantageous. The inept are the easiest to control. Given the relationship between Feng Haoshuan and the Yin family, as long as he rescued him and enticed him, this fool would surely seize the opportunity to capture An Rou. Even if An Mingjia triumphed over the Feng family, it would certainly be a Pyrrhic victory. By then, should An Rou fall into his hands, An Mingjia and the Yin family would be no match for him. The Feng and Yin families could be effortlessly obliterated. Thus, the Lin family's ascension to a leading family would face no further obstacles. Haha, this plan is bound to succeed without fail. L'Henri smiled confidently, extending his hand for a gentle grasp. It felt as though everything had returned under his control once more. Chapter 83. The God of Wealth? One can believe that the barbecue restaurant was bustling, and Su Jiang was nearly full, while the other three had already satisfied their appetites. Wang Xiang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing that Su Jiang's appetite had once again increased. Could An Rou sustain such a voracious eater? An Rou hid her face with her hand, turning her head aside, embarrassed to be seen with Su Jiang. Wang Xuelin was already contemplating the idea of putting up a notice board. Eventually, they all waited until Su Jiang had finished eating before leaving the barbecue restaurant. Big uncle, we shall take our leave. All right, remember to come again next time. Wang Xuelin responded with a smile, excluding Su Jiang from the invitation. Wang Xiang and the others waved goodbye at the door. Su Jiang exchanged a fleeting glance with Wang Xuelin, both subtly nodding in understanding. Wang Xuelin's nod conveyed a reminder to keep Wang Xiang out of it, while Su Jiang's signified his delight in the flavors and his intention to return. Clearly, both had misinterpreted each other's intentions, yet did not diminish their unspoken bond. The four of them walked for a while before parting into pairs, each embarking on their own intimate worlds. After all, a gathering of four felt too congested. All right, let's hail a cab back home, Su Jiang said, pulling out his phone to book a ride. An Rou's eyes darted, noticing that the sky had not yet darkened. Su Jiang, shall we climb Hongshan Mountain? Huh? Su Jiang the imp, all leaps twitched. Do you even know how tall Hongshan is? Can you manage to climb it? An Rou pouted. But I heard there's a tree of fate at the top of Hongshan. So, I want to pray for my brother and Amp, Oppo's safety. That and Amp, Oppo's a tree of fate. Why not wish for a romantic partner instead? After all, he is still single. Su Jiang rubbed his forehead, casting a skeptical glance at An Rou. Are you sure you can manage it? Of course. I aced my physical exam back in the day. An Rou replied, brimming with confidence. Thus, Su Jiang had no choice but to change the destination of their ride to the foot of Hongshan Mountain. Less than an hour later, they arrived at the foot of Hongshan, which was teeming with people. Su Jiang and An Rou stood silently, expressionless, gazing ahead. Before them stood two familiar figures. Ahem. What a coincidence. You both came to climb the mountain as well. Wang Xiang scratched his head, surprised to see Su Jiang and An Rou here. They had spontaneously decided to climb Hongshan, never expecting to encounter them. Su Jiang glared at Wang Xiang with lifeless eyes. And what brings you here? Well, obviously to climb the mountain, Wang Xiang replied. Not here to seek the tree of fate. How did you know? Wang Xiang glanced at Jiming and cautiously leaned closer to Su Jiang and Amp, Oppo's, his ear. Jiming wants to make a wish at that tree of fate. To check it off her list. Su Jiang nodded, realizing they were all drawn to that ridiculous tree. He couldn't and Oppo's fathom why such superstitious beliefs attracted so many people. Who would believe in such nonsense nowadays? Sufyan lamented. Exactly, Wang Xiang concurred. Thus, the four began their arduous ascent. The first fifth of the journey was relatively manageable. However, it was Jiming who first succumbed to exhaustion. Upon reaching one-third of the way, Wang Xiang supported Jiming, their pace gradually slowing. An Rou was also sweating profusely, pausing to catch her breath, indicating her stamina was nearing its limit. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and whispered to An Rou. I heard that one must climb this mountain step by step. Otherwise, wishes one and Oppo's come true. An Rou exhaled, rolling her eyes at him. Who told you that? An old man going down the mountain. I chatted with him briefly. Phew, I can and Oppo's go on. Sufyan, Kidime. And what about helping your brother find a romantic partner? Forget it. Let it be single. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's lips twitched, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Mingjia. So, this is your standing in your sister's eyes? With a gentle smile, Su Jiang squatted down, and An Rou leaned forward, softly resting on his back. Su Jiang, let us go. An Rou suddenly felt invigorated, pointing ahead with excitement. Go where? There are so many people. What if we bump into someone? Su Jiang chuckled, playfully scolding her as he hoisted her legs and continued climbing step by step toward the summit. Onlookers were impressed to see Su Jiang carrying An Rou, unperturbed and without breaking a sweat, raising their thumbs in admiration of his youthful vigor. Wang Xiang, witnessing this from behind, gritted his teeth. How could his physical fitness be inferior to Su Jiang's? He immediately crouched down, declaring, Ming, hop on, I and Oppo's, LL carry you. Jiming didn't hesitate and climbed onto his back. Wang Xiang exhaled, exerting his legs to stand, but soon his expression changed. Oh no, I and Amp, Oppo's, overestimated my strength. His legs trembled slightly, yet as a man, he felt compelled to carry Jiang to the summit. Jiang, are you all right? Jiang asked, noticing Wang Jiang's perspiration and feeling a pang of concern. Maybe I should walk instead. No, absolutely not. Wang Jiang insisted. Don't worry, Ming, I exercise regularly. This little journey is a piece of cake for me. Su Jiang, overhearing this, silently gave him a thumbs up. Brother, you're quite the tough talker. Let us see how long you can keep it up. Surprisingly, Wang Jiang indeed gritted his teeth and managed to carry Jiang to the summit. At the temple atop Hongshan, Wang Jiang sat on a chair, panting heavily, his legs trembling like a butterfly's wings. Su Jiang sat beside him, clicking his tongue in astonishment. Is the power of love truly this formidable? He mused. Wang Jiang shot him a glance, too exhausted to respond. Su Jiang gazed at the large tree not far away. Beneath the tree of fate, An Rou and Jiang held red papers, writing their wishes, occasionally pulling out their phones to snap photos. Su Jiang and Wang Jiang exchanged disapproving glances, both dismissive of such superstitious behavior. They were staunch atheists at heart. Mom, look, there's a temple of the god of wealth over there. A child's voice rang out behind them, prompting Su Jiang and Wang Jiang to perk up and stand in unison, exchanging glances. The god of wealth? Now that an amp, oppos, that's believable. Wang Jiang, momentarily forgetting his fatigue, followed Su Jiang's lead, striding towards the temple without looking back. Beneath the tree of fate, An Rou was diligently writing her wishes on the paper. Hey, An Rou, did you buy 2 wish papers? Jiang noticed, surprised that An Rou had written 2. An Rou nodded shyly, her cheeks reddening. Because I have quite a few wishes. Jiang chuckled, choosing not to pry further. An Rou smiled as she finished writing, finding a branch to hang both papers. One was a prayer for An Mingjia's safe return, while the other was dedicated to Su Jiang. She didn't care if that tree only granted romantic wishes. She simply wished for both to come true. After hanging the papers, the 2 girls took a few photos together to commemorate the moment before seeking out Su Jiang and Wang Jiang. Strange, where did they go? Jiang scratched her head, puzzled by the sudden disappearance of the 2. Jiang, look at all those people over there. Should we go check it out? An Rou pointed towards the crowd gathered around the temple of the god of wealth. Her curiosity piqued. As for Su Jiang and Wang Jiang, surely 2 capable individuals couldn't and oppose. be easily whisked away. With that, the 2 girls made their way towards the temple, parting the crowd until they spotted the 2 devout figures at the center, their steps coming to an abrupt halt. In the midst of the crowd stood 2 individuals, Su Jiang and Wang Jiang. Just as they were perplexed by the unfolding scene, the actions of Su Jiang and Wang Jiang compelled them to consider turning away. An Rou's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. You scoundrel, Su Jiang. Were you not against feudal superstition? Chapter 84. The True Believer's Devout, Exceedingly Devout. It is truly unfathomable how impoverished one must be to harbor such a yearning for the god of wealth. Observe the purity in their gazes, devoid of any distractions, fixated solely on the deity of fortune. Believers, these are the true believers. Before the god of wealth, Su Jiang and Wang Jiang knelt on cushions, one to the left and the other to the right. Their hands were clasped in prayer, raised high above their heads as they bowed deeply, then lifted their heads. An Rou and Jiang assumed this was the end of the ritual. However, to their astonishment, Su Jiang and Wang Jiang remained in their positions, taking turns to speak. O almighty god of wealth, Su Jiang intoned, bestow upon us endless riches. Wang Jiang added, we, your most devout disciples, present you with all that we possess. If you can hear the calls from the depths of our hearts, continued Su Jiang, please grant us a response so that we may know you are with us. Wang Jiang concluded, Amen. Sufyaniko Amitabha. They then clasped their hands once more, raised them high, and bowed deeply again, akin to a cultic ritual. The surrounding atmosphere was one of profound silence. Those who had previously praised them now sealed their lips, uncertain of what to say. It felt as though every utterance could be a source of ridicule, yet each remark seemed a waste of breath. In this hushed ambience, An Rou and Jiang buried their heads in embarrassment, clenching their fists, wishing to confront Su Jiang and Wang Jiang with a sound thrashing. At last, after their ceremony concluded, the two rose, glancing back with reluctance as they exited the temple of the god of wealth. Old Su, do you truly believe this will work? Wang Jiang inquired. Trust me, it will surely be effective. No one is more devout than us. If the god of wealth possesses true riches, we will undoubtedly be the first he remembers. Then I can rest easy. By the way, where are Ming Ming and the others? They scanned the surroundings and soon spotted An Rou and Ji Ming in the distance. Approaching them. Strangely, upon seeing them, An Rou and Ji Ming, as if encountering a ghost, covered their faces and hurried away. Who are those two? I don't recognize them. Su Jiang remarked. They have no connection to us. They came separately. How utterly embarrassing. Why are they running? Su Jiang pondered aloud. Who knows? Perhaps they made some shy wish and cannot face us now. Wang Jiang boldly speculated. That is possible. After all, girls tend to care about their image, Su Jiang agreed. As they descended the mountain, no matter how Su Jiang and Wang Jiang attempted to engage them in conversation, An Rou and Ji Ming steadfastly ignored them, maintaining their distance. This left the two men perplexed. They continued walking until they reached the foot of the mountain, where the two girls finally deemed it acceptable to speak to them. As the crowd had thinned, you two, Warren and Amp, oppose, to you against superstitions? An Rou exclaimed in frustration. Except when it comes to the god of wealth. Su Jiang and Wang Jiang replied nonchalantly. You. An Rou pointed at Su Jiang, her mouth agape, but ultimately she huffed and decided against further argument. It and Amp, oppose. That's not worth getting upset over. Ji Ming, too, managed a wry smile, surprised that Wang Jiang and Su Jiang had become so absurd together. Eventually, they bid each other farewell, as the night had grown late, and it was time to return home. As Su Jiang and An Rou got into the car, Wang Jiang raised an eyebrow at Su Jiang, discreetly giving him a thumbs up, his face filled with envy. Just look at how Su Jiang and An Rou had begun cohabiting. When would he be able to reach that milestone? Su Jiang, expressionless, responded with a middle finger. By the time they arrived home, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Upon entering and turning on the lights, Su Jiang's gaze immediately fell upon the balcony, where the little white cat, Fugua, lay on its back barely alive. Su Jiang rushed over and scooped up Fugua. The cat blinked slowly, gazing at Su Jiang, extending its tiny paw toward the empty dish on the table, softly whining meow. I and Oppos, finished. Meow meow. Only 9 wishes left. Su Jiang felt a surge of emotion. You silly cat, I could cry. You saved me. If it weren't for you, An Rou would have seen the photos in my phone. Yet, I forced you to consume that vile food. I truly am not human. Guilt washed over him. Su Jiang, what's wrong with Fugua? An Rou inquired, struggling to change her shoes. She was wearing boots that were difficult to remove. Su Jiang blinked, not turning his head. Nothing. Fugua is just sleeping. It better be sleeping well. I was planning to hold it accountable. An Rou recalled, remembering that if not for Fugua, she could have viewed Su Jiang and Amp, Oppos, as phone gallery. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. Shall I help you wake it? Taking advantage of An Rou and Amp, Oppos' lingering irritation. He thought it wise to let her vent her frustrations on the silly cat instead of himself. What? Are you asking about my earlier guilt? Don't be ridiculous. How much is that worth? Besides, that silly cat ISN and Amp, Oppos, going to die. This sentiment, Su Jiang kept close to his heart. As for when he would repay it, that was uncertain. Upon hearing Su Jiang and Oppos' words, An Rou stood still, tilting her head in contemplation. Forget it. Let in Oppos' let it go this time. Ultimately, An Rou decided to forgive the little cat. It was merely a small creature that couldn't and Oppos' comprehend. It was an unintentional act, after all, and thus forgivable. Wonderful Fugua. You have been granted a reprieve, Su Jiang expressed with relief. Fugua struggled to open its eyes, waving its tiny paw as if to strike Su Jiang. Su Jiang grasped the paw and whispered, Fugua, rest well. I promise to speak well of you. Having said that, he placed Fugua back in its bed, allowing it to sleep peacefully. With a sigh of relief, Su Jiang crossed his arms, instinctively preparing to remove his shirt. Suddenly, he froze, his hands pausing. He had forgotten. He no longer lived alone. Now sharing a roof with An Rou, He could not behave as he had in the past. An Rou blinked, softly asking, "Are you going to take a shower?" How about you go first?" Jiang replied. "The shower gel and everything you need are in the bathroom." An Rou nodded and quietly stepped into her room. The hike had made her sweat profusely. She could hardly bear it any longer. Moments later, she emerged with some bathing supplies. Her eyes flickering and her steps hurried. As she reached the bathroom door, she turned back to Jiang, saying, "While I and Oppos, I'm going to wash up first. You wait a moment." With that, she swiftly slipped into the bathroom, closing the door behind her in a flash. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang shook his head gently. With nothing else to do, he took out his phone and began playing a puzzle game, still stuck on the level from earlier that afternoon. As night enveloped the city of Jiangdu, a profound silence settled over the Inspectorate Bureau's underground chamber. This was where the Bureau housed its prisoners. Anyone apprehended by its agents found themselves confined within these walls. Due to the majority of the Bureau's forces being dispatched to monitor the isolated battlefield, only a small contingent remained to oversee the prisoners. At this moment, however, the normally secured underground door stood ajar, and the two agents on duty lay lifeless in a pool of their own blood, completely devoid of life. Wu Yang stood at the door of the room where Feng Haoshuan was held, flanked by 10 members of the Lin family, his expression one of utmost dismay. He fished out his phone and dialed Lin Hui. Once the call connected, he spoke with a heavy heart. "Chief, Feng Haoshuan is not in the Inspectorate Bureau. We have arrived too late. Someone has acted before us and rescued Feng Haoshuan, and moreover." Wu Yang swallowed at heart, gazing at the several Lin family emblems scattered on the ground, and said in a somber tone, "They have also slain the inspectors, leaving behind our family insignia. We have been deceived." Chapter 85. Jiang's beastly nature unleashed. Half an hour had passed. Jiang's casual game still remained uncompleted. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Fu Gui had managed to collect himself, but An Rou had yet to finish her bath. Could something have gone awry? Jiang cast a glance towards the bathroom. At this rate, the frog in the water might as well be cooked. Cautiously, he rose and approached the bathroom door. "I have no ulterior motives. I am genuinely concerned for her well-being." He silently repeated this to himself as he gently knocked on the door. An Rou was evidently startled by the sudden knock, scolding, "Jiang, are you out of your mind for knocking so suddenly?" I noticed you and Oppos been in there for quite a while, and I was worried something might have happened," he replied. "Worried? Do you not know that girls need time to bathe?" She retorted. How was he to know? Jiang rubbed his nose, realizing he had little experience with girls. Frustrated, he returned to the sofa, his heart heavy. With her lengthy bathing routine, the water and electricity bills would surely rise next month. The already strained finances were about to be further burdened. No, I must keep a record and later seek reimbursement from that rascal in Mingjia. With determination, Jiang rummaged through a drawer for paper and pen, embarking on a list of expenses. Since he had taken An Rou under his care, requesting some financial assistance from Mingjia seemed entirely reasonable, did it not? Water and electricity. Let us say 2,000. Jiang quickly scribbled on the paper. After all, Mingjia had no evidence. Whatever amount he claimed was what he would have to pay. Refuse? Then he could keep An Rou. The thought of this made Jiang and Oppos' lips curl into a mischievous smile. He was about to pull a substantial trick on Mingjia. An Rou and Oppos' accommodation fee, her living necessities, even her breathing fee. By the time he reached the total, he inscribed an exorbitant sum of 100,000 yuan. He silently plotted to find an opportunity to have An Rou press her fingerprint on the document. What could Mingjia possibly say then? The bathroom door creaked open, revealing An Rou, her damp hair clinging to her cheeks and neck, droplets cascading down onto the floor. She had changed into a pink nightgown, her face still tinged with a subtle blush. Jiang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, hastily concealing the expense list behind him. "Jiang, I'm done." "You?" An Rou's words faltered as her gaze fell curiously on what he was hiding. "What are you concealing?" "Nothing, just doodling," Jiang responded, stepping back cautiously. "Really?" An Rou advanced, her expression skeptical. "Then let me see it." Jiang and Oppos' demeanor suggested he was up to no good, and An Rou, with her experience, since the contents on the paper were likely related to her. Cornered against the wall, their proximity intensified, their breaths mingling. Su Jiang could faintly detect the delicate fragrance of the shampoo. How could she afford such luxurious shampoo? But that was not the main point. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips as An Rou perceived his intent to flee, and she decisively grasped his arm. With her large eyes blinking at him, An Rou insisted, "If it's merely a drawing, what is stopping you from showing it to me?" She began to shake his arm playfully, pouting, "Su Jiang, please show me what you drew that makes you so anxious." "Damn, not this tactic again." Sufyan fell deeply. An Rou's gaze and her playful tone sent his heartbeat into a frenzy. He was on the verge of surrendering. However, he quickly reminded himself that this was his home. Allowing An Rou to have the upper hand at her place was one thing, but succumbing to the same ploy in his own abode was utterly unacceptable. In a sudden move, Su Jiang lifted An Rou effortlessly into his arms. An Rou was bewildered. This was not how she had envisioned it. Why had her charming tactics suddenly backfired? As she found herself cradled in his embrace, she was momentarily at a loss. Meanwhile, Su Jiang was equally flustered, his arms encircling her back, feeling the softness of her skin, his heart racing uncontrollably. "Su Jiang, what are you doing?" Before An Rou could finish her sentence, he swiftly carried her towards his room. Hey, that's my room," An Rou exclaimed, astonished. Did he not understand the etiquette of entering a girl's private space? At that moment, Su Jiang was beyond caring. He forcefully kicked open the door and gently but decisively placed An Rou on the bed. Ugh! An Rou landed on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, arms crossed protectively over her chest, her face flushed, heartbeat quickening. Internally, she scolded herself for overstepping. And here, in Su Jiang's home, what if he truly unleashed his beastly nature? The more she contemplated, the more flustered she became. Being brought to the bed by Su Jiang was overwhelming. Did he truly wish to take things further? Her face burned, her heart raced, and she found herself torn. Should she reject him? Although they were both adults, was it too hasty to advance their relationship at this pace? They had yet to share a kiss. Besides, Su Jiang had not even formally confessed his feelings or defined their relationship. Just then, she heard the door close, heightening her anxiety. Su Jiang, please do not act recklessly. Can we take our time? I promise I won't tease you again. Please spare me this time." After what felt like an eternity, An Rou received no response from Su Jiang. Cautiously, she opened one eye and was taken aback. Where had Su Jiang gone? She was alone in the room, performing a monologue. Outside, Su Jiang, clutching the paper, patted his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he had managed to withstand An Rou and Amp. Oppos, as charm this time. Truly, he was commendable. Silently praising himself, he composed his racing heart and surveyed the surroundings. He needed to find a hiding place for the paper. Once An Rou realized what had transpired, he would be in trouble. Where to conceal it? After searching, he found no suitable location that wouldn't risk discovery by An Rou. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He glanced towards Fu Gui's cat bed. Fu Gui lay comfortably in its nook, blissfully asleep, until it abruptly awoke, sensing Su Jiang and Oppos' gaze. "Meow? What are you up to now?" Little Fu Gui. Su Jiang approached with a mischievous grin. "It seems you still owe me 9 favors, correct?" Fu Gui glanced at the paper in Su Jiang's hand and quickly understood his intent. With a resigned sigh, it shifted its body, creating a small space behind itself, inviting Su Jiang to place the paper there. "Meow. Only 8 favors left now." Splendid. Su Jiang chuckled, slipping the paper into the designated space, then affectionately patting Fu Gui and Amp, Oppos' head. Fu Gui, expressionless, regretted its decision, thinking it would have been better off wandering the streets. It should never have played that ridiculous card game with Su Jiang. Having successfully hidden the paper, Su Jiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Sufyan," An Rou stormed out of her room, furious and seeking retribution. "An Rou, calm down. Calm down." An Rou completely disregarded the situation, leaping onto Su Jiang with fervor, revealing her tiny fangs, and promptly sank them into Su Jiang's shoulder. Chapter 86, To Go or Not to Go. The following morning, Su Jiang, and An Rou made their way to school together. As they walked side by side, Jiang occasionally rubbed his shoulder, where a row of bite marks was concealed beneath his clothing. Stealing a glance at An Rou, he felt a flicker of relief. Thankfully, she seemed to have forgotten about the note after all. Perhaps the bite was not in vain. Buzzing, his phone vibrated, and upon checking, Jiang saw a message from Yangming. The battle had commenced, and the An family held the advantage. Huh, and Mingjie is quite capable. Jiang raised an eyebrow, realizing that perhaps he need not intervene after all. As 8 o'clock approached, the two entered the classroom. An Rou, who had previously been an early bird, now arrived at the same time as Jiang. Jiang Yu stood at the podium, preparing for the final lesson of the semester. Noticing Jiang and An Rou and Oppo's late arrival, he merely raised an eyebrow and remained silent. With their tardiness, the only seats left were in the front row. Sufyan, indifferent to the location, sat down and promptly fell asleep. Jiang Yu cast a glance at him, but chose not to comment, seemingly accustomed to his student and Oppo's behavior. Sleep on. Who could possibly rival your ability to doze off? Ahem. Today marks our last class. Jiang Yu cleared his throat and surveyed the room, stating, I'm aware of your thoughts, but starting this year, the school has explicitly prohibited us from outlining exam highlights for students. The class groaned in dismay. However, Jiang Yu's tone shifted as he opened the presentation on the screen, pointing to the highlighted chapters. These sections are not key. The class erupted in cheers. Jiang awoke to the classroom buzzing like a press conference. The third subsection of Chapter 5. I personally find it quite delightful. The topics at the end of Chapter 7 are intriguing. I encourage you to attempt them at home. Recently, I've noticed that some students still struggle with the Lagrange mean value theorem, so I suggest you delve deeper into it privately. Jiang Yu, a seasoned teacher, artfully avoided mentioning what was truly important, yet every word he spoke was indeed essential. An Rou diligently took notes beside him, while Jiang blinked in confusion. Why should I awaken? I've mastered this calculus long ago. It seems to be ingrained in the DNA of university students. When it comes to highlighting key points, sleep simply eludes them, especially with someone next to you, so earnestly taking notes. How can one possibly continue to slumber? All right, that concludes today's lesson. Class dismissed. Jiang Yu had efficiently covered all the crucial points in just half an hour, dismissing the class without any delay. Woohoo! Cheers erupted as everyone packed up and rushed out. At that moment, returning for a quick nap felt like the most blissful experience in life. Jiang, you stay behind, Jiang Yu said calmly. Jiang halted, incredulous. Turning back, he was already halfway out the door. Was he truly being asked to stay? Hee. An Rou wore a look of schadenfreude as she stepped outside to wait for him. Jiang sighed, reluctantly retracing his steps. Teacher Jiang, is there something you wanted? Sufyan forced might. What do you think? Jiang Yu replied curtly. The calculus competition is in 2 weeks. I need you to pay more attention. After saying this, he glanced at An Rou standing by the door and earnestly added, remember, while dating is fine, your academic future is equally important, understand? With your talent in mathematics, if you put in the effort, you will undoubtedly achieve great things in the field. Jiang Yu rambled on, employing various persuasive techniques. Jiang stared at the ground, contemplating whether to take An Rou for grilled cold noodles afterward. All right, I'll leave it at that. Just remember to take responsibility for your own life. Yes, I absolutely cannot have cilantro on my grilled cold noodles, Jiang thought. Once released by Jiang Yu, Jiang felt a wave of relief. He had finally completed all his classes for the semester. Buzzing, just as he planned to take An Rou for grilled cold noodles, his phone vibrated again. Curious, he pulled it out to find another message from Yangming. The An family is under attack by the Roses. Li Kai has been shot. The An family is at a disadvantage. The situation is dire. Jiang and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't and Oppo's he just telling me that the An family had the upper hand a few hours ago? The shifts in the internal fish circle were never this rapid. What on earth is happening? Seeing Jiang's distressed expression, An Rou leaned closer and read the message on his phone. What? Brotherly has been shot. An Rou gasped, covering her mouth. Her eyes filled with concern. If Li Kai has been shot, what about Mingjie? What about the other members of the An family? How much did the An family lose in this attack? Without hesitation, Su Jiang dialed Yang Ming. Beep. Hello, Yang Ming. What's the situation? How much has the family lost? Su Jiang. Please calm down and listen to me. Yang Ming's voice was steadier than Su Jiang's, and he proceeded to explain the situation on the battlefield. A few hours ago, the family was engaged in battle with the Feng family, and under An Mingjia's command, they were gaining the upper hand. However, he paused. The blood rose, along with Wei Tian's people, suddenly joined the fray. Even though An Mingjia anticipated this move, he still underestimated the strength of the roses. At a critical moment, Li Kai shielded An Mingjia from a bullet, allowing An Mingjia to order the family members to scatter and minimize losses. Currently, the Feng family is actively searching for the scattered members of the family, eliminating them one by one. If An Mingjia has no other plan, the family might. Yang Ming's voice trailed off, and Su Jiang's mood darkened. Just as he was about to speak, he felt his hand tightly grasped. An Rou looked up, having heard every word of their conversation. She understood what Su Jiang intended to do. He had previously informed her that if the situation worsened, he would head to the battlefield. An Rou's eyes reddened as she looked at Su Jiang, enunciating each word. Do not go. She could not bear the thought of losing both Su Jiang and An Mingjia. It would shatter her. Su Jiang remained silent, offering no response. An Rou tightened her grip on his hand, reiterating, do not go. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and Su Jiang's heart ached as he reached out to wipe them away. Do not worry, I will return. As long as you are here, how could I possibly not come back? Su Jiang gently patted An Rou's back in reassurance. However, at that moment, Yang Ming's voice echoed from the phone, leaving both of them momentarily stunned. Su Jiang, I also do not recommend you come here. Director Jiang just informed me that Lin Hui has already initiated actions against An Rou. Furthermore, Feng Haoshuan has been rescued from the inspection bureau and is currently missing. Therefore, if you head to the battlefield now, An Rou and Oppo's situation will become perilous. The remaining members of the family cannot contend with Lin Hui. Damn, Sufyan Fronith. Why did it have to be at such a time? If only he had dealt with Lin Hui earlier. What to do? An Rou is in danger. If I don't go, An Mingjia and the family cannot withstand the roses. What will I choose? Chapter 87. The roots of the family and Oppo's. Values Yang Ming and Oppo's. Words left An Rou and Su Jiang momentarily stunned. The question of whether to stay or leave was no longer relevant. Remaining would still pose a danger. Su Jiang furrowed his brow, contemplating their next move. Should he seek Wang Xuelin's assistance and the protection of the Wang family? He shook his head. Entrusting An Rou to the Wang family made him uneasy. However, he had to confront the dangers of the isolated battlefield. Yang Ming, Su Jiang inquired, can the inspection bureau spare someone to protect An Rou? No, Sufyan. Yang Ming replied without hesitation. We are already short-staffed, and do you think the inspection bureau is under your command? We are assisting only because of Director Jiang and Oppo's orders. Frustrated, Su Jiang cursed inwardly, feeling increasingly lost. Was he left with no choice but to hope for An Mingjia's survival? But even with his bravery and intellect, An Mingjia was not invincible. Forget it, I and Oppo's. I'll contact you later, he said, and in the call, he hailed a taxi and returned home with An Rou. Given the uncertainty of Lin Hui and Oppo's next move, returning to the inn residence seemed the safest option, as there were still a few personnel left to offer some semblance of support. 2.5 hours later, within the inn household, Su Jiang paced the living room, deep in thought. In this predicament, he knew he had to deal with Lin Hui first before assisting An Mingjia. But how much time would that take? And could Mingjia hold on? What about the rest of the family? I and Oppo's. I'm sorry. An Rou sat on the sofa, her head bowed, her voice heavy with guilt. She felt utterly useless, a burden not only to An Mingjia, but also to Su Jiang, leaving him in a dilemma. Hearing her, Su Jiang turned to An Rou, realizing that she was likely the one suffering the most at this moment. After a brief silence, he smiled and enveloped her in his arms, offering comfort. It's all right, I can manage this. An Rou leaned into his embrace, speechless and lost in thought. After a while, she finally spoke his name softly, Su Jiang. Yes, I and Oppo's. I'm here. I and Oppo's. come to a conclusion. What is it? I despise it when others sacrifice for me. Yes, I understand. I also loathe it when someone gives up something for me. An Rou raised her gaze, fixing her eyes on Su Jiang. Therefore, you should do what you must, don't consider me, and don't change your plans because of me. Whether you go to rescue my brother or decide to stay and protect me, or even if you choose to leave and disregard the family entirely, I will support your decision. Su Jiang was taken aback for a moment, surprised by her words. It was clear that An Rou was changing, no longer the willful girl she once was. With a glimmer of insight, he chuckled and pinched her cheek. In that case, you will listen to me, 1T? Yes. You 1T stop me from rescuing your brother? No, I 1T. If I were to leave the family and sever ties, you would still agree? Yes, I would. And if I asked you to be my girlfriend, you would also agree? Yes, I would. Wait. Before she could finish her thought, Su Jiang captured her lips with his own. And Ro's eyes widened in shock, her mind blanking at the unexpected kiss. Her first kiss. Su Jiang held her face with one hand while wrapping the other around her back, drawing her close. They kissed, both closing their eyes, lost in the moment, forgetting their worries. After what felt like an eternity, they parted, An Rou gasping for air, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she glared at Su Jiang. You scoundrel! How could you do that when I'm feeling down? Couldn't you have chosen a more appropriate moment? A smile crept across Su Jiang's face. He believed this was the best way to alleviate An Rou's negative emotions, devoid of any selfish intent, purely for her sake. You just agreed to be my girlfriend, right? I did not. An Rou retorted stubbornly. Su Jiang leaned in again, savoring the sensation, relishing the sweetness of the moment. Will you agree? You jerk. Will you agree? He asked once more, kissing her again. An Rou and Appo's eyes widened. You scoundrel. I haven't even answered yet. With great effort, she pushed Su Jiang away. Breathless. I agree. Agreed? Then give me a kiss. Go away. An Rou was overwhelmed. The heavy atmosphere and emotions dissipated under Su Jiang and Appo's playful antics. Suddenly, the door creaked open and a figure stepped inside. An Rou, still in Su Jiang and Appo's embrace, froze at the sight, her brain momentarily blank. Father? She exclaimed in shock. What? Su Jiang turned, startled. There stood An Rou's father, and Chong, disheveled and unkempt, a cigarette dangling from his lips, gazing in disbelief at the scene before him. Hello, uncle. Sufyan está forcing the greeting. Let us be polite, shall we? Father, it's not what you think. An Rou and Appo's face burned with embarrassment. She was unsure why her father had returned so suddenly, but she knew she needed to clarify her relationship with Su Jiang. However, and Chong was quicker, pulling out his phone and snapping a picture of the two. Click! With great excitement, he turned and dashed out while on the phone. Hello, dear? You won't believe what I just saw when I got home. Mingjie was right. Rou is actually dating someone. Of course, I took a picture. I'll send it to you right now. Su Jiang stood frozen, utterly bewildered. He now understood why the family's values seemed so abstract. It was clear that the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Father! An Rou exclaimed, rushing after him, gripping his shirt. Don't send that to Mom. Sorry. Too late. I already sent it. You! An Rou gasped, pointing an accusing finger at her father. You can't send it to anyone but Mom. I just sent it to our family group chat, and Chong admitted sheepishly. What? An Rou could hardly believe it, quickly checking her phone. Sure enough, the picture had been sent. The photo captured An Rou and Su Jiang closely together, their faces flushed, both looking bewildered as they stared at the camera. In the family group chat, and Chong had posted, image, responses flooded in, as well. What the hell? Stuart Su, what the hell? Others in the family. What the hell? Li Kai, what the hell? Aren't you supposed to be on the isolated island? How do you have signal? Oh, someone else used his phone to send the message. It's all good. And Rou watched as the messages poured in, her fingers trembling in anger. It was too late to retract the message now. Those rascals would have saved it for sure. With clenched teeth, I let out a piercing scream. You bastard, Dad. Chapter 88. Don't call me uncle. Call me brother. Several minutes later, and Chong sat on the sofa, tenderly rubbing his phone, which had nearly been damaged by An Rou. Opposite him, Su Jiang curiously observed the head of the family, finding him quite different from his expectations. With disheveled hair and an unshaven beard, he appeared rather listless. At first glance, Su Jiang might have mistaken him for a vagrant. However, and Xingqiang's recent actions provided Su Jiang with some insight into the type of person he was, rather abstract. Why did you suddenly come back? An Rou, seated beside Su Jiang, coldly huffed, her expression sour, clearly still irked. How can you speak to your esteemed father like that, you naughty girl? And Xingqiang replied, running a hand through his untamed hair with discontent. Before An Rou could retort, he swiftly donned a warm smile and turned to Su Jiang. You must be Su Jiang. Mingjie has mentioned you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. And Xingqiang rose and extended his hand to Su Jiang. Hello, uncle. I am Su Jiang. Su Jiang quickly responded, shaking his hand. However, he soon realized he couldn't withdraw his hand. Su Jiang looked up in confusion, meeting in Xingqiang's eager eyes. Were you two planning to have children? Father, what are you saying? And Rou immediately grabbed a cushion and hurled it at Xingqiang. With a loud thud, the cushion struck Xingqiang by surprise, causing him to fall back onto the sofa. Yet he bore no anger. Instead, he sheepishly addressed Su Jiang a him. Don't mind my daughter. She has quite the temperament. Since she was little, she has shied away from boys. Her mother and I worried she might not be interested in the opposite sex, and we fretted over it for quite some time. Not long ago, Mingjie informed me that Rou had found a partner, and we could hardly believe it, thinking she was with a girl. But now that we know her affections lie with a boy, we are relieved. And Xingqiang spoke with exaggerated emotion, making it seem as if he had suffered some great injustice. Su Jiang listened with a grim expression, glancing at An Rou, who was clearly on the verge of erupting. Thus, Su Jiang hastily interrupted Xingqiang, shifting the topic. So, uncle, why have you returned this time? Don and Amp, Oppos, mention it. That rascal Mingjie called me in the middle of the night a couple of days ago, insisting I bring some people back, claiming he was planning something big. And Xingqiang pulled out a cigarette, only to be met with a glare from An Rou, prompting him to retract it with a sigh. By the time I returned, he had already ventured into the island battlefield. What the predicament? Upon hearing island battlefield, An Rou sprang to her feet. Then hurry and take people in to rescue my brother. No. And Xingqiang shook his head resolutely. Why not? An Rou questioned, perplexed. And Xingqiang took a deep breath and pointed himself. Because your esteemed father has been banned from entering the island battlefield since 5 years ago. What? Su Jiang and An Rou exchanged bewildered glances. And Xingqiang reclined on the sofa, gazing at the ceiling as if reminiscing. Back then, I was helping your Uncle Chow. You probably don't remember him. You were too young to recognize him. Anyway, I went to assist Uncle Chow in a brawl, and it also took place in the island battlefield. Unfortunately, I made a tiny mistake, and Xingqiang gestured to illustrate that it was indeed a minor error. Su Jiang felt a sense of foreboding. And then I ended up blowing up half of the island battlefield, and Xingqiang lamented. Consequently, I have been banned from entering ever since. Wow. Su Jiang and Amp, Oppos, eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Xingqiang, impressed. What kind of blunder could lead to half an island being blown up? Su Jiang was intrigued. He even contemplated pulling up a small stool beside Xingqiang to hear tales of his past exploits. Noticing Su Jiang's admiring gaze. And Xingqiang felt a swell of pride and smiled. Regrettably, that explosion also affected old Chow, and to this day, he is yet to forgive me. He holds quite the grudge. Dad, An Rou could no longer contain herself, angrily interrupting Xingqiang and shooting a glare at Su Jiang. What time is it? Are you two still chatting? Startled by her outburst, and Xingqiang responded helplessly. I can't help it. I can and Oppos enter. What about my brother? Let's hope for the best. He should be fine. I've prayed for him. You. An Rou fumed, realizing her father was utterly unreliable, and she had not anticipated just how unreliable he was. Su Jiang and Oppos' eyes flickered as he quickly turned to Xingqiang. Uncle, I wish to discuss something with you. Don't call me uncle. It feels distant. Then what should I call you? If you don't mind, just call me Dad. It's bound to happen eventually. Thud! Another cushion was hurled, and Rou seemed to have an endless supply of cushions. With a smirk, Su Jiang dismissed the formality and directly stated, Here's the thing. Lin Hui is targeting An Rou, and I plan to go to the island battlefield to assist in Mingjia. Lai? And Xingqiang frowned in contemplation. You mean that sinister son of Lin Jianbai? The one who looks like trouble? Presumably. Su Jiang was unaware of who Lin Jianbai was, but if he was described as sinister, it likely referred to Lin Hui. That brat is feeling bold? Where does he find the audacity to target my daughter? That is not important. Sufyan quickly replied. What matters is whether you can fend off Lin Hui and Amp. Amp, Oppos, as people. I can, but do you want them dead or alive? Huh? Su Jiang was taken aback, doubting whether he had articulated himself clearly. I mean, can you fend them off? Not that you should immediately declare a death sentence. Nonetheless, and Xingqiang's words instilled significant confidence in Su Jiang. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly stated, In that case, I entrust An Rou to you, uncle. I will go to the island battlefield to rescue in Mingjia. That is fine, but please don't call me uncle. It makes me feel old. And Xingqiang's expression soured. If you truly refuse to call me dad, at least call me brother. It makes me seem younger. Thud. Another cushion flew through the air. However, this time, and Xingqiang dodged it. An Rou clenched her fists, glaring at Su Jiang, who seemed hesitant to speak. You dare try that? Want to establish a hierarchy? Can't tell the difference between older and younger? Chapter 89. A novel used for the dirty bludgeon, the helicopter hovered gracefully above the rooftop of the family estate, the sole aircraft belonging to them, specifically summoned for Su Jiang. Beside him, An Rou meticulously checked his gear from top to bottom. Bulletproof vest, handgun, ammunition, medical supplies. An Rou had prepared everything with utmost diligence, ensuring that Su Jiang overlooked nothing. Not far away, in Xingqiang, smoking a cigarette, observed Su Jiang, who was almost entirely wrapped up, and called out, Little Su, if things go awry, don't force it. Perhaps Mingjia can manage to save himself. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang was momentarily taken aback. At times, he truly questioned whether Mingjia had been adopted into the family. An Rou, unfazed by Xingqiang's remarks, continued fastening Su Jiang's clothing, urging, You must be cautious when you reach the island. Do you understand? Yes, yes. If you can't win, just hide, all right? Yes, yes. If you see any wild mushrooms, especially the ones that look particularly appetizing, do not eat them. They are poisonous, do you understand? Yes, yes. Is that all you can say? Yes, yes. An Rou sighed with exasperation. Yet at this juncture, all she could do was place her faith in Su Jiang. At that moment, the pilot gestured to them, signaling that it was time to take off. So, I'm leaving now. Su Jiang waved to An Rou, preparing to step onto the helicopter. An Rou bit her lip, suddenly grasping Su Jiang's arm. As he turned back, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his. Click! And Xingqiang, expressionless, captured the moment with a photograph, but An Rou paid him no mind. After a lengthy moment, they parted, and An Rou gazed earnestly at Su Jiang. I am now your girlfriend. I've given you my first kiss. Therefore, you must return. I will be here waiting for you, not going anywhere. Su Jiang blinked and smiled, affectionately ruffling An Rou and Oppos' hair. Fear not, I shall return. I will bring back your brother and everyone from the family. With that, without hesitation, he turned and stepped onto the helicopter. As the blades whirred into motion, emitting a buzzing sound, the aircraft ascended and gradually vanished from An Rou's sight. And Xingqiang approached her, watching the helicopter depart with a grin. TSK, TSK. My son-in-law truly embodies a fraction of my former charisma. And Rou shot him a disdainful glance. I recall you couldn't end Amp. Amp? Oppos. To even smoke when you were in college, could you? Stop talking nonsense. I didn't end Amp. Amp? Oppos. To even pass high school, let alone attend university. Weren't you the one who said you entered Jiangdu University as the top student and graduated with honors? That was when you were young. I was just boasting to amuse you. If I hadn't an Amp, Oppos, T said that, would you have taken me as a role model and gotten into Jiangdu University? An Rou, incredulous, widened her eyes. At this moment, even with her dignified demeanor, she felt the urge to curse. With a father like this, it's no wonder Mingjia remained unfazed amidst various abstract matters. Clearly, he had been molded by Xingqiang from a young age. So, when I was little, You telling me it was my mother who pursued you is also a lie? Not all. That part was true. And Xing Chong extinguished his cigarette and swiftly changed the subject. But she only chased me for a day. The rest was me pursuing her. An Rou clenched her fists, pondering how many more tales her father had spun. What else have you deceived me about? I and Amp, Oppos, V forgotten. I and Amp, Oppos, V told too many lies. Scoundrel of a father. An Rou's fist flew towards him, and Xing Chong, sensing impending danger, hastily fled. Umph. An Rou snorted coldly, her gaze fixed on Xing Chong's retreating figure. You may escape for now, but I will remember this debt. She turned to the sky, silently praying for Su Jiang and the others, hoping for their safe return. Ugh. On the helicopter, Su Jiang clutched a black plastic bag, retching violently. He had not anticipated becoming airsick. It was absurd, despite possessing an extraordinary physique. How could he succumb to motion sickness? Are you all right, Su Xiao? The pilot inquired, his concern evident. Su Jiang waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine, and then asked, how much longer do we have to fly? Approximately 2.5 hours. Despair washed over Su Jiang. I should have taken a boat. The thought struck him with alarm. He wouldn't he also get seasick, would he? That remained to be seen, as he had never been on a boat. His complexion pale. Su Jiang turned to the pilot. What do you usually do when you get airsick? We typically don't get airsick, the pilot replied. Well then, Su Jiang realized he was genuinely feeling ill to be asking such questions. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hit him, and he exclaimed, Brother, do you have a stick? Huh? The pilot, taken aback, rummaged around and produced a slender black rod. Is this suitable? Perfect. Su Jiang took the rod and instructed the pilot. Please wake me when we are nearing our destination. Before the pilot could respond, Su Jiang grasped the rod and aimed it at the back of his head. In the pilot's astonished gaze, Su Jiang struck himself hard, promptly collapsing onto his seat. A low-tier skill, the dirty bludgeon. The system would never have anticipated that someone would employ this skill on themselves. 2.5 hours later, the pilot roused Su Jiang. Huh? Su Jiang groggily opened his eyes amidst the helicopter's turbulence, glancing out the window. The vast expanse of azure ocean filled his vision. In the center of the sea stood a desolate island, eerily quiet. Su Jiang observed that the island was densely vegetated, with only a small portion of bare sand and rocky outcroppings exposed. Amidst the thicket, he could faintly discern the outlines of a city, appearing dilapidated, clearly ravaged by years of conflict. Wait! Su Jiang noticed that a significant portion of the island's vegetation seemed to have sprouted only in recent years, starkly contrasting with the older foliage, resembling a cluster of saplings. Recalling Xing Chong's earlier words, Su Jiang's lips curled in a wry smile. Surely, that younger half of the greenery must have sprouted after Xing Chong had blown up the older trees. Ugh! The wave of nausea struck again, and Su Jiang hastily grabbed the plastic bag once more. Stop, land there, he managed to articulate, pointing to a figure standing at the edge of the island. The pilot complied with Su Jiang and Oppos, as command, landing at the beach and Oppos' edge. With a whoosh, Su Jiang flung open the door and stepped out. Approaching him was none other than Yang Ming. Su Jiang, you, ugh. Before Yang Ming could finish, Su Jiang bolted towards the sea, retching uncontrollably. However, after heaving for a while, he realized he had little left to expel, having already emptied his stomach on a helicopter. Yang Ming, observing Su Jiang's disheveled state, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Was he and family truly relying on this fellow to turn the tide? Chapter 90, Nicholas Wealth, ahem. Thank you. Su Jiang accepted the tissue from Yang Ming and dabbed at the corner of his mouth. Brother Su, your bag, the pilot said, handing Su Jiang his backpack before bowing respectfully. Please be careful. I shall take my leave now. With that, the pilot piloted the helicopter away. Yang Ming looked up, watching the helicopter depart, and smacked his lips. Hey, did your family register this helicopter? How would I know? Ask in Mingjia. I and Oppos, am not part of the family. Su Jiang replied, rummaging through his backpack. Then, to Yang Ming and Oppos, as astonishment, Su Jiang pulled out a brown squirrel. Why did you bring a rat? Is your eyesight poor? This is a squirrel. Is there a difference? Of course there is. Su Jiang exclaimed, eyes wide in earnestness. Squirrels live in trees, while rats dwell on the ground. Squirrels have softer fur, are more agile, and have smaller appetites. All right, Yang Ming quickly interrupted. But what on earth did you bring it for? You wouldn't understand. This little fellow is quite useful to me. Sufyan concluded, placing the tiny brown squirrel in his chest pocket and gently patting its head. Right, Wolf? Chirp, chirp. Use me in the first battle, and I shall ensure victory. This squirrel was raised by An Rou and had been temporarily requisitioned by Su Jiang for reconnaissance or perhaps espionage. Naturally, the name was also given by An Rou, Nicholas Wealth. What? Why not bring Rich instead? That silly cat is all white and has been fed plump. I fear it might be kicked to death by the enemy. What is the situation now? Su Jiang inquired. Yang Ming and Amp, Oppo's mouth twitched. It took you this long to remember to discuss serious matters? We only know the general situation. Currently, members of the An family are scattered and fleeing the island, while the Feng family is already integrated with Rose and Oppo's forces and is searching for the An family. The situation resembles a cat chasing a mouse. The Feng family is the cat, and the An family is the mouse. Su Jiang nodded. The description was quite vivid. How did Kai get shot? He asked again. During the fierce battle between the An and Feng families, that woman Rose suddenly led Wei Tian's private troops into the fray. Although An Mingjie had anticipated this and left a group to handle such situations, Rose was too fierce. She set up her sniper rifle from a great distance and immediately targeted An Mingjie. If Li Kai hadn't taken the bullet for him, I suspect the An family would have collapsed entirely by now. Rose. Su Jiang silently repeated the name. He had heard it far too many times. She was ranked 15th on the mercenary list and was a person who constantly danced on the edge of life and death. Ding! The host has triggered a hidden task. Task content. Please eliminate Blood Gun Rose. Completing the hidden task will yield secret rewards. Failure incurs no penalties. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. The long-absent system notification had resurfaced. He had almost forgotten he had a system. However, why did the task sound like a video game boss fight? No penalties for failure? Su Jiang pondered. When did the system become so generous? Regardless, he resolved to complete this hidden task if the opportunity arose. If not, he would create one. It was rare to encounter a hidden task for the first time, and Su Jiang was quite curious about what rewards the system would bestow upon him. Could it lead to immortality? He still held onto the dream of transcending through swordsmanship. What is Li Kai's condition? Shot in the abdomen. But he was wearing a bulletproof vest, so he wouldn't die. Su Jiang nodded. As long as he wouldn't die, he would not be saddened. After all, that was his partner, the toy gun handsome. Su Jiang shouldered his backpack, took out his pistol, and checked it. Everything was in order. All right, I'll head in now. I want to thank the Inspection Bureau for their help. After all, I am also part of the Bureau. With that, Su Jiang took a step forward, venturing alone into the dense forest. Yang Ming watched Su Jiang's retreating figure, adjusting his glasses. Strictly speaking, external personnel are not considered members of the Inspection Bureau. Oh, so you still have such discrimination? I merely wish to remind you, if you truly wish to be part of the Inspection Bureau, don't die. Yang Ming paused and added, after all, that group has a rather favorable impression of you as a psychologist. As Su Jiang and Oppo's figure faded into the distance, before being completely obscured by the forest, Yang Ming heard Su Jiang's nonchalant voice. Rest assured, even if all the Inspection Bureau personnel perish, I shall remain unharmed. Jiangdu City, the Wang family. Ever since the Wang family relocated to Jiangdu City, they had conducted their affairs with utmost discretion. Just as they had previously stated, they did not partake in conflicts, merely engaging in business with integrity. However, today, an uninvited guest arrived at the Wang family. In the grand hall of the Wang family, two individuals sat facing each other, separated only by a tea table. Wang Boyan, the current head of the Wang family, wore a smile as he brewed tea for the person opposite him. May I ask, Director Jiang, what brings you to my humble abode today? The person seated across from Wang Boyan was none other than Director Jiang, with an expressionless face. He lifted his teacup and took a sip before speaking in a low tone. Wang Boyan, I shall not waste words with you. I am here to discuss three matters. First, Hand over that person named Feng Haoshuan. Second, regarding those who entered the inspection bureau that night, they are alive, and I cannot report to my subordinates. Third, consider this a warning to your Wang family. Director Zhang's gaze darkened as he quietly regarded Wang Boyan. You know all the reason you were expelled from the gray area. Do not put on a facade. If you wish to enter the game, be prepared for the consequences. Wang Boyan, hearing this, flickered his gaze, assessing Director Zhang before him. Filled with astonishment, he had always arranged matters meticulously. How had this Director Zhang from the Inspection Bureau discovered it? Moreover, wasn't it said that the Jiangdu Inspection Bureau was embroiled in significant internal issues, too preoccupied to attend to other matters? Wang Boyan was momentarily at a loss. Yet he maintained his smile, saying, Director Zhang, I must confess, I find your words somewhat perplexing. First, I do not know anyone named Feng something Xian. Truth be told, this is the first time I have heard that name. Second, regarding the intrusion into the Inspection Bureau, it must be someone framing my Wang family. You can rest assured that we will investigate this matter thoroughly and provide the Inspection Bureau with an explanation. As for the third, Wang Boyan's smile remained. His tone, still gentle, yet it carried an unmistakable threat. Director Zhang, there are some things that are better left unknown, don't you think? You are merely a minor division chief. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of those truly wielding power, you are nothing. Therefore, your warning holds no weight for me. Wang Boyan extended a finger skyward. You should warn those above you. If they heed your warning, then my Wang family will naturally comply. With that, Wang Boyan picked up the teacup and brewed another cup for Director Zhang. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang's expression remained unchanged. He merely sighed softly. No longer drinking tea, he rose and walked towards the exit, casting a deep glance back at Wang Boyan. Wang Boyan, I have given you a chance. It is you who chose to forego it. Director Zhang, take care. I shone and Amp, Oppos, TC you off, Wang Boyan smiled as he replied. As Director Zhang and Amp, Oppos, S figure gradually receded. Another silhouette emerged from the room behind Wang Boyan. Feng Haoshuan and Amp, Oppos, S eyes burned with an insatiable hatred, his abdomen still bound in bandages, and he appeared significantly emaciated. Wang Boyan cast a cursory glance at him and said indifferently, Pack your things and leave. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoshuan hurriedly implored, Aren't you going to help me take revenge? Why should I assist you? Wang Boyan retorted with a cold snort. My act of saving you was merely to repay a favor owed to that old coot, Feng Qingye. From this moment forth, our ties with the Feng family are severed. With that, Wang Boyan disregarded Feng Haoshuan and departed on his own. The presence of Director Zhang had completely taken him by surprise. He needed to swiftly uncover the truth about this Director Zhang, particularly that unsettling gaze he cast upon him as he left. Chapter 91. Let us first seek the tree. Do you understand? Achoo. Su Jiang wiped his nose, frowning. Who is cursing me? Squeak. Not me. In the front pocket, Wang Kai, fearing that Su Jiang might suspect him, hurriedly cleared his name. After all, during the time Fu Guo was at the An family, he had mentioned Su Jiang to Wang Kai, sharing some anecdotes. There were indeed some mental issues. Fu Guo had assessed Su Jiang in this manner. With a gun in hand, Su Jiang cautiously navigated through the dense forest. Given the current circumstances, his chances of encountering a member of the Feng family were far greater than those of the An family. According to Yang Ming's description, most of the An family members were hiding, while the Feng family was the one actively searching. The immediate priority was to locate An Mingjie and inform him of his arrival. Su Jiang held a high regard for An Mingjie's intellect. Perhaps An Mingjie would devise a countermeasure upon learning of his presence. Rustling sounds emerged ahead, and Su Jiang immediately heightened his vigilance, entering stealth mode. He advanced cautiously, and a figure materialized before him. The individual was crouched beneath a large tree, peering around attentively as if searching for something among the branches. Su Jiang and Oppos, S brow furrowed. Upon reaching a certain distance, he raised his gun, aiming at the person's back. Hands on your head, stand up. The person froze momentarily, complying with Su Jiang's command, and slowly rose. Which side are you on, the Feng family or the An family? The voice. Are you Su Xiao? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, surprised that he was recognized. Turn around. The individual complied, revealing a face that filled Su Jiang with excitement. Su Xiao, it truly is you. You are. Su Jiang, somewhat face-blind, felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not place him. I am Hua Qing, Hua Zi. Hua Qing exclaimed. We met at the Xiao Mian Yi bar, the time you came to retrieve your phone. Upon hearing the name Hua Zi, Su Jiang suddenly recalled. When he visited the Xiao Mian Yi bar, it was indeed Hua Zi who had assisted him, providing an old mobile phone. Originally, that phone was meant for covert communication with the Feng family's informants, delivering a critical blow through economic means. However, after An Mingjie brought the Feng family to the deserted island battlefield, those informants became obsolete. At most, it would allow for the reclamation of some of the Feng family's industrial resources. Those informants, rooted in the Feng family's enterprises, were merely ordinary members, and this time, Feng Qingye brought only core members to avoid any mishaps. Similarly, An Mingjie had made the same decision, in a battle where life and death were at stake. They could not trust non-core members. Otherwise, even a low-profile presence could deliver a backstab that would haunt one for a lifetime. Seeing that Hua Qing belonged to the An family, Su Jiang lowered his gun, inquiring, "What were you doing here just now?" Upon hearing this, Hua Qing's expression shifted, and he hurriedly said, "Su Xiao, you arrived just in time. You must go see Brother Li Kai. He is not long for this world." Huh? A few minutes later, within a humble wooden cabin, Su Jiang's eyelids twitched. This is what you call not long for this world. Su Jiang pointed at Li Kai, questioning, "What did you feed him?" Li Kai lay on a makeshift bed of woven grass, wide-eyed, his hands flailing in the air. He, a dragon. I saw a dragon. Li Kai and Appo's grin was grotesque, with drool trickling from the corners of his mouth. Hua Qing and Appo's gaze faltered as he weakly explained. Brother Li Kai was shot, unable to move, and the food got lost along the way. So, I thought I would go out and find something for Brother Li Kai to eat. What did you find? Mushrooms. Are you certain? Well, it looked like mushrooms. Su Jiang sighed gently, understanding the cause of Li Kai and Appo's condition. Most likely, he was suffering from mushroom poisoning, leading to hallucinations. Su Sao, what do we do? Brother Li Kai wanted amp. Amp? Appo's. T-die, will he? No, and amp. Appo's. That's merely mushroom poisoning. It doesn't an amp. Appo's. T seems severe. He should recover after purging it from his system. After saying this, Su Jiang pulled out his phone and began recording Li Kai. He stepped forward, directing the camera towards Li Kai and amp. Appo's face, smiling. Brother Kai? Yeah. Tell me, what did you see? I saw a golden dragon, dancing the square dance. Does that dragon resemble An Mingjie? Now that you mention it, it really does. Having finished recording, Su Jiang smiled with satisfaction. This video would be a source of amusement for him for a lifetime. A crackling sound interrupted his thoughts. Su Jiang turned to see Hua Qing holding a walkie-talkie. Hey, any news? Has that fool Li Kai regained consciousness? An Mingjie's voice came through the device. Hua Qing glanced at Su Jiang, instinctively handing over the walkie-talkie. Well done, brother. The path is clearer now. Su Jiang praised him with a glance before speaking into the walkie-talkie. Hello? Can you hear me, An Mingjie? On the other end. An Mingjie fell into an endless silence upon hearing Su Jiang and Appo's voice. Su Jiang frowned, questioning why the silence. Hello? Can you hear me, An Mingjie? Sufyan? Oh, you can hear me? How on earth did you end up here? An Mingjie exclaimed, startling Su Jiang. Why are you so surprised? I heard you were in a disadvantageous position, so I came to assist you. Who the hell told you we were at a disadvantage? The people from the Inspection Bureau said you all were in complete disarray, currently being beaten to the point of retreating. Upon hearing this, An Mingjie clenched his fists, wanting to curse. Those idiots from the Inspection Bureau. My brilliantly devised plan, and you think it's a complete collapse? Indeed. The current situation was entirely orchestrated by An Mingjie. The only unexpected element was that shot fired by Mei Gui, but that bullet had been blocked by Li Kai. Thus the plan remained under his control. Taking a deep breath, An Mingjie said, since you and Appo's, here, what about Rou? Don and Appo's, T worry. You called Uncle him back, right? Uncle and Xingchang? TSK, you address your father so directly? I usually call him an amp. Oppos, the old man and amp. Oppos. Su Jiang and amp. Oppos. S lips twitched, the infamily and amp. Oppos. S dynamics were indeed commendable. Well, since you and Oppos. Re here, it and Oppos. S just in time to assist in the search. Search for what? Search for the tree. And Mingjie swiftly explained to Su Jiang, years ago, my father detonated half of the deserted island battlefield, but there remains a cache of high explosives that we have yet to utilize. Sufficient to blow up a quarter of the island. Impressive, but what does that have to do with the tree? That old man buried the explosives beneath a tree on the eastern side. He claimed to have left markings on the trunk that would make it identifiable. Upon hearing this, Sufyan immediately comprehended. So, you intentionally scattered the family members to locate that tree? Precisely. With those explosives, we can seize an opportunity to blow up the island and resolve everything at once. No wonder you insisted on coming to the deserted island battlefield. This was also part of your plan? Not entirely, as I didn't place all my hopes on that batch of explosives. However, since we still have some leeway, we might as well search for it, and it would be even better if we find it. And Mingjie paused for a moment and then said, currently, the family has been divided into more than a dozen small teams, each equipped with walkie-talkies for communication. Just when Li Kai, that foolish fellow, got into trouble, you will accompany Hua Qing to look after him. Before Li Kai regains consciousness, do not act recklessly. It is not yet the time for a showdown. We must first seek cover, understood? Do not act rashly. Do you hear me, Su Jiang? Hello? Hello? Su Jiang, for heaven's sake, respond. Chapter 92. Life is hard. Su Jiang sighs. Su Jiang said nothing, simply switched off the intercom and tossed it to Hua Qing. Looking for a tree? What a joke. On such a vast island, amidst this expansive forest, you think you can find a single tree? It would be more effective to confront the Feng family directly. And Mingjie is utterly ridiculous. If anyone could find that tree, he might as well do a handstand and wash his hair on the spot. Stifling a yawn, Su Jiang felt it was time to leave. Since the family had no disadvantage, what was he still doing here? Out of boredom? He might as well return home to cozy up with his girlfriend. Heh, Li Kai was still lost in his illusions. Su Jiang stomped his foot, glanced at Li Kai, and sighed softly. Forget it. He was already here. He took Wang Kai from his chest and whispered, go scout the area and come back to inform me immediately if you find anyone. Squeak. Understood. Wang Kai dashed off. Hua Qing stood frozen, questioning his own sanity. A beast tamer? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. Yes, that's one way to put it. However, not all animals can be commanded. It's a low-tier skill after all. Just because they feel close to you doesn't amp, oppos, mean you can control them, especially the temperamental large beasts. One wrong move could wipe out any goodwill instantly. Su Sao, why don't you take the intercom? Hua Qing handed it over, a bit anxious that Mingjie might vent his anger on Su Jiang and then shift it onto him. Fine, but don't call me Su Xiao. It feels odd. Su Jiang accepted the intercom and tucked it into his pocket. And should I call you Su Ge? Ugh, you all lack professionalism. I an amp, oppos, V told you countless times to use code names during operations. And what is your code name? Call me the king of grilled cold noodles. Huh. Hua Qing felt a bit overwhelmed. It seemed everything changed when he was around Su Jiang. Su Jiang pulled a compressed biscuit from his pocket and handed it to Hua Qing, saying earnestly, Huazi, remember this moment. Everything that transpires on this island from now on has nothing to do with Su Jiang. Any absurdity you witness is the doing of the king of grilled cold noodles, unrelated to Su Jiang. Understood? I got it, Hua Qing replied, biscuit in mouth. Although he was unsure why, it mattered little. As long as there was a biscuit to eat, he was nearly starving. Have you found anything? A man clad in camouflage was exploring the dense forest, holding a walkie-talkie. His name was Shui Zhuang, captain of Wei Tian and Oppos, as private army with a military background. Though he lacked the prowess of Rose, his recognition by Wei Tian indicated considerable strength. Report, Captain. No discoveries yet. Shui Zhuang nodded, cautioning, stay vigilant. Although the family is a small clan, a mishap could tarnish Wei Tian and Amp, Oppos, S impression of us. Don and Amp, Oppos, Worry, Captain. With Rose here, I can and amp, oppose. Imagine how we could lose. Upon hearing this, Zhuang chuckled lightly, not bothering to refute. Indeed, with that woman around, he wondered what the family could possibly use against them. Turning off the intercom, Zhuang continued his careful search. While not far off, Wang Kai perched in a tree, observing everything. It must be said, Wang Kai, the squirrel, felt at home in the forest. Swift and agile, he quickly returned to the cabin to report to Jiang. Su, king of grilled cold noodles, what happened? Hua Qing still struggled to adapt to this codename. Jiang frowned. Someone is approaching us. Huh? Hua Qing's lips twitched, looking strangely at Jiang. We've been here for half a day without issues, and now that you arrive, trouble ensues? Jiang glanced at Li Xie, who was slightly better than before, but still not fully awake. Moving Li Kai now, there was no time, and they might encounter others. Sighing, he resigned himself to confront the situation. Life is hard, Jiang sighed. Grabbing his gun, he instructed Hua Qing, guard this fool until I return. But what if he don an amp, oppose, come back? Then we shall die together. Sufyan retorted bluntly. If I don't return, do you think you two can survive? Initially, he thought Hua Qing was quite emotionally intelligent, but now he realized his judgment had been narrow. Stepping out of the cabin, Wang Kai leapt onto a tree after providing him direction. After walking a short distance, Jiang surveyed the surroundings, found a suitable tree, and nimbly climbed onto the trunk to set up a sniper rifle. The sniper rifle belonged to Li Kai, who had consented to its temporary use. Or so Jiang believed. In a classic kneeling position, a regular person would struggle to fire a shot from such a precarious stance on a tree trunk. Losing balance could lead to a fall. But Jiang was different. He possessed skills bestowed by the system, the trinity of lineup. This included extraordinary physique, firearms mastery, and combat proficiency. Combined, these skills made him a formidable presence, even causing the so-called half-ghost, #1 sharpshooter to retreat. I and amp, oppose, we got you now. Through the scope, Jiang spotted Zhuang and oppose's figure. Taking a deep breath, he unhesitatingly squeezed the trigger. Bang! Even with a silencer, the sound of the shot was still loud. The bullet sliced through the air, aimed straight at Zhuang and oppose's forehead. From a distance, as Zhuang sensed the crosshairs on him, an ominous premonition surged within him. Damn, danger! This instinct, honed from years on the battlefield, kicked in. Instinctively, he sought out a tree for cover, crouched low, and rolled away just in time. Bang! Jiang's bullet grazed Zhuang's scalp. Staring at the bullet mark on the ground, Zhuang's heart raced. He widened his eyes, incredulous as he assessed the direction of the shot. From the tree, Zhuang quickly deduced the shooter was in the trees and quite a distance away. Damn! Who is it? Zhuang cursed inwardly, realizing that in such an environment, someone could set up a sniper rifle in the trees and take a precise shot at him. A master. But where did the family find such a sharpshooter? Snipers were exceedingly rare, and their skills depended significantly on talent. Each family poured resources into training, at most producing 1 or 2 snipers. High-level snipers were even scarcer, achieving a certain level required innate skill. According to intelligence, the only sharpshooter the family possessed was Li Kai. But that individual had been shot. It was impossible for him to maintain such high-level shooting prowess. Who on earth is this? Zhuang pondered, baffled as to how he had encountered such a formidable opponent. In this situation, he dared not move recklessly. Quick reflexes. Jiang noted that the first shot had missed its mark, but remained undeterred. After all, his target was a captain-level figure. A single miss would not diminish the capability of Wei Tian's troops. However, the next shot would not merely skim past. Jiang and oppose's expression turned serious as he remained perfectly still, aiming at the tree where Zhuang had taken cover, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. The first shot was merely a friendly greeting to Zhuang, signaling his arrival. The second shot would announce Zhuang's departure. What a pity it wasn't a shotgun. Chapter 93. A bold idea in the dense forest, Jiang and Zhuang stood at a considerable distance from each other, motionless. Jiang remained still, focused intently on aiming at Shui Zhuang for a decisive strike. Conversely, Shui Zhuang's immobility stemmed purely from fear. He dared not move. The oppressive aura emanating from Su Jiang was overwhelming, leaving Shui Zhuang drenched in sweat, struggling to steady his breathing and calm his racing heart. The tree trunk concealing him was modest in size, just sufficient to obscure his body. Any larger would not do. Damn it, encountering an enemy is one thing, but facing a sniper is another entirely. Shui Zhuang cursed silently as he glanced at the bullet marks on the ground, his gaze shifting to the nearby earth where his walkie-talkie lay abandoned. It had slipped from his pocket during his frantic evasion of bullets. Shui Zhuang and Oppos, his eyes flickered with uncertainty. The most prudent course of action would be to retrieve the walkie-talkie and call for help. He evaluated the distance between himself and the device, which was mere steps away. However, even the slightest exposure would mean certain death. What to do? Shui Zhuang muttered to himself, caught in a tumultuous internal conflict. Should he take the risk or refrain? As Shui Zhuang wrestled with his thoughts, he remained blissfully oblivious to the brown squirrel perched above him, nibbling on a chestnut. His mind raced with possibilities. What if that last shot was merely a stroke of luck? Surely, a family clan could not possibly boast multiple sharpshooters. This was not a military operation. What if that shot was simply fortunate? Damn it, I refuse to believe the family has produced 2 snipers. Shui Zhuang continually reassured himself, inhaling deeply and steeling his resolve to make a move. Bang! Another bullet whizzed past, grazing his shoulder. Had he not reacted quickly, his shoulder might have been severely injured. This shot extinguished any flicker of hope he harbored, plunging him into despair. Damn, he truly is a marksman. Shui Zhuang surrendered to the situation, obediently standing his ground, too terrified to move. Bang! Another bullet struck, this time shattering his walkie-talkie beyond repair. Upon witnessing this, Shui Zhuang felt his heart sink into desolation. Great, now my only hope is gone. I might as well await my demise. In such a treacherous environment, with the sniper holding the upper hand, there was little chance of turning the tide. Unbeknownst to Shui Zhuang, after firing the 3rd shot, Su Jiang stowed his weapon and nimbly descended to the ground. Casting a glance in Shui Zhuang's direction, Su Jiang smirked and made his way back. Shui Zhuang remained hidden behind a tree, and Su Jiang had no means to dislodge him. Even a mightiest sniper rifle could not penetrate such a stout trunk. The trees in this dense forest, rich in moisture, possessed remarkable resistance to bullets, rendering them impervious to harm. You stay put, Su Jiang taunted, confident that Shui Zhuang would not dare to move any further. Even if he were to leave, would Shui Zhuang gamble on whether he had truly departed? A miscalculation could cost him his life. As the adage goes, not gambling is akin to winning. Moreover, there was still Wang Kai watching over him. Your Majesty, you and Oppos, do you return so soon? Hua Qing inquired, perplexed by Su Jiang and Oppos' swift return. Did the enemy not arrive? Upon hearing the term Your Majesty, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, but chose silence, acknowledging the title. Indeed, the enemy had been thoroughly intimidated by his formidable presence and was now standing idle. Hua Qing, skeptical, perceived that the enemy had not come. Your Majesty, there is something I feel compelled to say. Speak. You truly lack shame. Indeed, I relinquish it to you, as you seem to have none. Sufyan retorted, bemused by Hua Qing's disbelief in his honesty. Shifting his gaze to Li Kai, he grinned. Ah, you're awake. Dancing dragon? Li Kai, furrowing his brow, rubbed his head in confusion. Sufyan, what are you doing here? After a prolonged moment of recognition, he finally identified Su Jiang. My head hurts. What is this dancing dragon? It's nothing, just a type of square dance performed by a dragon. Nonsense. Such a dragon does not exist. You'll see it eventually. Su Jiang replied with a grin, eagerly anticipating Li Kai and Oppos' reaction upon witnessing that video. No, such a glorious moment deserves a grand occasion. I must gather all the family members to watch together. Hua Qing, standing nearby, hesitated, wanting to inform Li Kai about the video. But he glanced at Su Jiang and thought better of it. Compared to Li Kai, he found Su Jiang more formidable and sensed a certain intimidation akin to having a powerful lady's gaze upon him. Suddenly, Hua Qing understood. No wonder Su Jiang could be with the lady. Birds of a feather indeed flocked together. Li Kai winced, clutching his abdomen, the spot where he had been struck by the rose. Damn it, thank goodness I wore 3 layers of bulletproof vests. Otherwise, that shot would have taken my life. Su Jiang, noticing the thick vest, raised an eyebrow. Did you anticipate being shot? Not at all. Then why wear 3 layers? Isn't it hot? If you had the talisman from An Rou, would you dare to go without? Impressive. You dare to carry such an ominous object? Su Jiang praised Li Kai. If you don't get shot, who will? Li Kai retrieved the talisman from his pocket and tossed it to Su Jiang. Take this useless trinket. I certainly don't need it. Don't give it to me. Su Jiang exclaimed, immediately breaking into a cold sweat. This thing practically invites a bullet. Squeak. I and amp, oppose, and back. At that moment, Wang Kai scampered in, clutching a chestnut, reporting that Xue Zhuang remained obediently stationed. Upon entering, Li Kai and amp, oppose, as focus shifted entirely to Wang Kai. This scene felt eerily familiar. Outdoors, a factory, a rat. Yes, it clicked. Su Jiang observed Wang Kai quietly, and after a prolonged moment, a smile tugged at his lips. I have a bold idea. Squeak? Not long after. Once Li Kai had fully recovered, the group swiftly departed to relocate to a safer location. Meanwhile, Xue Zhuang remained steadfastly in place, fervently praying for his teammates to rescue him. He remained unaware that nestled within the hood of his clothing lay An Rou and amp, oppose, as talisman, quietly placed there by Wang Kai during its return. If it was indeed such an ill-fated object, why should it be held by their own? Wouldn't it serve better in the hands of the enemy? Chapter 94. Go retrieve that troublemaker. In the dense forest, Su Jiang and his companions tread cautiously. Li Kai remained ever vigilant, fearing an encounter with the enemy. Hua Qing was preoccupied with locating trees, inspecting each one meticulously to determine if it bore the mark of an Xingqiang. Among the trio, only Su Jiang exhibited unwavering resolve and purposeful stride. Where we headed, Su Jiang. Li Kai in Gui, to the ruined city at the center of the island. Su Jiang replied. He had perused a map of the isolated battlefield, where a vast city of ruins lay at its heart. According to An Xingqiang, the streets were strewn with rubble and debris, surrounded by the skeletal remains of buildings and rusting structures. Have you lost your mind? Upon hearing Su Jiang and Appo's intent to venture to the ruined city, Li Kai immediately grasped his hand. That place is swarming with Feng family members. Although they have dispatched most of their forces, Feng Qingye and Rose remain there. If we run into them, we won't even have the chance to flee. At the mention of Rose, Su Jiang and Appo's excitement surged. What did you say? Rose is there? Yes, which means. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry. Are you trying to court death? Li Kai struggled to comprehend. Unbeknownst to him, Su Jiang was desperate to find Rose. If he could eliminate her, he would unlock hidden rewards, and then An Mingjie could eradicate the Feng family. It was a flawless plan. Trust me, Lao Li. Su Jiang turned back, his expression earnest. It's just the 3 of us. Oh no, including Huazi. We shall eliminate Rose and Feng Qingye, and then victory will be assured. Li Kai and Hua Qing stood frozen, staring at Su Jiang in disbelief. Do you even hear what you and Appo's re-saying? Li Kai stepped forward, placing a hand on Su Jiang and Appo's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Su Jiang, perhaps you should reconsider and go back. His eyes bore a hint of pleading. I truly believe your presence here may not be a good thing. Lao Li, you needn't Appo's worry. I will keep myself safe. Who the hell is worried about you? Li Kai and Appo's eyes widened. ISN and Appo's. It wiser to proceed with caution? You think you could take down both Rose and Feng Qingye in one go? Who do you think you are? Hua Qing, trembling in the background, dared not speak. He sensed Li Kai was on the verge of exploding and desperately hoped Su Jiang would heed the warning and abandon his ludicrous idea. Caution? Su Jiang pondered, furrowing his brow. Indeed, this course of action carries considerable risk. Seeing Su Jiang's contemplation, Li Kai felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could still be persuaded. Then let us take down Rose first, and we'll deal with Feng Qingye later. You little brat, are you truly impervious to reason? Li Kai et Galim, extending his hand to reclaim his sniper rifle from Su Jiang. What are you doing? Su Jiang asked, perplexed. Return my sniper rifle to me. It's far too dangerous for you to have it. Stop messing around. Your injury hasn't even healed. And when it does, will you give it back to me? No. Li Kai clenched his fists, feeling a surge of frustration. Before Su Jiang and Oppo's arrival, he had never been this irritable. He had always been quite patient. Ahem. Hua Qing coughed softly, cautiously suggesting, perhaps we should consult in Shao. He was genuinely afraid that the two would clash, leaving him in a precarious position regardless of whom he chose to support. Only An Mingjie had the potential to rein them in. Li Kai glanced at Hua Qing, remained silent for a moment, then nodded subtly. This was indeed a matter that required An Mingjie's insight. Su Jiang, sensing their mutual inclination, sighed helplessly and reached for the walkie-talkie. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hello? An Mingjie, please respond. Su Jiang called out. Soon, An Mingjie's voice crackled through the device. Sufyan, if you hang up on me again, I assure you, we will have unfinished business. He chastised Su Jiang for his previous silence and abrupt disconnection. Hold on, don't be so agitated. I have a bold idea, but Li Kai disagrees, so I wanted to get your opinion. I disagree too. Damn it. I haven't even revealed what it is yet. I wouldn't dare to agree with whatever you propose, especially if it's something Li Kai has already dismissed. Su Jiang felt isolated and disheartened. Here he was, having traveled a great distance to offer support, only to be met with such treatment. His heart sank for a brief moment. After a deep breath, he laid out his plan. My proposal is this. I will take Li Kai and Hua Qing with me, and the three of us will eliminate Rose. If things go smoothly, we might even take down Feng Qingye as well. If all goes according to plan, you and T need to search for trees. We can push straight through. Su Jiang, you've got to be kidding me. And Mingjie was ready to unleash his frustration. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Su Jiang promptly turned off the walkie-talkie, maintaining his composure as he regarded Li Kai and Hua Qing. You see? And Mingjie agrees with me. How on earth did he agree? Li Kai was flabbergasted. He had just witnessed An Mingjie about to explode in anger. His rebuke does not equate to disagreement. Su Jiang remarked nonchalantly. It merely exemplifies the speed of a math problem. Stop rambling and let us go. Sufyan eddied, pulling Li Kai toward the ruined city. When have I ever led you astray? Li Kai, feeling utterly defeated, resigned himself to the situation. Let be destruction, then. He ceased his protests. Hua Qing, devoid of any spark in his eyes, followed behind like a shell of himself. He had hoped for a glimmer of hope upon seeing Su Jiang, only to be met with despair. Thus, the trio, each consumed by their own thoughts, advanced toward the ruined city, one with eyes alight with enthusiasm, another on the brink of collapse, and the last, already pondering his last words. Bang! 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 In a secluded corner of the island, An Mingjie was furiously kicking at a tree trunk, venting his frustrations. I brought you to this forsaken place. Bang! I'll let you use my walkie-talkie. Bang! I'll let you call Su Jiang. Bang! Nearby, several members of the An family stood dumbfounded, trembling in fear. What has happened to An Shao? I don't know. He just exchanged a few words with Su Xiaoge and then exploded. Have you noticed? Ever since Su Xiaoge joined the An family, An Shao's temper has been on a steady decline. Forget about An Shao. Just a few days ago, Li Kai was always irritable. I was too afraid to even speak to him. Breathing heavily, An Mingjie now found himself harboring resentment even towards the inspectors. A bunch of incompetent fools. If they hadn't leaked information, would Su Jiang have come here? If Su Jiang hadn't come, would I be this stressed? And did I really expect Li Kai to assist in taking down Rose? Do they think they are gods, able to eliminate anyone at will? He disregarded Hua Qing entirely, considering him utterly useless. Taking a deep breath, An Mingjie turned and stormed away. And Shao, where are we headed? A timid member of the An family ventured to ask. Where else? An Mingjie shot back, his face flushed with anger. We're going to the ruined city to retrieve that troublesome fool. Are we no longer looking for trees? Looking for what? Chapter 95. Lin Hui's night raid and desperate escape in the dark of night. Near the An family residence in Jiangdu City, Lin Hui sat in his car, his gaze shadowed as he stared at the An family gate. If it weren't for Feng Haoshuan being rescued, he gritted his teeth, still baffled as to who had come to Feng Haoshuan's aid. The crux of the matter was, if one were to intervene, Why leave behind a scattering of Lin family emblems? In this moment, Lin Hui wished he could drag that person out and execute him all day long. Had it not been for his own dispatch of men to clear away the worthless badges, he might have found himself on the wanted list of the inspectorate. At this juncture, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. When had Lin Hui ever found himself in such a predicament? "You Yang, move." Lin Hui spoke in a low tone. Yu Yang, seated in the passenger seat, nodded and opened the car door to exit. The Lin family members followed closely behind Yu Yang, making their way toward the Yin family estate. According to their intelligence, the Yin family was currently weak, with virtually no combat personnel. With a loud crash, Yu Yang kicked open the main door, gun in hand, swiftly scanning the surroundings. After glancing around, he furrowed his brow in confusion. Where was everyone? Had the Yin family been reduced to this extent? Lin Hui stepped out leisurely, trailing behind them. TSK. Not even a doorman at the Inn residence tonight? What gives? Why are you all just standing here? Lin Hui wondered, perplexed by the crowd blocking his view. Lin Xiao. Yu Yang's voice trembled from the front. What is it? Speak clearly, Lin Hui said, growing impatient as he pushed through the Lin family members to peer ahead. And what? What are you trying to say? Lin Hui finally reached the front, his voice cut short, eyes widening in disbelief. And Xingchong, TSK, how dare you address an elder in such a manner? And Xingchong, cigarette dangling from his lips, regarded Lin Hui with disdain. Surrounding him were dozens of men in black, all armed, their guns pointed unwaveringly at the Lin family. A red dot, ominously positioned on Lin Hui's forehead, indicated a sniper was aiming at him. Under the moonlight, Lin Hui's face turned pale. How could this be? Why were you here? Lin Hui demanded, gesturing toward the black-clad figures. Who are they? I don't and amp. Oppos. Do you recall the Yin family having these people? Ha! And Xingchong scoffed, running a hand through his hair. The Yin family of Mingjia certainly does not have such individuals. A glint of sharpness flickered in Xingchong and amp. Oppos. His eyes. After all, one cannot simply hand over all family assets to a single heir. And Mingjia was aware of the presence of these men, yet he lacked the authority to command them. They had always accompanied Xingchong during his activities in the capital. It was only because of Mingjia's predicament that he had brought Xingchong and his entourage back. No, it can't be. L'ami Gasped, unwilling to accept the reality. How could the Yin family possess such power, yet remain a marginal family? And Xingchong, rubbing his temples, appeared somewhat impatient. I've told you. The Yin family you're familiar with is Mingjia's family. Do you understand? In the next moment, Xingchong extinguished his cigarette and casually tossed it aside. Attack! Bang! 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 The men in black pulled their triggers, bullets flying in a storm, sweeping towards the Lin family members. Lin Xiao, save me! Lin Xiao! In an instant, the air was filled with anguished cries. By the time Lin Hui regained his senses, Yu Yang and the others lay lifeless in pools of blood. Lin Hui and Oppos' eyes turned crimson. He did not dare to look at the bodies on the ground. Instead, he stared blankly at Xingchong, struggling to speak. What? Do you not kill me? Before you arrived, I called your father Lin Jianbai, and Xingchong replied with a grin. He instructed me to spare your life. But the condition is that you owe me a favor. Lin Jianbai. Lin Hui froze, repeating the name. After a moment, he lifted his head, glaring at Xingchong. He is not my father. That man who abandoned his family, who turned to serve others, is not my father. And Xingchong fell silent. He had nothing to say. Everyone has their choices and must bear the consequences. Nothing more. Leave quickly. If you don't, I might change my mind, and Xingchong said, lighting another cigarette and taking a leisurely drag. Lin Hui, upon hearing this, did not hesitate. He turned and departed. Emotions could be expressed, but not allowed to cloud judgment. Life, at any moment, is of utmost importance. Reputation and dignity are secondary. Watching Lin Hui's retreating figure, and Xingchong smacked his lips in regret. If only Lin Hui had let his emotions get the better of him and refused Lin Jianbai's plea, demanding Xingchong kill him, then he would have gone ahead and done it, for there would have been no loss on his part. And Xingchong turned, intending to return indoors, when suddenly he paused, spotting a familiar figure. Oh, what brings you here? And Xing Chong turned back, squinting slightly. Jiang, Director Jiang. The newcomer was indeed Director Jiang, standing alone outside the in-residence, observing the scattered bodies with a frown. I heard the gunfire from quite a distance. What is going on? What gunfire? I'm merely setting off firecrackers in celebration. It's rare to find a suitable son-in-law, and Xing Chong replied with a playful grin. Director Jiang scrutinized Xing Chong for a long moment before letting out a deep sigh. He stepped into the in-residence, stating, "And Xing Chong, you have not changed one bit." "Hee, you've changed quite a lot," and Xing Chong retorted, handing Jiang a cigarette as he approached. "Ever since the upheaval in the capital, I thought you were done for. Yet here you are, emerging from that rundown place. What's next? Chasing your utopia." Director Jiang shot him a glare, but said nothing, instead walking into the house. Seeing this, and Xing Chong chuckled and shook his head, instructing one of the black-clad men, clean up the courtyard. He then followed Director Jiang inside. Few knew that these two had been friends for many years, having worked together long ago. As the footsteps echoed, An Rou, seated on the sofa, turned around upon hearing the commotion. "Dad, what happened?" "I just heard gunshots." Upon seeing Director Jiang, An Rou's voice trailed off. Rou, this is your Uncle Jiang. You've met him when you were little, though you probably don't remember," and Xing Chong's voice came from behind Director Jiang. "Uncle Jiang?" And Rou was taken aback. Why was there suddenly an uncle? Director Jiang glanced at An Rou before saying flatly, "You ought to keep an eye on your boyfriend. His reckless style is bound to land him in trouble." An Rou? "Old Jiang, how can you say such things?" And Xing Chong retorted, displeased. "My son-in-law is smart and capable, handsome and charming, just like I was back in the day." "Just like you were back in the day?" "More like a troublemaker." Director Jiang sat down on the sofa, giving Xing Chong a scornful look. "Go to hell, Jiang." And Xing Chong hurled a cushion at him. Rou, why don't you head back to your room? I need to settle a few matters with your Uncle Jiang." And Xing Chong rolled up his sleeves and waved to An Rou, signaling her to go upstairs. An Rou blinked, completely bewildered by the unfolding events. What on earth is happening? After An Rou ascended the stairs and returned to her room, she heard the sounds of a fierce scuffle echoing from downstairs. Meanwhile, on the isolated battlefield, Su Jiang and his companions had already arrived at the ruined city. Chapter 96. Nicholas Lifu in the desolate city, within the confines of a dilapidated house. Su Jiang stood by the second-floor window, peering through binoculars to survey the distant scene. To his surprise, there was quite a crowd. Through the lenses, he discerned dozens of members from the Feng family establishing a camp in the center of the abandoned square. Several large tents were erected around a central bonfire, which flickered steadily, illuminating the area. Yet he could not spot Feng Qingye or Rose. Furrowing his brow, Su Jiang wondered if they might be inside one of the tents. "Perhaps we should leave," suggested Li Kai, who was crouched nearby but still clinging to hope. "If they're hiding in the tents, we cannot act. It would be wiser to retreat and plan our next move." Su Jiang sighed softly at these words, turning to glance at the creature in Hua Qing's arms. Should he send Wang Kai to scout the situation? No. Even if he discovered the whereabouts of Feng Qingye and Rose, he would be unable to fire a shot, unless the system granted him a viewing advantage. He needed to devise a method to draw them out. Noticing Su Jiang's preoccupation, Li Kai felt a wave of despair wash over him, clutching his head in agony. Clearly, his words had gone unheard. This boy was single-mindedly fixated on conflict. He recalled the first time he met Su Jiang. The child had not been like this. What had transpired to transform Su Jiang into his current self? Li Kai was baffled. I have an idea." Hua Qing timidly raised his hand. Before Su Jiang could respond, Li Kai regarded him with disbelief. "Aren't and Oppos, do you suppose to be our comrade? Now you and Oppos, reoffering suggestions?" Unbeknownst to him, Hua Qing had a straightforward thought. Since he could not resist Su Jiang, it would be better to contribute to the endeavor. If they succeeded, perhaps they could avert disaster. "Oh, what is your plan?" Su Jiang asked with keen interest. "I merely wish to offer a small suggestion," Hua Qing said cautiously. "We need not resort to violence. Do we? For instance, could we not attempt to eliminate their backup resources?" Upon hearing this, Su Jiang and Oppos' eyes gleamed with excitement, while Li Kai buried his face in his hands in despair. "Yes, we cannot confront them directly, but we can destroy their survival resources. So Jiang exclaimed. And in doing so, we are sure to lure out Feng, Qingyan, and Rose. At that point, I could take them both down with a shot each. With a clap of his hands, Su Jiang declared, "This is a solid plan. But big brother, those resources are guarded. How do you intend to destroy them?" Li Kai questioned. Old method. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. Have you forgotten? The outskirts. He gestured to the ground, the factory, pointing towards the tents in the distance. And the rats. He indicated Wang Kai. Li Kai and Appo's eyes twitched. He felt these 3 words would be etched into his DNA forever, an indelible mark. Hua Qing stood in confusion, struggling to comprehend Su Jiang and Appo's abstract reasoning. Truly commendable, brother Li Kai. Even in the face of such abstract thoughts from a king, you grasp their meaning. Hua Qing seized the opportunity to flatter Li Kai. Silence, Li Kai replied, his expression dark. If you had experienced that ridiculous night, you would understand. Taking a deep breath, Li Kai glanced around and noted, however, we do not possess any explosives. At this, Su Jiang chuckled, unzipping his backpack. Both Li Kai and Hua Qing leaned in to peer inside. Oh my! Li Kai exclaimed, as he beheld the backpack brimming with explosives. It was filled to the brim with nothing but explosives. Cold sweat broke out on both of their brows as they gazed at Su Jiang in fear. This rascal had been carrying a cache of explosives with them the entire way. If an accident were to occur and a single bullet struck Su Jiang's backpack. Hua Qing suddenly glanced at Wang Kai, feeling a newfound respect. He recalled that this squirrel had been brought along in the backpack, meaning Wang Kai had been in close quarters with all these explosives for several hours. Are you a demolition expert? Li Kai exclaimed, carrying such a load of explosives. Are you not afraid of an accidental detonation? Why should I be concerned about my own explosives? Su Jiang replied, surprised. Li Kai silently lamented his comrade's misplaced trust. Just as Su Jiang was about to retrieve the explosives, he paused, looking at Wang Kai, then back at the explosives, and finally made a comparison. Crap! Su Jiang smacked his thigh, realizing his oversight. Wang Kai could not carry such a heavy load of explosives alone. Is this my fault? Wang Kai zato, nibbling on a chestnut, his expression one of confusion. What should we do? Su Jiang turned to Li Kai,